Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 2011 to Chapter 2094. I see. Ling Xiao's eyes glinted as he nodded his head and said. Ling Xiao knew very well that Lu Bai could have appeared earlier, but Lu Bai chose to appear after the battle between Ling Xiao and Lei Xuanji. This was probably a test for Ling Xiao. I'm sure you can see that I didn't make a move earlier because I wanted to test you. Not only did I test your battle strength, but I also tested your temperament and decisiveness. But from the results, your performance was perfect. Lu Bai seemed to know what Ling Xiao was thinking and smiled faintly. A test? Lord War God, do you not believe in my identity or my battle strength? Ling Xiao said slowly. Neither. I just wanted to see if you could take on a bigger burden. But now, it seems that among the millions of disciples of the War God Temple, I can't find anyone else who is as brave and intelligent as you. You have great luck and great wisdom. You are the little war god of the War God Temple, the successor of the War God position, the future War God Supreme. Lu Bai smiled faintly and did not hide the admiration in his eyes. Lu Bai didn't expect that Ling Xiao, a 6th Revolution half-saint, could fight a peerless saint like Lei Xuanji. After all, he only hoped that Ling Xiao could withstand a few more moves from Lei Xuanji. But from the results, Ling Xiao's performance was indeed a great surprise. Moreover, the mysterious power of time that Ling Xiao revealed at the end of the battle allowed Lu Bai to see the great fortune and opportunity on Ling Xiao. Such a person was the future War God Supreme of the War God Temple, who could lead the War God Temple to greatness and glory. Little War God? Lord War God's decision is a little too hasty, isn't it? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned and smiled bitterly. He naturally understood the meaning of the words Little War God. It represented the true successor of the War God Temple, whose status was incomparably noble, far surpassing the true disciples, holy sons, and holy daughters. Hasty? Do you think there is anyone in the War God Temple more suitable than you? Lu Bai smiled faintly. Although I don't want to take on the responsibility, I can only say that there is no one. Ling Xiao blinked and smiled faintly. Junior Marshal Uncle, I admire your confidence the most. That's right, no one in the entire War God Temple is more suitable than you. You are fully deserving of the title of Little War God. The reason I'm here today is to bring you to meet the ancestors. More importantly, you already have the qualifications to comprehend the heaven battling secret technique. Lu Bai said with a smile. Comprehend the heaven battling secret technique? Ling Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. He even automatically ignored the mention of meeting the ancestors and focused all his attention on the heaven battling secret technique. Speaking of which, although Ling Xiao had obtained the Karma secret skill and Destiny secret skill from the 12 heavenly arts, they were only fragments. He had not obtained the complete version. Although the heaven battling secret technique was only ranked 12th in the heavenly spirit realm, it was still a genuine 12 sky arts. Ling Xiao had long been looking forward to it. Now that he heard Lu Bai asking him to comprehend the heaven battling secret technique, Ling Xiao was inexplicably excited. That's right. The heaven battling secret technique is the foundation of the War God Temple. Even the 9 supreme sacred techniques of the War God Temple are related to the heaven battling secret technique. Now that the great tribulation of the era is about to arrive, the legendary Heavenly Chosen Convention is about to begin. Since you have comprehended the heaven battling secret technique, you will be able to compete with the geniuses and experts from all over the universe. I hope you will not tarnish the reputation of the War God Temple. It would be best if you could obtain the title of Heavenly Chosen One. Lu Bai stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were clear and bright as he looked into the distance. His voice contained some mysterious fluctuations. Rest assured, Lord War God. After the Heavenly Chosen Convention, I will be the next saint of the War God Temple. Ling Xiao said faintly as his body exuded a strong battle intent. Very good. Now, follow me to meet the ancestors. Lu Bai said with a smile. Lord War God, I have a presumptuous request. Ling Xiao said hesitantly after thinking for a while. Oh, what is it? Lu Bai said. I'm very curious as to why Lord War God is concealing your appearance. Can you let me see your true appearance? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The reason I'm concealing my appearance is to avoid some trouble. Since you're curious, there's no harm in letting you see, Lu Bai said with a faint smile. Buzz, the void trembled slightly as Lu Bai's body emitted a bright light. The mist on his face slowly dissipated, revealing his true appearance. Ling Xiao's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? Ling Xiao exclaimed. What appeared in front of him was a peerless face. Lu Bai was dressed in a white robe. He was tall and slender, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His skin was as clear as jade, and his lips were thin. His nose was high, and his eyes were as bright as the stars, emitting a blazing light. He looked perfect, without a single flaw. It was as if he was favored by the Creator, giving him the best things in the world. Lu Bai stood there, naturally exuding an extraordinary temperament. He didn't seem like a person of this world. He was peerless. However, what made Ling Xiao feel strange was that this peerless Lu Bai was actually a man. Lu Bai looked at Ling Xiao calmly. His temperament was ethereal and otherworldly. His entire body exuded an aura of peerless magnificence. Women would feel ashamed of their inferiority and men would go crazy if they saw him. Ling Xiao finally understood why Lu Bai said he was concealing his appearance to avoid trouble. Indeed, with such a peerless face, it was easy to attract trouble. Even with Ling Xiao's composure, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen such a beautiful man. Many of the women he had seen were not as beautiful as Lu Bai. Have you seen enough? Junior Marshal Uncle, follow me to meet the ancestors. Lu Bai looked at Ling Xiao with a faint smile. Ahem. Okay. I'm just a little surprised. I've never seen such a beautiful person before. Sorry, please lead the way, Lord War God. Ling Xiao felt his face turn red. No problem. Junior Marshal Uncle, the ancestors have returned. Let's go. Lu Bai smiled indifferently. His smile seemed to dim the world and make all the flowers lose their color. Ling Xiao's heart couldn't help but tremble a few times. Too monstrous. If Lu Bai were to reveal his true appearance, countless people would go crazy over him. Ling Xiao suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart and flew towards the depths of the Battle Sky Sacred Realm with Lu Bai. In the Battle Sky Sacred Realm, the mountain range was undulating, and the ancient trees towered into the sky. It contained an incomparably powerful origin energy, more than 10 times that of the outside world. As a result, the various spiritual flowers and herbs here were exceptionally beautiful, containing an incomparably vast amount of energy essence. This place was filled with an ancient aura, as if it was the remains of an ancient mythical world, nurturing countless heavenly treasures. Along the way, Ling Xiao and Lu Bai saw herds of 5-colored deer running on the green grassland. They saw red-crowned cranes appearing on top of the white clouds. They saw a group of intelligent apes jumping and playing in the mountains. They saw a sea of flowers, a clear lake, and a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Everything here was filled with a refreshing aura of nature, without any traces of human activity. It was extremely close to the legendary Tao of nature. Ling Xiao and Lu Bai flew over the vast mountain range and stopped at a place with beautiful scenery. A wheat field appeared in front of them. The green wheat sprouts formed a green sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. As the wind blew, the gentle wind made one feel comfortable. There was a small path in the wheat field that led into the distance. 2 rows of willow trees were planted on both sides of the path. At this moment, all of them had sprouted new buds, and their leaves were green and glistening. It looked extremely peaceful. Let's go. Lu Bai said to Ling Xiao as he slowly stepped onto the path. Ling Xiao was a little confused. He didn't know why Lu Bai chose to walk instead of flying. However, he didn't ask much and followed Lu Bai along the path into the depths of the wheat field. Boom! When they walked into the wheat field, Ling Xiao immediately felt the void tremble slightly. In the surrounding wheat fields, incomparably pure life qi emerged and began to surge into his and Lu Bai's body. It was vast and majestic. Ling Xiao's physical body was strong, and his vitality was boundless. His life origin was already very strong. At this moment, after absorbing the life qi, he actually felt his physical body slowly strengthening. Even his lifespan had increased by a lot. What is this place? Ling Xiao's heart trembled. The pure life chi was like the most fundamental energy of life. It allowed the life secret technique in Ling Xiao's body to operate naturally. It was even more effective than consuming a powerful saint pill. Ling Xiao followed Lu Bai as they walked along the small path. It was as though they were going through a baptism. In the middle of the wheat field, Ling Xiao saw a very strange farmer. The farmer was tall and sturdy, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was hoeing the field with a hoe in his hand, cutting off the roots of the weeds in the wheat field before throwing them onto the small path. However, Ling Xiao saw that after the weeds were removed, they quickly grew back. The farmer looked extremely patient as he weeded the weeds over and over again. Ling Xiao did not sense any cultivation from the farmer, but he instinctively felt that this farmer was not ordinary. It was as if his entire being had merged with the wheat field before him. He had a mysterious temperament. Patriarch. Lu Bai looked at the farmer and bowed. It's Bai Yi. Is this junior nephew Qi Long's disciple, Ling Xiao? The farmer stopped and wiped the sweat off his face. He smiled at Lu Bai and Ling Xiao as if he was an old farmer in the mortal world. It was hard to believe that he was the ancestor of the war god temple. Greetings to ancestral master, I am Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also bowed and said graciously. Ling Xiao couldn't sense any fluctuations of cultivation from the old farmer in front of him. It was as if he was no different from an ordinary person. Ling Xiao knew that the farmer's cultivation must be extremely terrifying. He might even be stronger than Lu Bai. Good. Very good. Junior Qi Long has indeed found a good successor. I didn't believe Bai Yi when he said that you were worthy of being the successor of the war god temple. Today, I know that Junior Qi Long did not find the wrong person. You are worthy of this responsibility. The farmer looked at Ling Xiao with a deep gaze, as if he could see through Ling Xiao from head to toe. Finally, he showed a trace of satisfaction. You flatter me, ancestral master. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I was in a hurry today, so I did not prepare a proper greeting gift. This ear of wheat is a gift to you. Ling Xiao, I hope you can be as vigorous as this ear of wheat. The farmer's palm flashed, and a green wheat ear flew over from the wheat field in the distance. It exuded a majestic vitality and was handed to Ling Xiao by the farmer. Thank you, ancestral master. Ling Xiao received it seriously. Junior martial uncle, this wheat ear is a spiritual seed of creation planted by the ancestral master. Only 2 or 3 have been cultivated in 10,000 years. No matter how serious your injuries are, as long as you consume this wheat ear, you will recover immediately. The ancestral master is very generous. Even I do not have the chance to obtain such a spiritual seed of creation. Lu Bai transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Spiritual seed of creation? Ling Xiao's heart trembled. He also knew about the spiritual seed of fortune. It was a supreme treasure that was created by the heavens and earth. It possessed all sorts of mysterious effects. For example, the wheat before him had the ability to revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones. Ling Xiao did not expect the farmer to be so generous. Little Bai Yi, are you talking bad about me again? Don't worry, I will not forget about you. The farmer looked at Lu Bai and threw another wheat ear to Lu Bai. Thank you, ancestral master. You are the best. Lu Bai said with a smile. All right, let's go. The 2 of you came to my wheat field. I don't know how many times I'll have to hoe the grass. I've suffered a great loss this time, a great loss. The farmer muttered to himself. Then, he picked up the hoe and walked into the green wheat field. His figure and aura had completely merged with the wheat field. Junior martial uncle, you have already received the ancestral master's recognition. Let's continue. Lu Bai smiled and led Ling Xiao through the wheat field. Then, they walked past a quiet little forest and came to a peaceful lake. A fisherman wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat was sitting by the lake, fishing quietly with a bamboo pole in his hand. This fisherman looked very old. His face was full of wrinkles, as if he had been blown by the wind for tens of thousands of years. However, his eyes were extremely focused as he stared at the fishing pole in front of him. With the previous lesson, Ling Xiao guessed that this fisherman was probably one of the ancestral masters of the war god temple. As expected, Lu Bai brought Ling Xiao to the side and did not disturb the fisherman. Not long after, Ling Xiao saw the fishing line jump slightly, and a few light ripples appeared on the surface of the water. Whoosh, the fisherman immediately raised his fishing rod, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that he did not catch a fish as he had imagined. Fishing with a straight hook? How can a straight hook catch a fish? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise. The fisherman's hook was actually straight. Even if a fish was about to take the bait, it would probably be scared away by the fisherman's actions in an instant. Little guy, who said you can't fish with a straight hook? It's just a matter of willingly taking the bait. Aren't you here today? The fisherman seemed to know what Ling Xiao was thinking. He spoke calmly and faintly, then slowly turned his head. The fisherman looked very old, and his face was full of wrinkles. However, his eyes were incomparably deep, as if they contained wisdom that could see through everything. He spoke very gently to Ling Xiao. Greetings, ancestral master. He is Ling Xiao. Lu Bai bowed to the fisherman. Nephew Qi Long's disciple? What an interesting little guy. Ling Xiao, do you know why I use a straight hook to fish? The fisherman smiled at Ling Xiao. Could it be that ancestral master is comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth? Ling Xiao thought about it. No. The reason why I use a straight hook to fish is because I like it. In this world, there are not so many things that can be taken for granted. You just have to listen to your heart. As the saying goes, it's better to get something straight than to seek it in a crooked way. The fisherman shook his head, and his eyes were filled with deep meaning as he spoke. I've learned my lesson. Ling Xiao nodded. Although he had some complaints about the fisherman's deliberately mystifying actions, he also knew that experts all had some hobbies. He only treated it as a hobby of the fisherman's. It was indeed as he said, listening to your heart and following your heart. I'll give this hook to you as a greeting gift. Ling Xiao, you're going to meet junior brother woodcutter next, right? However, junior brother woodcutter is in a bad mood because he didn't capture that old brat Leibois. You have to be careful. The fisherman chuckled and handed Ling Xiao a silver hook. However, it was still a straight hook. It looked like a silver needle, shining with a bright light. Thank you for your reminder, Patriarch. Ling Xiao accepted it respectfully. This fish hook seemed to be something extraordinary. Even though Ling Xiao did not know how to use it, since it was a gift from the founder, it should not be anything ordinary. It had to be an extremely valuable treasure. Young martial uncle, this is the wishful heartless hook. It's a powerful treasure that our patriarch used when he was young. It can transform into thousands of different forms and is extremely extraordinary. Lu Bai was very familiar with this hook, so he immediately explained to Ling Xiao through telepathy. Wishful heartless hook? This is an upper-grade holy treasure. It is mysterious and powerful. Even compared to the flipping sky seal, it is not much weaker. Ling Xiao thought to himself in shock. He had heard of the reputation of the wishful heartless hook before. He did not expect the fisherman to give it to him directly. After the fisherman gave the gift, he continued to sit cross-legged in front of the small lake and fish. Ling Xiao and Lu Bai bowed silently to the fisherman and continued on their way. After walking past the quiet lake and a messy stone forest, Ling Xiao and Lu Bai finally arrived at a dense forest. Gotcha! There was a burly man wearing animal hide. His muscles were taut and his blood was vigorous. He was holding a huge axe and chopping down trees. The axe was incomparably sharp. Soon, he chopped down a towering ancient tree. When Ling Xiao saw this burly man, he immediately understood. This should be the woodcutter that the fisherman mentioned, the third patriarch of the war god Hall. Patriarch, this is, Lu Bai bowed to the woodcutter, but before he could finish speaking, he was rudely interrupted by the woodcutter. I don't want to know who he is. Lu Bai, since you are the chosen successor, your strength should not be weak. How about this, as long as he can take 3 of my moves, I will admit that he is the future war god supreme. How about that? The woodcutter looked at Lu Bai indifferently. His gaze was extremely sharp, as if he did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. 3 moves? Patriarch, aren't you making things difficult for him? After all, the difference in cultivation between you and Ling Xiao is too great. I'm afraid he can't even take one of your moves. Lu Bai said with a bitter smile. Don't worry. I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as him. If he can't even take 3 of my moves, then he should leave the war god's sacred realm obediently. My war god hall does not need such trash. The woodcutter said coldly. 3 moves? All right. Patriarch, let alone 3 moves, even if it is 30 or 300 moves, I, Ling Xiao, am not afraid. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a bright light flashed in his eyes. If the woodcutter did not suppress his cultivation, even if Ling Xiao had the wordless heavenly book and the flipping sky seal, he would not be a match for the woodcutter. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. It was like a baby holding a machete. No matter how hard he tried, he would not be a match for an adult. However, Ling Xiao was not afraid of anyone in the same realm as him. How arrogant. Take my first move, woodcutter. The woodcutter said coldly. Then, a blazing divine light flashed around his body. He suppressed his cultivation to the 7th revolution half-saint realm, and the axe in his hand shone with a cold light as it slashed towards Ling Xiao. The axe light was extremely sharp. It was as if Ling Xiao was an immovable tree. In an instant, thousands of axe lights slashed out, trying to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only felt that in front of that overwhelming axe light, his entire body seemed to have been fixed in place. There was no way for him to move at all. It was as if he could only face that axe light after axe light chopped at him. This is the power of time? Ling Xiao's body shook. He immediately felt that it was the power of time that had been added to his body. It was as if his entire body was fixed in place. His body could not keep up with the operation of his thoughts. Age of time, time deceleration. Ling Xiao did not hesitate to use the age of time. A strange light exuded from his body and rushed towards the axe light in front of him. Suddenly, the axe light seemed to have slowed down countless times in Ling Xiao's eyes as it slashed towards him slowly. At the same time, Ling Xiao also broke free from the shackles of the time force in an instant. His entire body moved through the air, and at the critical moment, he dodged the axe light that filled the sky. Rumble, axe light fell from the sky, causing a violent explosion in the void. Then, it was annihilated with a loud bang. Eh? You've actually gotten your period? Not bad, not bad. Come, take another blow from my axe. Cut vegetables. The woodcutter's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. His interest in Ling Xiao grew. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. A fierce aura gushed out from his body. Then, he chopped at Ling Xiao with his axe. Gotcha, the black axe flew across the sky. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it seemed to have turned into 1,000 feet long. It exuded an ancient and terrifying aura. Axe light fell one after another. It was as if the Milky Way had turned upside down. It directly separated the void into countless pieces. Tens of thousands of axe lights slashed down, containing an extremely powerful spatial power. It was as if each axe light could separate a world. They intertwined with each other and were incomparably fierce, wanting to cut Ling Xiao into pieces as if he were cutting vegetables. This is the space power? A sharp glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. That sharp axe light came from all directions, as if it had set off a void storm. He was like a small boat in a raging sea, shrouded in an endless storm. The woodcutter had indeed only used the cultivation of a 7th revolution half-saint. However, he was at least in the realm of a saint king. His comprehension of the Great Way was far beyond Ling Xiao's imagination. Even if a 9th revolution half-saint did not have a powerful trump card, he would probably die without a burial place. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer Ling Xiao was. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Almost at the same time as the woodcutter attacked, he attacked at the same time. Rumble, Ling Xiao punched out. His blood and chi surged to the sky. The golden divine light condensed into a golden divine dragon behind him, enveloping his entire body. The golden fist print flew across the sky. It was filled with chaotic chi. It contained an invincible fist print that could split heaven and earth. It seemed to be surrounded by the illusory image of 3,000 Tao worlds. It made the fist ferocious and domineering. Ling Zhao's idea was very simple. Since he was no match for the woodcutter in terms of comprehension of the Great Way, he might as well give up all the use of the Great Way. He directly erupted with his strongest strength. As the saying went, one force could defeat 10 techniques. One force could break 10,000 techniques. Crack. The golden fist print collided with the axe light in the sky. A blazing light burst out. The axe light was incomparably sharp. It broke through the layers of chaotic qi and directly chopped on Ling Xiao's fist. It pierced his flesh and made his hand a bloody mess in an instant. However, when the axe light penetrated deep into Ling Xiao's bones, it was unable to penetrate any further. The sound of metal clashing could be heard as the axe light collided violently. Ling Xiao's bones shone with a resplendent golden light, sparkling and translucent, as though they were made of gold. Unparalleled fist imprints surged out, and finally, the axe light was blasted apart. Although Ling Xiao's hand was badly mangled, his expression did not change at all. His battle-intent soared, and his gaze was extremely sharp. He was like an invincible emperor who could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing people's hearts to tremble. Rumble, the axe light that filled the sky was directly blasted apart by Ling Xiao's fist. Although there was a little bit of blood on Ling Xiao's fist, it made him even more ferocious. What a powerful fist intent. It's somewhat similar to the celestial emperor fist of the 9 layers imperial obelisk. Very good, kid. I'm starting to think more and more highly of you. However, my last move is not that easy to take. If you're killed by me, then it's your bad luck. Kid, are you ready? The woodcutter was not surprised, but delighted. His gaze became more and more excited. His battle intent soared, and his aura began to soar. As he stood there, it was as if the entire world was under his control. Every move he made seemed to possess an unfathomable power. Ancestral Master, although you're only using the cultivation of a 7th revolution half-saint, your realm is too high. The battle strength that you can unleash can even reach the level of an ordinary saint. This is too unfair to Ling Xiao. Lu Bai said with a wry smile. Although the ancestral master woodcutter in front of him looked ordinary, Lu Bai knew that he was the pillar of the war god temple. He was known as the Spacetime Saint King, and his strength was terrifying. The gap between him and Ling Xiao was still too big. Fair? How can there be absolute fairness in this world? This world respects the strong. No matter how many excuses the weak have, they're all excuses. Besides, do you really think that he's no match for me? Ancestral Master Woodcutter said with a faint smile, and a wisp of wisdom appeared in his eyes. Ancestral Master, I'm ready. Come. Ling Xiao said seriously. His body was filled with a majestic life force, and the injury on his fist was instantly healed. The aura around him rose, and a mysterious aura erupted. Ling Xiao seemed to have disappeared into the void, and there was an illusory aura of destiny around him. That's the art of reversing Red Dragon? Very good. I'd like to see how talented you are in the art of reversing fate. Take my 3rd move, head cleaving. The woodcutter felt the strange aura fluctuation from Ling Xiao's body, and his eyes flashed slightly. The aura around him surged, and divine light danced in his eyes. The axe in his hand flashed with rays of light, and then it spun in the void and flew towards Ling Xiao. The axe light was dazzling, and it went straight for Ling Xiao's head. This is the power of karma. Ling Xiao's body trembled, and he was extremely shocked. Previously, the woodcutter had revealed the power of time and space, which was enough to shock him, but he didn't expect the woodcutter to know the power of karma of Buddhism. The axe light came towards Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao had a vague feeling that the axe would definitely chop his neck, and it would definitely chop his head off. If his battle with the woodcutter was the cause, then the axe chopping off his head was the effect. In a way, the power of karma was similar to the reincarnation of fate. Wang, the axe. Light was blazing, and its speed wasn't fast. When it flew towards Ling Xiao, it made his hair stand on end, and he felt a fatal danger. Defying fate. Ling Xiao roared, and the battle intent around him rose to the extreme. The vast power in his body gushed out, and in an instant, a river of destiny seemed to appear behind him, surging endlessly. The surrounding void became distorted. Ling Xiao stepped on the ground and pushed out with both hands, and the vast river of destiny seemed to flow in reverse. An extremely vast power of the way of the heavens erupted, and it surged towards the woodcutter. Ling Xiao felt a great threat, so he directly used the third move of the art of reversing fate, and breaking reincarnation. Boom! The axe light was incomparably blazing, blooming with boundless light, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth in half. With an even more terrifying force, it directly chopped at the woodcutter's neck. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. The woodcutter's neck seemed to be cast in gold. The axe light couldn't even break his skin. Then, the woodcutter stretched out 2 fingers and caught it. The axe trembled violently, but it couldn't escape from the woodcutter's grasp. The woodcutter stared at Ling Xiao, not concealing the admiration in his eyes, and said, "Good. Very good. I didn't expect your talent in the life-reversing technique to be no weaker than Qi Long. The War God Temple is lucky to have you. Thank you for your praise, Ancestral Master. Ancestral Master, your combat strength is unparalleled. If not for Ancestral Master going easy on me, let alone 3 moves, I wouldn't even be able to take 1 move." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Alright, you don't have to flatter me anymore. This time, I let that old man Lei Bo escape, but I shouldn't vent my anger on you. I think you've obtained the inheritance of the Age of Time, right? Coincidentally, I also have a time compass here. I'll give it to you as a greeting gift," the woodcutter said with a carefree smile. Then, a light flashed in his palm, and a pitch-black compass appeared, exuding powerful fluctuations of time. "Time compass? Thank you, Ancestral Master. I didn't expect Ancestral Master to have such a treasure." Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of surprise. He accepted it without hesitation and couldn't bear to part with it. He already had 2 time compasses in his hands. Now that he had 1 more, he would have 3 time compasses in his hands. This would give Ling Xiao a great advantage in competing for the inheritance of the flowing time Great Emperor. According to Uncle Su's deduction, there should be 9 time compasses. They were replicas of the Supreme Emperor weapon, the time compass. They were also the tokens to unlock the inheritance of the flowing time Great Emperor. Hee, I also snatched it from an old man in the space-time Heavenly Gate. However, this is only a replica of the time compass. It's not a very precious treasure. At most, it's equivalent to a middle-grade sage artifact. However, the scroll of the flowing time Emperor hidden within it is not bad and has benefited me greatly. Now, I'm giving it to you. I hope that you can snatch the flowing time Emperor's inheritance from the hands of the space-time Heavenly Gate." The woodcutter chuckled. "Yes." Ling Xiao nodded seriously. He sent a strand of his primordial spirit into the time compass. Instantly, he felt the power of time permeating the time compass. A golden scripture floated in the air, containing mysterious ripples. It was the half-year menstruation. Huh? This Sutra of Time actually contains the power to stop time? However, there seems to be something different about it. It even gave rise to the laws of time distortion and time prison, and it just so happens to complement the Time Sutra that I obtained. Ling Xiao thought to himself. With this scroll, one could imagine that Ling Zhao's comprehension of the power of time would improve by leaps and bounds, reaching a whole new level. "Junior Martial Uncle, come with me," Lu Bai said with a smile. The 2 of them bid farewell to the woodcutter and continued towards the depths of the Battle Sky Sacred Realm. After passing through the forest, Lu Bai brought Ling Xiao to the front of an ancient mountain. This mountain looked very ordinary. It was only a few thousand feet high. It was bare without any trees, but it was extremely steep. It was like a heavy sword piercing the sky. "Junior Martial Uncle, do you know why I want to bring you to see the 3 patriarchs?" Lu Bai stopped in front of the mountain and said slowly to Ling Xiao. Could it be some kind of test? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he asked. That's right. The Battle Sky Secret Technique is the foundation of the Battle God Temple. Only with the approval of the 3 patriarchs can one comprehend the Battle Sky Secret Technique. Now that the 3 patriarchs have approved of you, you are qualified to comprehend the Battle Sky Secret Technique. Lu Bai said with a faint smile. Battle Sky Secret Technique? Could it be in this mountain? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat as he said excitedly. That's right. The Battle Sky Secret Technique is hidden in this mountain. Go up yourself. What you can obtain will depend on your luck. Lu Bai said as he pointed at the mountain in front of him. The bare mountain had a winding path that extended from the foot of the mountain to the top. Although it looked very ordinary, there were clouds and mist at the top of the mountain, making it look ethereal and peaceful. "Thank you, Lord Battle God." Ling Xiao nodded. He then took a deep breath and walked forward. Buzz, when Ling Xiao set foot on the first stone step, he felt the space around him tremble. A mysterious aura permeated the surroundings, as if strands of chaotic qi had seeped out from the mountain, coiling around him. Lu Bai, who was behind him, disappeared in an instant. Ling Xiao walked up the winding stone steps slowly to the top of the mountain. Rumble, the clouds and mist around him were ethereal and chaotic, forming a mysterious scene around Ling Xiao. It was as if he was in the primeval times. The scene was extremely shocking. Gods and demons that were tens of thousands of feet tall were fighting with each other on the vast and ancient land. Every blow could knock down stars and destroy mountains. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao could even clearly see the scarlet eyes of those gods and demons, their heavy breathing, and the tiny blood vessels under their skin. Every movement of those gods and demons was incomparably clear. Kill. Fight. 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 If the gods stop me, I will kill the gods. If the demons stop me, I will kill the demons. If the heavens stop me, I will destroy shrouding heaven. The roars rose and fell one after another, making Ling Xiao feel his blood boiling. It was as if he had witnessed the great war of gods and demons in the ancient times. Those powerful figures all had an incomparably strong fighting spirit. Their attacks were also incomparably fierce, as if they could destroy this part of the world. Huge bodies fell into pools of blood, turning into mountains and lakes on the ground. Ling Xiao felt as if he had come to the ancient times and personally experienced this vast war. However, Ling Xiao was just a passerby. Although he saw those vivid scenes, he was observing from the perspective of a bystander. As he did not take a step forward, the world of the great war of gods and demons in the ancient times gradually faded away. Roar! Roar! The roars of dragons and tigers shook the sky. The figures of the ancient gods and demons disappeared. Ling Xiao saw the scene of the great war of demons in the ancient times. The supreme divine dragon that was millions of feet long, the ancestral phoenix that could burn the sky and destroy the earth, the white tiger that was overflowing with killing intent, and the black tortoise that supported the heaven and earth. Endless roars of divine beasts, the battle between them was incomparably fierce. Just like this, every step Ling Xiao took, it was as if he had experienced the reincarnation of a great war. He saw countless scenes of the great war in the ancient times. Even the stars fell, the earth was sunk, the flood was overflowing, and the flames burned the sky. The ancient mountain peak seemed to contain some kind of mark from the antiquity times. It was filled with the fluctuations of time, allowing Ling Xiao to experience the scenes of countless battles since the antiquity times. Just like that, Ling Xiao walked to the top of the mountain step by step. His body was filled with a strong fighting spirit, and his aura had also reached its peak. Boom, the top of the mountain looked extremely empty and lonely. The sea of clouds was faintly discernible, and above his head was a huge star. Dazzling starlight sprinkled down and gathered on Ling Xiao's body, as if it was reflecting the acupoints all over his body. The dazzling starlight began to surge into Ling Xiao's body. A warm aura enveloped Ling Xiao's body, and when he carefully observed the starry sky above his head, he immediately discovered the mystery within. Boom, the void trembled slightly, and a strange fluctuation spread out. The huge stars in the void began to slide in the void, turning into ancient talismans that appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The starry sky was vast, and the starlight was dazzling. In the entire starry sky, countless stars in the starry sky turned into a mysterious scripture in Ling Xiao's eyes. This is the heaven battling secret skill? Ling Xiao's heart trembled. His eyes did not blink as he stared at the starry sky in front of him. Rumble, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit rose like a blazing pillar of divine light. It intertwined with the starry sky, forming a mysterious connection. Led by Ling Xiao's fighting spirit, a dazzling huge star suddenly fell from the sky. The huge star directly turned into a long stream of light and fell into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, forming an ancient and mysterious talisman. Fight, it was the word fight, ancient and mysterious, as if it was chanted by the ancestors of antiquity times. It also seemed to be a word created by the first supreme great emperor at the beginning of the world. It contained the mystery of heaven and earth, intertwined with Tao and truth. As Ling Zhao's fighting spirit rose, huge stars fell from the void one after another, falling into Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, gradually forming a supreme scripture. Heaven battling secret skill. Battle the heavens and destroy the earth, primordial chaos unity, unrivaled primordial chaos, idealism of the heavenly Tao, good fortune spirit charging, primordial chaos body tempering, breaking the heavens, I am unrivaled. The mysterious scripture rang in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness like a huge bell. It was ancient and mysterious. Every time it vibrated, Ling Zhao's primordial spirit would also vibrate. Weng, the wordless heavenly book seemed to have sensed the aura of the heaven battling secret skill. It exuded an extremely excited fluctuation and directly rushed out of Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, floating above his head. The void shook violently. The wordless heavenly book spread out and turned into a vast star chart. The stars in the 9 heavens fell down one after another, as if they were returning to the origin, forming a complete secret technique of fighting the heavens. Ling Xiao seemed to have entered the deepest state of cultivation. He was enveloped by the true meaning of the heaven battling secret technique and began to slowly comprehend its supreme power. Boom, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on top of the mountain. His body was surrounded by a blazing golden glow. He breathed out heavenly essence, and every breath he took was like a thunderbolt. He absorbed the starlight and vast energy into his body, slowly refining his physical body. Chaotic qi rose up in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. A pure and powerful fighting spirit erupted from the depths of his primordial spirit. Crack, the chaos exploded. Ling Zhao's entire body expanded by over 10,000 times in the chaos, turning into a towering figure. He stood tall and radiated with endless energy. The chaos in the surroundings shook. Clear air rose and turbid air sank. A vast and ancient world was created. Afterwards, yin, yang, and the 5 elements separated, creating all living beings and even countless chaotic god fiends. Ling Xiao grabbed a sun and tossed it into his mouth. Immediately, the endless light and heat were refined by him, becoming part of his nourishment. His feet trembled and the starry sky immediately dimmed. The power of the stars in the boundless galaxy was swallowed into his stomach. He seemed to be able to pluck the stars and take the moon with every move he made. He was extremely powerful. There was an endless war between the gods and demons in the chaos. Ling Xiao also entered the battlefield and fought until he went crazy. He killed billions of gods and demons and condensed an immortal supreme fighting soul. This feeling was incomparably wondrous. Ling Xiao felt as if he had entered the life of another person, experiencing their joys and sorrows. He had battled the heavens and the earth for his entire life. His immortal soul had left an eternal mark in the world. Legend has it that the heaven battling secret technique has an extremely wonderful connection with the ancient war emperor. Could this be the life of the war emperor? Ling Xiao thought to himself. In such a state, his comprehension of the heaven battling secret technique began to improve by leaps and bounds. Buzz. There were already 7 lines on Ling Zhao's fate chart, which represented that his cultivation was at the 7th revolution half-saint realm. That was the mark left behind by the 7 nirvana tribulations. However, at this moment, as Ling Xiao comprehended the heaven-fighting secret skill, a mysterious tribulation qi gushed out from his body. His body actually cracked like a mirror, as if it would turn into dust at any time. The nirvana tribulation had arrived. Ling Zhao's body went from being destroyed to being restored to its original state. His life essence went from being withered to being majestic and vigorous. It was like a withering and flourishing process. It was so fast that it was almost completed in an instant. I have passed the 8th nirvana tribulation? No. My cultivation hasn't improved. It's still at the 7th revolution half-saint realm. Ling Zhao's heart suddenly jolted. He saw that one of the 7 runes on his fate chart had turned pure gold, exuding an ancient, mysterious, and majestic aura. What's going on? Ling Xiao was a little surprised and confused. The other 6 runes were still gray and showed a chaotic color. However, the change in this rune was very obvious. Could it be, because I obtained the heaven battling secret technique, my nirvana tribulation was strengthened again? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he knew that this change wouldn't do him any harm. On the contrary, it had increased his strength by quite a bit. Whoosh, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. There was a faint golden lightning in his lungs. It was dazzling, causing his breath to exude the aura of wind and thunder. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. A supreme battle intent condensed on his body, causing his soul to begin to exude an immortal aura. He actually comprehended the heaven battling secret technique so quickly? This kid is really a person with great luck. In the heaven battling saint realm, the woodcutter who was chopping firewood suddenly raised his head, revealing a trace of surprise in his eyes. The divine world was vast and boundless, and it was divided into 36 heavens. The upper 3 heavens were the Tai Ching heavens, the Yu Ching heavens, and the Xianxia heavens. They were the locations of the 12 immortal sacred lands, and they were the closest to the origin of the divine world. Although the upper 3 heavens was very close to the core of the divine world, it was still not the core of the divine world. The Daluo territory was the center of the divine world. If the divine world was a huge circular continent, then the Daluo territory would be the center of the circle. It was the core of the divine world, and it contained the purest origin energy. The Daluo territory was the core of the divine world, and it was also the passage between the divine world and the other worlds. However, after the Great Divine Demon War in the ancient times, the passage was completely closed, and the great emperor clans were guarding the Daluo territory. The emperor clans were reclusive, and the 12 immortal sacred lands were the rulers of the divine world. However, the emperor clan's foundation and strength were not to be underestimated, and they were not weaker than the 12 immortal sacred lands. After all, they were the descendants of the 9 emperors of the human clan, and their foundation and strength were unfathomable. The people of the emperor clans were naturally arrogant, and they thought that they were the masters of the divine world. The Hua clan was located in the Daluo territory. Tens of thousands of sacred mountains rose from the ground, and they were shrouded in endless auspicious gas and light. There was a powerful array fluctuation, and mysterious symbols lingered around it. It emitted an aura fluctuation that would make a saint's scalp tingle. The Hua clan had a long history, and even among the emperor clans, their strength was ranked in the top 3. In the depths of the folded void, on top of a mountain, an old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged. He was dressed in hemp clothes, and his eyebrows and beard were on the ground. His aura was unfathomable, and every breath he took caused the heavens and earth to fluctuate with him, and the sun, moon, and stars were flickering. At this moment, Hua Tianqiong and Hua Yan were kneeling respectfully in front of the old man, and their faces were filled with reverence. "Are you saying that you found the aura of the Panga clan in the War God Temple?" The old man said faintly, and his eyes were slightly closed. His voice was incomparably ethereal. "That's right. Forefather, I sense the bloodline aura of the Panga clan on War Mountain, but it has already left. According to my investigation, Tian Gang, who was promoted from Ares College to Battle Hall, is most likely a remnant of the Panga clan. Furthermore, his bloodline aura is incomparably pure. He should be a core member of the clan," Hua Yan said respectfully. "Very good." After hiding for so many years, the Panga clan had finally shown up. This time, the treasure was most likely going to be born. Keep a close eye on them. Once you find any survivors of the Panga clan, capture them alive," the old man said slowly. "Yes. Ancestor, what should we do with Long Out Yin?" Hua Yan nodded seriously, then asked hesitantly. "Long Out Yin?" This child was a variable. Now that the heavenly mysteries were in chaos, even the Fortune Shrine sky-gazing elder couldn't find any information about him. This child was definitely hiding a great secret. Go and investigate him carefully, from the moment he first appeared in the divine realm, no matter how big or small, see if you can find any loopholes. I have some suspicions in my heart, but I can't be sure. No matter what, whether it's Long Out Yin or the War God Temple, anyone who dares to challenge the dignity of the Chinese will have to pay a sufficient price." The old man suddenly opened his eyes. There was a blazing sharpness in his eyes that seemed to be able to burn the void in front of him. "Forefather, I must personally torture Long Out Yin to death, only then can I vent the hatred in my heart." Hua Tianqiong suddenly raised his head and said, his eyes full of hatred. The old man in linen was Hua Tianqiong's direct ancestor. He usually gave Hua Tianqiong a lot of guidance, so he was more casual in front of the old man than Hua Yan. Long Outyen is nothing to worry about. Tianqiong, the chosen one is about to begin. You have accumulated a lot of strength, but it's still a little difficult to break through to the third stage of heaven treading before the chosen one. During this time, follow me and cultivate by my side. The old man in linen said indifferently. Thank you, forefather. Hua Tianqiong's eyes revealed a hint of joy as he quickly said. Yes. Before the chosen one begins, don't get into an open conflict with the war god temple. The Chinese still need to bide our time and wait for the arrival of the emperor. As for the war god temple, they won't be able to jump around for long. The old man in linen said. The arrival of the emperor? Could it be? Hua Yan and Hua Tianqiong trembled, and their eyes were filled with incomparable reverence. That's right. Tianqiong, you must work hard to cultivate. If you can break through to the third stage of heaven treading, you might be able to become the emperor's follower. At that time, your future will be limitless. So, don't let an ant affect your Taoist heart, understand? The old man in linen glanced at Hua Tianqiong and seemed to be reminding him. Yes, forefather. Hua Tianqiong's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately said seriously. Heavenly Curse Sect. In an ancient hall filled with clouds and mist, Yuan Qing stood in front of a young man in white and told him what happened in the war god temple. The young man looked extraordinarily handsome. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and his skin was as clear as jade. His entire body exuded a transcendent and ethereal aura. However, his eyes seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life, and there were mysterious symbols flickering in them, making him seem even more mysterious. Although Yuan Qing couldn't sense any aura from the young man, he knew that the young man was the true ruler of the Heavenly Curse Sect, the sect master of the Heavenly Curse Sect. He was an antique who had lived for countless years and was far from as young as he looked. Have you found out everything? The young man said indifferently. Sect master, although we can't be completely sure, Long Outyen should know where Ji Feishuan is. If we can capture Long Outyen, we'll definitely be able to get information about Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Yuan Qing said slowly. Capture Long Outyen? How? He's only a half-step saint, but he can fight with Lei Xuanji. This Long Outyen is not simple. He must have a big secret. Investigate him carefully, and don't alert the enemy. The young man said indifferently. Yes, sect master. However, this Long Outyen shouldn't be underestimated. I have a feeling that if he grows up, he'll be a great enemy of our Heavenly Curse Sect. If we can eliminate him, we'll have to do it as soon as possible. Yuan Qing said, and there was a trace of blazing killing intent in his eyes. It doesn't matter. We don't have to do it. Since such a monster has appeared in the war god temple, I'm afraid someone is more anxious than us. He won't live for long. The young man said with a faint smile. However, his smile was extremely cold, and there was a bone-chilling intent hidden in it. Ling Xiao was in seclusion in the Battle Sky Sage realm. After eliminating Lei Xuanji and Lei Bo, the war god temple proceeded to clean up the entire Thunder Palace, uprooting all the remaining demons that were hiding in the palace. Although the experts of the Thunder Hall were almost completely annihilated, and the entire war god hall had suffered a great blow, everyone from the war god hall had erupted with unprecedented cohesion. Ling Xiao had become the idol of all the disciples of the war god shrine. He had crushed Yang Wen of the Heavenly Curse Sect and Hua Tianqiong of the Chinese, scolded the saints and fought Lei Xuanji to a standstill. His peerless demeanor had been deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Even the original three holy princes, Anai Shang, Gao Yang, and Wu Xiong, were overshadowed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had truly become the spiritual leader of the war god temple, fully deserving of the title of Little God of War. Many disciples erupted with an incomparably high passion for cultivation, and their battle-intent soared. An unyielding heart began to awaken, causing the fortune of the war god temple to become even more majestic and vigorous. At the same time, the entire divine world was also somewhat shaken by the storm. In the various heavens of the divine world, the remnants of the demon clan were constantly appearing, causing endless slaughter. The experts of the 12 immortal holy lands were alarmed, and they sent out powerful disciples and elders to the various heavens to suppress the remnants of the demon clan. In the divine world, the forbidden lands that had been passed down since the ancient times began to have a great commotion. Immortal light illuminated the 9 heavens, chaotic chi shrouded the land, forming a chaotic domain. Even powerful ferocious beasts were awakened, and their roars shook the heavens all around. There were constantly legends of ancient monstrous geniuses appearing in the world, and everywhere revealed the aura of an impending storm. Some people saw a 10,000 zhong tall purple divine sun rising from the East Sea, and a man with purple hair fluttering in the wind flew out from the divine sun, swallowing the essence of heaven and earth. Purple flames rose around his body, burning the rivers and boiling the sea. His aura was monstrous to the heavens. Some people also saw a huge snowy mountain collapse in the extreme north, revealing an immortal mysterious ice coffin. Many people were alarmed by the aura of the ice coffin, and wanted to open it. In the end, a peerless beauty walked out from the ice coffin, and with just a glance, everyone was frozen into ice sculptures. Some people even saw endless lightning intertwining in the great swamp of the west, and the destructive lightning that could destroy the sky, and a mysterious young man was born from it. He opened his mouth and swallowed the lightning that had been nurtured in the great swamp of the west for countless years. Countless ancient monstrous geniuses appeared in the divine world one after another. The divine world became even more bustling. The most shocking news of them all came from the 9. Legend had it that a peerless genius who called himself the Son of Heaven came to the 9 imperial gates and claimed to be the son of the celestial emperor. He swept through all the geniuses in the 9 imperial gates, and even the saint patriarchs in the 9 imperial gates couldn't do anything to him. In the end, a saint king ancestor of the 9th imperial palace personally spoke with Xianxia for a long time. He directly announced to the entire 9th imperial palace that Xianxia was the son of heaven monarch and also the young master recognized by the 9th imperial palace. He was about to rebuild the ancient heavenly court and recruit followers. At the same time, Xianxia also took out many supreme saint treasures, peerless saint techniques, and even imperial scriptures as rewards. Suddenly, countless experts became excited and rushed towards the imperial obelisk, gathering under Xianxia's command. Many sages who had seen the heavenly sun admitted that although the heavenly sun had yet to become a sage, his battle prowess was comparable to that of a sage. He was even hailed as the number 1 heaven's pride in the entire god realm, and the title of number 1 naturally aroused the unwillingness of countless people. It wasn't just the geniuses of the 12 immortal holy lands, but there were also some rogue cultivators and even people from the emperor clans that attacked. In the end, all of them were defeated by Xianxia. Moreover, they were sincerely convinced that Xianxia was the number 1 chosen of heaven. For a time, the emperor's name became more and more famous. He seemed to be able to suppress the world and become invincible. The god realm was becoming more and more chaotic. Many saints with profound cultivation could smell a hint of a storm approaching. Xianxia had been in seclusion in the Battle Sky Sage realm for 10 years. This could be said to be the longest seclusion Xianxia had had since he came to the god realm. In these 10 years, under the leadership of Lu Wenjing, Void Pierce, and Chonghe, the Battle Temple's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They had recruited many talented disciples and become more prosperous. Fengye, Hu Zi, Tainyo, Min Ro, Wang Lin, and the others' cultivation had also increased by leaps and bounds with the help of the Saint Liquid and Origin pills left behind by Xianxia. All of them had reached the half-step saint realm. The speed of their breakthroughs had left the other people in the sect somewhat dumbfounded. Especially the Black Donkey. After swallowing a large amount of Origin pills, his cultivation had skyrocketed. In just 10 years, he had actually passed several nirvana tribulations and his cultivation had directly reached the 7th revolution half-step saint realm. The Black Donkey had become the second person in the entire Battle Temple besides Xianxia to reach the high-level half-step saint realm. This caused this guy to be very proud of himself and call himself the eldest senior brother of Battle Temple. In the Battle Sky Sage realm, Xianxia had been sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak for 10 years. Blazing divine light rose around his body. Numerous stars intertwined and mysterious Taoist rhymes lingered around him. His aura became ethereal and otherworldly. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk blazing lightning flickered above Xiao's head. There were blazing flames, violent storms, and scenes of a great battle between gods and devils. They intertwined to form Taoist rhymes and formed an incomparably mysterious formation diagram. Blood chi surged around his body. His black hair was like a waterfall, dense and lustrous. It fluttered in the wind. Faint dragon roars could be heard from his body. His body glowed and his aura was incomparably powerful. Kacha. Suddenly, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. Two rays of golden light shot out from his eyes. They were like divine swords that pierced through the sky, causing the void to tremble slightly. So this is the battle sky secret technique, or should I call it the battle sky merit? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. Rumble. Blazing divine light flickered in his hands. In an instant, an ancient and vast aura erupted. Runes rose from his palms. Heaven and earth shook. In an instant, a black ancient seal soared into the sky and fell into the distance, flipping sky seal. Ling Xiao had used the battle sky secret technique to derive the true meaning of the flipping sky seal. Unparalleled power erupted, causing the void in the distance to explode. Cracks appeared in the void. Rumble. Blazing flames spewed out from Ling Xiao's body. Chaotic mist rose. He was like a saint emperor of flames, erupting with incomparably terrifying energy fluctuations. Flame Emperor Cauldron. The ancient cauldron in front of him was the Flame Emperor Cauldron that Ling Xiao had seen at Zhao Ritian's place. However, as Ling Xiao had used the Flame Emperor Cauldron once, he had a certain understanding of the Flame Emperor Cauldron's extreme Emperor aura. Hence, the Flame Emperor Cauldron that he created with the Heaven Battling secret skill had some of the Flame Emperor Cauldron's majesty and power. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled violently. Ling Xiao used the secret art of heaven battling and a powerful fighting will burst from his body. It was like a vast heavenly pillar that shot into the sky, as if it could shatter the heavens all around. Blazing divine light gushed out. His blood chi filled the air, and the way around him permeated the air. He continued to use this supreme celestial art to evolve all kinds of supreme divine powers. The more Ling Xiao comprehended the heaven battling secret skill, the more shocked he was. The heaven battling secret skill was also known as the heaven battling technique. It was an extreme battle saint technique that could create various heaven battling secret skills and turn them into one's strongest combat strength. It was extremely terrifying. The heaven battling secret skill was a peerless killing technique. Be it the heaven swallowing secret skill, the life secret skill, the death secret skill, or the teleportation secret skill that Ling Xiao had obtained previously, strictly speaking, were not true killing techniques. They could only assist Ling Xiao in battle. However, the heaven battling secret skill was different. To Ling Xiao, it was the first exceptional heaven battling technique that he had truly obtained. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation had not improved in the past 10 years, his understanding of the heaven battling secret skill had reached an extremely high level. Using the heaven battling secret skill to evolve the flipping sky seal, the Yen Emperor tripod, and other peerless magic weapons had multiplied his battle strength. I didn't expect to stay in the heaven battling sacred realm for so long. I wonder what's going on in the outside world. Ling Xiao muttered to himself with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Swoosh, he directly soared into the sky and turned into a divine rainbow as he traversed the void and left the heaven battling sacred realm. After comprehending the heaven battling secret skill, Ling Xiao already had the right to enter and exit the heaven battling sacred realm as he wished. War God Hall. On the square between the 9 sacred mountains, Xianxia wore a feathered robe. Her skin was jade like jade, and her figure was graceful. She was extremely beautiful, exuding an extremely powerful aura. Standing behind Xianxia were Wu Xiong and Gao Yang, as well as some disciples of the combat god Hall. At this moment, her eyes were filled with a grave expression as she stared at the figures in front of her. Her fighting spirit soared as if she was facing a great enemy. Opposite Xianxia stood a young man and woman. The man was wearing golden armor and had a burly figure. His reddish-gold hair danced in the wind and there was a blazing light shooting out from his eyes. It was extremely frightening. The woman was wearing a purple dress. She was tall and slender, and her face was beautiful and refined. However, she looked very cold at the moment, and her whole body exuded a kind of condescending arrogance. Both of them were at the peak of the 9th Revolution half-saint realm. Their strength was unparalleled. Moreover, their temperament was ethereal and otherworldly. They had a kind of lofty attitude. And I Shang, it's your fortune that the Son of Heaven has taken a liking to you. Why are you so ignorant? The man in the golden armor said indifferently. His voice was very calm. To obey you, you are also the holy son of the 9 imperial obelisk. You are actually willing to be a servant of an unknown person? What a disappointment. And I Shang sneered coldly. Speaking of which, and I Shang was quite familiar with the man in golden armor. After all, the 9 imperial obelisk and the war god temple were still considered allies on the surface. Tuobayu was the strongest person in the 9 imperial obelisks generation. He was at the peak of the 9th revolution half-saint realm. Legend had it that he was only half a step away from becoming a saint. Tuobayu and Anai Shang could be considered acquaintances and had done some missions together. However, Anai Shang did not expect that Tuobayu would claim that he had brought the Son of Heaven's decree to make Anai Shang a follower of the Son of Heaven. Anai Shang was naturally unwilling, which led to the current confrontation. Anai Shang, I am the Son of Heaven's follower, not a servant. You will never know how powerful the Son of Heaven is. If you miss today's opportunity, even if you kneel down and beg the Son of Heaven in the future, he will not look at you at all. This is your only chance. You have to think carefully. Tuobayu's eyes turned cold, and his expression was somewhat ugly as he spoke coldly. There's no need to think. Anai Shang, will not follow anyone. No matter how powerful the Son of Heaven is, it has nothing to do with me. The 9 imperial obelisk is willing to bend the knee, but the war god temple is not willing. Anai Shang said resolutely. An ant will always be an ant. You will never know the greatness of the divine dragon. It is your fortune to be chosen by the Son of Heaven. It is also the fortune of the entire war god temple. Since you do not know how to appreciate favors, I'm afraid the war god temple will disappear forever soon. The purple-robed lady, who had been silent all this while, laughed coldly. What ant? What divine dragon? That dogsh *T Son of Heaven thinks too highly of himself. I think you are simply too arrogant. You came to the war god temple and said that the Son of Heaven wants to marry senior sister Anai Shang? Do you think he is worthy? Wu Xiong was instantly enraged as he spoke with an unfriendly expression. That's right. What does it have to do with you who senior sister Anai Shang wants to marry? Don't flaunt your prowess here. Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, you will not be able to lead the war god temple. Gao Yang said with a cold smile. Everyone in the war god temple revealed a trace of anger in their eyes. The Son of Heaven was actually so frivolous and shameless. He actually allowed 2 of his subordinates to summon Anai Shang. This made the disciples of the war god temple, who viewed Anai Shang as the perfect goddess in their hearts, completely enraged. Noisy. Is the Son of Heaven's greatness something that you ants can casually speculate about? If you dare to disrespect him again, you will be killed without mercy. The purple-robed lady's eyes flashed with killing intent as she spoke coldly. The aura around her body surged as the peak of the 9th revolution half-saint realm erupted. The mighty Gradine finger chi gushed out, causing everyone to involuntarily shiver as if they would be frozen at any time. Who does the Son of Heaven think he is? If Martial Uncle Long is here, he can suppress him with one hand. Gao Yang laughed coldly. Long Out Yen? Are you talking about the Long Out Yen who is rumored to be able to fight evenly with Lei Xuanji of the Saint Realm? My Son of Heaven is also somewhat interested in him and wants to recruit him as a follower. I have brought along the decree. Unfortunately, this lad is too cowardly. He has not appeared for 10 years in the name of seclusion. Such a person dares to say that he can suppress the Son of Heaven? He is truly ignorant and arrogant. The purple-robed lady laughed coldly. Senior Sister Zening is right. I think the war god temple is deliberately exaggerating that Long Out Yen. There is no need for the Son of Heaven to personally take action. If that Long Out Yen dares to appear, I will suppress him directly. To obey you. Said disdainfully. He had also heard of Ling Xiao's reputation. However, the battle between Ling Xiao and Lei Xuanji 10 years ago should have spread throughout the divine world. However, it was covered up by the news of the Son of Heaven's appearance. In the past 10 years, it could be said that the Son of Heaven's most glorious 10 years. He had gathered a large number of followers who were peerless geniuses of various sections. In Tuobayu's heart, the Son of Heaven was an invincible existence. No one could be his opponent. Is that so? Suddenly, a calm and indifferent voice resounded in the void. Kacha, the void suddenly shattered. Blazing divine light bloomed and chaotic fog filled the air. A figure with a monstrous aura walked out from the void. A pair of eyes that were like divine lamps instantly stared at Tuobayu and Zining. It's Long Out Yen? Martial Uncle Long. Ha ha ha. Martial Uncle Long has come out of seclusion. Let's see if those two bastards can still be so arrogant. What bullshit, Tianzi. He's not even fit to carry Martial Uncle Long's shoes. When everyone saw Ling Xiao in the sky, they couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. It had been 10 years. Ling Xiao had been in seclusion in the Battle Heaven Sacred Realm for 10 years. 10 years ago, Ling Xiao had defeated the geniuses of the Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese clan. He had even fought Lei Xuanji without being at a disadvantage. His peerless demeanor had already won the hearts of countless disciples of the War God Temple. They had already regarded him as their idol and were filled with fanatical worship. In these 10 years, the War God continent had been in turmoil. Countless geniuses had emerged, and even the monstrous geniuses of the ancient times had awakened. Among them, Tianzi was the most dazzling. He had gathered many followers under him. Even Tuobayu, the saint of a holy land, had become Tianzi's follower. However, the worship of the disciples of the War God Temple towards Ling Xiao did not decrease at all. Ling Xiao had become the symbol of their spirit. Countless disciples of the War God Temple had acknowledged him as the little god of war. Now that Ling Xiao had come out of seclusion, everyone's hearts were immediately at ease. Martial Uncle Long, you've become stronger again. Wu Xiong and Gao Yang were indescribably surprised and exclaimed. They had witnessed Ling Xiao's growth with their own eyes. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 7th Revolution half-saint realm, his aura had become increasingly unfathomable. It was obvious that he was much stronger than 10 years ago. They were also very grateful to Ling Xiao. 10 years ago, Ling Xiao had defeated Yang Wen and Hua Tianxiong, avenging them. Moreover, he had left behind many origin pills for them. Not only had their injuries been completely healed, but their cultivation had also risen to another level. This is the aura of the Battle Heaven secret technique? Aishang's face revealed a trace of astonishment. Although she knew that Ling Xiao had become the little god of war of the War God Temple and should have been in seclusion in the Battle Heaven Sacred Realm for the past 10 years, she was still incomparably shocked after sensing the incomparably mysterious aura from Ling Xiao. The supreme secret technique of the War God Temple, the supreme technique known as the Heavenly Battle Merit, had actually been successfully cultivated by Ling Xiao. After all, it was said that the 12 sky techniques were extremely profound. Only Saint Dao experts were able to completely comprehend them, and even if half-saints cultivated them, they would only be able to obtain a superficial understanding of them. However, Aishang felt an aura similar to Lu Bai's from Ling Xiao. This meant that Ling Xiao had at least cultivated the heaven battling secret skill to the greater mastery stage. You're Long Out Yen? However, he was merely a 7th Revolution half-sage. So, how could he dare to say that he could fight against a sage? I didn't expect that the War God Temple would actually exaggerate the truth in order to create momentum. How disappointing. Tuobayu glanced at Ling Xiao with a hint of surprise in his eyes. When he saw Ling Xiao's cultivation level, he said disdainfully. It was rumored that Ling Xiao had fought against Elder Huang Tai and Lei Xuanji, but Tuobayu had never seen it with his own eyes. Elder Huang Tai naturally wouldn't announce the results of that battle, so Tuobayu didn't believe these rumors. Moreover, it seemed that Ling Xiao's cultivation level was only at the 7th Revolution half-sage realm, which was 2 stages lower than him. This made him laugh coldly in his heart. Long Out Yen? You don't seem to be anything special. However, it's good that you've come out of seclusion. The Emperor's decree is to summon Long Out Yen and Aishang to the heavenly court. Why aren't you kneeling down to accept the decree and express your gratitude? Zining's eyes flashed as she looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and spoke condescendingly. There was an aura in her voice that no one dared to defy. The Emperor wants to summon Aishang and me to the heavenly court. Isn't he being too insincere? Even if he wants to invite me to the heavenly court, he should be the one to do it personally. What's the meaning of sending 2 weak ants? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke plainly. He could not help but recall the time when he was with Zhou Panlong. He had met a mysterious young man who was like the Emperor of Heaven. In just a short 10 years, the Emperor actually had such a huge influence? What a sharp tongue. Long Outyen, are you really going to defy the decree? Zining and Tuobayu's eyes turned cold as they spoke with an ugly expression. They did not expect Ling Xiao to be so arrogant and not take them seriously at all. Although Tuobayu and Zining were followers of the Emperor, they were both saints and saintesses of the sacred grounds. They were usually arrogant and claimed to be peerless geniuses. Now that they were being looked down upon by Ling Xiao, their hearts were filled with murderous intent. Defy the decree? What a joke. Who is the Emperor? Is he an ancient emperor or one of the 9 emperors of the human race? Is he worthy to give me a decree? Take the opportunity when I don't feel like killing people now and get lost. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Then, his eyes turned cold as if there were blazing lightning rising. He had an imposing aura without being angry. Long Outyen, how dare you disrespect the Emperor? Tuobayu said angrily. Disrespect to the Emperor is disrespect to the Emperor of Heaven. You should be killed. Zining said coldly. Blazing sword radiance rose around her and the sword essence was extremely sharp. It was as if the surrounding void had been pierced through. It was terrifying. I am really curious. Who gave you the courage to behave so atrociously in my combat god hall? Since you are not leaving, leave your lives here. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he looked at Tuobayu and Zining. Tuobayu and Zining suddenly felt a chill down their spines. It was as if they were being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast. A sense of danger surged in their hearts. Rumble, Ling Xiao threw out a punch. Suddenly, a blazing golden fist print traversed the sky and pressed down on Tuobayu and Zining. The fist print was extremely ferocious. It was like a divine sun in the 9 heavens. The rolling golden qi and blood seemed to have turned into a blazing flame that wanted to burn everything into ashes. Long Outyen, how dare you? Tuobayu's face changed. He did not expect Ling Xiao to attack without saying a word. He roared, and a vast aura of the holy path rose around him. The golden armor became ancient and majestic, and there seemed to be mysterious dragon-shaped patterns on it. Then, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Roar, the dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Tuobayu's fist print contained the majesty of the divine dragon. It was as if he was the emperor of the dragon tribe. He charged towards Ling Xiao. The emperor's dragon fist, this was the fist technique that the emperor imparted to Tuobayu. It contained the majesty of the heavens and the unfathomable power of the dragon fist. One punch could shatter space and time. It was extremely domineering. Crack! The void vibrated violently and the sky shook as though there were stars falling from the 9 heavens, showering down their radiance. The vast roar of a dragon resounded, causing the spectators to tremble and their faces to turn pale. A figure flew out from the divine light that filled the sky. He groaned in the void and his face turned pale. It's Tuobayu? Someone exclaimed in surprise. The divine light that filled the sky dispersed. Ling Xiao stood in the sky. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Golden divine chains of order encircled his body. He maintained his punching posture. His body did not move at all, and his expression was indifferent. However, Tuobayu was sent flying by Ling Zhao's punch. His face was filled with disbelief. Your physical body can withstand the Son of Heaven's dragon fist? Tuobayu's face turned pale. Although he had not mastered the Son of Heaven's dragon fist, it was indeed a supreme fist skill. It was a supreme fist skill that was formed by the fusion of the supreme martial arts of the human tribe and the dragon tribe. However, in front of Ling Zhao's punch, it was so weak. It was as if Ling Xiao did not use any martial arts at all. It was just the strength of his physical body. With one punch, all the divine dragon phantoms in the sky were shattered, and Tuobayu was sent flying. Tuobayu's arm was trembling slightly. It was completely numb and he had lost all feeling. His heart was in turmoil. At this moment, a thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that the legends about Long Outyin were true? Is this the combat strength of the Saint of the Nine Imperial Gates? Too weak. Come at me together. Ling Xiao said flatly and walked towards Tuobayu and Zining. Rumble, the void shook violently, and the heavens all around were rumbling. Ling Xiao walked like a dragon and a tiger. Chaotic qi surrounded him. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on the nodes of the heavens and earth, containing the laws of the great path. Every move he made had unfathomable heavenly might. Dazzling starlight sprinkled down from the sky. Ling Xiao was like a celestial emperor who was pushing the sun, moon, and stars. His majestic aura came crushing down from the sky, causing Tuobayu and Zining's expressions to change. Their hearts were filled with fear. Long Outyin lives up to his name. He's too strong. Let's attack together. Zining's eyes flashed with a cold light. It was as if two blazing swords had pierced through the sky. She shouted coldly and made the first move. Sensing the terrifying power in Ling Xiao's body, Zining no longer dared to underestimate him. She gave it her all and did not hold back. She immediately unleashed her full power. Rays of sword light shot out from Zining's body, causing her aura to become even sharper. A ray of light flashed in her palm and an ancient purple sword appeared. It was crystal clear and extremely sharp. It seemed to contain extremely strange blood vessels, causing the sword to be even more ferocious. Whoosh, the ancient sword shot through the air like a primordial light that pierced through the chaos. It was extremely sharp and extremely fast. It appeared before Ling Xiao almost instantly. This was a supreme saint sword that contained peerless killing power. It was boundlessly terrifying. Ling Xiao's expression was extremely calm. In the face of this ancient purple sword, he actually stretched out his palm. It turned into a huge palm print and fell from the sky. You're courting death. Zining's eyes flashed with killing intent. This saint sword was extremely terrifying. Even a saint would not dare to take it head-on. Ling Xiao actually wanted to use his bare hands to fight against it. In her opinion, he was simply courting death. The sword light became even sharper. It slashed down from the sky and wanted to cut off Ling Xiao's palm. Overturning the heavens. Ling Xiao suddenly spat out a few words. Rumble, terrifying divine light blossomed from his body, and runes intertwined in his palm, forming an ancient golden seal. It exuded boundless majesty and mysterious fluctuations, and it directly collided with the purple sacred sword, Kacha. Sparks flew in all directions and blazing divine light rose. It was as though two peerless divine weapons had collided in the void. It created an endless divine light storm. However, Zining's expression changed. Ling Xiao's palm was not cut off as she had imagined. Instead, she felt an irresistible divine power coming from the purple saint sword. It was directly slapped down by Ling Xiao. Her arm was trembling violently and the ancient sword was about to fly out of her hand. Whoosh, Ling Xiao flicked his finger and a blazing ray of light shot across the sky towards Zining's glabella. It was extremely fast. The ray of light was extremely sharp and contained a strong sword essence. In an instant, it pierced through the void and shot out a ray of bloody light from Zining's glabella. However, a purple rune rose from Zining's glabella. It was as though a jade pendant had appeared. In an instant, it blocked the ray of light from Ling Xiao's finger. Flipping sky seal? No, this is not the flipping sky seal. Zining was extremely embarrassed. She pulled a distance away from Ling Xiao and her expression became extremely ugly. She originally thought that Ling Xiao had used the flipping sky seal, but she suddenly realized that it wasn't the real flipping sky seal. Instead, it seemed to be transformed by some kind of magical power. It actually blocked the supreme holy sword in her hand, which made her feel a storm in her heart. Kill. Zining and Tuobayu looked at each other and killing intent rose in their eyes. In an instant, they activated an even stronger force and attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Zining held the purple saint sword in her hand. Her sword essence was monstrous and turned into a sea of swords. It was like a boundless storm that wanted to drown Ling Xiao completely. On the other hand, a golden spear appeared into Tuobayu's hand. It exuded an ancient and ferocious aura. It was also a peerless weapon. The light from the spear caused the void to tremble violently. As the spear pierced through, thousands of golden petals bloomed in the void. It looked extremely beautiful but contained a fatal danger. These two are only followers of the emperor. Why did they come to the war god temple to provoke us? After all, this is not their home ground. What are they trying to do? And Xianxia thought to herself as she watched the battle between Ling Xiao, Tuobayu, and Zining. If they want me to follow the emperor, they should not be so arrogant and despotic. In that case, their real target is not me but Martial Granduncle Long? And Xianxia seemed to have thought of something. She could not help but tremble and her eyes lit up. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that these two people were sent by the emperor to test Martial Granduncle Long. After all, Martial Granduncle Long's combat power is extraordinary and is not weaker than those ancient monsters. It is reasonable for the emperor to be wary of him. And Xianxia seemed to have cleared away the endless fog and finally figured everything out. The golden battle spear made a buzzing sound as it pierced through the void. The spear radiance contained a vast amount of holy aura, as though it had the power of heaven and earth. Clang, Ling Zhao's eyes were calm as he threw out a punch. He used the power of the flipping sky seal from the battling heavens skill to suppress it. It was as though a vast mountain was about to overturn the heavens and earth as it collided with the golden battle spear. The golden battle spear was blocked and it emitted a bright light. It was like a golden dragon that was about to come to life at any moment. It emitted a ferocious aura as it changed its direction and pierced towards Ling Xiao again. Bang! 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 Ling Xiao's fist was like a dragon and it was extremely domineering. It collided with the golden battle spear a few times and caused the golden battle spear to tremble violently. Unparalleled divine power spread along the body of the spear, causing Tuobayu to tremble violently. He could not help but cough up blood as he retreated. Swoosh, blazing sword radiance bloomed behind Ling Xiao and turned into a sea of swords. The sword radiance was like rain as it poured down like a waterfall. Zining's eyes were cold as she held the purple holy sword in her hand. She was bathing in the rain of swords as she charged towards Ling Xiao from behind. Ling Xiao did not seem to have noticed it at all. His expression was still as calm as ever. He punched Tuobayu, who was in front of him, and pushed him back. Then, when the rain of swords arrived, he leaped into the air and kicked Zining. Boom! Ling Xiao seemed to have transformed into a holy dragon. His speed was extremely fast as he kicked the purple holy sword. The purple holy sword emitted a blazing light as the crisp sound of the sword reverberated in the air. Suddenly, it split into 9 swords in the void and shot towards Ling Xiao's vital points at the same time. Die! Zining's eyes were filled with killing intent. Although Ling Xiao's combat strength was extremely strong and far beyond her imagination, the purple holy sword in her hand was an ancient killing weapon. Now that she was so close to Ling Xiao, she was confident that she could poke a few holes in Ling Xiao's body. Kill! Tuobayu also saw this opportunity and immediately flew towards Ling Xiao. The terrifying energy around him focused on the golden spear in his hand, causing the golden spear to shine brightly. Murderous aura gushed out from the tip of the spear and mysterious symbols flowed. In an instant, the golden spear flew out from Tuobayu's hand and pointed directly at Ling Xiao's heart. Tuobayu threw the golden spear with his strongest power. Even a 9th revolution half-step saint would be penetrated by this spear in a flash. The violent power of the golden spear would grind him into pieces. Not even his bones would remain. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and the golden qi and blood around him gushed out, like golden flames curling around him. Mysterious sound waves spread out, and many runes intertwined, forming a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron around him. The ancient cauldron was trembling slightly, and it was melodious and mysterious. It seemed to contain a vast world of flames. Flame Emperor Cauldron. Ling Xiao used the heavenly battle skill to evolve the Flame Emperor Cauldron, and the vast emperor's aura bloomed, causing the void to tremble. The sun and the moon dimmed, and everyone's face turned pale instantly. Rays of sword light slashed on the ancient cauldron, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. However, they were unable to break through Ling Xiao's defense. The golden spear pierced the ancient cauldron, and the spear radiance was blazing. It trembled violently, and in the end, it was sent flying. Break! Ling Xiao's eyes were cold, and he shouted softly. Kacha! The ancient cauldron suddenly bloomed with boundless light and blazing flames. Then, it swept across the sky and annihilated the countless rays of sword light. Then, it slammed heavily on Xining and Tuobayu's bodies. Puff. Puff, Xining and Tuobayu's bodies shook violently, and they were hit by the unparalleled divine power. Blood spurted out from their mouths, and they were sent flying. Their faces were filled with shock. What kind of superpower is this? Tuobayu roared, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. He had not expected that he and Xining would not be Ling Xiao's match even after joining forces. They had been crushed by Ling Xiao. Although the Emperor Yan cauldron that Ling Xiao had created with the fighting heaven's skill was not a physical body, it contained a trace of the extreme power of the Emperor Yan cauldron. It was terrifying, as though it could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. It was extremely terrifying. After this blow, even Ling Xiao felt a little weak, as though half of the strength in his body had been sucked out. The fighting heaven's skill is indeed extraordinary. It can evolve all the skills in the universe, and it is somewhat similar to the infinite divine skill that I once obtained. Ling Xiao was rather emotional. This was the first time he had used the fighting heaven's skill, and he had not expected its combat strength to be so terrifying. If he had not cultivated the fighting heaven's skill, he would have had to use the flipping sky seal to defeat Xining and Tuobayu so easily. Martial Uncle Long has won? Ha ha ha, I knew there was no suspense in this battle. Isn't that so? Even Lei Xuanji was not Martial Uncle Long's match. How dare these two sage-to-be act wildly here? I wonder how Martial Uncle Long will deal with them. After all, they are all saints of the 9 Imperial Obelisk. Now that the 9 Imperial Obelisk and the War God Hall are allies on the surface, I'm afraid Martial Uncle Long will let them go, right? Sigh. Who asked the War God Hall to be so weak? Otherwise, they would have been killed for provoking the War God Hall. Many of the War God Hall's disciples discussed spiritedly. Their eyes were filled with excitement. However, when they thought of Xining and Tuobayu's status, they felt a little indignant. After all, they had come to the War God Hall openly and asked Ling Xiao and Anaishang to kneel and accept the edict. They had no regard for the dignity of the War God Hall. In their hearts, they should have died 1,000 times. Long Outyen, I have underestimated you. You are indeed very strong. However, the Emperor will not let you off for disobeying the edict. Xining, let's go. Tuobayu's face was extremely pale. After being hit by the Flame Emperor's cauldron, he had suffered serious injuries. He put up a strong front and said to Ling Xiao. After this battle, he understood that even if he and Xining attacked together, they would not be Ling Xiao's match. Since he had achieved his goal, he had the intention to retreat. Long Outyen, you don't know the difference between you and the Emperor. You also don't know what kind of opportunity you have missed. You are on your own now. Xining said coldly to Ling Xiao. Then, she prepared to leave with Tuobayu. Did I allow you to leave? Ling Xiao said flatly. His voice rang out behind Tuobayu and Xining. Why? Long Outyen, don't tell me you're trying to make us stay? Tuobayu turned around and said with an ugly expression. You want to leave after flaunting your strength in the War God Hall? Don't you want to leave something behind? Ling Xiao said flatly. His eyes were extremely sharp. What do you want? Tuobayu and Xining's faces turned even uglier. Very simple. Leave your lives behind. Rumble, the golden fist print traversed hundreds of millions of miles across the void, containing an unparalleled strength. Chaotic chi filled the air and the divine light was blazing. It was as though there were 3,000 worlds surrounding it, containing a vast force of heaven and earth. Tuobayu and Xining's expression changed. They did not expect Ling Xiao to attack so decisively. Moreover, his attack was incomparably fierce. This punch made them feel as though the entire world was crushing them. Their faces instantly turned pale. Long Outyen, if you dare to touch us, the Emperor will not let you off. Long Outyen, you're dead meat. In this world, in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, no one can save you. Tuobayu and Xining roared angrily. Their eyes were filled with rage and a tinge of fear that could not be hidden. They could feel the threat of death looming over them. Boom, at this moment of life and death, Tuobayu and Xining began to fight with all their might. Tuobayu's golden armor emitted boundless light. Runes flashed and intertwined to form a mysterious defensive barrier. At the same time, Tuobayu held his golden spear and infused it with all his saint power. He pierced it towards Ling Zhao's fist. Zining, on the other hand, was surrounded by a purple aura. It was as though there were waves of the void rippling out. Around her, an ethereal bounded domain was formed. It was unfathomable. At the same time, she controlled the purple holy sword and pierced towards Ling Zhao's forehead. Meaningless threats, Ling Zhao said calmly. The fist print was even more terrifying. It fell from the 9 heavens like a golden immemorial sacred mountain that was going to kill billions of lives. Xianxia, this was the fist of the heavenly sovereign. Unparalleled fist intent gushed out like endless waves. It directly blasted on the golden war spear and the purple holy sword. Suddenly, a burst of blazing divine light was emitted. The 2 holy treasures were buzzing and trembling. In the end, they were directly sent flying. Ling Zhao's fist did not slow down and landed on Tuobayu and Zining's bodies. Both of them trembled violently, and their bodies suddenly exploded in the void. Endless blood filled the air, and severed limbs flew everywhere. It was an incomparably brutal scene. Tuobayu and Zining were already heavily injured by Ling Zhao's battle heavenly skill. They were not Ling Zhao's match even when they were at their peak, let alone now that they were heavily injured. They were instantly killed by Ling Zhao's punch. Ling Zhao stood in the air, bathed in the rain of blood. However, his white robes fluttered in the wind, untainted by even a speck of dust. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes shone with a divine light. He was like an ancient emperor, his aura soaring to the heavens. Senior Uncle Long killed Tuobayu and Zining with one punch? Everyone was stunned. Looking at the scene before them, they felt like they were in a dream. Their bodies started to tremble. They originally thought that Ling Zhao would spare Tuobayu and Zining's lives. After all, they were from the Imperial Obelisk and were followers of the Emperor. If they were killed, they would offend both the Imperial Obelisk and the Emperor. Now that the War God Temple was in a precarious situation, it was not suitable for them to make any more powerful enemies. However, they did not expect Ling Zhao to be so unyielding. Those who offended the Temple of War would be killed without mercy. Ling Zhao really did it, even though they knew that the death of Tuobayu and Zining would bring a lot of trouble to the Temple of War. They did not know why, but at that moment, the disciples of the Temple of War felt their blood boiling. Their eyes were filled with fanatical admiration. Fight! 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 The loud voice resounded in the sky above the Temple of War. Vast battle intent intertwined, causing the blood of the disciples of the Temple of War to surge. Their essence, energy, and spirit reached a peak. Xianxia. Suddenly, the blood light in the void flashed and mysterious runes spread out. Tuobayu and Zining's flesh and blood turned into pieces of broken wood. The void suddenly shattered. Tuobayu and Zining's faces were filled with fear. They reappeared in the void and ran frantically towards the void. As they ran, the 2 of them shouted crazily, "Heavenly Son, save us!" This is the legendary death substitute puppet? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and he immediately recognized it. Tuobayu and Zining were indeed killed by him with one punch. However, they had the death substitute puppet with them. It could save them from death once. Hence, Tuobayu and Zining did not die. However, even if they did not die, they were scared out of their wits by Ling Zhao. Tuobayu's face was as pale as a sheet. Zining no longer had her haughty attitude. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Her eyes were filled with fear as she felt the threat of death. So what if you have the death substitute puppet? I just have to kill you one more time. Die. Ling Zhao's eyes were cold and murderous intent rose around him. He had no intention of letting Tuobayu and Zining off so easily. Blazing runes rose from his palms and he used the Fighting Heavens skill to evolve the flipping sky seal. In an instant, it pierced through the sky and headed towards Tuobayu and Zining. Rumble, the void suddenly broke apart. Under the supreme power of the flipping sky seal, it was as fragile as a mirror. Even though Tuobayu and Zining had escaped into the turbulence of the void, they were still locked down by the flipping sky seal. Tuobayu and Zining's eyes were filled with despair. The death substitute puppet had saved them once. However, it could not save them a second time. Just as the flipping sky seal was about to blast them into smithereens, a boundless chaotic mist suddenly surged in the void turbulence. A golden fist print swept across the sky, penetrating hundreds of millions of miles of the void. It was extremely fierce and overbearing, causing the chaotic mist to explode. Boom, the fist landed on the flipping sky seal. The flipping sky seal trembled violently as though it could not withstand such a terrifying force. It exploded with a loud bang. Long Out Yin, how dare you hurt my subordinates? How dare you? A cold voice resounded. A mysterious figure faintly appeared in the void and floated in the chaotic mist. His eyes were extremely cold. It was as though he was the eyes of heaven, looking down on everyone in the world as ants. A mere Taoist body dares to behave atrociously in my war god hall? In that case, all of you shall stay here. Killing intent surged in Ling Zhao's eyes. He recognized that this figure was probably the legendary Son of Heaven. He was completely enraged. He had not expected the Emperor to be so arrogant. He had directly come to the War God Hall to save people. Moreover, he had only sent a Taoist body. If they were really saved by him, it would be a disgrace to the War God Hall. Rumble. This is, the Fighting Heaven's skill? It's a pity that such a peerless secret skill is in your hands. Tianzi said indifferently. His voice was ethereal and difficult to capture. This was only his Taoist body. It was shrouded in chaotic qi and its aura was extremely powerful. The surrounding void vibrated violently. Tianzi was a little surprised to see the Emperor Yen cauldron flying towards him. Crack, chaotic lightning appeared around him and then turned into a blazing thunderbolt that blasted towards the Emperor Flame Cauldron. The thunderbolt contained a destructive power that was extremely terrifying. Tianzi did not want to be entangled with Ling Xiao. After the blow, he waved his sleeve and wanted to take Tuobayu and Xining away from the War God Hall and into the depths of the void. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Ling Xiao sneered. The Emperor Yen cauldron shone brightly. Flames rose and collided with the thunderbolt. There was an explosion of blazing divine light. Ling Xiao leaped up and pushed his arms out. The Emperor Yen cauldron shone brightly and smashed towards Tianzi, Tuobayu, and Xining. It was as if the Heavenly Emperor was uprooting the world. Break! Tianzi's eyes flashed sharply as he spat out a word. In an instant, he struck out with his palm, which contained a vast power of space. It was as if the entire world was sucked into the palm print as it grabbed towards the Yen Emperor cauldron and Ling Xiao. The Emperor Yen cauldron was surrounded by endless flames. When it was hit by Tianzi's palm, it started to tremble violently. It was as if it was going to collapse at any time. There was a continuous buzzing sound. Crack, a crisp sound was heard. A crack appeared on the Yen Emperor cauldron, and then it suddenly exploded, turning into a blazing storm of divine light that surrounded the Emperor. Long Out Yen, how dare you? Tianzi's voice was suddenly heard. It was filled with boundless killing intent. Boom, at the same time, a black ancient seal flew across the void at an extremely fast speed, heading straight for Tuobayu and Xining to suppress them. Why wouldn't I dare? Those who offend the War God Hall will be killed without mercy. Ling Xiao said coldly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. It turned out that when Ling Xiao and Tianzi were fighting, he had asked Thunder Spirit King to use the Flip Sky Seal to attack Tuobayu and Xining. Although Tianzi's attack power was terrifying, Ling Xiao played along. He broke the Emperor Yen cauldron and blocked Tianzi with his terrifying power. Then, he used the Flipping Sky Seal to kill Tuobayu and Xining. Tianzi realized Ling Zhao's intention almost instantly. Unfortunately, he was entangled by Ling Xiao and could not escape. He could only watch as the Flipping Sky Seal suppressed Tuobayu and Xining. Puff! Puff! The Flipping Sky Seal was like an immemorial divine mountain that came crashing down. It contained a vast and unparalleled power fluctuation. Tuobayu and Xining screamed and instantly exploded into a blood fog in the void. They were killed by the Flipping Sky Seal and did not even have a corpse left. The Son of Heaven's gaze instantly turned bone-chilling. Ling Xiao had killed Tuobayu and Xining in front of him. It was like a slap to his face. Tianzi's heart was filled with murderous intent. Very good. Long out Yin, I will remember you. The Son of Heaven looked at Ling Xiao deeply. His gaze was extremely cold. In an instant, he rushed out from the boundless divine light. Chaotic mist surrounded him and he disappeared into the chaos. He did not continue to fight but chose to retreat. After all, this was only a Dao body. Facing Ling Xiao, who had the flipping sky seal, and this was the home ground of the Warlord Hall. The sages of the Warlord Hall could attack at any time. Hence, the Son of Heaven did not choose to fight with Ling Xiao and retreated. Son of Heaven? Hee hee. Ling Xiao sneered. The aura around him slowly retracted. His eyes were flickering and his expression became calm. He could feel that the Emperor's strength was extremely terrifying. His body of Dao was able to break through the Yen Emperor cauldron that he condensed using the fighting heavenly skill. His real body would be even more terrifying. Ling Xiao felt an invisible pressure. He finally understood why Zhou Panlong was so fearful when he saw the Son of Heaven previously. The Son of Heaven was indeed a great enemy. The Son of Heaven ran away without a fight? Many disciples of the Warlord Hall were completely stunned when they saw the scene before them. Then, they became extremely excited and their eyes were filled with fanatical worship. Ling Xiao killed Tuobayu and Zining with the flipping sky seal in front of the Son of Heaven. Even the Son of Heaven ran away without a fight. Instantly, many disciples of the Warlord Hall were extremely shocked. Who was the Son of Heaven? He was the most famous peerless genius in the realm of the gods for the past 10 years. He was known as the son of the Emperor of Heaven and possessed the bloodline of the Emperor of Heaven. Although he had not become a sage, he already possessed the supreme fighting strength of a sage. His strength was extremely terrifying. No one knew that it was the Son of Heaven's Dao body. However, when they saw the Son of Heaven run away without a fight, their worship of Ling Xiao reached a peak. Martial Granduncle Long, you don't have to kill Tuobayu and Zining. I'm afraid that the 9 imperial gates and the Son of Heaven will not let you off easily. And Aishang walked over and said with a tinge of worry in her eyes. Senior sister, what's there to be afraid of? I think Martial Granduncle is right. These bastards really think that the Warlord Hall is easy to bully and that they can come and go as they please? We'll teach them a lesson so that they won't dare to look down on the Warlord Hall in the future. Gao Yang sneered. That's right. Martial Granduncle's fighting strength is unparalleled. I'm afraid that even the Son of Heaven is no match for Martial Granduncle. In the era of great battles, we have to fight and seize. There's no way out. Wu Xiong said slowly. You're right. However, Martial Granduncle is too powerful and I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives. I naturally believe that no one in the younger generation is a match for Martial Granduncle. However, I'm afraid that those shameless old men will secretly make a move. And Aishang sighed softly. They dare? Gao Yang sneered. If those old men dare to make a move, they'll be openly breaking the unspoken rules. At that time, the various patriarchs of the Warlord Hall will not sit idly by. A bloody battle will be inevitable. I believe that they won't be willing to see such a situation happen. Wu Xiong sneered coldly. You don't have to worry. Why should the Warlord Hall be so overcautious? As for the Chinese and the 9 imperial gates, it doesn't matter if they offend them. If they want to take revenge on me, we'll see if they have the strength to do so. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His expression was very calm as if he didn't take the Son of Heaven's threat to heart at all. Martial Granduncle, you're really bold. However, in the past 10 years that Martial Granduncle has been in seclusion, the divine world has become increasingly chaotic. Many ancient skyprides have awakened from their seals. Moreover, according to the calculations of many sages, I'm afraid that the Heaven's Choice Convention is about to begin. And Aishang smiled faintly with a tinge of anticipation in her eyes. Oh, what happened in the divine world in the past 10 years? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he asked in Aishang. Ling Zhao's seclusion this time could be said to be the longest seclusion ever since he came to the divine world. Although his cultivation didn't increase much, he comprehended the heavenly battle technique and had a deeper understanding of heaven and earth. Ling Xiao instinctively sensed that there seemed to be some changes in the divine world. It felt like a storm was brewing. Senior Uncle Long, in the past 10 years when you were in seclusion, many mysterious changes happened in the various regions of the divine world. Many legendary prodigies of the ancient times appeared, and some ancient forbidden grounds emitted divine light. Heavenly treasures and the cave dwellings of ancient experts were discovered one after another. The battles between various parties became more and more frequent, and the remnants of the demon race also started to create chaos. Many things have happened in the past 10 years, and Xianxia spoke slowly and told Ling Xiao what had happened in the past 10 years. At the same time, Xianxia also mentioned the current situation of the battle hall. It had gone from being ignored in the past to being extremely popular now. Countless disciples wanted to join the battle hall. After all, Ling Xiao had already become a minor war god. It was already certain that he would inherit the position of war god. The battle hall was probably going to return to its former glory. Although Lu Wenjing, Chong He, and Chong Su strictly controlled the number of people who joined the battle hall, they still recruited thousands of disciples in the past 10 years. Every one of them was extremely talented and they were all Ling Xiao's most fervent admirers. The appearance of ancient prodigies, the strange changes in the ancient forbidden grounds, and the opening of the cave dwellings of experts. I'm afraid all these indicate that the great calamity of the era is about to arrive. Ling Xiao said slowly. His eyes were filled with divine light and were filled with anticipation. With Ling Xiao's current battle prowess, he could be said to be invincible within the same level. Even if he were to face a true saint, with his various trump cards, he would still be able to put up a fight. Among the 12 immortal holy lands, perhaps only the top saints or even the peerless prodigies who had been sealed since ancient times would be able to put up a fight against him. And these ancient heavenly geniuses were all treated as whetstones by Ling Xiao, sharpening his sword further and further. Only then would he be able to compete with the countless geniuses of the universe in the Heavenly Choice Convention, stepping into a higher realm. The path of an expert was destined to be filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the era of great battles, only the strongest could step onto the peak and be revered by the world. Marshal Granduncle is right. Although we holy sons seem to be strong, we're still far from being able to compare to those ancient geniuses who are at least at the third level of heaven treading. Not to mention competing with the top geniuses in the universe. Gao Yang sighed softly. In the era of great battles, challenges are also opportunities. If you fight, you might die, but if you don't fight, you will definitely die. Rather than living a cowardly life, it is better to die heroically. Wu Xiong's temperament was incomparably resolute, and his voice was filled with a kind of high-spirited fighting spirit. An ancient prodigy at the third level of heaven treading? Since ancient times, how many people had been able to break the limit? They're just one step ahead of us. However, we're the main characters in this life. The stronger the challenge, the more you'll be able to break through your limits, isn't that right? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. After crossing 9 nirvana tribulations, a half-step saint would reach the 9th revolution half-step saint realm. As long as he accumulated enough energy, he would be able to condense a Tao fruit and break through to the supreme saint realm. However, above the 9th revolution half-step saint realm, if he could break through the limit, he would be able to break through to the third level of heaven treading. The so-called 3 levels of heaven treading were the human realm, earth realm, and heaven realm. Breaking through the limit once was the human realm, breaking through the limit twice was the earth realm, and breaking through the limit 3 times was the heaven realm. It was extremely difficult to enter the 3 levels of heaven treading. Only those with great opportunities and great perseverance could break through. Moreover, one would have to experience 9 deaths in one's life to break through the limit and completely sublimate. However, as long as one entered the 3 levels of heaven treading, it was said that one would have battle strength comparable to a saint realm expert. Even if one wasn't a saint, one would be able to surpass one. Breaking through to the saint realm from the 3 levels of heaven treading was the immortal saint realm, invincible within the same realm. Therefore, many of those ancient prodigies were the main characters of an era. They were naturally unwilling to prove their Tao as 9th revolution half-step saints. They all sought the most perfect Tao by breaking through the barrier of life and death, challenging the limit, and proving their Tao in the most perfect state. Therefore, most of them were peerless geniuses at the 3 levels of heaven treading. Facing a 9th revolution half-step saint realm expert was like a saint realm expert who could be suppressed with a flip of the hand. Martial granduncle is right. So what if we're at the 3 levels of heaven treading? As long as we find our own Tao, we can also break through the limit and enter the 3 levels of heaven treading. We'll be known as invincible. And Aishang also smiled faintly. Dao Yang and Wu Xiong both nodded seriously, their eyes filled with anticipation. The 3 of them were the holy sons and holy daughters of the War God Temple, the strongest among the hundreds of thousands of disciples. They naturally had their own pride and didn't think that they were weaker than those ancient prodigies. A true expert didn't give up when facing someone stronger and even surpassed them in the end. They were all true experts. Very good. As long as you have the heart to fight, you won't be far from the 3 levels of heaven treading. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. As his understanding of heaven and earth deepened, he increasingly felt the profoundness and importance of the Tao of the heart. Anyone who could achieve something in the Tao of the heart must be an extremely terrifying expert. On the contrary, no matter how strong one's cultivation was, if one didn't have enough Tao of the heart to support it, they were nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs in Ling Zhao's eyes. Thank you for your teachings, martial granduncle. We'll go back and cultivate in seclusion. When the Heaven's Choice meeting begins, we'll compete with the prodigies of the myriad worlds. And Aishang and the other 2 said seriously. Although Ling Zhao's cultivation was lower than theirs, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Ling Zhao's tone at all. The deeper they knew Ling Xiao, the more they understood how powerful he was. Although they didn't say it explicitly, Ling Xiao was already the little war god of the War God Temple. The disciples of the War God Temple dispersed, and Ling Xiao also returned to War Mountain. The news of Ling Xiao coming out of seclusion and killing Tuo Baiyu and Zi Ning with lightning speed had already spread to War Mountain. The disciples of the War God Temple were in an uproar. With Black Donkey, Fengya, and Hu Zi as the leaders, they originally planned to leave War Mountain to cheer for Ling Xiao, but they didn't expect Ling Xiao to return to War Mountain. All hail Martial Granduncle Long. Long live Martial Granduncle Long. The War God is invincible, the War God is invincible. The disciples of the War God Temple swarmed towards Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with incomparable fanaticism and worship. Their voices were like thunder that shook the clouds and reverberated in all directions. Some of these new disciples of the War God Temple had seen Ling Xiao 10 years ago. Although some hadn't seen Ling Xiao before, they had long heard of his deeds and had become his most fanatical admirers. TSK, kid, you're finally out of seclusion. I didn't see any improvement in your cultivation over the past 10 years. Everyone from the battle hall excitedly rushed towards Ling Xiao. Black Donkey was at the front of the group, walking with his feet splayed outwards as he spoke proudly. In the past 10 years, the most shocking thing was the Black Donkey. It could pass through a nirvana tribulation almost every year. In just 10 years, its cultivation had reached the 7th revolution half-saint realm. Of course, the origin pill that Ling Xiao had given it played a part in this. However, more importantly, the Black Donkey's talent was simply too terrifying. Its rapid growth was as easy as eating or drinking. This was a huge blow to the disciples of the battle hall. At this moment, the Black Donkey saw that Ling Xiao's cultivation was the same as his. It didn't have a breakthrough, so it couldn't help but show off. Although it knew that it couldn't escape from Ling Xiao's evil clutches, it still felt good to be able to ridicule Ling Xiao. You rascal, how did your cultivation increase so quickly? Ling Xiao was shocked to see that the Black Donkey had reached the 7th revolution half-saint realm. Black and white divine light flowed in Ling Xiao's eyes. It contained the mysterious power of reincarnation. It was as though he could see through the Black Donkey's physical body. He saw that the Black Donkey's meridians were like dragons. Its flesh and blood exuded a powerful dragon's aura. It was also filled with a mysterious power of space. Its blood seemed to have been activated. It was crystal clear. White and golden light intertwined in the Black Donkey's blood. It looked extremely noble and exuded an inexplicable pressure. This is, the bloodline of the Dragon tribe and the Pegasus tribe has been completely awakened? Ling Zhao's body shook. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The Black Donkey was the white dragon horse. It was a special breed of the Pegasus tribe. It was the descendant of the Pegasus tribe and the Dragon tribe. It possessed the bloodline of both the Dragon tribe and the Pegasus tribe. It was the absolute king of the Pegasus tribe. Although the white dragon horse was powerful, its dragon tribe bloodline hadn't been completely awakened. Therefore, although it had the speed of the Pegasus tribe, its combat strength wasn't strong. 10 years ago, before Ling Xiao went into seclusion, he taught the ancestral dragon's secret skill to the white dragon horse. He only hoped to activate the dragon clan bloodline in the white dragon horse. However, he did not expect the white dragon horse's cultivation to increase so quickly after the bloodline was activated. Ling Xiao could sense that it wouldn't be long before the white dragon horse's cultivation level reached the 9th revolution half-saint realm. This is nothing. It won't be long before I become the first person from the battle hall to become a saint. The black donkey said proudly. A saint-level mount? Not bad, I think highly of you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Black Donkey's face darkened, and he turned his head away. He didn't want to talk to Ling Xiao anymore. Everyone burst into laughter. Disciples of the battle hall, you are the future hope of the battle hall and the war god shrine. I only have one request for you, and that is to be a disciple of the battle hall. You will never regret fighting 100 battles. With me around, you are invincible. Ling Xiao stood in the air, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes were clear as he faced the thousands of disciples of the battle hall. His voice resounded throughout the battle mountain. Disciples of the battle hall. You will never regret fighting 100 battles. With me around, you are invincible. Disciples of the battle hall. You will never regret fighting 100 battles. With me around, you are invincible. Many disciples of the battle hall roared in excitement. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and worship. Battle intent rose from their bodies and soared into the sky like smoke signals. Very good. As the battle hall master, I will give everyone a small gift. I hope that everyone will work hard and climb to the top. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then, a bright light shone from his palm and scattered with the wind. Immediately, balls of light flew out from Ling Xiao's hand and landed in the hands of the disciples of the battle hall. This is 10,000 drops of saint liquid. Thank you, Hall Master. Thank you, Hall Master. Long live the Hall Master. When the disciples of the battle hall saw the balls of light in their hands, they couldn't help but gasp. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Within each ball of light, there were tens of thousands of drops of crystal clear saint liquid, which contained an incomparably vast amount of energy. Over 10,000 drops of saint liquid was a huge fortune to the disciples of the battle hall who were only divine kings. They never thought that Ling Xiao would be so generous as to take out 10 million drops of saint liquid without even blinking. Everyone, go back and cultivate. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Although the saint liquid was precious, Ling Xiao didn't care about it at all. The saint liquid could no longer increase his cultivation. Only origin pills could increase his cultivation. These 10 million drops of saint liquid were the spoils of war that Ling Xiao obtained after killing Tuobayu and Zining. There were tens of millions of drops of saint liquid and over 10,000 origin pills. Ling Xiao planned to give these drops of saint liquid to Fengya and the others to cultivate. He would keep the origin pills to increase his cultivation. The disciples of the battle hall bowed towards Ling Xiao before dispersing. Uncle Master Long, everyone has a gift. Don't tell me we don't have one? Wang Lin, Min Ro, and the others all smiled. They had all come to the Battle God Hall with Ling Xiao from Aries College. They were extremely close, so they naturally spoke much more casually. Of course. I prepared your gifts as well. Each of you will get one of these saint treasures. Choose for yourselves. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. With a wave of his sleeve, over a dozen dazzling weapons appeared. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and tridents. They all radiated with powerful saint might. They were all flawless saint treasures. So many saint treasures? Fengya, Tainyo, and the others were shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock. Although most of these flawless holy treasures were only low-grade holy treasures, they were still precious. Holy treasures were extremely precious. It was difficult for even a high-level half-saint to get one, but Ling Xiao took out more than a dozen of them in one go. You're welcome. Choose for yourselves. These are the treasures of powerful enemies that I've killed. They're useless to me. They can be used as defensive weapons for you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His current physical body was incomparably strong, and he could even fight against a flawless sacred treasure. Moreover, he had supreme sacred treasures like the Heaven-Flipping Seal and the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet in his hands. Ordinary sacred treasures were useless against him. However, these saint treasures could increase Xianxia and the others' combat power by a large margin. Thank you, Uncle Master Long. We won't stand on ceremony then. Xianxia, Wang Lin, and the others said with a smile. Then, they began to choose the saint treasures that they liked. After the disciples of Battle Hall had left, Ling Xiao and the others came to the top of the mountain. They sat on the ground and began to talk freely. On the top of the mountain, an ancient pine tree stood proudly. The mountain breeze blew and the clouds drifted. It looked very peaceful. Now that there are no outsiders here, you don't have to call me Martial Granduncle. Just call me by my name. By the way, where did the 3 senior brothers go? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Brother Ling Xiao, many things have happened in the divine world during the 10 years you were in seclusion. Various treasures have appeared in many ancient forbidden lands. This time, the lightning blood sacred tree in the western Thunder Lake bore fruit. The lightning blood sacred fruit can refine the body. It's very beneficial for the disciples of Battle Hall to cultivate the indestructible saint technique. Therefore, the 3 elders went to the western Thunder Lake. Xianxia said with a smile. She was wearing a snow-white robe. Her face was extremely beautiful. She looked calm and gentle. Her beautiful eyes were full of hope. She smiled sweetly and her eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. She looked very beautiful. After 10 years, her cultivation had reached the 5th revolution half-saint realm. Her cultivation speed was extremely fast. However, she was still the same as before. Her eyes were clear and filled with admiration for Ling Xiao. The white dragon horse was too monstrous. It was because Ling Xiao had taught it the ancestral dragon secret technique that allowed its dragon bloodline and heavenly horse bloodline to completely merge. That was why its cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Other than the white dragon horse, Xianxia's cultivation had increased the fastest in the entire Battle Hall. When Ling Xiao and the 3 elders were not around, she had become the great senior sister of Battle Hall. As for the others, although Bai Susu, Tainyo, Wang Lin, Min Ro, and Zhou Daoji's cultivation had increased quickly, they were only 2nd revolution or 3rd revolution half-saint realm. They went to the Western Thunder Lake? Although the Western Thunder Lock is a forbidden area that is filled with endless lightning all year round, and anyone below the Saint Realm who enters it is almost certain to die, it is the territory of the 9 Imperial Gates. The 9 Imperial Gates are very ambitious. I hope nothing bad will happen to the 3 senior brothers. Ling Xiao said slowly. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. Although Lu Wenjing, the Void Pierce stage, and Chonghe had received Ling Zhao's eternal creation pill and their Dao injuries were healed and their cultivation bases were restored to the peak of the Saint Realm in one fell swoop, Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little worried when he thought of the conflict with the 9 Imperial Gates. The Western Thunder Lock was located in the far west of the Shangqing Heavenly Domain. It was an ancient forbidden land. Ling Xiao had heard of it before. Some said that the Western Thunder Lock was the place where the Thunder Monarch passed away. Others said that the Western Thunder Lock was formed because of a lightning treasure. There were many treasures in the Western Thunder Lock, but not many experts below the Sage Realm dared to enter the Western Thunder Lock. Many sages who cultivated the Way of Thunder would go there to cultivate. As for the Lightning Blood Sacred Tree, Ling Xiao had heard of it before. It was an ancient spiritual root, and the lightning blood sacred fruit it bore was indeed a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It could be used to refine one's physical body, and it could be used to refine supreme pills. It was extremely beneficial even to a sage. Don't worry, brother Ling Xiao. The 3 elders are very powerful. If they work together, they can even fight against a supreme sage. Although they are fighting for the thunder blood fruit, I don't think they will be in too much danger. Xianxia said with a smile. That's right. Kid, although the 3 elders have suffered from their Dao injuries for hundreds of thousands of years, this is a blessing in disguise. After their cultivation recovered, they have established a supreme Dao foundation. They are not far from the supreme sage realm. Black Donkey said with a smile. Looking at the time, the three elders should be back soon. Brother Ling Xiao, the god of war has conferred you the title of Little God of War. Although the ceremony has not been officially held, your name has spread throughout the god realm. If it wasn't for that despicable emperor, no one would be as famous as you. Tainyo said honestly. His eyes were filled with admiration. Emperor? Saying that he has the bloodline of the celestial emperor is just his side of the story. Who has proof? I think this emperor is just a claptrap. If Ling Xiao can suppress his Dao body today, I can suppress his real body in the future. Min Ro and Wang Lin said with a cold smile. The Nishang Saintess was usually very prestigious in the God of War temple. She was the idol of many female disciples. Wang Lin and Min Ro were no exception. However, today, the emperor said that he wanted to make the Nishang Saintess his follower. This made them very unhappy with the emperor. The emperor's strength cannot be underestimated. Whether he is the son of the celestial emperor or not, he is a very terrifying opponent. His strength should have advanced to the third level of heaven treading long ago. He awakened in this life just to fight for the opportunity of the Heaven's Choice Convention. Ling Xiao said slowly. There was a trace of sharpness in his eyes. For some reason, the moment Ling Xiao and Zhou Panlong met the emperor, Ling Xiao had a faint feeling that this emperor would be his greatest enemy. The Heaven's Choice Convention? The God realm has been undergoing various changes in the past 10 years. Many people have guessed that the great tribulation of the epoch is coming. The Heaven's Choice Convention is about to begin. However, until now, there have been no signs. Bai Susu said suddenly. There was a strange look in her eyes. The words Heaven's Choice Convention seemed to have some kind of magical power. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. The Heaven's Choice Convention was the #1 event in the universe. Legend said that it contained the ultimate mystery of becoming an emperor. Anyone who could obtain the title of Heaven's Choice Child would definitely be able to prove their Tao and become an emperor in the future. There were countless opportunities and treasures in the Heaven's Choice Convention. Since ancient times, there were many legends that said that after entering the Heaven's Choice Convention, one's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, becoming a supreme expert of a generation. Therefore, there was no one who didn't want to participate in the Heaven's Choice Convention. Even if it contained countless dangers and even the possibility of losing one's life, it still attracted countless geniuses and experts. The Heaven's Choice Convention is said to be held in the ancient land of primal chaos. The ancient land of primal chaos is the origin of all life in the universe and also the end of all life. It carries the will of the universe and is rumored to be the ruler of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, to become the child of heaven is to obtain the approval of the heavenly Tao. However, the ancient land of primal chaos is illusory. No one knows where it is. Only when the Heaven's Choice Convention truly begins will a true passage be formed. Ling Xiao said slowly. He had consulted many ancient books and heard countless secrets from the mouths of many experts. Only then did he form a general understanding of the Heaven's Choice Convention. However, Ling Xiao could faintly feel that the Heaven's Choice Convention was extremely important to him. Only in the Heaven's Choice Convention could he obtain the most complete transformation. On top of the mountain, Ling Xiao, Black Donkey, Fengya, and the rest conversed, imagining the various possibilities of the future, especially the Chosen One and the apocalypse of the era. Such events that could engulf the entire universe made them feel extremely pressured, but they also felt that there were endless possibilities. Night fell. The stars in the sky were dazzling, and the vast galaxy was dazzling. A round moon hung high in the sky, clear and flawless, spilling its cold radiance. Ling Xiao and the rest set up a bonfire on top of the mountain, grilling the meat of the monsters until it was crystal clear, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The aroma assailed their nostrils. Various spiritual fruits and delicacies were taken out, along with various precious wines. Ling Xiao hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. He didn't try to dissolve the effects of the alcohol. Instead, he allowed the drunkenness to spread throughout his body. In his drunken haze, he looked at the full moon in the sky and vaguely saw a beautiful figure. It was Xianxia. Xianxia, I wonder if you're doing well now. Ling Xiao could not help feeling a pang in his heart as he murmured to himself. The most painful thing in the world was not standing in front of you but not knowing that you loved me. It was when we were deeply in love but you had already forgotten who I was. Ling Xiao knew that Jin Sei was in the Taishan Daoist palace now, but every time he thought of Jin Sei's unfamiliar gaze, his heart ached so much that he could not breathe. Brother Ling Xiao, Brother Ling Xiao. Vaguely, Ling Xiao seemed to hear a distant voice calling out to him, but he could not hear it clearly. Ling Xiaozui's eyes were hazy, but he seemed to see a silhouette in white in front of him. She was extremely beautiful, and her clear eyes were filled with smiles. Her eyes were shaped like crescent moons, very beautiful. It was Shui Wei, a name that Ling Xiao had almost forgotten. Ling Xiao's heart trembled. Since coming to the realm of gods and being separated from Shui Wei, Ling Xiao had not received any news of Shui Wei. It was as if she had completely disappeared. However, Ling Xiao suddenly realized that Shui Wei had always been in the deepest part of his heart. He had never forgotten her. Deep guilt surged in his heart. For some reason, Ling Xiao suddenly wanted to cry. His emotions were complicated, and his shadow was elongated under the moonlight, looking extremely lonely. Ling Xiao was drunk. He forgot everything and was completely drunk. Lying under the moonlight, listening to the sound of the wind in his ears, he slowly fell asleep. However, he didn't know who had entered his dream. The corners of his mouth curled up into a childlike smile. On the second day, the sun jumped out from the sea of clouds, sprinkling down endless rays of light. Ling Xiao woke up from his deep slumber, feeling refreshed. He sat cross-legged on top of the mountain, bathed in the radiant morning glow, and breathed in the essence of heaven and earth. A strand of innate purple qi from the morning sun was absorbed into his stomach, causing thunderous sounds to erupt from his body. His blood and qi surged like a gushing river. Ling Zhao's condition was unprecedentedly good. He felt as if his state of mind had undergone some kind of transformation. His cultivation had unknowingly reached the peak of the 7th revolution half-step saint realm. He could cross the 8th nirvana tribulation at any time. The 3 senior martial brothers are back? Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. 2 streaks of light flickered, causing the void to tremble slightly. Lu Bai had just transmitted a message to him, telling him that Lu Wenjing and the other 2 had returned from the Thunder Lake in the west. However, they seemed to have suffered some injuries and were currently in the Battle Sky Saint realm. I'd like to see who dared to hurt my 3 senior martial brothers. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brilliantly. His entire being exuded a sense of majesty. He took a step forward, and the void around him flickered. Chaotic mist spread out as he walked towards the depths of the Sea of Clouds, entering the Battle Sky Saint realm. Ling Xiao was now the minor god of war of the War God Temple, and he had obtained the complete Battle Sky secret skill. Naturally, he had the authority to enter and exit the Battle Sky Saint realm as he wished. In the Battle Sky Saint realm, he saw Lu Bai, Lu Wenjing, and the other 2. The complexions of Lu Wenjing, Chong He, and Chong Su were somewhat pale. Their white robes were stained with blood. Their auras were also somewhat chaotic. Their entire bodies were emitting a kind of monstrous baleful aura. It was as if they had killed their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. My 3 senior martial brothers, who injured you like this? Ling Zhao's eyes turned cold, and the aura around him became bone-chilling. Junior martial brother, you've finally come out. Ha ha ha. Looks like our trip wasn't in vain. Here are 3 Thunderblood sacred fruits, enough for your indestructible saint technique to reach the next level and condense an immortal body. Lu Wenjing laughed heartily when he saw Ling Xiao. Then, he handed over a jade box to Ling Xiao. There were 3 purple fruits in the jade box. They were the size of a fist. They were enshrouded in beautiful thunderbolts. There were blood-red patterns on the surface of the fruits. They looked like the blood vessels in the human body. They looked extremely mysterious. These were the Thunderblood sacred fruits, the biggest harvest of Lu Wenjing's group. Ling Xiao could even feel the majestic energy contained within the fruits. This was the purest force of the Tao of Thunder and the essence of life. It was slightly beating like a heart. Senior martial brothers, you went to snatch the Thunderblood sacred fruits for me? Ling Xiao said slowly. He couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. The Thunderblood sacred fruits were rare treasures of heaven and earth. Even for saints, they were treasures that could only be chanced upon by luck. However, Lu Wenjing's group had gone deep into the Western Thunder Lake for Ling Xiao, and even suffered serious injuries. Junior Martial Brother, these Thunderblood sacred fruits are extremely important to you. You have already cultivated the indestructible saint technique to the level of the leakless true body. With the Thunderblood sacred fruits, you might be able to condense an immortal body. At that time, your physical body and life force will be extremely strong, and you will be able to be reborn from a single drop of blood. We will be relieved. The Void Pierce stage expert coughed violently a few times, and his face flushed red. However, he still smiled and said, "That's right. These Thunderblood sacred fruits have accumulated the energy of the Western Thunder Lake for millions of years. Damn it. This time, the Thunderblood sacred tree only bore 9 Thunderblood sacred fruits. In the end, 6 of them were snatched away by the 9 Layers Imperial Obelisk and the 5 Elements Saint Sect. Otherwise, Junior Martial Brother would definitely be able to break through with 9 Thunderblood sacred fruits." Chonghe cursed and said unhappily. "Senior Martial Brothers, were the people from the 9 Layers Imperial Obelisk and the 5 Elements Saint Sect the ones who injured you?" Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as he took a deep breath and said, "It's that old bastard Huang Tai. Hee, I didn't expect that old bastard to be so lucky as to break through to the Great Saint Realm. Moreover, he even brought the projection of the 9 Layers Thunder Blade to ambush us." It turned out that Lu Wenjing, Chonghe, and Chong Su had found out about the Lightning Blood sacred tree in the Western Thunder Lake from the ancient books. They had headed to the Western Thunder Lake to harvest the ripe Lightning Blood sacred fruit. However, when the Lightning Blood sacred fruit had ripened, it had caused the experts of the 9 Imperial Gates and the 5 Elements Saint Sect to come to the Western Thunder Lake to fight for the Lightning Blood sacred fruit. Although Lu Wenjing and the other 2 were strong, Huang Tai had launched a sneak attack on them. Moreover, he had brought along a projection of the Apex Monarch weapon, the 9-fold Imperial Obelisk. Lu Wenjing and the other 2 were severely injured. They had to fight their way out in order to escape. The 9-layered lightning blade is said to be the Lightning Emperor's Extreme Emperor weapon. It has now become the supreme treasure of the 9 Imperial Gates. I don't know what kind of fortune that old bastard Huang Tai obtained, but he actually took the final step. But, we'll remember this enmity. Sooner or later, we'll make him pay with blood." Chong Su sneered coldly. "Huang Tai? He really deserves to die." Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was completely enraged. More than 10 years ago, Huang Tai had come to the War God Shrine and questioned him with the might of a saint. He had even used the Saint Dao Heart Inquisition to pursue the matter of Ling Xiao killing Huang Wuji. In the end, he had fought with Ling Xiao but did not gain any advantage. This time, Lu Wenjing and the other 2 had almost died in Huang Tai's hands. Ling Zhao's killing intent towards Huang Tai had risen to the extreme. "Junior brother, Huang Tai is nothing to be afraid of. He will die sooner or later. You don't have to worry about him for now. The Heaven's Choice Conference is about to begin. I heard that you killed Tuobayu and Zining, offending the Emperor. I'm afraid the Emperor and the 9 Imperial Gates will not let you go. During this time, you should stay in the sect and cultivate properly to prepare for the Heavenly Selection meeting." Lu Wenjing said slowly. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would seek revenge on Huang Tai and fall into the 9 Imperial Gates trap. After all, the Emperor and the 9 Imperial Gates hated Ling Xiao to the core. They probably wanted Ling Xiao to leave the War God Shrine so that they could take action against Ling Xiao. Although Lu Wenjing knew that Ling Zhao's combat strength was extraordinary and that he had a supreme treasure like the overturning sky seal to protect himself, he could at most fight with a sage. The strength of a great sage was incomparably terrifying. It was far from being comparable to a sage. "Senior brothers, don't worry. I won't act rashly." Ling Xiao understood Lu Wenjing and the other 2's worries and concerns. Lu Bai looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Junior Martial Uncle, I didn't think that you would be able to fully comprehend the Heaven Battling Secret Technique in just a short 10 years. With the Heaven Battling Secret Technique protecting you and your exceptional perception, even if you participate in the Heaven's Choice Convention, we can rest assured. When Ling Xiao killed Tuoba Yu and Zining, he used the Battle Heaven skill to summon the Supreme Sky-Flipping Seal and the Yen Emperor Cauldron. Lu Bai saw it too and was amazed by Ling Xiao's comprehension ability. Lord War God, you flatter me. However, if even the 12th ranked Battle Heavenly Merit is so terrifying, I really don't know how powerful the top 11 Heavenly Merit arts are. Ling Xiao said with some emotion. After comprehending the Heaven Battling Secret Technique, Ling Xiao finally understood why the first 12 Heavenly Merit Arts were called the 12 Heavenly Merit Arts among the 108 Heavenly Merit Arts in the Wordless Heavenly Book. Not only did the 12 Heavenly Merit Arts contain the Heavenly Tao, but they were also unparalleled killing techniques. They were extremely powerful and could be used as the foundation to prove one's Tao. Ling Xiao could feel that if he could prove his Tao and become a martial sage with the Heaven Battling Secret Technique, his combat strength would definitely surpass that of an ordinary martial sage. The foundation of the 12 Immortal Sacred Grounds is the 12 Heavenly Merit Arts. The 12 Heavenly Merit Arts contain the creation of the heavens and the Heavenly Tao. You may not be able to reach the peak even if you spend your entire life trying. Speaking of which, the 12 Heavenly Merit Arts each have their own merits. If you cultivate them to the peak, it is said that you can become a great emperor. Take your time to comprehend them and you will naturally discover their mysteries. Lu Bai said slowly as his eyes shone with divine light. As the war god of the War God Temple, he naturally used the Heaven Battling Secret Technique to prove his Tao. He had a deep understanding of the Heaven Battling Secret Technique. I understand. Ling Xiao said with a nod. Little Uncle Master, we called you here this time because the 3 Uncle Masters have discovered a forbidden area. It is very likely that it leads to the chaotic ancient land. Lu Bai and Lu Wenjing looked at each other and then said seriously to Ling Xiao. The chaotic ancient land? Which forbidden area is it? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and his heart couldn't help but tremble. The chaotic ancient land was the origin of all worlds and the location of the Heaven's Choice Convention. It was usually untraceable and even martial sages didn't know where it was. It would only appear when the Heaven's Choice Convention began. When the Heaven's Choice Convention began, passages to the chaotic ancient land would appear in all worlds. At that time, billions of Heaven's Prides would enter the chaotic ancient land to compete. It would be the first grand event since ancient times. Therefore, whoever discovered the chaotic ancient land first would naturally have the upper hand. Little junior brother, we are also hesitating whether we should tell you. After all, the Heaven's Choice Convention has not begun yet. Although the chaotic ancient land has appeared, it will be very dangerous if you go there now. There was a trace of hesitation in Lu Wenjing's eyes. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Senior brother, we are cultivators, and we defy the heavens. Why would we be afraid of danger? Moreover, if we want to obtain opportunities, we naturally have to take a little risk. If I can enter the chaotic ancient land first, I will naturally have the upper hand. Little Uncle Masters, am I right? Little Uncle Master will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Lu Bai smiled at Lu Wenjing and the other two. Lu Wenjing and the other two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Although they had already expected Ling Xiao's attitude, they still had some hesitation in their hearts. Little junior brother, we heard the news by accident and went to investigate. We found that the universe is filled with chaotic qi, and strange lights are rising for billions of miles. There is also a primordial Taoist rhyme. I'm afraid there is a passage to the ancient land of chaos. Lu Wenjing said seriously. The universe? The universe of the Daluo territory? Ling Xiao's heart trembled, and he immediately believed it. The universe was an ancient forbidden land, and it was filled with a mysterious power of law. There were many broken stars and small worlds, and they gathered to form the mysterious heavenly river, which surged endlessly. Legend had it that the universe led to the heavens and realms. There were also legends that said that the universe was the beginning of chaos. However, the true secrets of the universe had never been revealed. The universe was located in the Daluo territory, and it was far more dangerous than the Great Swamp of the West. Even saints could die if they entered it, and it was known as one of the most dangerous forbidden lands in the divine realm. That's right. It's the heavenly river of the Daluo territory. The heavenly river is known as the origin of all worlds. It's extremely mysterious and contains countless broken stars and small worlds from the ancient war. There are also countless ancient killing arrays and cracks in the void. Murderous intent is everywhere. However, during this period of time, an immeasurable amount of chaotic aura has emerged and divine light pierced through the 9 heavens. Combined with the ancient books, I'm afraid that the passage to the ancient land of chaos will appear in the heavenly river. Lu Wenjing nodded and said. Although the heavenly river is very dangerous and uninhabited, the vision is too strong. I'm afraid that other than us, others have seen it. Chongsu said slowly. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and he said, Senior brothers, as far as I know, although the heavenly river is dangerous, the heavenly law is extremely chaotic. It's extremely dangerous for a sage expert. However, it's safer for a half-step sage expert, right? It seems that I should really go and check it out. That's right. In the heavenly river, the survival rate of a half-step sage is indeed higher than that of a sage. Therefore, we only checked the periphery and didn't go deep. However, if you go, in addition to facing all kinds of dangers in the heavenly river, you'll also have to face the experts of other sections. You must be careful. Chonghe warned. Lu Bai's eyes moved and he said slowly, Junior Marshal Uncle, there's one more thing you need to pay attention to. I heard that although the heavenly river is an ancient forbidden land, there are powerful ancient clans living in seclusion. If you encounter an ancient clan member, you must be even more careful. Ancient clan? I understand. Ling Xiao nodded with a strange look in his eyes. He had also heard rumors about the ancient race. Many of the powerful races from ancient times or even countless eras ago were no longer the main characters of the world, but they still lived in seclusion in forbidden lands, waiting for the day when the world would undergo a great change and the era would restart. Then, they would compete for the title of Era Lord again. The heavenly river was vast and boundless, and it was one of the most mysterious forbidden lands in the divine realm. It was very likely that there were ancient clans living in seclusion there. Next, Lu Bai, Lu Wenjing, and Chonghe explained some things to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately decided to go to the heavenly river. If there was really a passage to the ancient land of chaos in the heavenly river, the earlier he went, the earlier he could gain the upper hand and gather information for the War God Temple. In the entire War God Temple, only Ling Xiao could shoulder this heavy responsibility. Do you need any help on this trip? Lu Bai asked. His original intention was for Ling Xiao to be alone. Perhaps he could get Anai Sheng, Wu Xiong, Gao Yang, and the others to follow Ling Xiao. No need, I can do it alone. Ling Xiao shook his head. The more people there were, the bigger the target. At that time it would be even more dangerous. If Ling Xiao acted alone, even if he was no match for the enemy, he would still be able to escape unscathed. Lu Bai understood what Ling Xiao meant and did not force him. If that's the case, I'll use the supreme power of the Heaven Battling Seal to send you to the heavenly river. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on. Be careful. Lu Bai said solemnly. I will. Ling Xiao nodded and said. This time, Ling Xiao was prepared to bring the white dragon horse with him to the universe. The white dragon horse had awakened the bloodline of the dragon tribe and the Pegasus. Not only was its combat strength unparalleled, but it could also travel through the void with extreme speed. Even an ordinary sage might not be able to catch up with the white dragon horse. Go to the Milky Way? Ha ha ha. Great. Let us be the first to reach the chaotic ancient land. When the time comes, we'll sweep across the universe. I'll also become the chosen one, the #1 emperor of all time. After hearing Ling Zhao's words, the white dragon horse's eyes lit up. It agreed without hesitation. This fellow had an adventurous spirit in its bones. When it heard that the Milky Way was filled with danger, the blood in its body was about to boil. It could not wait to head to the Milky Way. I can bring you there, but you have to listen to my orders. Otherwise, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Ling Xiao glared at the white dragon horse and warned. He knew that this fellow was a little unreliable. He had to warn it in advance so that it would restrain itself. Otherwise, the white dragon horse might cause trouble. No problem. You're the boss. You have the final say. The white dragon horse agreed without hesitation. Nay, the white dragon horse's body flashed. The divine light was unparalleled. Auspicious vapors rose from it. In an instant, it transformed from a black donkey into a white dragon horse. It looked very majestic. The snow-white fur on its body was crystal clear. There was not a trace of impurities. Its 4 limbs were strong and powerful. Clouds rose from under its hooves. Its head was held high, and it had an unruly temperament. Its pair of eyes were extremely lively, rolling around in circles. It seemed to be very pleased with itself, showing off a mouthful of white teeth as it ran around in a circle in the void. It was like a bolt of white lightning. Its speed was extremely fast. Its shadow seemed to be hidden in the void. It was impossible to see it with the naked eye. This fellow's speed is indeed abnormal. Ling Xiao praised in his heart. He might be able to catch up to the white dragon horse's speed if he used the secret teleportation skill. However, using the secret teleportation skill consumed a lot of energy. He could not last as long as the white dragon horse. Let's go. Ling Xiao leaped onto the white dragon horse's back. The white dragon horse snorted unhappily and rolled its eyes. It wondered if it should throw Ling Xiao off its back, but in the end, it did not have the guts to do so. It obediently ran forward. In the heaven battling sage realm, Ling Xiao rode the white dragon horse and stood in a dazzling light. Mysterious symbols intertwined around him. The void was trembling slightly. It was as if a supreme power was about to awaken. Young martial uncle, the dragon horse is the mount of the great ancient emperor. I did not expect you to have such an opportunity. With the dragon horse as your mount, we can rest assured. Get ready. I am going to activate the power of the heaven battling seal. Lu Bai exclaimed in admiration when he saw the white dragon horse. The dragon horse was a sacred beast. According to legend, it was the mount of the great ancient emperor. It had the highest bloodline in the Pegasus race. It was the king of the Pegasus race. Many people yearned for it. It was too rare. The dragon horse's extreme speed was rare. If it could communicate with its master, it could unleash several times its combat strength. It was one of the strongest mounts in the ancient times. Young martial brother, take care. Lu Wenjing and the other 2 said seriously. Lord Battle God, senior martial brothers, don't worry. I am leaving. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. Rumble, the void trembled violently. Blazing divine light gushed out. The void above Ling Xiao's head distorted. A mysterious ancient seal appeared vaguely. It was intertwined with Tao and truth. It was surrounded by divine chains of order. Under the majestic emperor's aura, everything was like an ant. This was the war god temple's emperor weapon, the heaven battling seal. Ling Xiao stared at the heaven battling seal. This was the first time he saw the heaven battling seal at such a close distance. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt that the heaven battling seal's aura was very similar to the sky flipping seal. Gotcha, however, Ling Xiao did not have time to observe it. The heaven battling seal instantly wrapped around him and the white dragon horse and pierced through the void. It was as if they had pierced through endless time and space. They instantly disappeared from the heaven battling sacred realm. In the center of the Daluo territory, there was a vast and mysterious region. The dazzling Milky Way traversed hundreds of millions of miles of the void. It was dazzling and enshrouded in a mysterious and vast power of law, as if it was a world of its own. There were countless broken stars floating in the Milky Way. They looked ancient and mysterious, releasing mysterious light. There were strange symbols rising, as if they had completely become part of the great Tao Law. There were also many broken small worlds, emitting strong spatial fluctuations. There were silent fragments of the void passing by, swallowing the broken stars and floating mountains in front of them. It was chilling. This was one of the most mysterious forbidden areas in the divine world, the Milky Way of the universe. Buzz, a dazzling light bloomed, and the void seemed to shatter. A figure instantly appeared in the periphery of the Milky Way of the universe. It was a man and a horse. They were bathed in divine light, and their auras were extremely powerful. It was Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse. Lu Bai used the supreme divine power of the heaven battling seal to penetrate the layers of void and sent them from the war god temple to the periphery of the Milky Way of the universe. Is this the Milky Way of the universe? It's indeed magnificent and extraordinary. Ling Xiao looked at the Milky Way of the universe in front of him with a trace of amazement in his eyes. Looking from afar, the Milky Way of the universe was shrouded in endless divine light. The chaotic mist rose, and the auspicious air pervaded the air. It was as if it was the birthplace of the gods. The atmosphere was magnificent and vast. It was Ling Zhao's first time in the Milky Way of the universe. The magnificent scene in front of him was like a mythical world at the beginning of the world. It was incomparably mysterious. The chaotic aura rises here, and the scene is astonishing. Even if there is no passage to the chaotic ancient land, there must be treasures of heaven and earth. The white dragon horse's eyes shone, and it was eager to try. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. The end of an epoch is a time of destruction, but also a time of rebirth. Countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures will appear, and even the caves of ancient emperors will appear to select their successors. This is an era of great competition, and also the most glorious age. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in and get some origin source sacred elixirs so that we can break through to the peak of the sage-to-be." The white dragon horse laughed and said. Hiss, the white dragon horse neighed and emitted a milky white light. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the void and shot into the Milky Way. Ling Xiao sat on the white dragon horse's back with a faint smile on his face. He did not stop it and allowed it to gallop freely. Crack, as soon as he entered the Milky Way, Ling Xiao felt a great power enveloping him. Chaotic qi permeated the surroundings, and the void trembled. It was as if the laws of the world had become extremely unfamiliar. A black void crack appeared in front of the white dragon horse in an instant, as if it wanted to swallow it whole. "You want to harm your grandfather with a mere void crack? How arrogant." The white dragon horse laughed proudly. Its body turned at an incredible angle, as if it was cut off. It dodged the attack directly, and its speed did not decrease. It continued to fly forward. Crack, boom, the area where the white dragon horse was at seemed to be an ocean of void cracks. After the void crack appeared, the void began to crack like a spider web. The void crack spread towards the white dragon horse at an extremely fast speed, and wanted to swallow it completely. Ow! The white dragon horse gave a strange cry. Its speed became faster, as if it had turned into a shadow that could not be captured by the naked eye. It flew into the depths of the Milky Way. The white dragon horse stepped on the vault of heaven and galloped in the Milky Way as if it was dancing on the tip of a knife. Even the void cracks could not catch up with the white dragon horse's speed. Ling Xiao sat on the white dragon horse's back. The wind whistled around him, and the scenery became blurred. He could only feel that there were stars around him that were flying past rapidly. You want to catch up with your grandfather? Dream on. The white dragon horse shouted proudly as it galloped. Its face was full of pride, and it looked like it was asking for a beating. Whoosh, suddenly, a black shadow flashed by and turned into an extremely thick tentacle. It was like a black python that wrapped around Ling Xiao and Zhao Riqian. "Who is it? Who sneaked up on your grandfather?" The white dragon horse let out a loud cry. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. In an instant, he saw on a broken star beside him, there was a black ancient tree that was 10,000 feet tall. It was emitting an extremely demonic aura. Its branches and leaves were like huge tentacles that covered the sky. It wrapped around Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse tightly, and then sent them towards the black ancient tree. Ling Xiao could even see that there was a huge demonic face on the black ancient tree. It had a ferocious mouth, and a strong fishy smell assaulted his nostrils. It wanted to swallow Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse whole. "What kind of demonic tree is this? Damn be **starred. The white dragon horse shouted. Its eyes were filled with grief and indignation. It was still showing off earlier, moving freely in the universe as if there was no danger that could harm it. However, it did not expect that in the blink of an eye, its joy turned into sorrow. This demonic tree that came out of nowhere had sneakily ambushed him and Ling Xiao, and even wanted to devour them. Rumble, the white dragon horse's body was blazing with divine light. It struggled violently, and an unparalleled divine power burst out, wanting to break all the tentacles. However, it did not expect the tentacles to be so tough that they were not weaker than ordinary lower-grade holy treasures. It was as if they were made of gold and iron. They were extremely sturdy and stubborn. The white dragon horse could not destroy these tentacles in a short time. This is the devouring demonic tree? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with divine light. He immediately recognized the origin of the ancient tree in front of him. The devouring demonic tree was also considered an ancient spiritual root. It was extremely evil and could devour all living things that came close to it, absorbing all vitality. The place where the devouring demonic tree was located was barren, and not a single blade of grass grew. The devouring demonic tree in front of him had cultivated to an extremely powerful realm. It had devoured all the vitality and energy of the broken star. It had even evolved into extremely sturdy tentacles that could capture living things and experts for it to break through. Rumble, the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a strange smile. In an instant, the golden qi and blood around him rose, turning into blazing golden flames that burned fiercely. Although the tentacles that wrapped around him were extremely sturdy, they seemed to be extremely afraid of the flames on Ling Xiao's body. They actually emitted a wave of fear. In an instant, they gave up entangling Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse and withdrew. Want to leave? It's not that easy. You'd better hand over your devouring demonic seed. The sky-devouring demon tree nurtured the sky-devouring demonic seed, which contained tremendous devouring origin. It was extremely precious. Ling Xiao's sky-devouring secret technique had already reached the great achievement of the sky-devouring divine sea. Next, he would touch upon the way of devouring. He needed to completely comprehend the origin of devouring before he could break through again. The sky-devouring demonic seed was very important to Ling Xiao. If he could absorb the origin of devouring, he might be able to break through again. Boom, the scorching fist mark was like a resplendent sun that rose up. It radiated with endless light and heat. It was extremely powerful. Roar, as if it sensed the great threat from Ling Xiao, the sky-devouring demon tree actually erupted with an extremely terrifying mental storm. It directly charged towards Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. The sound was extremely sharp, as if it could shatter the soul to pieces. At the same time, huge tree branches covered the sky and formed a huge shield in front of the sky-devouring demonic tree. That terrifying mental energy fluctuation caused Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness to tremble, and his primordial spirit felt a little pain. However, his primordial spirit was incomparably powerful, and with the wordless heavenly book's protection, the discomfort disappeared instantly. Ling Xiao's fist mark landed on the sky-devouring demon tree loudly. Crack, the terrifying fist mark possessed the power to destroy everything. The branches of the sky-devouring demon tree trembled violently. In the end, they actually exploded into pieces. Countless branches exploded. Ling Xiao's punch pierced through all the obstacles before landing heavily on the sky-devouring demon tree. Boom, the sky-devouring demon tree trembled violently, but a mysterious devouring power appeared from its trunk, nullifying the power of Ling Xiao's fist mark. However, the punch was enough to scare the sky-devouring demon tree out of its wits. Swish, the sky-devouring demon tree immediately pulled itself out of the damaged star. Its roots were like human feet. It began to flee like a black whirlwind. It was extremely fast. Oh no, oh no! Someone wants to kill the tree. The sky-devouring demon tree shrieked like a pig being slaughtered as it fled. Ling Xiao could not help but be stunned when he saw how strange the sky-devouring demon tree was. Ling Xiao, go after it. We can't let this damned bastard go. Go kill it. The white dragon horse shouted as if it wanted to see the world in chaos. It really is the sky-devouring demonic tree. It has the sky-devouring demonic seed in its body. Chase it. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he leaped onto the back of the white dragon horse. Heaven-devouring demonic seed? Don't run, get your ass back here. The white dragon horse shivered when it heard the word sky-devouring demonic seed. As if it had been injected with chicken blood, it immediately chased after the sky-devouring demonic tree. The heaven-devouring demonic seed was extremely mysterious. Not only could it help Ling Xiao achieve a breakthrough in his heaven-devouring secret skill, but if the white dragon horse could refine it, it would be able to use the heaven-devouring demonic seed as its foundation and refine the blood in its body. At that time, its strength would be even more terrifying. It could be said that the effect of the heaven-devouring demonic seed on the white dragon horse was even stronger than it was on Soaring Cloud. The white dragon horse knew this, so it immediately began to fight for its life. It used the extreme speed of space travel to chase after the sky-devouring demonic tree. The sky-devouring demonic tree ran in front while Ling Xiao chased after it on the white dragon horse. Although the sky-devouring demonic tree's speed was not as fast as the white dragon horse, it was extremely slippery like a loach. Moreover, it was proficient in escape techniques and could escape through various damaged stars. It could even escape into the turbulence of the void. As a result, the white dragon horse could not catch up with it for a while and it neighed furiously. Ling Xiao, quickly think of a way to catch it. If it really escapes into the depths of the universe, it might enter some forbidden area. By then, it will be difficult to catch it. The white dragon horse said to Ling Xiao anxiously. Don't worry, it won't be able to escape. Ling Xiao's eyes had a tinge of wisdom. Blazing sword radiance shot out from his hand and the sky-devouring sword appeared in his palm. Then, he slashed it towards a star in front of him. Rumble, the sky-devouring sword radiance shot out and covered billions of miles. It turned into a gigantic sword aura that covered the sky and split the star in half. As the sword radiance shot out, the void in all directions trembled violently. The star was split open by Ling Xiao and the sky-devouring demonic tree was hiding in it. You. How did you find me? The sky-devouring demonic tree was scared out of its wits. It was shivering all over and its branches and leaves were shaking violently. It was ready to escape at any time. It had secretly hidden in this planet and released a doppelganger to escape. It wanted to confuse Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse, but it did not expect Ling Xiao to see through it in one glance. Don't think about escaping. Look at your surroundings. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, as soon as he said that, the void trembled. The 9 Heaven Dao Primal Chaos tablets emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. They appeared around the sky-devouring demonic tree and a strong sealing force spread out, trapping the sky-devouring demonic tree in the middle. The Heaven Dao Primal Chaos tablets contained unparalleled power. Although their attacking power was not as strong as the Heaven Flipping Seal, the sealed space it formed was extremely strong. It was not something an ordinary person could break. Even the sky-devouring demonic tree could not break it. Feeling the terrifying power of the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos tablets, the sky-devouring demonic tree was in despair. Big brother, master, I was wrong. Can you spare my life? As long as you can spare my life, even if you want me to be your cow or horse, I'm willing. The sky-devouring demonic tree looked at the 9 Heaven Dao Primal Chaos tablets and trembled. Its demonic face was filled with uncertainty. In the end, it knelt down in front of Ling Xiao with a pitiful expression. F***ck, Ling Xiao, isn't this guy too spineless? The legendary sky-devouring demonic tree has unparalleled demonic power. It can devour the sky and the sun. It can even devour a great world. How can it be like this? The white dragon horse opened its eyes wide in disbelief. Hee, big brother, how much can a spineless person be worth? If I don't even have my life, then everything will be over. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to where I am today. If I die like this, how can I devour the sky and the sun? The sky-devouring demonic tree licked its lips as though it wanted to prove its worth. It quickly added, Big brothers, don't worry. I know the situation well. I won't create trouble for you. Moreover, I know some of the secrets in the universe. As long as you spare my life, I'll lead the way for you to find those treasures and ancient caves. Treasures of heaven and earth and ancient cave abodes? That's right. I know that there is a mysterious yellow exquisite ginseng on an ancient star. It has 9 leaves and 9 roots and has been growing for millions of years. It is a supreme origin source sacred medicine. I will bring you there to show my sincerity. What do you think? The devouring demon divine tree said quickly. Mysterious yellow exquisite ginseng? Are you sure? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He was shocked by the mysterious yellow exquisite ginseng. It was a supreme treasure that could be used to refine a 9th grade sacred pill, the mysterious yellow exquisite pill. It was extremely useful to Saint King realm experts. Most importantly, the quintessent Sky-Earth source chi was contained within the Sky-Earth exquisite ginseng. If Ling Xiao was able to devour and refine it, then it would surely allow Ling Zhao's body to improve a step further. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for him to rely on it to overcome the 8th rebirth tribulation. Ling Zhao's accumulation was so strong that it was difficult for him to make further breakthroughs after his cultivation had reached the 7th revolution half-saint realm. He had to use a supreme treasure to guide his body. Perhaps that was the only way for his body to break through to nirvana. I am sure. The mysterious yellow exquisite ginseng is on that ancient star. Follow me and you will know when you see it. The devouring demon divine tree nodded quickly. Great. If you are telling the truth, I will spare your life. If you dare to play any tricks, don't blame me for being rude. Let's go. Ling Xiao said faintly. Swoosh, he waved his sleeve and the 9 heaven path chaotic tablets shone brightly. They turned into a mysterious rune and imprinted itself on the devouring demon divine tree. It sealed half of its cultivation so that it could not escape. The devouring demon divine tree brought Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse to a star in the distance. It was an ancient star that was yellow in color. It was filled with boundless power of yellow. It was thick and ancient. When Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse landed on the ancient star, they could feel that this ancient star had an incomparably vigorous life force. What a strange star. Ling Xiao was surprised. The vitality of the ancient star was unbelievably vigorous. The surrounding ancient stars were mostly broken and had become dead stars. There was no sign of life at all. On this Xianhuang ancient star, there was an ancient mountain range with towering ancient trees. Its aura was extremely powerful and its vitality was extremely vigorous. Ling Xiao began to believe the sky-devouring demonic tree's words. Perhaps only such a blessed place could nurture a treasure like the exquisite golden ginseng. The primordial exquisite yellow ginseng is in this valley. However, there is a powerful beast guarding the valley. The beast is a rare ancient beast called the sky-howl wolf. I am no match for it. The sky-devouring demonic tree smiled bitterly. Sky-howl wolf? Let's go take a look. Ling Zhao's expression was indifferent and calm. He nodded his head and rode the white dragon horse into the valley under the lead of the sky-devouring demonic tree. The valley was extremely quiet and spacious. Ancient trees towered into the sky and old vines surrounded it. It was extremely quiet and gave off an ancient and desolate aura. Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse instantly saw the center of the valley. There was an ancient stone pool. Inside the stone pool, there was a colorful spiritual liquid. It looked very mysterious. In the center of the pool, there was a foot-tall mysterious yellow exquisite ginseng. Its entire body was mysterious yellow. It was sparkling and translucent. It was dazzling and filled with a resplendent golden glow. The exquisite golden ginseng had 9 crystal clear leaves and 9 roots. The roots looked like dragon whiskers that were floating in the wind and gave off a faint fragrance. Exquisite golden ginseng, 9 leaves and 9 roots. It seems like it is a million-year-old medicine. Is that the sky-howl wolf? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. At the same time, he also saw the sky-howl wolf. Beside the exquisite golden ginseng, there was an ancient green rock. A huge white wolf that was more than 100 feet tall was lying on top of it. Its fur was pure white without any impurities. However, its aura was extremely terrifying. It gave off a murderous aura that made one's heart tremble. Around the sky-howl wolf, there were many corpses of huge beasts that had become its meal. The sky-howl wolf seemed to have sensed the aura of Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse. It suddenly opened its eyes and there was a blazing divine light in its eyes. It was extremely cold and contained a bloodthirsty killing intent. Seeing that there were intruders, the sky-howl wolf immediately gave off a monstrous aura. It stood on the green rock and went into battle mode. Roar, a wolf's howl shook the sky. It contained an extremely terrifying wave that made the mountains around it tremble violently. A sky-howl wolf at the peak of the half-saint realm? Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with divine light. He could see that the sky-howl wolf's cultivation had reached the peak of the half-saint realm. Furthermore, its aura was extremely strong. It must be even more terrifying than a 9th revolution half-saint human expert. It was probably only half a step away from becoming a demonic saint. Perhaps, the exquisite golden ginseng was the opportunity for the sky-howl wolf to become a demonic saint. Ling Zhao's arrival naturally triggered the sky-howl wolf's desire to fight for the exquisite golden ginseng. Human, this is not a place for you to come. If you scram now, I can spare your life. The Skyhowl wolf glared at Ling Xiao and spoke in human language. Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse did not hide their aura. Therefore, the Skyhowl wolf could sense the fluctuation of Ling Xiao's aura. It instinctively felt a sense of danger and knew that Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse were not to be trifled with. Hee, little white dog, you still dare to act like a wolf when you're about to die. Hand over the exquisite golden ginseng obediently and we can spare your life. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. The white dragon horse laughed arrogantly, its eyes filled with disdain. The words little white dog seemed to have infuriated the Skyhowl wolf, causing its eyes to turn bloodshot instantly with a murderous intent. You're courting death. You dare to target the exquisite golden ginseng? Then go to hell. The Skyhowl wolf let out a furious roar. At that instant, a terrifying aura burst out from its body and it lunged at Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse like a bolt of lightning. A gigantic wolf claw covered the heavens and earth. The claw was extremely sharp, as if it was made of metal. Even the void was torn apart. The exquisite golden ginseng was the foundation of its Tao. It would not allow anyone to target it. It immediately executed its most lethal attack at an extremely fast speed, as if it was going to rip Ling Xiao's stomach apart. Get lost. Ling Xiao wore a calm expression. The moment the Skyhowl wolf attacked, he could not help but let out a grunt, before slapping out with his palm. Bang! Ling Xiao's slap was extremely powerful. It covered the heavens and earth and instantly landed on the Skyhowl wolf's body, sending it flying. However, at that instant, the sky-devouring demonic tree suddenly lunged at the exquisite golden ginseng at an extremely fast speed, out of everyone's expectations. Its face was filled with excitement as it plucked the exquisite golden ginseng out. Boom! The void vibrated as a mysterious wave exploded. The mysterious yellow exquisite ginseng shone brightly as endless mysterious yellow qi rose. The auspicious qi shrouded the entire valley, making it look peaceful and mysterious. The devouring demonic tree hugged the mysterious yellow exquisite ginseng excitedly. His face was filled with anticipation. Ouch! Devouring demonic tree, how dare you bring your men to steal Master's mysterious yellow exquisite ginseng? Master will not let you off. The Skyhowl wolf rushed out from a pile of rocks far away. When he saw the devouring demonic tree hugging the mysterious yellow exquisite ginseng, he was enraged. Idiot, why would I steal Master's mysterious yellow exquisite ginseng? I'm informing Master. This bastard is too powerful. We are no match for him. Only Master can deal with him. The devouring demonic tree looked at the Skyhowl wolf in disdain. Informing Master? You. How dare you interrupt Master's seclusion? You're dead meat. The Skyhowl wolf was slightly taken aback. Then, a trace of fear appeared in its eyes. Gotcha! As soon as the Skyhowl wolf finished his words, the valley shone brightly. Chaotic mist filled the air and an ancient door of light seemed to appear. A terrifying aura surged out. The mysterious yellow exquisite ginseng was like a key that awakened a terrifying existence. Bang! A mysterious figure stepped out from the door of light. The mysterious yellow air current around him made his aura seem ancient and heavy, as if he was a sage from ancient times. His entire body was overflowing with light, making it impossible for people to look straight at him. Bastard! Ling Xiao, this devouring demonic tree is too cunning. How dare it trick us? Kill it. We must kill it. The white dragon horse was enraged. How could it not know that it had been tricked by the devouring demonic tree? No one had expected the devouring demonic tree to have a master. Furthermore, the master had brought Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse here under the guise of helping Ling Xiao look for treasures. The mysterious figure was probably the master that the devouring demonic tree and the Skyhowl wolf were talking about. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he stared at the figure before him. He felt a vast and mysterious power surge over like a great river, causing the surrounding space to become extremely oppressive. He could feel that the aura of the figure in front of him had already surpassed the peak of the 9th revolution half-saint, but he had yet to become a saint. The third level of heaven treading, Ling Xiao understood in his heart that this was probably a super powerhouse that stepped into heaven trampling 3 realms. Who disturbed my slumber? An ancient and majestic voice sounded, and the figure stepped out from the door of light. The blazing light around him slowly receded, and he slowly walked towards Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse. It was a young man dressed in a black robe. His figure was very vigorous and his face was very handsome. However, his face looked a little pale, without the slightest trace of blood. His entire person revealed an incomparably feminine temperament. Black divine light circled around him, containing an evil and dark power. It was as if he was the son of darkness, able to annihilate all light. He looked down at Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse from above. His eyes were cold, and there was an unquestionable authority in his voice. "Master, you're finally awake. It's these two bastards. They didn't take you seriously at all. Not only did they want to make me their slave, but they also wanted to steal your exquisite ginseng. Fortunately, I'm not afraid of death, so I managed to get it back." When the sky-devouring demon tree saw the black-robed young man, it immediately ran over as if it was presenting a treasure. It seemed to be fawning over him as it handed the ginseng to the black-robed young man. The sky-hell wolf was slightly stunned, as if it was the first time it had seen the sky-devouring demon tree. Why hadn't it realized before that the sky-devouring demon tree was so shameless? After a moment of thought, the sky-hell wolf finally reacted. It said furiously, "Master, don't listen to its nonsense. It's the one who brought them here to steal the ginseng. It's lying to you. Idiot. If I wanted to steal the ginseng, why would I have to wake you up? I'm just pretending to be nice to them. What do you know?" The sky-devouring demon tree looked at the sky-hell wolf proudly. "I don't care. You've committed a capital offense for disturbing my master's slumber," the sky-hell wolf said stubbornly. The black-robed young man's forehead was filled with black lines and green veins were popping out. These two idiots. How dare they act so arrogantly in front of their enemy? "Shut up," the black-robed young man scolded. The sky-devouring demon tree and the sky-hell wolf then shut their mouths. "Master, my cultivation has been sealed by this bastard's secret treasure. Please save me." The sky-devouring demon tree couldn't hold it in as it looked pitifully at the black-robed young man. "Your cultivation has been sealed? How dare you?" This is the Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablet?" The black-robed young man's eyes turned cold. However, when he saw the seal around the sky-devouring demon tree, he couldn't help but tremble. His eyes were filled with shock. He stretched out one hand. His fingers were as clear as jade and filled with dark radiance as he grabbed at the 9 Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablets. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he waved his sleeves. The 9 Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablets had been completely refined by him. At this moment, they were shining brightly as they turned into 9 rays of light and flew back into his sleeves. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. He already had some guesses in his heart. This black-robed young man's aura was extremely ancient and powerful. He seemed to be out of tune with the surrounding heaven and earth. Linking it to the recent rumors, Ling Xiao guessed that this black-robed young man was another ancient genius. "I am the son of darkness. You coveted my mysterious yellow exquisite ginseng and injured my subordinate. How should I punish you?" the black-robed young man said coldly. He had an arrogant attitude as though he was questioning and scolding. "Son of darkness? Hee, I don't care what son of darkness you are. It was your subordinate who attacked us first. We were just retaliating. If you know what's good for you, hand it over and give us the mysterious yellow exquisite ginseng as an apology. Perhaps we will be magnanimous and not pursue your mistakes." The white dragon horse laughed arrogantly. "Pursue my mistakes? Arrogant. You dare to injure my subordinate. Take your freedom as compensation. Kneel down and apologize now. Acknowledge me as your master and I will spare your lives." The son of darkness laughed coldly. "Is your brain flooded with water or kicked by a donkey? You want us to acknowledge you as our master? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Ling Xiao, don't waste your breath on him. Capture that damned sky-devouring demon tree and cut it open to retrieve the sky-devouring demon seed. How dare you?" The son of darkness's eyes were cold, revealing a trace of killing intent. Black divine light surged around him, emitting dark and evil fluctuations. His black hair danced in the wind, causing his entire body to emit a cold aura. Facing the Son of Darkness in front of him, Ling Xiao also felt a trace of pressure, as if he was facing a saint. The Son of Darkness seemed to have merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. The dark aura on his body spread out as if it had changed the laws of heaven and earth. Dark light surged everywhere. "Master, these two bastards don't take you seriously at all. Kill them." The sky-devouring demonic tree sneered. "That's right. Master, I feel that this guy's blood chi and life essence are very vigorous. If I eat him, I'll definitely be able to break through." The Skyhowl Wolf also stared at Ling Xiao and said faintly, "Kid, since you're so reckless, don't blame me." The Son of Darkness said slowly. The aura around him was extremely cold as he walked towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, there seemed to be blazing lightning around him. As he walked, there was the power of wind and thunder. The vast power of heaven and earth pressed down on Ling Xiao. The Son of Darkness? I wonder which epoch you are from. I really want to experience it. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, and a trace of strong fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. He could sense that the strength of the Son of Darkness before him was extremely terrifying. Every move he made contained an unfathomable heavenly might. Although a super expert at the third level of the heaven-treading realm was still only considered a half-saint, because he had broken through the limit, his true combat strength was no weaker than a saint. The Son of Darkness in front of him definitely had the combat strength of a saint. "Those who attacked me are all dead. You're the first in this era," the Son of Darkness said indifferently, and then he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Crack, the black fist imprint swept over, and an incomparably dark and evil light burst out, filling this part of the sky, as if a bright star had descended. "Good timing." Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Facing this incomparably powerful punch, not only was he not afraid at all, but he also threw a punch. Roar, golden divine light gushed out, and the roar of a dragon shook the void. Ling Xiao's fist was like a dragon, and the golden blood around him gushed out, making this golden fist like a divine dragon, unparalleled in its ferocity. Boom, the two fists collided, and a blazing storm of divine light instantly erupted. Both Ling Xiao and the Son of Darkness's figures swayed, and their clothes fluttered in the wind. The place where the two fists collided was like a resplendent sun exploding. The surroundings were filled with a vast expanse of white, and it was as if nothing could be seen clearly. In the end, both Ling Xiao and the Son of Darkness shuddered and retreated involuntarily. Your physical body has actually reached such a level?" A look of disbelief appeared in the eyes of the Son of Darkness. He had reached the third level of heaven treading, breaking through the limits of his physical body. He had fused with the laws of the world, becoming a part of the origin of the great Tao. He possessed unparalleled power. An ordinary Ninth Revolution half-saint expert wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. They would be smashed into minced meat with a single punch. However, Ling Xiao's punch was actually on par with his, causing the Son of Darkness's heart to tremble. Were the people of this era already so strong? A person who was only in the 7th Revolution half-saint realm actually had such terrifying strength. As expected of an expert in the third level of heaven treading. I wonder which level you've reached. Take another punch from me. The battle intent in Ling Xiao's eyes grew stronger and stronger. His eyes were as bright as the stars. The aura around his body surged, and the sound of a dragon's roar was incessant. He took the initiative to attack the Son of Darkness. Crack, the void trembled violently, and chaotic chi rose. Ling Xiao's fist blasted toward the Son of Darkness. The mighty fist intent erupted, as if it could shatter the entire sky. In the chaos, the shadows of the heavens and realms emerged, making this punch even more fierce. Ling Xiao wanted to test where his limit was, and also wanted to see how strong the legendary expert in the third level of heaven treading was, so he used his strongest fist, the fist of the Heavenly Emperor. It seems that you have the bloodline of the ancient dragon clan. No wonder your physical body is so strong. But your cultivation is still too weak. The Son of Darkness's eyes were blazing with cold light. He finally began to face Ling Xiao, erupting with his strongest strength to fight. Boom, his feet shook, and the surrounding void rumbled and trembled as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had erupted. The ground cracked, and he rose into the sky. Streaks of black divine light shot out like sword light, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they rushed toward Ling Xiao. At the same time, he clenched his fist and transformed into the Emperor of Darkness. The endless power of darkness surged toward Ling Xiao like a curtain, as if to devour all the light. In the darkness, there was no light, no perception, and everything was annihilated. Break! The streaks of sword light were incomparably fierce, piercing through the void. Each strike was not weaker than an ordinary holy treasure, and could kill a 9th revolution half-saint expert. Ling Xiao's expression was incomparably indifferent. He erupted with an unparalleled fist intent. The chaotic mist rose, and the golden fist print blasted open the 9 heavens. He allowed the dark sword light to cut his body, and he went straight for the Son of Darkness. Clang! 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 Sparks flew in all directions. Ling Xiao's body was incomparably strong, crystal clear like glass. When the dark sword light landed on his body, it emitted the sound of metal clashing. There was no way to break through the defense of his body. Streaks of dark divine light wanted to penetrate Ling Xiao's skin and merge into his body, but they were almost instantly refined by Ling Xiao's heaven-devouring secret skill. Bathed in the dark light, Ling Xiao attacked the sky. His fist print swept across the 9 heavens, unparalleled in the world. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao and the Son of Darkness collided hundreds of times in an instant. Each strike was like a volcanic eruption, erupting with an incomparably terrifying divine light storm. In the endless darkness, strands of dark force surged. They contained the most original great way of darkness, wanting to completely dissolve Ling Xiao within. However, Ling Xiao's body was incomparably strong. In addition, the heaven-devouring secret skill could devour everything. Even if the source of darkness was extremely strange, it did not cause any harm to Ling Xiao. The figures of Ling Xiao and the Son of Darkness moved freely in the void, as if they had turned into 2 blazing balls of light, one golden and one black, constantly colliding and flying away. Crack! The void began to shatter under the collision between the 2 of them. Cracks appeared in the void, and a terrifying storm swept out in all directions, causing the surrounding mountains to explode and shatter. Sky-devouring demonic tree, what kind of existence did you provoke for our master? He can actually fight with our master to this extent? The Skyhowl wolf widened its eyes. Its eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. I don't know either. This guy is clearly only a 7 revolution half-saint. Why is his combat strength so terrifying? Could it be that he's also an ancient prodigy? The sky-devouring demonic tree's heart was pounding as he said in shock. No one knew better than the sky-devouring demonic tree and the Skyhowl wolf how terrifying the strength of the Son of Darkness was. Originally, they were considered the overlords of the universe, free and unfettered. However, they accidentally encountered the birth of the Son of Darkness, who suppressed them with just one hand. This was the combat strength of an ancient genius. This was the terror of the 3 realms of heaven treading. The sky-devouring demonic tree originally thought that as long as the Son of Darkness made a move, he would be able to suppress Ling Xiao easily. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful. In the void, Ling Xiao and the Son of Darkness collided with each other at an extremely fast speed. It could no longer be seen with the naked eye. Blazing divine light burst out, and the strange scene in the void was extremely shocking. Boom! After another big collision, the void shattered, and the surrounding mountains collapsed. Ling Xiao and the Son of Darkness both flew back and faced each other in the air. Although it was only for a moment, their fists and palms had already collided thousands of times. Terrifying divine light tore the surrounding void apart. It was extremely horrifying. You are actually about to break the limit of your physical body and take that step? How is this possible? The Son of Darkness's face showed shock for the first time as he said in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. If you can break the limit, why can't I enter the 3 realms of heaven treading? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. His eyes were filled with divine light. The Son of Darkness's eyes were extremely sharp. He saw the changes in Ling Xiao's physical body. Although Ling Xiao was only a 7 revolution half-saint, his physical body was extremely terrifying. Cultivating the ancestral dragon secret skill and the indestructible saint technique at the same time, and refining his body with the chaos had already made his physical body reach a kind of limit. Ling Xiao faintly felt that if he broke the limit of his physical body, his strength would soar by a lot. Do you know how I broke the limit and entered the 3 realms of heaven treading? The difficulty involved is simply not something you can imagine. You're merely a 7th revolution half-saint, and you're less than 100 years old. But, you've already obtained such a great fortune. You must have a great secret on you. If I can get my hands on this secret, it'll be enough for me to break through my limits again. The Son of Darkness said slowly with a fiery look in his eyes. Really? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit and his blood was boiling. It was as if he was burning. The battle with the Son of Darkness had made Ling Xiao feel immense pressure. At the same time, he had also clearly sensed the bottleneck of his limits. If he could break through that bottleneck, he would enter a whole new realm. You'll never know how strong the 3 levels of heaven treading are. Even if you've reached that step, it's still not enough. Next, you will witness my true strength. The Son of Darkness said slowly. There seemed to be mysterious runes in his eyes. Breaking the limit and entering the 3 realms of heaven treading was an invincible path. It was also a heaven-defying path. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had fallen on this path. The Son of Darkness was able to reach this step because of his countless years of accumulation. He had even swept away many genius experts of his generation and accumulated supreme luck. Rumble, black divine light surged around his body. His hands formed a seal, and endless dark aura soared into the sky, enveloping the sky. An incomparably terrifying vision appeared around the Son of Darkness. A rain of blood filled the sky, and hundreds of millions of gods and demons fell. Powerful corpses fell from the sky and turned into dust. The endless world collapsed as if it was the end of the world. It made people's hearts tremble and their scalps go numb. Ling Xiao's body also trembled. His eyes flickered with a sharp light, and the aura around him surged. He was ready to face the strongest attack of the Son of Darkness. At the same time, the overturning sky seal was also buzzing and trembling, ready to be used at any time to smash the Son of Darkness. He could feel the terror of the Son of Darkness's attack. Once he attacked, it would definitely be a landslide and tsunami, causing chaos to surge in all directions. The white dragon horse, the sky-devouring demonic tree, and the sky-howl wolf all held their breaths at the same time. They stared at the Son of Darkness and Ling Xiao, waiting for the explosion of the strongest attack. However, at this moment, an incomparably blazing light suddenly erupted from the depths of the universe. Rumble, the void shook, and the dazzling 9-colored divine light soared into the sky like a heavenly pillar. Auspicious chi rose in countless strands. It seemed as if an ancient heavenly palace had appeared. The surrounding void was distorted, and the scene was extremely shocking. The Black Emperor Palace has appeared? Ha ha ha. I've finally waited for it. Boy, I'll spare your life today. I hope you'll take care of yourself. The Son of Darkness trembled. When he saw the ancient heavenly palace, his eyes were filled with ecstasy. He laughed out loud. He glanced at Ling Xiao and sneered. Then, he waved his sleeve and swept up the sky-devouring demonic tree and the sky-howl wolf. He instantly turned into a black divine light and rushed toward the heavenly palace at an extremely fast speed. The Black Emperor Palace? Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect the Son of Darkness to retreat without a fight. However, the words Black Emperor Palace made Ling Xiao's heart tremble. Could the Black Emperor Palace have been left behind by a supreme great emperor? Otherwise, why would the Son of Darkness reveal such an expression? The Black Emperor Palace? It must be a cave mansion left behind by a supreme great emperor. Ling Xiao, let's go quickly. It'll be too late if we're late. The white dragon horse also jumped up excitedly and hurriedly urged. A cave mansion left behind by a supreme great emperor? I'm afraid not. Let's go and have a look too. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he jumped onto the back of the white dragon horse. Although it was a pity that he had lost the opportunity to fight the Son of Darkness, the sudden appearance of the heavenly palace in front of him piqued Ling Xiao's interest. However, he vaguely felt that although the heavenly palace seemed to be right in front of him, it seemed to be separated by endless time and space. The surrounding void was distorted and it would not be easy to enter it. Whoosh, the white dragon horse was like a white lightning bolt and instantly shot toward the depths of the universe. What's that? Could it be a cave mansion of an ancient expert? That's the Black Emperor Palace. The Black Emperor Palace has appeared. The inheritance of the Supreme Great Emperor is mine. Get out of my way. Those who block me will die. Countless divine thoughts appeared in the Milky Way and intertwined with each other. All of them were extremely excited. In an instant, powerful figures rose from all over the Milky Way and charged towards the depths of the Milky Way. Rumble, in the depths of the Milky Way of the universe, blazing light rose, distorting the void in all directions. Resplendent stars rotated, and various broken small worlds were faintly discernible. It was like the scene at the beginning of the world, mysterious and unfathomable. The nine-colored divine light soared into the sky like a heavenly pillar, allowing everyone in the universe to see the ancient and vast heavenly palace, even if they were hundreds of millions of feet away. Black Emperor Palace, it was a name that was both familiar and strange to people. The Black Emperor was an ancient great emperor, rumored to have mastered the innate water great Tao. He was a divine demon born at the beginning of the chaos, and his strength was terrifying. The Black Emperor Palace was the cave residence left behind by the Black Emperor. It was said that it contained the Black Emperor's supreme inheritance. Many people had seen traces of the Black Emperor Palace in the Milky Way, but no one had ever entered it. Now, as soon as the Black Emperor Palace appeared, everyone felt a mysterious aura, and they immediately understood the origin of the heavenly palace in front of them. Whoosh! 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 Many figures came from the sky at extreme speed, and there seemed to be countless divine rainbows in the Milky Way. Their auras were extremely powerful, and their eyes were filled with excitement. The appearance of the Black Emperor Palace made many people speculate that the passage to the ancient land of chaos was in the Milky Way. Xianxia rode the white dragon horse into the depths of the Milky Way, almost second only to the Son of Darkness. He stopped in front of the Black Emperor Palace. Gotcha! In front of them was a twisted space filled with endless void turbulence. The nine-colored light rose, and there were strands of strange chaotic chi, which made the Black Emperor Palace look faintly visible. The Black Emperor Palace was pitch black, and it looked majestic and magnificent. It was like a supreme palace that connected the heavens and the earth. It floated between the heavens and the earth, and there were many stars rotating around it, emitting an eternal aura and energy waves. Xianxia and the white dragon horse stopped on top of a floating mountain. Xianxia, why don't you charge in? This is the Black Emperor Palace. The white dragon horse asked patiently. Its eyes were filled with eagerness. Wait. The Black Emperor Palace was a little strange. Although it was right in front of him, it seemed to be separated by endless time and space, making it hard to grasp. The cave abode left behind by the Great Emperor is not that simple. Let's see what the Son of Darkness is going to do. Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at the Son of Darkness in the distance. Previously, the battle between Viscount of Darkness and Xiao had reached a critical juncture. However, when the Black Emperor Palace appeared, Viscount of Darkness immediately left. Based on Viscount of Darkness's expression, Xiao had a feeling that Viscount of Darkness had some sort of relationship with the Black Emperor Palace. The gate of the Black Emperor Palace was shut tight. It was covered in nine-colored divine light and murky chi. It looked peaceful and ethereal, but somehow, it gave Xiao an ominous feeling. Soon, more and more people arrived at the Black Emperor Palace. It's him? Xiao suddenly felt that someone was looking at him with eyes filled with killing intent. His eyes flashed and he immediately saw a young man in purple robe standing in the distance. His black hair danced in the wind, thick and glossy. He had a handsome face and a slender figure. However, his eyes were incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. It was Hua Tianqiong of the Hua clan. Beside Hua Tianqiong, there was a young man in a black robe with a sinister aura. He was Yongwen, the holy son of the Heavenly Curse sect. However, at this moment, they were all following a young man and seemed to regard him as their leader. An expert in the third stage of the heaven-treading realm? Xiao's heart skipped a beat as his eyes fell on the young man. He was a young man who looked extremely perfect. His face was extremely handsome, his figure was strong and heroic, and his skin was as clear as jade. The most important thing was that he had long purple hair that was casually draped behind his head, making him look carefree and unruly. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked very gentle, like a gentle and elegant young master. It was easy for people to have a good impression of him. However, Xianxia felt the same aura from him as the son of darkness. This purple-haired young man had also broken the limit and advanced to the third stage of the heaven-treading realm. Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen's lips moved slightly as if they were saying something to the purple-haired young man. Suddenly, the purple-haired young man looked at Xianxia and their eyes collided in the void. The void trembled slightly. The purple-haired young man's eyes were extremely deep, as if they contained a vast starry sky, making it impossible for people to see through his thoughts. He smiled faintly at Xianxia and nodded as if he was expressing goodwill. Xiao's expression was very calm. After glancing at the purple-haired young man indifferently, he looked away. Are the people from the 9 imperial gates, the space-time heavenly gate and the 5 elements saint sect all here? Xiao's eyes moved slightly as he saw a few familiar auras in the crowd. They were a few heroic and extraordinary young men with powerful auras. All of them were 9th Revolution half-step saints. They were surrounded by a group of young disciples. They had a kind of lofty and arrogant air about them. They should be the holy sons of various big sections. The 9 imperial gates, the space-time heavenly gate, and the 5 elements saint sect all had some grudges with the war god temple. Xianxia had interacted with them many times and knew some of the martial arts of their sections. Therefore, it was easy for him to determine their origins from their auras. Hehe, Xianxia, you have quite a number of enemies here. The white dragon horse transmitted its voice to Xianxia gloatingly. With Xiao's current reputation, although it had already spread throughout the divine realm's 12 immortal sacred grounds, these few great sects all hated Xianxia to the bone. Once they learned of Xiao's origin, it was likely that they would not let Xiao off so easily. Other than that purple-haired young man, the others are just chickens and pottery dogs. However, that monk doesn't look simple. Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes flashed as it fell on a figure in the distance. It was a monk wearing a moon-white monk robe. He wore straw sandals and held a bamboo staff in his hand. He looked a little travel-worn, but his whole body exuded a kind of pure and flawless aura. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and he looked a little solemn. Although his cultivation aura was restrained, Xiao could still feel that he was extraordinary. This young monk was not weaker than the son of darkness and the purple-haired young man. He was probably an expert of the third stage of heaven treading. Xiao did not expect that in the blink of an eye, he would actually see 3 experts of the third stage of heaven treading. The others were all half-saints. After all, the power of laws in the universe was chaotic and had a great suppression on saints. Generally, saints would not dare to take the risk. Senior brother Xiang, that man is Long Out Yin, the master of the battle hall. The cataclysmic seal is in his hands. He's arrogant and despotic. He doesn't respect us Chinese at all. He deserves to die. Hua Tianqiong transmitted his voice to the purple-haired young man. His expression was very respectful, and his eyes were full of awe. The purple-haired young man in front of him was the strongest among the younger generation of the Chinese, Hua Xiang. It was said that he had received guidance from the emperor. Now, he had broken through the limit and entered the third stage of heaven treading. His strength was extremely terrifying. Long Out Yin? Although he's strong, he mostly relies on the power of the cataclysmic seal. There's nothing to be afraid of. Don't get into a conflict with him first. The Black Emperor Palace is the most important thing. Hua Xiang said lightly. Yes. Senior brother Xiang, the Black Emperor Palace looks a little strange. It seems to be separated by an endless void. I'm afraid there's a powerful spatial formation guarding it. Hua Tianqiong's eyes flashed as he said solemnly. You have a good eye. Let's wait and see. Maybe someone can open the Black Emperor Palace? Hua Xiang smiled faintly and said noncommittally. Whoosh, finally, someone couldn't help it. A burly man in a black robe with a scar on his face rushed toward the Black Emperor Palace. His face looked a little ferocious, and his eyes were full of greed. His cultivation had reached the 7th Revolution half-saint realm, and his murderous aura was overwhelming. No one knew how many lives he had taken. It's the solitary great bandit Xiao Sandao. Someone exclaimed as he recognized Scarface's origin. The solitary great bandit Xiao Sandao was a bandit who ran amok in the upper three heavens. Although his cultivation wasn't very high, he was proficient in the spatial escape technique. He was extremely cunning and cruel. Many disciples of the 12 Saint Lands had died in his hands. Although there were saints who wanted to kill him, Xiao Sandao was extremely vigilant and could always escape in advance. Xiao Sandao was also gambling. He was betting that his spatial escape technique was strong enough, and that he would be the first to enter the Black Emperor Palace. If he won the bet, perhaps he would be able to obtain the Black Thearcha's inheritance. If he lost, everything would be over. When Xiao Sandao rushed out, he pulled out a demon-headed blade from his back. His body was surrounded by a murderous aura. The black blade light seemed to have come from the depths of hell. It contained a monstrous murderous intent. In an instant, he slashed 3 times in front of him. The 3 saber lights crossed the sky and intersected with each other. They seemed to be able to shatter the void. They contained a kind of supreme saber intent, which made many 9th Revolution half-saints change their expressions. Xiao Sandao's swordsmanship was too sharp. Crack, the void shook violently and shattered like a mirror. Beams of 9-colored divine light and chaotic chi were cut apart by Xiao Sandao. His figure instantly rushed into the Black Emperor Palace. At this moment, a strange fluctuation spread out like ripples in the water. It caused the void to fold, and it was about to suck Xiao Sandao into it and turn him into dust. Xiao Sandao seemed to have been prepared for this. His eyes flashed, and his body exuded an extremely strong spatial fluctuation. His body shook, and a series of afterimages appeared in the void. His entire body was teleported tens of thousands of feet away. With the help of the power of space, he broke through layers of void power and arrived in front of the 2 doors of the Black Emperor Palace. He really went in? Everyone's eyes revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Then, their breathing became hurried, and their eyes were filled with eagerness to give it a try. It seemed that the spatial formation outside the Black Emperor Palace was not that strong. Even Xiao Sandao was able to enter unscathed, which made many people want to go inside. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, more than a dozen figures with powerful auras rushed toward the Black Emperor Palace at the same time. They wanted to enter the Black Emperor Palace like Xiao Sandao. Ling Xiao, let's go. That guy can enter with his half-baked spatial escape technique. I'm sure it'll be easier for me. The white dragon horse said eagerly. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he stopped the white dragon horse. At this moment, Xiao Sandao, who had arrived in front of the Black Emperor Palace, trembled. His eyes were filled with fear, and he disappeared into the void. It was as if he had been swallowed by some kind of existence. He disappeared in an instant, and he did not even have the time to scream. The dozen or so figures watched Xiao Sandao disappear with their own eyes. Suddenly, their bodies trembled and they wanted to turn around and escape. Rumble, all of a sudden, the surrounding void began to vibrate violently. Streaks of chaotic mist began to spread. The dozen or so silhouettes began to tremble violently. Their eyes were filled with the same fear as Xiao Sandao's, and they all disappeared at the same time. What's going on? Someone exclaimed. Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. They felt their bodies tremble, and they could not figure out how Xiao Sandao and the others disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao's eyes turned black and white in an instant. The divine light was blazing, as if it could see through all illusions. One of his eyes was filled with vitality, while the other was filled with endless death chi. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained the secret skill of life and the secret skill of death in the Musashi Mountains, his eyes had undergone a strange change. They gradually gained the power to see through illusions. As Ling Xiao's cultivation increased, the power of his eyes also became stronger. They were like a pair of eyes of truth, able to see through everything. Ling Xiao even had the feeling that as his cultivation increased, this pair of eyes might even possess a terrifying attack power. Although Ling Xiao did not know what had happened to his eyes, he knew that it was a good change. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to it, and called his eyes the eyes of truth. At this moment, in Ling Xiao's eyes of truth, the void seemed to have become mysterious lines. Ling Xiao saw that the Black Emperor Palace in front of him was shrouded by countless mysterious lines, separated by layers of time and space. It did not belong to this side of the world at all. A black shadow hovered in the void. It looked like a big black fish, covering the sky with a pair of wings on its back. It was extremely terrifying. Its eyes were extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. Xiao Sandao and the dozen people were swallowed by this strange fish. Evil creature, why don't you show your true form? Before Ling Xiao could do anything, a violent roar sounded in the void. Rumble, the aura of the Son of Darkness was incomparably terrifying. The palm print swept across the sky, enveloping the entire sky. It contained extremely ferocious fluctuations of power. The void exploded, and the nine-colored divine light and chaotic aura around the Black Monarch Palace dissipated. His palm landed directly on the Black Monarch Palace. Wang, the Black Monarch Palace trembled slightly, then disappeared without a trace. An ancient altar appeared where the Black Monarch Palace used to be. It was filled with nine-colored light, intertwined with lightning and flames, looking extremely mysterious. Below the altar, there was a huge strange fish. Its body was pitch black, with a pair of wings on its back. The fish's scales were sharp as if they were made of metal. Its wings spread out like the clouds in the sky. Astral winds raged around it as it floated in the Milky Way of the universe like a huge continent. The aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying, making it hard for people to breathe. What? Where did the Black Monarch Palace go? Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Maybe the Black Monarch Palace isn't here at all. The Black Monarch Palace we saw just now was just an illusion created by the strange fish. Someone's eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. Strange fish? This is not a strange fish. This is an ancient divine beast, the Kuan Peng. Son of Darkness said coldly. His eyes fell on the huge Kuan Peng, and he did not hide the passion in them. Kuan Peng. As soon as these two words came out, it immediately shocked everyone. What was the Kuan Peng? It was an existence on the same level as the immemorial ancestral dragon, the immortal true phoenix, and other supreme divine beasts. Legend had it that the Kuan Peng was billions of feet long, and it lived in the universe ocean. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its wings were like clouds in the sky, and it could swallow a great world with one gulp. Everyone felt that it was unreal. The strange fish in front of them was the legendary divine beast, the Kuan Peng? That's right. This strange fish is undoubtedly the Kuan Peng. Legend has it that the Black Monarch was an innate divine demon, and he once had a Kuan Peng as his mount. Could this Kuan Peng be the Black Monarch's mount? Hua Ziyang's eyes were filled with divine light as he said slowly. The Black Monarch's mount? This statement caused everyone's hearts to tremble. However, everyone thought about it and rejected this possibility. Even the Black King had disappeared in the long river of time. How could his mount have survived until now? Although the Kuan Peng in front of him looked huge, there was still some difference between it and the legendary Kuan Peng. Perhaps it was just a descendant of that Kuan Peng. The Kuan Peng floated in the Milky Way of the universe. Its aura was terrifying, far surpassing that of a half-saint. Even the Son of Darkness, who had entered the third level of heaven treading, was not as powerful as the Kuan Peng. Its eyes were incomparably indifferent. It looked as indifferent and emotionless as the heavenly Tao, looking down on all living beings in the world as ants. At this moment, it was staring at everyone without blinking, causing everyone to shudder. Everyone clearly understood the meaning in the Kuan Peng's eyes. The Kuan Peng regarded them all as food. Divine beast Kuan Peng? Just like the Tao Tai, it was a supreme divine beast that possessed the supreme devouring ability. It was rumored that the sky-devouring secret technique was created based on the innate abilities of divine beasts like the Kuan Peng and the Tao Tai. Looking at it now, I'm afraid everyone's situation isn't good. Ling Xiao thought inwardly. He didn't expect the Black Emperor Palace to be an illusion. It even blinded his perception. However, since the Kuan Peng could create the Black Emperor Palace, it must have something to do with the Black Emperor Palace. Look. What is that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at the altar above the Kuan Peng's body. The nine-colored altar shone brilliantly, intertwined with lightning and flames. It looked ancient and mysterious. However, everyone saw that there seemed to be a stone bowl at the top of the altar. There was some sparkling liquid in the stone bowl, emitting 9-colored divine light. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. A faint aroma spread out. Just a strand of the aroma was enough to make everyone shudder. They felt comfortable all over and even their souls felt warm. It was as though their comprehension of the grand Tao of the world had begun to advance by leaps and bounds. A supreme treasure, the same thought appeared in everyone's mind, and their gazes became incomparably hot. Although they didn't know what the liquid in the stone bowl was, they all understood that it must be a supreme treasure. It was a rare treasure formed by the heavenly Tao. They must get it, roar. The Kuan-Pung let out a terrifying roar. The sound waves shook the void in all directions. It was as if hundreds of millions of thunderbolts had exploded at the same time. Some experts with weaker cultivations trembled all over. Their faces became extremely pale, and there were even traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. It seemed that the Kuan-Pung was angry because the Son of Darkness had broken the illusion. The Kuan-Pung's eyes flashed with divine light. It suddenly opened its blood bowl. A vast devouring power burst out and directly swallowed everyone. Good heavens! The Kuan-Pung is crazy. The white dragon horse let out a strange cry. White divine light flashed around its body. It directly used the teleportation skill and disappeared on the spot in an instant. It appeared more than 1,000,000 feet away. The Son of Darkness, Huaxiang, the young monk, and the others were also very alert. Before the Kuan-Pung attacked, they quickly moved away. However, those low-level half-saints weren't so lucky. The Kuan-Pung's mouth seemed to be tens of thousands of feet wide. Those experts with lower cultivations hadn't recovered from the shock of the Kuan-Pung's powerful sound waves. They didn't expect the Kuan-Pung to open its mouth. They had no chance to escape at all. Almost instantly, hundreds of experts were sucked into the Kuan-Pung's mouth and directly swallowed. Rumble. Terrifying waves of energy swept out in all directions, causing the void to shake violently. The Kuan-Pung wreaked havoc in the Milky Way of the universe, and the broken stars were all shattered. Fellow Taoists, how about following me to capture this Kuan-Pung alive first? It must have the whereabouts of the Black Emperor Palace. Capturing it means that we'll definitely be able to find the Black Emperor Palace. The Son of Darkness looked at Huaxiang and the young monk and said. The three of them were super experts at the 3rd level of heaven treading. They could naturally sense each other and knew that the three of them were the most powerful experts in this group of experts. Okay. Huaxiang nodded and said. Ba. How can this poor monk not obey? The young monk said with a faint smile. The aura around him became even purer and more sacred. Then let's fight. A cold light flashed in the Son of Darkness's eyes. A black ancient sword appeared in his palm. His aura became extremely fierce as he leaped toward the Kuan-Pung. Rumble, the black ancient sword in the Son of Darkness's hand buzzed and trembled. It contained the power of the origin of darkness and was terrifying. It was like a black curtain that shrouded the Kuan-Pung silently. Huaxiang was surrounded by purple gas. He looked majestic and mysterious. Divine light gushed out from his palm and a purple divine sun rose. It emitted an extremely hot and domineering fluctuation. Even the void was violently distorted as it slammed toward the Kuan-Pung. The young monk put his palms together and chanted scriptures softly. Golden symbols spread out from his body, holy and mysterious. Between his palms, another blazing Buddha's light exploded as if it was going to cleanse all the darkness. The heaven and earth shook. The three peerless geniuses joined forces and started to attack the Kuan-Pung in the void at the same time. Roar, the Kuan-Pung's eyes were cold. It let out an earth-shattering roar. In an instant, endless divine light gushed out, causing the void to tremble violently. It was like a raging sea. Its aura was enough to make people's hearts tremble. It suddenly opened its mouth, as if the sky had been swallowed into its stomach. An incomparably vast devouring vortex appeared, like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. Terrifying astral winds swept across the sky, causing many people with weaker cultivations to lose their balance. Their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with horror. It was as if they were going to fly up and be swallowed by the Kuan-Pung. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook violently. The dark divine light around the Son of Darkness rose. The sword radiance that filled the sky seemed to be able to pierce through everything. At this moment, all of them had entered the Kuan Peng's stomach and were directly refined. Hua Xiang's purple sun palm and the young monk's infinite Buddha's light also merged into the huge devouring vortex and were completely devoured. What? The son of darkness, Hua Xiang, and the young monk could not help but change their expressions. They did not expect the Kuan Peng to be so terrifying. Not only did their attacks not cause any harm to the Kuan Peng, but they were all devoured by the Kuan Peng. This is the devouring Tao? Ling Xiao was shocked. Black and white light swirled in his eyes as he stared at the Kuan Peng. In Ling Xiao's eyes, black divine light surged around the Kuan Peng. The devouring vortex in its mouth seemed to have turned into many mysterious lines that were connected to each other. It contained an extremely mysterious law of Great Way, which devoured and refined all the energy in the sky. Finally, it merged into the Kuan Peng's body. The attacks of the three peerless geniuses did not hurt the Kuan Peng at all. Instead, they made the Kuan Peng even more powerful. The devouring Great Tao is so terrifying. The origin of the heaven-devouring secret skill is the devouring Great Way. However, if I want to reach the same level as the Kuan Peng, I have to go one step further and cultivate the heaven-devouring sacred domain. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with understanding as he thought to himself. He could vaguely see that there seemed to be a vast world in the Kuan Peng's body, giving it endless power. Only the power of a world could support such a huge body. The Kuan Peng's eyes were extremely cold. It stared at the son of darkness, Hua Xiang, and the young monk as if it was looking at ants. After devouring the attacks of the three geniuses, it instantly launched a counterattack. Kacha, the void trembled. The Kuan Peng spread its wings and covered the sky. It was like an ancient mountain, crashing towards the three geniuses. The Kuan Peng's speed was extremely fast. Its huge body did not affect its speed at all. Moreover, it carried the power of heaven and earth as if it was the incarnation of the Great Tao. It locked onto the son of darkness and the other two geniuses. Kill. The son of darkness felt a strong sense of danger. His eyes instantly became extremely cold. He raised the black ancient sword in his hand and a terrifying power was released. It was filled with a mysterious fluctuation. It expanded in the void and slashed towards the Kuan Peng. Hua Xiang and the young monk did not dare to be careless. They all took out their powerful treasures. A purple divine pearl bloomed in Hua Xiang's palm. It was like the sun, emitting endless flames. It rose into the sky and blasted towards the Kuan Peng. The young monk flipped his palm and a golden wooden fish floated in front of him. As he rhythmically knocked and chanted sutras, the wooden fish emitted a blazing light. Mysterious fluctuations spread out, as if they could directly attack the primordial spirit. They silently surged towards the Kuan Peng. The three treasures exploded at the same time, causing the void to tremble. Many large stars were on the verge of collapse. Endless divine light spewed out, causing the void to be completely shattered. These three treasures are all supreme holy treasures. They are no weaker than the overturning sky seal. Ling Xiao was also shocked. These three geniuses were indeed ancient geniuses. The aura of these three treasures was extremely terrifying. At this moment, when they completely exploded, they almost had the power to kill a saint. Boom, the three supreme treasures all blasted on the Kuan Peng's body at the same time. Immediately, the Kuan Peng's body shook violently. Rays of bright divine light exploded like a volcanic eruption. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Roar. With an ancient roar, the Kuan Peng soared into the sky. Its wings were like blades as they streaked across the void. Suddenly, two 10,000-mile-long void cracks appeared in the sky. Several broken stars were instantly cut in half. Although the Kuan Peng's body was extremely strong, it was still injured by these three treasures. Traces of golden blood qi seeped out, completely infuriating the Kuan Peng. The two wings were incomparably sharp. They flickered with a cold light as if they were cast from black gold. Suddenly, they collided with the black ancient sword. An unparalleled divine power exploded and directly sent the black ancient sword flying. A huge claw appeared on its abdomen, and it was covered in black scales. With a sudden swipe, the void seemed to compress together, and the purple divine pearl was also sent flying. However, the powerful sound waves emitted from the golden wooden fish seemed to be extremely lethal to the Kuan-pung. It caused its body to tremble violently and tumble in the void. Brothers, this Kuan-pung hasn't reached maturity yet. Its primordial spirit is its biggest weakness. Its mind has been disturbed by me. Now is the best time to capture and kill it. The young monk's eyes were filled with divine light as he spoke quickly to the Son of Darkness and Hua Xiang. Clang! 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 Kill! The Son of Darkness and Hua Xiang looked at each other and sensed an opportunity. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they roared at the same time and charged toward the Kuan-ping. Under the influence of the golden wooden fish, the Kuan-ping's speed and strength seemed to be affected and became a little sluggish. The Son of Darkness and Hua Xiang were bathed in the golden Buddhist light as if the young monk had blessed them with the power of Buddhism. Their attacks became more and more terrifying. Swoosh, the black ancient sword turned into a sword gang in the void. It was so sharp that it shattered the sky around it. It condensed a supreme killing intent and stabbed toward the Kuan-ping's abdomen. The Kuan-ping's body shook, and black vortexes appeared one after another, trying to block the attack of the ancient black sword. But in the end, the vortexes were cut open by the ancient black sword, leaving a long bloody wound on the Kuan-ping's abdomen. Pale golden blood light spread out. The Kuan-ping roared in pain. Rumble, the terrifying aura around it was monstrous. It opened its mouth and released the power of the great path of devouring again, as if it wanted to devour the Son of Darkness and the black ancient sword in his hand. The Son of Darkness had been prepared. With a flash of flowing light under his feet, he disappeared in the void and appeared hundreds of thousands of feet away. Then, he raised the ancient sword in his hand and stabbed toward the Kuan-ping again. Hua Xiang also held the purple divine pearl in his hand. His purple robe emitted a dazzling light. The power of laws intertwined and the flames burned fiercely, turning the void into a sea of fire. The fire in the sky shrouded the Kuan-ping, trying to burn it alive. The flames were Taoist fire, containing the power to burn everything. The black divine light around the Kuan-ping was ignited. The Kuan-ping rolled in the flames and roared angrily, shaking the void. Strands of golden blood sprinkled down from the sky, containing boundless life essence. Although most of it had been intercepted by the Son of Darkness, Hua Xiang, and the young monk, a portion of it had still been obtained by the others. After the blood had fused into their bodies, the life essence in their bodies began to surge, and their life auras began to surge. The Kuan-ping is full of treasures. Kill it. Kill this Kuan-ping, and maybe you and I can go further. This Kuan-ping may have the whereabouts of the Black Emperor Palace. We can't let it escape. Everyone was excited. They started to yell and use their powerful techniques to attack the Kuan-ping. Previously, the Kuan-ping's power was so terrifying that everyone was shocked. No one dared to attack the Kuan-ping. But seeing that the Son of Darkness, Hua Xiang, and the young monk had the upper hand, they immediately became restless. Is this the power of the third realm of heaven? Of the Kuan-ping, Kuan-ping of the Kuan-ping. With the Kuan-ping. Of the Kuan-ping. Of the Kuan-ping. Of the Kuan-ping. Of the Kuan-ping's pung. The Kuan-ping. However, the Son of Darkness, Hua Xiang, and the young monk were all peerless geniuses who had reached the third level of heaven treading. In terms of battle prowess, they were no weaker than saints. Coupled with the supreme treasures in their hands, their strength was even more terrifying. Under their cooperation, even the Kuan-ping couldn't bear it and began to fall into a disadvantage. Ling Xiao, the Kuan-ping's blood essence is good stuff. Get it. The white dragon horse's eyes turned red when it saw the blood rain. It urged Ling Xiao excitedly. The Kuan-ping was an ancient supreme divine beast. Its blood essence contained an incomparably vast amount of life essence, which was a fatal attraction to demons like the white dragon horse. Go by yourself. Be careful. I still need to observe the Kuan-ping's power. Ling Xiao said slowly. His eyes were still fixed on the Kuan-ping. He didn't relax at all. As he observed the Kuan-ping's attack and the use of the Great Way of Devouring, Ling Xiao felt that his understanding of the sky-devouring secret skill began to improve by leaps and bounds. Many problems that had been stuck in a bottleneck began to be solved. Vaguely, the void in his body vibrated and the chaos rose. There was a sign that the sky-devouring sacred world was going to be opened. Observing the Kuanping's attack was an unimaginable opportunity for Ling Xiao. It was far more important than getting some of the Kuanping's blood essence. Okay. The white dragon horse was also very straightforward. It immediately turned into a white stream of light and rushed into the void. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. Blazing light burst out in all directions. The son of darkness, Huaxiang, and the young monk besieged the Kuanping and constantly consumed its power. The Kuanping's blood essence floated in the air as if it had turned into a blood rain. Everyone was so happy that they almost went crazy. Getting the Kuanping's blood essence was enough to save them dozens of years of hard work. Roar, the Kuanping let out a roar. Black divine light rose from its body. In an instant, it rushed into the sky. Its figure split in the void and turned into two different figures. One was as black as ink. Its fish scales were shiny and sharp. It looked like a huge strange fish. Endless water light spread around its body. It was like the sea rolling and surging. It contained an incomparably terrifying power fluctuation. The other figure flew across the 9 heavens and turned into a golden rock. Its beak was sharp and its eyes were cold. Its pair of sharp claws seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. The two figures seemed to have formed a mysterious connection with each other. In an instant, they attacked the son of darkness and Huaxiang at the same time. After the two figures split into two, a mysterious Taiji diagram appeared in the void. It was like the incarnation of the great Tao. In an instant, it blocked the sound waves of the young monk's wooden fish. The power of the two figures seemed to have increased by several times. Its terrifying power was monstrous. It made people's hearts tremble. Two figures of the Kuanping? The Kuanping at the top and the Kuanping at the bottom. Divine light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. He thought of the rumors about the Kuanping and was a little shocked. According to the legends, the Kuanping with two figures was at its most terrifying. Obviously, the Kuanping was completely infuriated. Therefore, it did not hesitate to use its strongest battle form. It wanted to kill the son of darkness, Huaxiang, and the young monk. Sizzle. The golden rock suddenly tore with its claws. It was like a golden lightning. In an instant, it broke through the void and caught a dozen experts who could not dodge in time. It tore them into pieces in the void. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed them. They were all turned into food in its stomach. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the great rock's eyes were filled with killing intent. The wings on its body were blazing like sword radiance. It suddenly slashed down at the son of darkness with the speed of golden lightning. Asterisk Poochie. Asterisk black light flashed in the void. The son of darkness was split into two by the great rock, however, the great rock's eyes flashed. Golden blood chi spread around its body. Its wings shot out like billions of sword radiance, slashing down at the void in the distance. It turned out that the son of darkness that was slashed by the great rock was just an afterimage. The real son of darkness had already used the great darkness escape art to avoid the fatal attack. However, the great rock's perception was extremely sharp. After realizing that it was only an afterimage that was killed by it, it immediately unleashed a powerful magic attack towards the son of darkness. On the other side, the Kuan that was shrouded in blazing water also charged at Huaxiang. Huaxiang cultivated the Tao of fire. The purple flames around his body were filled with Taoist rhymes. The light of the Tao flowed around him, making him look extremely mysterious. However, the water radiance around the Kuan was also the power of the innate Tao of water. It could be said that it was incompatible with Huaxiang's fire and water. When the two collided, a boundless divine light storm erupted. Streams of water vapor rippled out, causing the void to tremble. One by one, the huge stars exploded with a loud bang. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the Kuan leaped into the air and swept its huge fish tail. Black divine light bloomed and swept directly on the purple divine pearl. Suddenly, flames exploded all over the sky. The purple divine pearl trembled and was directly sent flying. The Kuan opened its mouth and a black divine light shot out. The void trembled as it shot towards Huaxiang's forehead. Get lost. Huaxiang's eyes were indifferent. He shouted and punched out, asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the black divine light was blasted apart by his punch, but it didn't disperse around Huaxiang. Instead, it intertwined with each other. The runes rose up resplendently, turning into a huge black vortex, wanting to devour Huaxiang completely. Huaxiang's expression changed. He felt as if he was sinking into mud. His speed became extremely slow. The Kuan took advantage of this opportunity and leaped up. It opened its mouth and bit at Huaxiang's head. Asterisk clang. Asterisk at the critical moment, the young monk arrived. He raised the golden wooden fish in his hand and smashed it hard on Kuan's head. Kuan's vision turned black and he felt dizzy. He was sent flying by the young monk. "Thank you, brother." Huaxiang took a deep breath and cupped his fists. If not for the timely arrival of the young monk, although Huaxiang's life would not have been in any danger, he would have been in an extremely sorry state. Great rock. This Kuan-pung is too powerful. Now that it is in its prime state, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to capture it. The young monk said quickly with a solemn look in his eyes. No matter what, we can't rock, we can't let it. It is related to the whereabouts of the Black Emperor Palace. As long as we catch it, we can find the real Black Emperor Palace. Brothers, Don rocks with your trump cards. Huaxiang said slowly and decisively. His eyes were blazing with sharpness. Let's attack together and capture Kuan-pung. The Son of Darkness and the young monk looked at each other and nodded at the same time. I have a scroll of the Great Emperor's decree, which contains the power to seal the heavens and lock the earth. I hope you can help me stall the Kuan for a while, and I'll subdue it. Huaxiang gritted his teeth and said with a hint of pain in his eyes. The Great Emperor's decree? Great! The Son of Darkness and the young monk were shocked. The Hua clan was indeed powerful. They could take out the Great Emperor's decree without any hesitation. However, both of them knew that the reason why Huaxiang took out the Great Emperor's decree was not only because he was determined to get the Black Emperor Palace, but also because he was interested in the Kuan-pung. Boom! Huaxiang's body shone with a dazzling light. Strands of purple chi rose up, and the surrounding stars trembled slightly. An ancient, mysterious, and majestic aura erupted from his body. It was as if he was a supreme emperor from the ancient times, causing the myriad of worlds to tremble. A purple scroll slowly unfolded above Huaxiang's head. On the scroll, a few characters were written in ancient divine language, which looked like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. Seal. A vast and terrifying Great Emperor's aura burst out. That aura was so powerful that everyone could not help but tremble, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. The Great Emperor's decree, just a decree written by the Great Emperor, made them feel as if an ancient Great Emperor had come back to life. They felt small like ants looking up at a divine dragon. The Kuan-pung also seemed to feel the threat of the Great Emperor's decree. Suddenly, a terrifying divine light rose from its body, and the giant rock and the Kuan in the void merged together. They spread their wings like clouds in the sky, as if they wanted to fly up to the sky to avoid the power of the Great Emperor's decree. Come down. The Son of Darkness's eyes were indifferent. He roared, and in an instant, a black light surged around him. He flew up into the sky, and an unparalleled fist print fell on the Kuan-pung's head. The fist print seemed to contain the power of the origin of darkness. It covered the sky and turned it into the purest black. It seemed to have activated some kind of origin power in the Son of Darkness's body, and a trace of nine-colored divine light flashed in his eyes. Formation, existence, destruction, emptiness, indestructibility. The young monk also put his palms together and softly chanted a sutra. In an instant, the Buddhist light around him shone brightly. It was as if there was another Sarira in his body that shone brightly, illuminating the world and nurturing supreme wisdom and spiritual light. The mysterious Buddha's light covered the sky and fell on the Kuan-pung. Darkness and light seemed to have merged at this moment, forming an incomparably mysterious power. Lines flowed, looking ancient and mysterious, and directly wrapped around the Kuan-pung's body. The Kuan-pung, who was about to fly up into the sky, seemed to have fallen into the depths of a quagmire at this moment. It was fixed in the void, and its eyes were filled with disbelief. Seal. At this moment, Huaxiang roared. The Great Emperor's decree came down at an extremely fast speed. It turned into a seal rune, exuding a monstrous emperor's aura, and directly imprinted on the Kuan Peng's glabella. Rumble, blazing divine light bloomed, and the Kuan Peng's body trembled violently. The rune was like the incarnation of the great Tao, containing an incomparably mysterious spirituality, and it drilled into the Kuan Peng's glabella. Rumble, the great emperor's decree emitted a blazing divine light. Chaotic chi rose as if it was splitting heaven and earth apart. Vast great Tao laws descended, forming mysterious lines of laws that entangled the Kuan Peng. The Kuan Peng struggled violently. Golden chi and blood rose around its body. Streaks of black divine light were as violent as the sea. Hundreds of stars around it exploded one after another. Its aura was terrifying. However, no matter how hard the Kuan Peng struggled, it could not break free from the great emperor's decree. Instead, as the great emperor's decree shrunk, the Kuan Peng began to shrink. A Kuan Peng, a Saint Realm Kuan Peng. If it can become my mount, it will definitely help me sweep across the universe and become the chosen one. Hua Xiang thought to himself as he stared at the Kuan Peng in front of him with blazing eyes. Although it pained him to lose a great emperor's decree, it would be a great opportunity if he could obtain a Saint Realm Kuan Peng as his mount, especially if the Kuan Peng was related to the legendary Black Emperor Palace. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. If Hua Xiang obtained the Kuan Peng, he was afraid that the arrogant Hua clan would turn around and deal with him in the next moment. Ling Xiao had thoroughly offended the Hua clan and the heavenly curse sect in the War God Temple. Given the Hua clan's vengeful nature, they would definitely not let him off easily. Ling Xiao had already seen the cold smile and killing intent in Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen's eyes. I can't let them take the Kuan Peng. A sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he made up his mind. Rumble, just as Ling Xiao was about to make a move, the void suddenly shook. The altar above the void radiated billions of divine light. The black divine light that shrouded the altar trembled as if it had turned into streaks of lightning. What's going on? Everyone's spirits were lifted as they abruptly turned to look at the altar. On the black altar, there were intertwining thunderbolts and surging lightning. In an instant, a white shadow rushed onto the altar and grabbed the stone bowl on the altar. The liquid inside the stone bowl was sparkling and translucent like nectar. It emitted a rich fragrance. Moreover, the billions of divine light shot out from the stone bowl. Is it a white dragon horse? A strange look appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. The shadow that grabbed the stone bowl was the white dragon horse. Previously, the altar was covered by the Kuan Peng's divine power. Although everyone could see the stone bowl on the altar, no one could get close to it. Therefore, the son of darkness, Hua Xiang, and the young monk chose to attack the Kuan Peng first. However, no one expected that the white dragon horse would come to the altar and pick up the stone bowl. Damn it, what is that? How can it walk up the altar? Bastard, put down the stone bowl. The supreme treasure in the stone bowl belongs to everyone. If you dare to touch it, you will die without a burial ground. Everyone's eyes turned red, and they were all agitated. Their eyes were filled with jealousy and anger. Some people even began to leap up and rush toward the altar. That's Long Outyen's dragon horse. Let's capture Long Outyen and force that dragon horse to hand over the stone bowl. Hua Tianqiong's eyes flashed coldly as he pointed at Ling Xiao. That's right. He is Long Outyen, the master of the War God Temple. He has the supreme treasure, the sky-flipping seal. As long as we kill him, the sky-flipping seal will be ours. Yang Wen roared as if he wanted to see the world plunged into chaos. His eyes were filled with blazing killing intent. Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen's encounter in the War God Temple made them hate Ling Xiao to the core. This kind of humiliation could only be washed away with Ling Xiao's blood. Therefore, they did not hesitate to incite the crowd when they saw the opportunity. Long Outyen? You are Long Outyen? You are only a 7th revolution half-saint. How can you be qualified to wield the sky-flipping seal? Hand over the sky-flipping seal. Hand it over or die. After hearing Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen's words, everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao. They surrounded Ling Xiao, and their eyes were filled with greed. Whether it was the treasure in the stone bowl or the sky-flipping seal, they were so excited that their bodies trembled. As long as they could capture Ling Xiao, they might be able to keep these two treasures in their pockets. Ling Xiao looked very delicate. He was only a 7th revolution half-saint, and his aura was not strong. As for the rumor that Ling Zhao's combat strength was comparable to that of a saint, they had never seen it, so they naturally scoffed at it. Everyone was blinded by greed as they stared at Ling Xiao covetously. "You bunch of cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong, how dare you threaten me? I will first drink the wine in the stone bowl as a sign of respect," the white dragon horse said with a smile. He instantly picked up the stone bowl and swallowed the wine. Everyone was dumbfounded. The bejeweled nectar in the stone bowl was drunk by the white dragon horse. They originally planned to hand over the stone bowl for the white dragon horse, but they did not expect the stone bowl to ignore their threats and directly swallow the wine in the stone bowl. Boom! A rich fragrance filled the air, containing energy fluctuations that made people feel comfortable. The void trembled slightly. The white dragon horse's body shone brightly, and a faint dragon's roar filled the air, causing its body to emit an ancient and mysterious power. All the pores on its body were gushing out rays of light, and its aura began to skyrocket. Golden dragon scales began to grow on its body, and soon, it was shrouded in them. Its body skyrocketed, and it became tens of thousands of feet tall. The dragon's aura was vast, and its aura was terrifying. The golden dragon scales shone with a blazing light, and its 4 limbs were like heavenly pillars, full of explosive power. Ha ha ha. Awesome. The white dragon horse laughed loudly, beaming with joy. Its face was full of a smile that deserved a beating. The wine in the stone bowl was actually nurturing the power of the heavenly way's origin. It was the result of the Kunpeng's own devouring great path, which had been nurtured on the altar for hundreds of millions of years. It was a supreme treasure. The white dragon horse's aura skyrocketed. Although it only had the cultivation of a 7th revolution half-sage, its accumulation had reached the pinnacle after consuming this bowl of heavenly Tao origin. The nirvana tribulation was about to descend. If the white dragon horse had not suppressed the power of the nirvana tribulation, it might have been able to enter the 9th revolution half-saint realm with the help of the heavenly way's origin, or even higher. Damn it, if I can get the wine in the stone bowl, I might be able to become a saint. This damn white dragon horse is wasting God's gift, kill it. Unforgivable, simply unforgivable. This Long Out Yen is also unforgivable, kill him. Boom, the white dragon horse was surrounded by blazing divine light, as if there was a thunderbolt. It was like a bolt of lightning, and its speed was extremely fast. Its 4 limbs were like heavenly pillars, and suddenly swept towards the crowd. It was as if the heavenly pillars had collapsed, and its momentum was extremely terrifying. The hooves of the white dragon horse actually contained a vast fist intent, which was filled with an incomparably violent power. Anyone who was stepped on by its hooves would either explode into a bloody mist, completely losing their souls, or have their sternum broken and their mouths spitting out blood. Get lost. Ling Zhao's eyes were also cold, and his killing intent was overflowing. He threw out a punch, and his fist intent exploded like a bright sun, and swept away everyone in front of him. Ling Zhao's blood was boiling, and he seemed to be telepathically connected with the white dragon horse. He jumped up into the sky and landed on the back of the white dragon horse. The white dragon horse was like a bolt of lightning, and it turned into an indistinct shadow. It dodged the heavy attacks of the crowd, and directly came to the void. Break! Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with a sharp light, and a violent energy burst out from his body. The tumbling sky seal instantly rose into the sky. The Thunder Spirit King in the tumbling sky seal had activated all the power of the tumbling sky seal, and a vast emperor's aura burst out. It was like an immemorial mountain, and it suppressed the Kunpeng who was imprisoned by the great emperor's decree. The son of darkness, the young monk, and Hua Ziyang were working together to subdue the Kunpeng. Therefore, although they noticed what was happening below, they did not care. They did not expect Ling Xiao to attack at this moment. Long Out Yen, how dare you? Hua Ziyang's eyes instantly became extremely cold, and they were filled with blazing killing intent. He had reached the most critical moment of refining the Kunpeng. The Kunpeng's struggle was getting weaker and weaker, and it had shrunk to the size of a few feet under the imprisonment of the great emperor's decree. It was about to be completely imprisoned. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would dare to come out and cause trouble. Buzz, Hua Ziyang opened his mouth, and suddenly, a purple sun rose into the sky, exuding a blazing killing intent. It went towards the tumbling sky seal, and wanted to block it. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold. He threw out a punch, and a vast amount of Emperor's Fist intent erupted. It directly collided with the purple sun, and there was an extremely blazing light. The tumbling sky seal did not reduce its momentum, and it directly hit the Kunping. The white dragon horse was simply too fast. In addition, Ling Xiao had unleashed a peerless attack with the sky-flipping seal. Even the Son of Darkness and the young monk, who were currently restraining the Kunping, were unable to stop it in time. Crack, the terrifying power of the tumbling sky seal exploded, and the vast Emperor's might in it collided violently with the great Emperor's decree on the Kunping's body. A crisp sound was heard, and a small part of the Dharma lines on the Kunping's body was shattered instantly. The Kunping, who had been in despair, suddenly had hope in its eyes, and it shone brightly. It accumulated the last bit of strength in its body, and suddenly jumped up. At the same time, there were crackling sounds around its body, and terrifying qi and blood gushed out like a river. Boom, the Kunping completely broke free from the imprisonment of the great Emperor's decree. Its wings were like the clouds in the sky, and it rose directly. Suddenly, it sent the Son of Darkness, the young monk, and Hua Ziyang flying. No, Hua Ziyang roared, and his voice was full of unwillingness and anger. He was so close to completely suppressing the Kunping with the great Emperor's decree. At that time, he could even refine the Kunping into his mount, but in the end, it was all in vain. And all of this was caused by Ling Xiao. The tumbling sky seal exploded with Emperor's might, and the terrifying power was monstrous. Before the Son of Darkness, the young monk, and Hua Ziyang could react, it directly broke the imprisonment of the great Emperor's decree. Long Out Yen, I'm going to kill you. Hua Ziyang's eyes were blood red, and his purple hair fluttered in the wind. The aura around him was extremely violent, and his eyes were filled with burning killing intent as he looked at Ling Xiao. His hatred for Ling Xiao had reached a boiling point. Long Out Yen, you deserve to die. The Son of Darkness's eyes were also cold, and his face was extremely ugly. They were going all out to deal with the Kunping, but they did not expect Ling Xiao to suddenly save the Kunping. Ba, benefactor, you are too angry. This Kunping is destined to be with our Buddhist sect. Since benefactor has saved it, how about exchanging it with the tumbling sky seal? The young monk said softly. He put his palms together, and his eyes were extremely deep as he stared at Ling Xiao. All of you deserve to die. Before Ling Xiao could speak, he heard the Kunping's extremely terrifying voice. It was like thunder exploding in the void, and its aura was monstrous. Boom, the Kunping flew across the sky, and the power around it began to surge. Even the black altar in the void turned into a stream of light and merged with the Kunping's body. The Kunping's wings were like heavenly blades, and it slashed down towards the Son of Darkness and the other two. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth, and the violent devouring great Tao exploded. A black vortex rose up, and it wanted to swallow the Son of Darkness and the other two into its stomach. Damn it! What's wrong with this Kunping? Hua Ziyang's face changed, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. He did not have the time to find trouble with Ling Xiao. Suddenly, the blazing flames around him rose up, and he slammed his palm down on the Kunping. At the same time, he borrowed the violent power and directly soared into the sky. After the Kunping broke free, its power seemed to have skyrocketed. At this moment, it displayed the supreme devouring great Tao, causing chaos in all directions. It made the big stars shake as if they were about to shatter at any time. Rumble, black divine light gushed out, and the Kunping's wings slashed across the Son of Darkness, Hua Ziyang, and the young monk, cutting them in half. However, a light flashed in the void, and the three of them only left their afterimages. Their real bodies had already escaped, and they did not dare to fight with the Kunping. At this moment, the Kunping had already fallen into a state of extreme rage. In addition, the Kunping's combat strength had inexplicably skyrocketed. Immediately, the Son of Darkness and the other two felt an incomparably strong pressure. You guys have fun by yourselves. I won't accompany you. Ling Xiao said to the Son of Darkness and the others with a faint smile. His eyes flashed, and he instantly rode the white dragon horse into the distance. His purpose of making a move was to disrupt the situation. Now that the Kunping had been rescued, Ling Xiao naturally would not continue to stay here. He was not confident that he could face the son of darkness, the young monk, and Hua Ziyang at the same time. As for the Kuanping, Ling Xiao had already saved it once. Whether it could escape or not depended on its luck. The chaotic aura rose, looking peaceful and mysterious. The surrounding void trembled slightly, emitting ripples. This was an incomparably mysterious region, shrouded in chaotic aura. It was misty and mysterious, making it impossible for people to distinguish the direction. But at this moment, there was an incomparably blazing lightning, as if it was splitting the sky and earth. Its power was incomparably terrifying, and it was accompanied by a series of screams like pigs being slaughtered. Rumble, thunder and lightning filled the sky. It was as if a thunder dragon was roaring. Rays of light shone, flashing with golden, silver, purple and other gorgeous rays of light. The vast power of the heavens descended and continuously struck the white dragon horse. Ling Xiao was outside the range of the lightning tribulation, staring at the white dragon horse that was undergoing the tribulation. His eyes were filled with an incomparably strange expression. After breaking the great emperor's decree and saving the Kuanping, he rode the white dragon horse and left. As for the result of the battle between the Kuanping, the son of darkness, Hua Ziyang, and the others, Ling Xiao naturally did not know. He and the white dragon horse came to the depths of the universe and inadvertently came to this place shrouded in chaotic mist. The white dragon horse's nirvana tribulation could no longer be suppressed and directly erupted. The heavenly way origin in the stone bowl was a supreme treasure formed by the altar after hundreds of millions of years under the influence of the Kuanping's devouring great path. It contained incomparably vast energy, and an ordinary person would have exploded long ago. The white dragon horse's bloodline was extremely powerful, and its physical body was also extremely strong, so it could suppress the power of the heavenly way origin. But in this place shrouded in chaotic mist, the white dragon horse could not suppress the power of the heavenly way origin. The white dragon horse's cultivation was already at the 7th revolution half-saint, and at this moment, the 8th and 9th nirvana tribulations erupted at the same time. With the strength of the white dragon horse's physical body and the vast power of the heavenly way origin, even if 2 nirvana tribulations descended at the same time, it would not cause much damage to it. However, the white dragon horse's nirvana tribulation was extremely terrifying. Not only was it reborn from the inside out, but it was also accompanied by the supreme lightning tribulation, which was extremely terrifying. Kacha, a bolt of purple lightning struck down. It was as thick as a bucket. It completely locked onto the white dragon horse. Even if the white dragon horse had the power to travel through the void, it could not dodge it. The purple lightning instantly left a deep bloodstain on the white dragon horse's body. The lightning drilled into the white dragon horse's body, causing its hair to stand on end. The white dragon horse's mouth issued a blood-curdling screech. Damnable heavens, this daddy is transcending the nirvana tribulation, what does it have to do with you? What's wrong with you? The white dragon horse's eyes were filled with incomparable depression. Although it was circulating the heavenly Tao origin in its body and the injuries on its body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, every bolt of lightning caused the white dragon horse to roll its eyes in pain. It really King hurts, rumble, as soon as the white dragon horse's voice fell, another bolt of lightning struck down from the void. The purple and silver lightning intertwined, causing the void to shatter. Chaotic airflow rose up. The white dragon horse's skin was lacerated and its flesh was badly mangled. Even its crystal-clear bones could be seen, which were like jade. No matter how the white dragon horse dodged, those lightning bolts were able to accurately land on its body. It was in so much pain that it cursed loudly. Its heart was extremely depressed. The heavenly Tao law here is extremely chaotic. The white dragon horse has gone through 2 nirvana tribulations in a row. Its body is filled with tribulation aura. It would be strange if it did not attract the lightning tribulation. A glint flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes as he gradually sensed the strangeness and mystery of this place. Although the white dragon horse was howling in pain, Ling Zhao could see that the white dragon horse's life was not in danger. Moreover, the white dragon horse's body had an extremely strong heavenly Tao origin, which allowed its injuries to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the contrary, under the effect of the lightning tribulation, the white dragon horse was rapidly fusing with the heavenly Tao origin in its body, causing its life force to become stronger and stronger. its body began to emit a mysterious power of law. As the tribulation aura on the white dragon horse's body gradually dissipated, the lightning tribulation above the void also became weaker and weaker. In the end, the tribulation aura on its body completely disappeared, and the lightning tribulation also disappeared without a trace. Boom, the white dragon horse emitted an extremely powerful aura. The surrounding void trembled, and chaotic airflow rose up. Blazing divine light shrouded the white dragon horse, making it look incomparably majestic. It was as if it was bathing in the radiance of the sun. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. The white dragon horse's cultivation had completely stabilized at the 9th revolution half-saint realm. You're really lucky. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. The white dragon horse had swallowed the heavenly Tao origin that the Kuan-Ping had nurtured for hundreds of millions of years. Its cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and it had broken through 2 small realms. Moreover, all the energy of the heavenly Tao origin was stored in the white dragon horse's body, which was enough for it to break through to the saint realm. Don't you know who I am? Kid, you have to be careful. I will definitely become a saint before you. The white dragon horse said proudly. There was a hint of malice in its eyes as it pondered whether or not it should beat Xianxia up to vent its anger. Although Xiao's cultivation was 2 small realms lower than it, the white dragon horse knew how terrifying Xiao's combat strength was. He could even fight a saint. After thinking about it, it gave up on the idea. Even if you become a saint, you are still my mount. Xiao said with a smile. His words made the white dragon horse speechless. Where is this place? The white dragon horse felt hurt and decided to end the topic. It looked around and said. This was an extremely mysterious chaotic area. The fog was thick, and one could not see what was around them. However, they could feel that the laws here were extremely chaotic, and there was a strong murderous aura. I am not sure either. However, the chaotic airflow here is extremely dense. It seems to be the densest place in the universe. If there is really a passage to the chaotic ancient land in the universe, I am afraid it is very likely to be here. Xiao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Xiao was in the chaotic fog. The pores all over his body were slowly absorbing the chaotic airflow. A mysterious vortex appeared vaguely, and it was crystal clear. Streaks of chaotic airflow entered his body and began to refine his body. Xiao could feel that the chaotic airflow here was extremely pure. His physical body, which had almost reached its limit, was slowly strengthening as he absorbed the chaotic airflow. It is hard to say if there is a passage to the chaotic ancient land here. However, this is not a good place. This is a burial ground. Who is it? Xiao's eyes flashed as he stared at the chaotic void in the distance. He could feel that a figure was rapidly approaching at an extremely fast speed. The voice came later but arrived first. The aura was extremely terrifying. It was comparable to the sage realm and emitted an extremely powerful sage aura. Buzz, the chaotic mist dispersed, and a figure instantly rushed over from afar and landed in front of Xiao and the white dragon horse. It was a little fatty who was about 7 or 8 years old. His skin was extremely dark and he looked chubby. His small eyes were almost squinted into slits as they flickered with a bright light. There was a harmless smile on his face. However, Xiao could feel that this little fatty's body contained an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. It was even stronger than the Son of Darkness and the others. He's not a sage, but his aura is not weaker than a sage's. An expert at the 3rd level of the heaven-treading realm? Xiao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. He could feel that the little fatty in front of him gave him a very familiar feeling. His aura was extremely terrifying, comparable to that of a sage. However, his true cultivation should not have broken through to the sage realm yet. He should be an expert at the 3rd level of the heaven-treading realm. Little black fatty, who are you? The white dragon horse widened its eyes and stared at the little fatty with an unfriendly expression. However, the name Little Black Fatty was a little too unpleasant. The little fatty immediately rolled his eyes and said, "Mixed-haired horse, have you forgotten who I am after secretly drinking my heavenly path origin liquid?" The white dragon horse's body trembled, and it immediately exclaimed as if it had seen a ghost, you are, that Kuan-Ping?" Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He finally confirmed the source of the familiar aura on the little fatty. It was the aura of the devouring great path. This little fatty was actually that terrifying Kuan Peng, not only the white dragon horse, but even Ling Xiao was in disbelief. The Kuan Peng was tens of millions of feet long, like a floating continent. Its wings were like clouds that covered the sky. When it was fighting with the Son of Darkness and the other two peerless geniuses, it was insufferably arrogant and could almost swallow the entire sky. If this little fatty was the Kuan Peng, even Ling Xiao felt that it was extremely unreal. That's right, it's me. The heavenly Tao quintessence that I nurtured with the devouring great Tao for millions of years was swallowed by a bastard like you. Tell me, what should I do? The little fatty smiled proudly as he stared at the white dragon horse with an unfriendly gaze. TSK. Fatty Blackie, don't think that I don't know. Although you were the one who nurtured the heavenly Tao origin, most of the energy had already been swallowed into your body by your devouring Tao. That bowl of heavenly Tao origin was only a very small portion. It was dispensable to you. Moreover, if it wasn't for us saving you, you would have been captured by Hua Ziyang long ago to be his mount. You still have the nerve to fuss about all this? The white dragon horse said with disdain. Humph. If it weren't for the two of you saving me, I would have swallowed all of you in one gulp. The little fatty snorted coldly. A black light flashed in his eyes, making him look mysterious and majestic. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally felt the fluctuation of his aura when he faced the Kuan Peng. Fatty Blackie, where did the Son of Darkness, Hua Ziyang, and that monk go? You didn't eat it, did you? Now that you know that we saved you, don't you want to repay us? You can just give us 180 bowls of that heavenly Tao origin liquid. The white dragon horse said shamelessly. The three of them have naturally escaped long ago. If they didn't run fast enough, they would have become my meal. You want 180 bowls of heavenly Tao origin liquid? What a boastful tone. You don't even have a single bowl. However, I clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. I will repay any kindness. There is a great opportunity in this burial ground. Do you want it? Fatty Blackie rolled his eyes and said. Burial ground? You said that this is the burial ground. What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked slowly. Because this is indeed the burial ground. Moreover, it is the burial ground of the ancient great celestial demon war. If you don't believe me, take a look. The little fatty said slowly. Suddenly, he opened his mouth. Roar, he let out a roar that shook heaven and earth. Instantly, heaven and earth trembled. A vast devouring force erupted. The chaotic aura that filled the sky was like a whale swallowing the sea. In an instant, the little fatty swallowed it into his stomach. The Kuan Peng's supreme ability of devouring heaven and earth erupted. Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse felt a sense of fear. This little fatty's strength was indeed terrifying. He took a big gulp. Instantly, a vacuum state appeared in a radius of 1,000 miles around Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse. All the chaotic aura was swallowed by the little fatty. Without the obstruction of the chaotic aura, Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse immediately saw the scenery of heaven and earth clearly. In the distance, the vast land that stretched as far as the eye could see was actually filled with endless white bones. The white bones were lying in the wind and sand. There were bones of the human race and also bones of the demon race. Some of the bones were even tens of thousands of feet long. They were buried deep in the yellow sand, and the parts that were exposed to the outside exuded an extremely strong murderous aura. Those white bones were only a few dozen miles away from Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse. They stretched all the way to the depths of the universe as if they were flowing with the yellow sand. It was a magnificent sight. The murderous aura that Ling Xiao felt previously came from those white bones. Although those bones had been dead for countless years, the murderous aura in the bones still remained. It was just that it was shrouded in a thick chaotic aura, which blocked Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse's senses. Is this the bone burial ground? Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse looked at each other and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The scene in front of them was too spectacular. The bones were densely packed. It was unknown how many thousands of experts had been buried here. Some of the bones contained a murderous aura. Even though they were far away, Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse could feel their hearts palpitating. That's right. This is the battlefield of the ancient chaotic great war of gods and demons. It's also their burial ground. Usually, the burial ground is hidden in the depths of the universe. Outsiders can't enter it. Only when there are great changes in heaven and earth and the laws are chaotic will the burial ground appear. The little fatty said slowly. Great changes in heaven and earth? Could there really be a passageway to the chaotic ancient land in the universe? The white dragon horse seemed to have thought of something, and its eyes suddenly lit up. It's very possible. However, the passageway shouldn't have appeared yet. Since you can come to the burial ground, it means that you are fated with this place. You have the opportunity to obtain the fortune and opportunity here. Do you want to give it a try? The little fatty nodded. What kind of fortune and opportunity? Xianxia asked. The secret of reincarnation. Have you heard of it? The secret skill of reincarnation? Xiao's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. No one knew better than him about the 108 secret techniques of the myriad worlds because the wordless heavenly book was in Xiao's hands, and Xiao valued the first 12 secret techniques the most, also known as the 12 heavenly arts. Xiao always remembered the words of the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. Only after collecting all 12 sky skills could he become a sage. Unfortunately, up until now, Xiao had only obtained the complete 12th secret skill of heaven, the 2nd secret skill of fate, and the 3rd secret skill of karma. Now that he heard Fatty Black's words, the secret skill of reincarnation might be in the burial grounds. How could Xiao not be shocked? The secret skill of reincarnation was ranked 4th in the celestial gang. It was the supreme skill of the Samsara temple of the 12 immortal sanctuaries. But shouldn't the secret skill of reincarnation be in the Samsara temple? Why would it be in the burial grounds? Yes, it is the secret skill of reincarnation. How do you think the burial grounds were formed? What you see now is just a field of white bones. That's because you haven't entered the burial grounds. Because of the secret skill of reincarnation, the burial grounds have formed an illusory world, and many fighting spirits formed by white bones are in it. Now that the burial grounds have appeared, if we are careful, we may be able to obtain the secret skill of reincarnation. Fatty Xiaohei said excitedly. How do you know that the secret skill of reincarnation is in the burial grounds? Xiao looked at Fatty Black and asked. He felt that Fatty Black was too enthusiastic about the secret skill of reincarnation. Moreover, Kuan Peng and the Black Emperor Palace were inextricably linked, which made Xiao suspicious of Kuan Peng's motives. What's the use of the secret skill of reincarnation? Fatty Xiaohei, don't play games with us. If you want to repay us, why don't you just take us to the Black Emperor Palace and let us inherit the Black Emperor's inheritance? That's the only way you can repay us for saving your life, right? Naturally, the white dragon horse was not so easily fooled. Moreover, the secret reincarnation technique was not very attractive to it. It rolled its eyes and suddenly laughed mischievously. How do I know that the secret reincarnation technique is in the boneyard? That's because there is information about the boneyard in my inherited memories. The secret skill of samsara could reverse life and death and bring people back to life. It could even construct the great way of samsara and send people into the cycle of reincarnation. It was a supreme secret skill. Even in the Samsara temple, only a few people could cultivate it. As for the Black Emperor Palace, I understand your doubts. To be honest, I do have some connections with the Black Emperor Palace, but the Black Emperor Palace is in the Chaos Ancient Land, and we can't enter it now. Our top priority now is to obtain the supreme opportunity and fortune of the secret skill of reincarnation, isn't it? Blackie explained to Xiao and the White Dragon Horse. He was very honest and did not hide anything. He told them everything he knew. Although Xiao knew that there was a lot of exaggeration in Fatty Hei's words, he didn't want to pursue the matter. He stared at Fatty Hei and asked, how can I obtain the secret of reincarnation? It's very simple. In the middle of the boneyard, there is a reincarnation jade wall. The secret of reincarnation is engraved in it. As long as we can reach the reincarnation jade wall, we will have a chance to obtain the secret of reincarnation. However, the boneyard is filled with all kinds of powerful fighting spirits. They are all affected by the secret of reincarnation and retain most of their combat strength from their previous lives. Therefore, we must not disturb those fighting spirits. Otherwise, if we poke the hornet's nest, none of us will be able to escape, let alone obtain the secret of reincarnation. Fatty Hay said solemnly with a tinge of fear in his eyes. According to Fatty Blackie, although there were strong and weak battle spirits in the boneyard, these battle spirits were very united. If one battle spirit was killed, then all the other battle spirits would crazily rush over. At that time, even if Ling Xiao had the ability to reach the heavens, he could only nurse a grievance. Ling Xiao, I feel that Fatty Hay is up to no good. Let's forget about the secret of reincarnation and let him go by himself. The white dragon horse transmitted its voice to Ling Xiao. The secret of reincarnation is very important to me. Even if there's a 1 in a million chance, I'm prepared to give it a try. If you're not interested in the secret of reincarnation, wait for me outside the boneyard. Ling Xiao shook his head. His expression was resolute. Among the 12 immortal sanctuaries, the Samsara Temple's strength was unfathomable and very mysterious. No one even knew where their mountain gate was. If Ling Xiao wanted to obtain the secret of reincarnation from the Samsara Temple, it would be extremely difficult and the chances were slim. If the boneyard really had the secret of reincarnation, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Ling Xiao. Since the secret of reincarnation is so important to you, I'll go with you. At least with me around, even if we're discovered by the fighting spirits, we can escape in time. The white dragon horse thought for a while and made a decision that surprised Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled in his heart. He knew that although the white dragon horse looked like a coward and had a nasty mouth, this fellow was stubborn and was very proud. At the critical moment, it could still be relied on. All right. Kuanping, we'll go with you to the boneyard and look for the reincarnation jade annulus. Ling Xiao nodded seriously. You've made the right choice. Believe me, the secret of reincarnation is in the boneyard. However, in order to not alarm the fighting spirits, you can enter the small world in my body. I'll bring you to the reincarnation jade annulus to comprehend the secret of reincarnation. Fatty Xiaohei said excitedly. I hope so. As for entering the small world in your body, there's no need. We all have the secret of concealing our aura. It's not a problem to block the fighting spirit's senses. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Although he could feel that Fatty Xiaohei had no ill intentions towards them, he still had to be cautious. Ling Xiao could not enter Kuanping's body so easily. No. Although your secret of concealing your aura is useful against humans, it's useless against the fighting spirits. It's useless. Fatty Xiaohei rejected without thinking. However, before he could finish his words, his mouth suddenly opened wide in shock. Ling Xiao was riding on the white dragon horse. The aura around him was faint and ethereal. He had directly used the heaven-shrouding secret technique. A mysterious fluctuation rippled out. His entire person and the white dragon horse merged into one with the void. It was as if he had disappeared before Fatty Xiaohei's eyes. It seems that I've underestimated you. Let's go. The fighting spirits in the boneyard are extremely powerful. We can't expose ourselves before we find the reincarnation jade annulus. Fatty Hay leaped up and turned into a looming shadow that flew toward the boneyard. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse again. Don't worry, Fatty Hay. Even if you expose yourself, we won't. The white dragon horse shook its head and chuckled. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under Fatty Hay's lead, Ling Xiao rode the white dragon horse into the boneyard. Buzz! After entering the boneyard, Ling Xiao felt a slight vibration in the void. It was as if the scene in front of him had undergone some strange changes. The white bones that stretched as far as the eye could see seemed to be trembling. Mysterious shadows emerged from the white bones and appeared around Ling Xiao. Chaotic mist filled the air and a mysterious light began to shine. Ling Xiao felt as if he had come to a strange world. He could feel that the shadows that flew out from the white bones were vivid and lifelike. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura. They were laughing and cursing. They looked exactly like real people. Every shadow was surrounded by an extremely powerful evil spirit. It was as if it could crack the void and make people's hearts tremble. These were the fighting spirits of the boneyard. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. He saw a giant that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Its skin was as if it was cast in gold. Its chi and blood were monstrous. Its muscles were tight and contained an explosive power. Opposite the giant was a black devil ape that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It held a huge iron rod in its hand. Its ferocious aura pervaded the air as it fought fiercely with the giant. The scene was extremely shocking. Its aura was terrifying and monstrous. Every blow was enough to kill an expert at the peak of the sage-to-be. Whether it was the giant or the black devil ape, both of them had a peerless combat strength that was comparable to a sage. Ling Xiao knew that the two fighting spirits in front of him might have died long ago and only existed by relying on this illusory realm. The scene of the battle might have existed tens of thousands of years ago. However, the scene in front of him still shocked him. Is there really reincarnation in the world? Ling Xiao thought to himself. For these fighting spirits, this illusory realm was their reincarnation. It allowed them to obtain immortality in another sense. But after many people died, where did their souls go? Although the theory of reincarnation had been passed down for a long time, no one had ever seen a real reincarnation. Although Ling Xiao had cultivated the secret method of life and the secret method of death, and to a certain extent, the secret method of life and the secret method of death were a part of the secret method of samsara, Ling Xiao could sense that even if he cultivated the secret method of life and the secret method of death to the extreme and comprehended the origin of life and the secret method of death, he probably would not be able to come back to life if he was really killed. Legend has it that someone from the samsara temple has successfully reincarnated. If I can get my hands on the secret skill of samsara, I might be able to decipher some of the secrets of samsara. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He was looking forward to the reincarnation jade annulus that Fatty Hay mentioned. Under Fatty Hay's lead, Ling Xiao rode the white dragon horse into the depths of the land of bones. He saw countless living beings in the illusory realm. He saw countless huge cities and prosperous kingdoms. It was basically no different from the real world. Ling Xiao could also vaguely sense that there was a strange power enveloping the world, which made the fighting spirits follow certain laws of the Grand Tao. Fatty Hay's original form was a Kuanping. The Grand Tao of devouring was his innate ability. He used the Grand Tao of devouring to completely devour his presence. He seemed to have turned into a fighting spirit as well. As for Ling Xiao, he rode the white dragon horse. He used a secret technique to conceal the heavens, turning his and the white dragon horse's aura into a part of this illusory world. Even the battle spirit couldn't see him or the white dragon horse. Just like that, Ling Xiao followed Fatty Hay across several 100,000 kilometers without any danger. Finally, an ancient mountain appeared before him. This was a giant mountain that was over 1,000,000 feet tall. It shined with dazzling light and overflowed with light. Auspicious vapors rose from it, making it seem like a sacred mountain where a saint resided. It was interwoven with the truth of the Grand Tao, containing the imprints of the Grand Tao. Atop the mountain was a giant jade annulus. It was translucent and shined with a hazy light. There seemed to be mysterious characters on it. Ling Xiao could see that many fighting spirits were sitting on the mountain and below the jade annulus. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and devotion. Is this the reincarnation jade annulus? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He could faintly sense that the reincarnation jade annulus exuded an extremely mysterious aura. It contained the fluctuations of life and death. It rotated endlessly and came and went without a hitch. However, the runes seemed to be obscured by the mist of chaos. It was impossible to see the characters on the reincarnation jade annulus. That's right. This is the reincarnation jade annulus, the foundation of the burial ground. The reincarnation jade annulus records the true secret reincarnation technique, but it is concealed by the mist of chaos and the Grand Tao. If you want to comprehend the scriptures, you must find a way to break through the mist on the jade annulus. Fatty Xiaohei said slowly, his eyes filled with eagerness. Do you have any ideas? Ling Xiao looked at Fatty Blackie and asked. He could vaguely sense that the mist on the reincarnation jade annulus was not simple. If he rashly broke through the mist, he would probably alarm all the fighting spirits before he could see the secret reincarnation technique on it. There were many fighting spirits here, and each of them had an extremely powerful aura. If he alarmed the fighting spirits here, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. There is a way. But we need to cooperate. Fatty Hay said slowly. What is it? Ling Xiao asked. In my opinion, There is no need for us to break through the mist and see the scriptures inside. Why don't we just take the reincarnation jade annulus and comprehend the secret reincarnation technique after we leave the burial ground? Fatty Hay said with a chuckle. Take the reincarnation jade annulus directly? Your idea is really bold. Ling Xiao looked at Fatty Hay speechlessly. He did not expect this guy to be so ambitious. However, the reincarnation jade annulus was the foundation of the existence of many fighting spirits. It was equivalent to their source of life. Not to mention whether the reincarnation jade annulus could be taken down. Even if it could be taken down, could they really take it away smoothly? If you want to obtain the secret reincarnation technique, you have to take a little risk. My idea is that you guys think of a way to lead these fighting spirits away, and I will think of a way to take the reincarnation jade annulus. How about that? Fatty Hay said as he stared at Ling Xiao, his eyes full of anticipation. Snatch the reincarnation jade annulus? Are you sure? Although I don't know the origin of the reincarnation jade annulus, I can see that the reincarnation jade annulus is the foundation of the land of buried bones. It won't be easy to snatch it away. Ling Xiao said slowly. He was not optimistic about Fatty Black's idea. Hee, you don't know this. Who am I? I'm the Kuan Pung, an ancient overlord and a supreme master. I can even swallow heaven and earth. Although this reincarnation jade annulus is extraordinary, as long as I want to devour it, I can definitely swallow it into my belly. You just need to help me lure away all the battle spirits. How about that? Fatty Black smiled proudly and was full of confidence. Ling Xiao, do you want to give it a try? Although these battle spirits are powerful, with my speed, I should be able to escape unscathed even if I can't defeat them. White Dragon Horse asked tentatively. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. Well, let's give it a try. The secret skill of reincarnation was extremely important to Ling Xiao. However, with so many battle spirits here, it would be difficult for him to comprehend the complete secret skill of reincarnation. Kuan Pung was an ancient overlord and was inextricably linked to the Black Emperor. Perhaps he really had the confidence to snatch the reincarnation jade annulus. It was worth a try for Ling Xiao. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Fatty Black said confidently. Boom, Ling Xiao rode White Dragon Horse and rushed into the sky. His figure appeared above the reincarnation jade annulus. His chi and blood rose from his body, and golden clouds lingered around him. He was like a mighty smoke signal that shot into the sky. His aura was released unreservedly, emitting a dazzling divine light. It was like a newly born sun, illuminating the mountains and rivers for hundreds of millions of miles. For those battle spirits, the chi and blood of living creatures were full of fatal temptation. They were like cats that had seen fish, and their eyes instantly turned blood red. Crack, Ling Xiao punched out. The fist print was unparalleled, containing an invincible force that could suppress everything. It instantly hit a very weak wolf-shaped battle spirit. Then, Ling Xiao rode White Dragon Horse and turned around to run. The pitiful wolf-shaped battle spirit only had the aura of a sage-to-be. How could it withstand such a terrifying punch from Ling Xiao? It was instantly smashed into powder and completely disappeared. It was as if Ling Xiao had poked a hornet's nest. Instantly, all the battle spirits went berserk. The battle spirits of the boneyard were like real creatures in this fantasy world. They were very united. If someone injured a battle spirit, they would immediately become the public enemy of all the battle spirits. Rumble, the fighting spirits around the reincarnation jade disc, regardless of whether they were comprehending the secret techniques on the reincarnation jade disc or not, all of them exuded a terrifying aura. They shot up into the sky like divine rainbows and roared furiously as they chased after Ling Xiao and the White Dragon Horse. The scene in the sky was spectacular. Ling Xiao and the White Dragon Horse were like a beam of light that rapidly flew into the distance. Behind them, the battle spirits were like meteors that shot through the skies. Their speed wasn't much slower than Ling Xiao and the White Dragon Horse's, blotting out the skies. Their overwhelming infernal energy seemed to cause the skies to tremble. Oh my God, are you bastards crazy? Did I dig up your ancestral graves or sleep with your grandmother? The White Dragon Horse smacked its lips. Its eyes were filled with astonishment as it cursed. Ling Zhao's face was also solemn. He could feel that the battle spirits behind him seemed to have formed a vast torrent. Evil chi filled the sky and every one of them emitted a blazing killing intent. It was as if they wanted to completely drown Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse. Ling Xiao had no doubt that if he and the white dragon horse stayed for a moment, the torrent of battle spirits behind them would definitely devour them. Not even dregs would be left. Ling Xiao, what should we do? Should we escape from the boneyard now? These battle spirits shouldn't dare to leave the boneyard. The white dragon horse asked through voice transmission. Although it was cursing, the torrent of battle spirits behind it still made its scalp tingle. It didn't dare to stay for a moment. Let's leave this place first. If the Kuanping snatches the reincarnation jade disc, it will naturally leave. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. He and the white dragon horse had already lured all the battle spirits away. Next, it would depend on the Kuanping's means. If it couldn't snatch the reincarnation jade disc, it would be meaningless for Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse to return. All right. The white dragon horse nodded. It was ready to leave the boneyard and completely escape from the pursuit of the many battle spirits. Rumble, suddenly, the void trembled violently. In the center of the boneyard, it was as if a torrent had erupted. It caused the surrounding sky to tremble violently. The 9-colored divine light gushed out. An ancient and mysterious force seemed to be about to erupt completely. The many battle spirits who were desperately chasing after Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse suddenly trembled. Their eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent. It was as if they were completely enraged. They gave up on chasing after Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse. Instead, they turned and flew towards the center of the boneyard. It was as if something had touched their lifeblood, causing them to completely give up on chasing after Ling Xiao. The Kuanping has succeeded? Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse looked at each other. The same thought came to their minds at the same time. These battle spirits were so enraged. With such a blazing divine light erupting from the center of the boneyard, there was only one possibility. The Kuanping had snatched the reincarnation jade annulus. To the many battle spirits, the reincarnation jade annulus was their source of life. Once the battle spirits were snatched away, they would completely disappear. Let's get out of here first. Hee, that little black fatty is indeed quite capable. The white dragon horse said with a smile. It felt its legs go soft. With so many terrifying battle spirits chasing after it, the white dragon horse was quite frightened. It ran for its life, and its legs almost broke from running. Don't worry. Let's go back and take a look. If the Kuanping has really snatched the reincarnation jade annulus, we can also help it. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he shook his head. The secret reincarnation technique was extremely important. Although Ling Xiao knew that the Kuanping was extremely powerful, the battle spirits in the boneyard were too terrifying. Even the Kuanping might not be able to deal with them. Ling Xiao decided to go back and help the Kuanping. It would be safer this way. All right. I hope that little black fatty is smart. Otherwise, we will be dragged down by it. The white dragon horse said as it rolled its eyes. In the end, it agreed. Thanks. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He felt a little warm in his heart when the white dragon horse agreed so readily. After all, going back to help the Kuanping represented a fatal danger. Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse had already seen the horror of the occupation. Ordinary people would not dare to face it a second time. TSK. I am doing this for the secret reincarnation technique. It has nothing to do with you. Outside the burial ground. The stars in the universe were trembling slightly, flickering with flickering light. Chaotic fog lingered around them, making them look mysterious and peaceful. The 9-colored divine light soared into the sky from the burial ground. Not only did it alarm the endless battle spirits, but it also alarmed many figures in the universe. What's that? Could it be that a supreme treasure has appeared? The 9-colored divine light is rising, and its aura is ancient and mysterious. It seems like it's an ancient supreme treasure. Maybe it's the passageway to the chaos ancient land? Everyone raised their heads at the same time and looked at the 9-colored divine light in the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock and uncertainty. Everyone was discussing and guessing what kind of treasure it was. Everyone was tempted and began to fly in the direction of the nine-colored divine light. The passageway to the chaos ancient land? Maybe not, but it should be a supreme treasure. Senior brother Xiang, should we go and take a look? Hua Tianqiong's eyes flickered with divine light as he asked Hua Xiang respectfully. Hua Xiang's figure was strong and handsome. His long purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were calm and deep. His entire body exuded an otherworldly aura. Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen followed behind him, and there were a few Chinese and heavenly curse sect elders. They seemed to be at the peak of the ninth revolution half-saint realm, and their auras were unfathomable. We can go and take a look. If it's really an ancient supreme treasure, it's an opportunity for the Chinese. No one can take it away from us. Maybe we can even meet that Kuan Peng. Hua Xiang said indifferently. His voice was calm. Senior brother Xiang, that Kuan Peng is too cunning. If it hadn't used its Taoist body to confuse you, I'm afraid it would have become senior brother Xiang's mount. If we meet it this time, we can't let it go. Yang Wen said coldly. That's right. Not only Kuan Peng, but also that damn Long Out Yin. If it weren't for him, the Kuan Peng would have become Xiang's mount. Hua Tianqiong sneered as well. Long Out Yin? He really deserves to die. Let's go. Killing intent flashed in Hua Ziyang's eyes, and he immediately flew towards the burial ground. Originally, he had taken out the Great Emperor's decree and almost succeeded in capturing the Kuanping. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to act so brazenly. He directly used the sky-throwing seal to smash the Great Emperor's decree and save the Kuanping, causing his efforts to fail. The Great Emperor's decree was a powerful killing weapon that could even kill a saint. Even Hua Ziyang had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain it. In the end, he had suffered a double loss. He naturally hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. Whoosh! 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 Hua Tianqiong, Yang Wen, and the others all soared into the sky, following closely behind Hua Ziyang as they flew towards the burial grounds. The boneyard. Ling Xiao rode the white dragon horse and used the sky-shrouding secret technique to conceal his and the white dragon horse's aura. He silently flew towards the reincarnation Jade Annulus. Ling Xiao had a strange feeling that he had to return to the reincarnation Jade Annulus. Otherwise, he would definitely regret it. Ling Xiao listened to his inner thoughts and returned with the white dragon horse to pick up the Kuanping. After returning to the reincarnation Jade Annulus, Ling Xiao saw that the reincarnation Jade Annulus was still standing on top of the huge mountain. However, at this moment, it was blooming with dazzling light. Endless auspicious qi permeated the air, and the clouds were steaming. The nine-colored divine light soared into the sky, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. The reincarnation Jade Annulus looked crystal clear. A vague figure could be seen struggling within the Jade Annulus. Countless fighting spirits shrouded the reincarnation Jade Annulus. Their eyes were blood red, and their bodies were full of killing intent. However, they did not take a step closer to the reincarnation Jade Annulus. Ling Xiao, why do I feel that the figure in the reincarnation Jade Annulus looks like Fatty Blackie? The white dragon horse's eyes revealed a trace of suspicion. That's right. It's him. How did this guy enter the reincarnation Jade Annulus? Ling Xiao was also very surprised. Previously, he had thought that the Kuanping had snatched the reincarnation Jade Annulus. That was why the fighting spirits had gone crazy. However, when he returned to pick up the Kuanping, he found that the reincarnation Jade Annulus seemed to be safe and sound. However, the Kuanping had somehow entered the reincarnation Jade Annulus. Buzz, the reincarnation Jade Annulus was crystal clear and radiant. It exuded a mysterious fluctuation, as if it contained the true meaning of samsara. It was also like layers of space, making it unfathomable. Let's go and see what's going on. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He immediately decided to go closer to the reincarnation Jade Annulus to investigate. Ling Xiao could not watch the Kuanping be trapped in the reincarnation Jade Annulus. Moreover, the Kuanping was related to the secret of the Black Emperor Palace. The reincarnation Jade Annulus contained the secret skill of samsara that Ling Xiao had been dreaming of. Ling Xiao could not give up. He and the white dragon horse quietly approached the reincarnation Jade Annulus. Immediately, they felt a strong suction coming from the reincarnation jade annulus. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He did not feel threatened and did not resist. He allowed the suction to suck him and the white dragon horse into the reincarnation jade annulus. Boom, the divine light was dazzling, and the chaotic fog rose. Streaks of 9-colored divine light were like divine chains of order. They intertwined and hung in the sky, imprisoning a figure. Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse could hear the sound of cursing. "Little girl, how dare you sneak an attack on me? If you have the ability, let me go and fight 300 rounds with me. What kind of hero is sneaking an attack on me?" Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse looked at each other. Suddenly, a strange look appeared in their eyes. They could tell that the owner of the voice was Black Fatty, the Kuanping. As the mist of chaos dissipated, Ling Xiao saw the face of the person who was imprisoned by the divine chains of order. Black Fatty, however, Black Fatty looked very aggrieved at the moment. His face was full of displeasure. He was cursing and swearing, looking very depressed. "I am not a hero. Fatty, you were rude first. Not only did you want to steal the reincarnation jade annulus, but you also attacked me." A faint but crisp voice sounded. It sounded like a jade bead falling on a jade plate. It was crisp and pleasing to the ear, with a hint of playfulness. After Ling Xiao heard that voice, his heart could not help but tremble. His eyes were filled with disbelief and surprise. Boom, the aura around him gushed out. He directly soared into the sky, passing through the layers of divine light and the endless chaotic fog. The excitement and joy in his heart were about to explode. He saw a figure in a long white dress standing in front of Fatty Xiaohei with her back facing him. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her skin was as white as jade. Her entire body exuded an indifferent and gentle aura. She was incomparably pure and beautiful, like a flawless daffodil. One couldn't help but want to protect and cherish her. Shuai. When the figure in the white dress heard Ling Zhao's voice, her entire body shook, and she slowly turned around. It was an extremely beautiful face. Her white dress fluttered, and her black hair fell to her waist. It swayed gently with the wind, emitting a faint fragrance. She had an extraordinary temperament, and her eyes were clear and pure. At this moment, her face was filled with incomparable excitement, and her eyes lit up instantly. If it wasn't Shui Wei, who else could it be? Ling Xiao didn't expect to see Shui Wei in the reincarnation jade disc at this time. The person in front of him slowly overlapped with the figure in his memory. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. In a daze, it was as if he saw the little girl who had always been by his side, silently supporting him, protecting him, and shouldering everything on her weak shoulders. Shui Wei was the first person Ling Xiao saw after his rebirth. Especially when he realized that he was the real him before he regained his memories. He had only been reborn, and he didn't possess a body to be reborn. This made him have a special feeling for Shui Wei. She was like a family member to him. He couldn't help but care, miss, and worry about her. "Young master," the corners of Shui Wei's mouth trembled slightly. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes turned slightly red. 2 clear lines of tears slowly slid down her cheeks. Shui Wei's shoulders trembled, and she pounced into Ling Zhao's embrace like a nimble butterfly. How many days had she missed him? Now, the person she missed had finally appeared in front of her. Shui Wei hugged Ling Xiao tightly. Her slender fingers were a little white from the force. Her entire body was trembling as if she was afraid that Ling Xiao would disappear completely if she let go. Ling Xiao could feel Shui Wei's excitement, and a doting smile appeared on his face. He gently patted Shui Wei's back and said, "Silly girl, what young master? I'm your big brother Ling Xiao." At this moment, Ling Zhao's heart was incomparably calm as he held Shui Wei in his arms. He was filled with tenderness. Ling Xiao had been in the godly realm for more than 10 years. In these 10 years, Ling Xiao had never received any news from Shui Wei. He didn't expect to meet her in such a way. Thinking that Shui Wei must have suffered a lot these years, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel pity for her. This silly girl had always treated Ling Xiao as the most important person in her heart, even more important than her own life. It was heartbreaking to see her like this. Ling Xiao had already decided that no matter what, he would bring Shui Wei by his side this time. He would protect her, love her, and not let her suffer the slightest grievance. Just my brother. The light in Shui Wei's eyes dimmed slightly, and she sighed softly in her heart. However, she quickly covered it up and gently left Ling Xiao's embrace. Her face was slightly red as she smiled at Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, long time no see." "It has indeed been a long time. I didn't expect our Shui Wei to have grown up into a young lady," Ling Xiao said with a smile. For some reason, there was a sense of loss in his heart. What kind of trick is this? Brat, is this little girl your old flame? Hurry up and ask her to let me go. This is really like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. We're all family." Fatty Xiaohei, who was imprisoned in the void, was also stunned when he saw this scene. Then, he quickly reacted and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Brother Xiaohei! Brother Xiaohei! Shut up, will you die if you don't speak?" The white dragon horse, who was watching with relish, heard Fatty Xiaohei's words and couldn't help but fly into a rage. It slapped Fatty Xiaohei's head with its hoof. This bastard who spoiled the fun didn't have any awareness at all. He actually shouted at this time. It was simply intolerable. "Mixed-haired horse, you dare to hit me? You're really rebelling." Fatty Xiaohei was also furious. He glared at the white dragon horse and said, "So what if I hit you? I think you're just asking for a beating. What are you talking about snatching the reincarnation jade annulus for? If we didn't come back to save you, you would have been skinned alive by those fighting spirits. You still have the nerve to say that you can snatch the reincarnation jade annulus?" The white dragon horse slapped Fatty Xiaohei's head with its hoof again. Fatty Xiaohei's vision turned black, and he saw stars. He rolled his eyes. "Mixed-haired horse, you bastard, I'll fight it out with you." Fatty Xiaohei was fuming with anger. He gritted his teeth and said. He blushed, which was a rare sight. The white dragon horse was right. This time, he had vowed to snatch the reincarnation jade annulus, but in the end, he had failed miserably and was captured by Shui Wei. After the white dragon horse and Fatty Xiaohei's jesting, Ling Xiao and Shui Wei's agitated emotions calmed down a lot. "Shui Wei, why are you in the reincarnation jade annulus and captured the Kuanping? Your cultivation base has actually reached the 9th revolution half-saint realm?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. However, when he felt Shui Wei's aura, he was incomparably shocked. Shui Wei's aura was incomparably strong. It seemed that her body contained an incomparably vast power. Her cultivation had reached the 9th revolution half-saint realm, which was even stronger than Ling Xiao's. Moreover, her accumulation was incomparably strong. It seemed that she could immediately become a saint if she took half a step forward. Ling Xiao was very curious about where Shui Wei had been for the past 10 years. In just 10 years, Shui Wei's cultivation had reached such a level. Ling Xiao was incomparably shocked. "The reason why I'm in the reincarnation jade annulus is that I've sensed the secret skill of reincarnation in the reincarnation jade annulus. Therefore, I'm here to cultivate." This little fatty sneaked in sneakily and wanted to snatch the reincarnation jade annulus. He wanted to attack me, so I punished him slightly. Shui Wei smiled slightly. Without hiding anything, she recounted her experiences over the years. It turned out that after entering the divine world, Shui Wei was coincidentally discovered by the Samsara master of the Samsara temple that she possessed the saintly being of reincarnation. He took her as his personal disciple and brought her to the Samsara temple. Shui Wei became the saintess of the Samsara temple. She and the holy son of the Samsara temple were the two most dazzling supreme talents of the Samsara temple. This time, Shui Wei happened to see the strange phenomenon in the heavenly river when she came out of seclusion. As she cultivated the secret skill of reincarnation, she was attracted by the reincarnation jade annulus. Therefore, she came to the reincarnation jade annulus to cultivate in seclusion. Fatty Hay wanted to snatch the reincarnation jade annulus and launch a sneak attack on Shui Wei. He did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. Instead, he was imprisoned by Shui Wei. Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. Little sister, you see, we're a family. You look like a beautiful and kind little sister. Can you let me go first? Fatty Hay's face turned red and he said somewhat embarrassedly. Okay. Shui Wei nodded with a smile. Mysterious runes flickered in her palms as if she had opened some kind of seal. The chains of order around Fatty Xiaohei instantly dispersed. Bastard horse, I'm going to kill you. Fatty Hay had just broken free and immediately shouted. He then pounced on the white dragon horse. Fatty Xiaohei was very strong, and the space in the reincarnation jade annulus was not big enough. The white dragon horse could not display its speed at all. Fatty Xiaohei soon caught it and began to trample on it. Fatty Xiaohei, I'll kill you. The white dragon horse was furious and wanted to resist. Unfortunately, it was no match for Fatty Xiaohei. After all, it had just broken through to the 9th revolution half-saint realm, while Fatty Xiaohei was already an expert of the 3rd stage of heaven treading. The white dragon horse was suppressed directly. Mixed hair bird, the heavenly Tao origin that you drank was the water that I used to wash my feet. How dare you be presumptuous in front of me? I must teach you a good lesson today. After Fatty Xiaohei suppressed the white dragon horse cried out in pain. Ling Xiao and Shui Wei did not care about these two fellows and let them fight. After not seeing each other for so many years, they seemed to have a lot to talk about and a lot of things to tell each other. The surroundings were filled with chaotic fog. Divine light was dazzling and auspicious vapor was rising. It looked incomparably auspicious. Ling Xiao quietly listened to Shui Wei's narration of what had happened in these years with a faint smile on his lips. The location of the reincarnation temple was very secretive. Although it was located in the upper 3 heavens, it was isolated from other sects and holy lands. It was like a secluded sect. Unless it was necessary, it would rarely move around in the divine world. After Shui Wei was accepted as a prodisciple by the reincarnation master, she spent most of the time in seclusion. Shui Wei cultivated the heavenly reincarnation technique. Her divine sense was divided into billions and traversed through thousands of worlds. It was like reincarnation. She experienced different lives and felt all kinds of joys and sorrows. It had to be said that the heavenly reincarnation technique was incomparably terrifying. It was incomparably compatible with Shui Wei's saintly reincarnation physique. Although only a dozen years had passed, she seemed to have gained hundreds of memories out of thin air. Her cultivation realm had advanced by leaps and bounds until she reached the 9th revolution half-saint realm. If Shui Wei had not suppressed her cultivation, it was not impossible for her to break through to the saint realm. Of course, it was mainly because of the combination of the reincarnation sacred being and the heavenly reincarnation skill. If it were someone else, it would be impossible for them to cultivate a peerless skill like the heavenly reincarnation skill unless they were at the saint realm. This time, after Shui Wei came out of seclusion, the Samsara master discovered the changes in the Milky Way of the universe and told her the secret of the Samsara jade disc in the burial land. He asked her to come here to comprehend and verify the secret skill of Samsara. She didn't expect to see Ling Xiao here. Shui Wei, does the reincarnation jade annulus really contain the complete reincarnation secret technique? Isn't the secret skill of Samsara the supreme skill of the Samsara temple? Why are you here? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Brother Ling Xiao, this reincarnation jade disc is extremely ancient and its origins are unknown. However, it does contain the complete secret skill of reincarnation. It is said that the secret skill of reincarnation of the Samsara temple is closely related to the reincarnation jade disc. However, the reincarnation jade annulus is the core of the boneyard. No one can touch it. Shui Wei smiled and told Ling Xiao everything she knew without holding anything back. The reincarnation jade disc was extremely sturdy. It was usually hidden in the depths of the boneyard. Ordinary people couldn't even find the boneyard, let alone the reincarnation jade disc. This time, after the changes in the Milky Way of the universe and the opening of the boneyard, Shui Wei entered the reincarnation jade disc and discovered that comprehending the secret skill of reincarnation in the reincarnation jade disc had made her realm advance by leaps and bounds. Her cultivation speed had increased by dozens or even hundreds of times. The Kuan-Pung wanted to use the inner world to devour the reincarnation jade disc. It was indeed a fantasy. Even a super expert in the Saint King realm couldn't leave the slightest trace on the reincarnation jade disc. Shui Wei, where is the secret skill of reincarnation? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. After hearing Ling Zhao's words, Ling Xiao was relieved. It seemed that the secret skill of reincarnation in the reincarnation jade disc was indeed complete and not incomplete. Ling Xiao was afraid that it would be like the secret skill of fate and the secret skill of karma. It seemed that it didn't disappoint him this time. "Brother Ling Xiao, this is the secret skill of reincarnation," Shui Wei said with a faint smile. With a wave of her slender hand, ancient syllables came out of her mouth. Suddenly, a dazzling light bloomed in the void. Golden runes and ancient characters seemed to emerge from the chaotic mist, forming an incomparably mysterious scripture. The secret skill of reincarnation was hidden in the depths of the reincarnation jade disc. Even in the reincarnation jade disc, it was extremely difficult to comprehend the complete secret skill of reincarnation. As Shui Wei had cultivated the heavenly reincarnation technique, when she activated the power of the heavenly reincarnation technique, the reincarnation jade disc immediately reacted. The scripture of the secret skill of reincarnation appeared in the void. The secret skill of reincarnation? Ling Zhao's body trembled. Suddenly, his eyes shone brightly. His gaze fell on the scripture of the secret skill of reincarnation and could no longer move away. Kong Long. Ling Zhao's body emitted a dazzling light. The wordless heavenly book in his sea of consciousness also began to tremble violently. In an instant, it flew out from between his eyebrows. The ancient wordless heavenly book floated in the sky. Immediately, the mysterious secret skill of reincarnation merged into the wordless heavenly book like a dazzling flowing light. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the void. His body was surrounded by dazzling light and 9-colored divine clouds. The wordless heavenly book floated above Ling Zhao's head. Somehow, Ling Xiao felt as if his primordial spirit had been divided into billions of parts in an instant. They passed through mysterious void passages and entered the heavens and realms. It was as if he had been reincarnated. He had experienced thousands of lives and endless joys and sorrows. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. It made Ling Zhao's understanding of heaven and earth become deeper and deeper. The secret skill of reincarnation was also quietly imprinted in his primordial spirit. Buzz. Ling Zhao's primordial spirit was translucent and dazzling. After merging with the secret skill of reincarnation, he began to give off an ethereal and otherworldly presence. It was as if he had washed away all his mundane aura and severed all his karma. He had become transcendent. A vast and mysterious power from the samsara jade annulus merged with Ling Zhao's body, causing his primordial spirit to skyrocket. As Ling Xiao comprehended the secret skill of reincarnation, his cultivation began to advance by leaps and bounds. Brother Ling Xiao has actually triggered the origin of reincarnation in the samsara jade annulus? The wordless heavenly book really is a chaotic treasure. Shui Wei murmured to herself in surprise. She had come to the samsara jade annulus to cultivate because it contained the origin of reincarnation. It could allow her comprehension of the secret skill of reincarnation to advance by leaps and bounds. As soon as Ling Xiao began to comprehend the secret skill of reincarnation, he had triggered the origin of reincarnation. Even his cultivation began to skyrocket. This guy is going to have a breakthrough? Is the secret reincarnation technique really that powerful? The white dragon horse widened its eyes in disbelief. At this moment, Fatty Hay gave up on teaching the white dragon horse a lesson. When Shui Wei activated the secret reincarnation technique in the void, he sat down with his legs crossed and began to comprehend the secret reincarnation technique. However, Fatty Hay's aura was very calm. He did not cause as much of a commotion as Ling Xiao. Crack, chaotic lightning flashed in the void. Ling Zhao's body was surrounded by blazing divine light. It was as vast as the sea. The mysterious nirvana power exploded. The 8th nirvana tribulation had arrived. When Ling Xiao was comprehending the secret reincarnation technique, the origin of reincarnation was integrated into his body. It allowed his cultivation to reach the peak of the 7th revolution half-saint. Then, he had a breakthrough. Rumble, cracks appeared on his body. His entire body began to crumble. The nirvana power flowed through his body, causing him to enter a state of emptiness. His body suddenly exploded and turned into a mysterious blood mist. It was formed by the tiniest of origin particles. Whether it was his physical body, primordial spirit, or the laws in his body, they all collapsed. Only a mysterious birth chart had 7 mysterious runes on it. It meant that Ling Xiao had passed through the seventh nirvana tribulation. The eighth rune also began to appear slowly. It emitted a mysterious wave of eternal immortality and indestructible reincarnation. Lightning blazed and flames rose. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared around Ling Xiao. Even the reincarnation jade annulus trembled slightly as if it had sensed something. The eighth nirvana tribulation slowly dissipated. Ling Xiao's aura also began to surge. His physical body was reconstructed, and a majestic vitality gushed out. His entire being was like a dazzling sun, emitting an endless amount of dazzling light. Ling Xiao felt warm all over. His primordial spirit had become purer. It was as if it had been cleansed. It was indescribably comfortable. His comprehension of the great path law had deepened. His body was surrounded by a layer of immortal light. It became more indestructible. The eighth nirvana tribulation could be said to have come naturally. It was as if because of the secret reincarnation technique. Ling Xiao's nirvana rebirth was like the withering of a leaf, and he passed through it very easily. Congratulations, big brother Ling Xiao. Your cultivation has improved. Shui Wei said with a smile. It's a pity that he's still not as powerful as our Shui Wei. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The secret art of reincarnation had already appeared in the wordless heavenly book and was deeply imprinted in Ling Xiao's heart. The secret art of reincarnation was profound and involved the mystery of life and death. Ling Xiao had benefited a lot from the secret art of life and the secret art of death. Ling Xiao was comprehending the secret art of reincarnation all the time. He gradually understood the true meaning of reincarnation and evolved it towards the great Tao of reincarnation. Thank you, Miss Shui Wei. Previously, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please don't take offense, Miss Shui Wei. Fatty Xiaohei also came forward and chuckled. He was extremely excited. He had also comprehended the secret art of reincarnation. If it wasn't for Shui Wei, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to obtain the complete secret art of reincarnation. The reason why the reincarnation jade disc was so attractive to the battle spirits outside of the reincarnation jade disc was because of the secret art of reincarnation. Every battle spirit wanted to comprehend the secret art of reincarnation. They wanted to be able to reverse the cycle of life and death and obtain eternal life. However, after so many years, there were very few who could comprehend the secret art of reincarnation, let alone obtain the complete secret art of reincarnation. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Big Brother Ling Xiao. Shui Wei said indifferently. Her voice was very calm, and she seemed indifferent and gentle. You have to thank everyone. You have to thank everyone. Fatty Xiaohei said with a smile. Shui Wei, the Heaven's Choice Convention is about to begin. There is a high possibility that a passage to the chaotic ancient land will appear in this universe. Do you want to follow me to find the passage to participate in the Heaven's Choice Convention? Ling Xiao looked at Shui Wei and smiled. A passage to the chaotic ancient land? Now that Big Brother Ling Xiao mentioned it, I do remember that there is a place in the universe that is very likely to be a passage to the chaotic ancient land. Shui Wei pondered for a moment, then raised her head and said. Oh? Where is it? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The Heavenly River Spring. Shui Wei said solemnly. The Heavenly River Spring? The place that is known as the most dangerous place in the universe, where even a sage would die if he got close to the Heavenly River Spring? When the white dragon horse heard the words Milky Way Spring it could not help but tremble. That's right. It is there. The Heavenly River Spring is the core of the universe. It is a place where time and space intersect and the laws of heaven and earth are extremely chaotic. However, the chaotic gas in the universe gushes out from the Heavenly River Spring. When I came to look for the reincarnation jade disc, I vaguely felt a strong spatial fluctuation. However, it wasn't very obvious at that time. Now that I think about it, it is very likely to be a spatial passage. Shui Wei said slowly. In that case, it might really be possible. There is no time to lose. Let's go to the Heavenly River Spring and check if there is really a passage to the chaotic ancient land there. What do you think? Ling Xiao asked. No problem. However, we have to be careful of the fighting spirits outside the reincarnation jade disc. I have sensed that several powerful Sage Realm fighting spirits have arrived. We are no match for them at all. If they discover us, we will be like turtles in a jar with nowhere to escape. Fatty Blackie nodded. He sensed that several fighting spirits with extremely terrifying auras had appeared outside the reincarnation jade disc. There were 2 humanoid fighting spirits, 1 serpent-shaped fighting spirit, and 1 eagle-shaped fighting spirit. The auras of these 4 fighting spirits were extremely terrifying. They were much stronger than the auras of sages. They stood in 4 different directions and locked onto the reincarnation jade disc in the center. Their powerful divine thoughts intertwined and contained a cold killing intent. Obviously, these 4 fighting spirits also knew that someone had entered the reincarnation jade disc. They were planning to wait for someone to come out of the reincarnation jade disc so that they could catch them all in one fell swoop. Those big guys are really not to be trifled with. The white dragon horse's eyes also revealed a hint of fear. The strength of these 4 fighting spirits is really terrifying. Now it seems that we can only force our way in. If there is no way to leave quietly, then we will kill our way out. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a sharp light, revealing an incomparably powerful battle intent. Divine light blazed around him and his fighting spirit rose. The sky-throwing seal appeared in his palm and was ready to explode with a powerful attack at any time. Although Ling Zhao had the heaven-concealing secret skill, it was still unknown whether he could hide from these 4 fighting spirits. Ling Zhao was ready to kill his way out. The battle spirits in the boneyard were very peculiar. It was all because of the reincarnation jade annulus that the boneyard and battle spirits were formed. Therefore, these battle spirits were very sensitive to the secret reincarnation technique. Even though Ling Zhao's heaven-shrouding technique was extremely mysterious and could conceal all his aura, he could still be sensed by the battle spirits outside the reincarnation jade annulus because he cultivated the secret reincarnation technique. When Shui Wei entered the reincarnation jade annulus previously, she had fought her way out with great difficulty and entered the reincarnation jade annulus by surprise. Therefore, Ling Zhao was ready to kill his way out of the boneyard, and the 4 battle spirits were the biggest tigers blocking his way. Let's kill our way out. Ling Zhao's fighting spirit rose around him. His eyes were blazing and his voice was sonorous. When 2 rivals met on a narrow path, the brave would win. Since there was no way to avoid this battle, they might as well kill their way out. Alright. It's just 4 battle spirits. As long as we can break out of their encirclement, we can kill our way out. Fatty Xiaohei also smiled proudly. After obtaining the secret reincarnation technique from the reincarnation jade annulus, Fatty Xiaohei's wish had been fulfilled. He immediately acted without any scruples. White Dragon Horse and Shui Wei naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. Kacha, black divine light flashed around Fatty Xiaohei and he instantly turned into a Kuanping with a pair of wings on his back. Chaotic chi filled the air. His aura was ancient and mysterious as if it could break the sky. Ling Zhao leaped onto the back of the Kuanping while Shui Wei rode on the back of White Dragon Horse. The 2 of them smiled at each other and instantly rushed out of the reincarnation jade annulus. Boom, the void shook and chaotic mist rose. 2 bolts of lightning, 1 black and 1 white, instantly rushed out of the boneyard and shot out of the boneyard. How dare you! A thunderous voice exploded in the void. The 4 battle spirits sitting cross-legged around the reincarnation jade annulus all had cold eyes. Terrifying killing intent filled their bodies as they attacked at the same time. Rumble, 4 dazzling divine lights shot out from the palms of the 4 battle spirits at the same time. They traversed the void and intertwined into a blazing net that enveloped Ling Zhao and the others. Terrifying saintly might filled the air, and the world around them trembled violently. Within the net of divine light, sharp chi interweaved as if it wanted to annihilate all living things. Open! Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He stepped on the Kuanping and punched out. A golden fist print exploded like a blazing sun. It was extremely ferocious. Clang, on the other hand, an ancient sword appeared in Shui Wei's palm. Sword light rose up, emitting a clear sword chime. In an instant, hundreds of millions of sword lights gushed out, containing the true meaning of the cycle of life and death. They slashed toward the heads of the 4 battle spirits. Rumble, the space shook violently as the divine light exploded all of a sudden. It was like an endless wave had rushed into the sky, dyeing the surroundings white. The fist print that soared into the sky was released. It shone together with Shui Wei's reincarnation sword will and tore apart the divine light net. In the end, they were both annihilated. However, their speed was also affected, and they were blocked by the 4 battle spirits. Hand over the secret reincarnation technique or die. The 2 human-shaped battle spirits, one was an old man with white hair and beard, and the other was a young man in green clothes, stared at Ling Xiao and Shui Wei with undisguised passion in their eyes. Outsiders, you deserve to die. The secret reincarnation technique is the treasure of the land of buried bones. Hand it over and we will spare your lives. The snake-shaped battle spirit and the eagle-shaped battle spirit said coldly. The killing intent around them was boiling like the sea. If you want the secret reincarnation technique, then go and comprehend the reincarnation jade annulus. If you don't have the ability to comprehend the secret reincarnation technique from the reincarnation jade annulus, then you want to rob us? Fatty Blackie said disdainfully. Hee hee, Fatty Blackie, you may not know, but I think these 4 guys are too stupid. They have no way to comprehend the secret reincarnation technique. Even if we give them the secret reincarnation technique, they won't be able to learn it. The white dragon horse chuckled and chimed in with Fatty Blackie. Such stupid things want the secret reincarnation technique? You'd better die. Fatty Blackie sneered. Then, terrifying divine light surged around his body. He suddenly opened his mouth and a vast devouring vortex erupted, wanting to swallow the 4 battle spirits into his stomach. The Kuan Peng's inner world was extremely terrifying. Even if a saint was swallowed into it, he would be forcefully refined. Fatty Blackie was also planning to take them by surprise. He wanted to devour the 4 battle spirits. Unfortunately, Fatty Xiaohei's wishful thinking was wrong. He had underestimated the strength of the 4 battle spirits. Boom, the snake-shaped battle spirit instantly soared into the sky. Its snake tail was like a whip and suddenly lashed towards Fatty Blackie's mouth. Its speed was as fast as lightning. A vast saint aura erupted. It was like a powerful snake-shaped saint treasure, and it directly sent Fatty Blackie flying. Chirp, the eagle-shaped battle spirit took advantage of the opportunity to leap into the sky. Its sharp beak pecked at Fatty Blackie's head. If Fatty Blackie was pecked by the eagle-shaped battle spirit, his brain would definitely burst open. Get lost. Ling Zhao's eyes were cold. The flipping sky seal flew out from his palm. Black saint light gushed out like a black mountain, as if it could even break the heavens and earth. It directly collided with the eagle-shaped battle spirit. Boom, the eagle-shaped battle spirit seemed to have felt the power of the flipping sky seal. Its sharp claws suddenly slapped on the flipping sky seal, causing the void to shake violently. The eagle-shaped battle spirit directly leaped up with the help of the rebound force. The snake-shaped battle spirit and the eagle-shaped battle spirit looked at each other. At the same time, a murderous aura spread out from their bodies and they rushed towards Ling Xiao. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the white-haired old man and the green-robed young man were surrounded by Saint Aura. Their attacks were extremely fierce as they rushed towards Shui Wei at the same time. The 4 battle spirits could feel that Ling Xiao and Shui Wei's secret reincarnation technique was the purest. Therefore, they chose to attack Ling Xiao and Shui Wei at the same time, wanting to capture them alive. The strength of these 4 battle spirits has almost surpassed the limit of the saint realm and is comparable to a great saint expert. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. He felt a great pressure all over his body. Although he had the flipping sky seal, a supreme treasure, the combination of the snake-shaped battle spirit and the eagle-shaped battle spirit was extremely ingenious. Moreover, their strength was extremely terrifying, making Ling Xiao feel a little awkward. Shui Wei's reincarnation sword essence was extremely powerful. Sword chi rose up and swept across tens of thousands of miles. It was almost able to break open the heavens and earth. Brother Ling Xia, can you help me stall these 4 battle spirits for 10 breaths of time? I have a way to trap them temporarily. Suddenly, Shui Wei's voice came into Ling Zhao's mind. 10 breaths of time? Okay. Although Ling Xiao did not know what Shui Wei had, he believed her immediately. Rumble, the aura around him was extremely violent. In an instant, it was overflowing with divine light. His left hand was holding the invincible fist print. It was unstoppable, as if it was surrounded by 3,000 worlds. His right hand was holding the flipping sky seal, which controlled the Tao of heaven and earth. "Little Loach, how dare you hit your grandfather? I'm telling you, you're dead meat. No one in this world can save you," Fatty Blackie said fiercely with bloodshot eyes. He had just been sent flying by the snake-shaped battle spirit. If Ling Xiao had not saved him, his head would have been pecked open by the eagle-shaped battle spirit. This made him extremely angry. Who was he? The overlord of the demonic beasts in ancient times, the supreme divine beast Kuan Peng. Although the snake-shaped battle spirit and the eagle-shaped battle spirit were extremely powerful, their bloodline was naturally far inferior to the Kuan Peng. Black divine light rose around Fatty Blackie. Black wings instantly shot across the sky, turning into hundreds of millions of black sword light, falling towards the four battle spirits at the same time. Roar! The white dragon horse's body also burst with blazing lightning. Its eyes shot out mysterious and ancient golden light. An incomparably ancient dragon's roar burst out from its mouth, containing a powerful sound wave magical power. This was the innate superpower of the white dragon horse's bloodline. It was the fusion of the superpower of the dragon tribe and the Pegasus tribe. It contained an extreme killing power that directly targeted the primordial spirit. It was extremely terrifying. When Ling Xiao attacked, Fatty Blackie and the white dragon horse instantly understood Ling Xiao's plan. They chose to attack at the same time without prior agreement. Rumble! The white dragon horse's sound wave divine ability exploded. Even though the strength of the four war spirits was incomparably terrifying, their bodies still trembled violently. They felt dizzy, as if they were pierced by billions of steel needles. It was incomparably painful. At the same time, Fatty Xiaohei's billions of sword lights descended like a blazing sea of sword qi, slashing at the four battle spirits and instantly annihilating them. In the end, Ling Xiao's celestial emperor's fist and the flipping sky seal came crashing down at the same time. Terrifying waves of energy washed away the surrounding chaotic qi, causing the void to explode. Under the terrifying attack of the three of them at the same time, even a saint would be instantly killed if he did not have a powerful trump card. However, the strength of the four great battle spirits was far beyond Ling Xiao and the others' imagination. It was not something that an ordinary saint could compare with. Boom! Divine light exploded all over the sky, and the void shook violently. Although the four war spirits were caught off guard by the white dragon horse's sound wave divine ability, they reacted almost instantly. At the same time, they used their powerful divine ability to resist. Moreover, battle spirits were originally formless and intangible. They were formed from an obsession. The attacks of Soaring Firmament and the Kuanping didn't cause too much damage to them. Instead, they aroused the anger and killing intent of the four battle spirits. "You're courting death." The four great battle spirits roared and charged toward Ling Xiao and the others at the same time. Reincarnation and rebirth, indestructible and indestructible. Suddenly, Shui Wei softly chanted scriptures. Her voice was ethereal and ethereal, as though it came from the 9 heavens. A mysterious wave spread out. Shui Wei stretched out her slender hand, and mysterious black and white runes formed in her palm. Then, they flew toward the four great battle spirits. The black and white runes were incomparably mysterious. They emitted strong waves of the void, as though they were layers upon layers of spatial worlds, forming an endless world of reincarnation. The figures of the four great battle spirits froze in the void at the same time. Their eyes became dazed, and they looked a little sluggish. It was as though they had sunk into a mysterious world. "Brother Ling Xiao, let's go." Shui Wei's face suddenly turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Then, she quickly said to Ling Xiao, "Shui Wei, are you all right?" Ling Xiao's heart ached, and he quickly rushed forward to support Shui Wei. He could feel that Shui Wei's aura had become a little weak. It was obvious that Shui Wei had paid a great price to trap the four great battle spirits. Swoosh! Swoosh! Fatty Blackie and the white dragon horse did not dare to delay. While the four great battle spirits were in a daze, they instantly brought Ling Xiao and Shui Wei out of the boneyard. The other battle spirits were originally outside the reincarnation jade wall, eyeing Ling Xiao and the others covetously. At this moment, some of them wanted to attack, but they could not catch up with Fatty Blackie and the white dragon horse. In the end, they could only give up helplessly. Cough cough. Brother Ling Xiao, I'm fine. Just now, I used the reincarnation blood curse to create a world of reincarnation to temporarily trap the four great battle spirits. However, the four great battle spirits' strength is incomparably terrifying. I'm afraid I won't be able to trap them for long. We have to leave the boneyard as soon as possible. Shui Wei coughed out a mouthful of blood, and her aura became weak. She lay gently in Ling Zhao's arms, and a trace of red appeared on her face. She exuded a soul-stirring beauty. Reincarnation blood curse? Silly girl, why do you have to do this? Ling Zhao's expression changed slightly. He had cultivated the secret skill of reincarnation, and he knew that the reincarnation blood curse was a forbidden technique in the secret skill of reincarnation. It could form a mysterious reincarnation illusion, and make people sink into it forever. However, the reincarnation blood curse had extremely high requirements for the caster. Shui Wei must have paid a great price to use the reincarnation blood curse. Take it quickly. Ling Xiao took out an eternal fate elixir and fed it to Shui Wei. The eternal fate elixir contained a vast amount of life essence, and it had a miraculous effect on Dao injuries. Shui Wei had only used too much blood essence. One eternal fate elixir instantly stabilized Shui Wei's aura. Pure life essence filled the air, and her face became much rosier. Seeing that Shui Wei's complexion had improved, Ling Zhao's anxious heart also relaxed. Where are you going? Get your ass back here. Two thunderous roars sounded. The voices of the four great battle spirits came from behind Ling Xiao and the others. They should have broken the reincarnation blood curse and caught up with them. So fast? It seems that the four great battle spirits' strength has indeed reached the great sage realm. We can't possibly be their match. Leave the boneyard quickly. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and his expression was somewhat solemn as he spoke. Don't worry. The four great battle spirits' strength is not bad, but if they want to catch up with me, they'll have to wait until their next lives. Rumble, Ling Xiao and Shui Wei rode the Kuan-Ping and the white dragon horse to escape from the boneyard. The four battle spirits chased after them relentlessly. Ling Xiao could even feel the terrifying killing intent of the four battle spirits. It was as if the killing intent had materialized, sending chills down his spine. However, whether it was the Kuan-Ping or the white dragon horse, they had extreme speed and could travel through the void. Even if the four battle spirits were extremely powerful, they could not catch up with them in a short time. The four battle spirits were so angry that they cried out loudly. They were incomparably anxious. After all, they could only move within the boneyard. If Ling Xiao and the others escaped from the boneyard, they could only watch helplessly. The surrounding void was distorted, and the chaotic fog rose. It was as if everything had become blurry. One could only see two lightning bolts, one black and one white, shooting out of the boneyard. Outside the boneyard, there were already thousands of figures gathered. Each of them had an incomparably powerful aura, and their eyes were blazing with passion. These people were attracted by the blazing divine light that shot out from the boneyard. However, no one dared to take a step into the boneyard. In the area of white bones, there were dozens of fresh skeletons. There were even bloodstains that had not dried up, emitting a strong smell of blood. The boneyard was like a forbidden area, blocking everyone who wanted to enter the boneyard. What kind of place is this strange place? Why are there so many skeletons? Damn it! Why are there so many terrifying battle spirits here? Dozens of experts, including 9th Revolution half-saint experts, have died here without any surprise. There must be an incredible treasure in the center of this area. It's a pity that we can't go in. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Senior brother Ziyong, is there really no way to enter this boneyard? Hua Tianqiong said with some regret. They could feel that the blazing divine light in the center must be the birth of some treasure or expert's cave. However, there was a group of incomparably terrifying battle spirits blocking them. They could only watch helplessly. Even a 9th Revolution half-saint died silently. We can't rule out the possibility that there are even stronger battle spirits. I'm afraid we are no match for them. Yang Wen said somewhat dispiritedly. Hua Ziyang's eyes shone with divine light as he stared at the bone burial ground. He slowly said, let's wait a little longer. I have a feeling that the treasure will come out by itself in this strange place. It ran out on its own? How is this possible? Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen were both confused. Their gazes turned to the bone burial ground. That place was shrouded in primordial mist, and they could vaguely see an incomparably vast and mysterious region. However, what did Hua Xiang mean when he said that the treasure had appeared by itself? Rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. The surrounding space trembled, and the chaotic mist began to disperse. Is something coming out? Hua Tianqiong's body shook as a look of pleasant surprise appeared in his eyes. Could it be that Hua Xiang's words were going to come true? The treasure in the bone burial ground came out by itself. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ling Xiao and Shui Wei were extremely fast. Seeing that they were about to reach the edge of the bone burial ground, a look of pleasant surprise appeared in their eyes. Ha ha ha. You 4 old farts, drink your grandpa's foot washing water. I'm not going to play with you anymore. The white dragon horse laughed arrogantly as it turned around to leave the bone burial ground. That's Long Out Yen? It seems like a battle spirit is chasing after them. Yang Wen exclaimed. Runes filled his eyes, making him look very mysterious. Stop him. Hua Ziyang's eyes turned cold as killing intent erupted from his body. A terrifying aura filled the air as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, a purple divine sun rose from the center of his palm. It was an extremely powerful saint artifact. Flames filled the air as if it could burn everything. Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen exchanged glances. Their eyes were extremely cold as they followed Hua Ziyang's lead. They also unleashed their strongest attacks towards Ling Xiao. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. They did not expect that someone would actually escape from the bone burial ground. What was even more unexpected was that Hua Ziyang and the others would actually attack. Too ruthless. This is a great enmity. Once those people are stopped, I'm afraid they will be torn to pieces by the battle spirits in an instant. Someone exclaimed as a trace of sympathy appeared in his eyes. They could see that the 4 battle spirits behind Ling Xiao were incomparably terrifying. Just their auras from so far away made their hearts tremble. Once Ling Xiao and the others were caught by the 4 battle spirits, they would probably end up in a miserable state. Ling Xiao and Ziwei were about to reach the edge of the bone burial ground. Just as they were about to rush out of the bone burial ground, they suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent coming towards them. Hua Ziyang? You're courting death. Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold as he revealed a monstrous killing intent. He instantly recognized Hua Ziyang. He did not expect Hua Ziyang to appear here and attack him directly. Rumble, Ling Xiao understood Hua Ziyang's sinister intentions. Without hesitation, he took out the flipping sky seal and swept it forward. The fierce and overbearing power seemed to be able to turn the world upside down. Ling Xiao wanted to use the flipping sky seal to blast open a passage and force his way out of the bone burial ground. Long Out Yen, you caused me to lose a rock mount that day. Today, you will pay for it with your life. Hua Ziyang's voice was extremely cold as if it came from hell. The purple divine pearl collided with the flipping sky seal in an instant. At the same time, Hua Ziyang pointed his finger. The tip of his finger was crystal clear and a drop of golden blood flowed out. It contained a vast and unparalleled emperor's might that seemed to be able to penetrate everything. It directly pierced towards Ling Xiao's glabella. Emperor's finger of Tiandu, Hua Ziyang's speed was extremely fast. The killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. He was determined to kill Ling Xiao. He seemed to have calculated everything that Ling Xiao would do. The emperor's finger of Tiandu was extremely sharp. In an instant, it was in front of Ling Xiao with the threat of death. Brother Ling Xiao, be careful. Shui Wei shouted anxiously. Then, a resolute look appeared in her eyes. The vast true meaning of reincarnation rose around her. Streaks of blood-red light escaped from her body and formed a huge blood-red rune that blocked in front of Ling Xiao. Puff, the emperor's finger of Tiandu was extremely terrifying. It was in a stalemate when it pierced the blood-red rune. In the end, the rune exploded. Shui Wei's body trembled. When the emperor's finger of Tiandu pierced into her body, it caused her to tremble violently. Her face turned extremely pale. Shui Wei. Seeing this scene, Ling Zhao's eyes instantly turned blood red. Emperor's celestial finger was the great emperor's lost skill of the Hua tribe. It contained terrifying power. Hua Xiang had paid a great price to use it. When the emperor's celestial finger pierced into Shui Wei's body, more than half of her blood essence was lost. Her face was pale and her life force became weak. "Brother Ling Xiao, run. Don't worry about me." Shui Wei's voice was weak as she said to Ling Xiao anxiously. "Silly girl, don't talk. Why are you so silly? These despicable bastards can't hurt me. Why do you have to do this?" Ling Xiao's eyes were red and he felt like his heart was bleeding. His body trembled as he spoke. He hugged Shui Wei tightly and took out all the regeneration elixirs he had. He fed them all to Shui Wei. At the same time, a vast amount of saint energy gushed out from his body and poured into Shui Wei's body. The Emperor's celestial finger contained Supreme Emperor's aura. If Shui Wei did not have the reincarnation saint physique and her powerful bloodline, and if Ling Xiao had not used the sky-devouring secret skill to devour the Emperor's aura in Shui Wei's body in time, Shui Wei's physical body would have been completely shattered. Even so, Shui Wei was still weak. These despicable bastards. Ling Xiao, kill them. When the white dragon horse saw that Shui Wei was severely injured, its eyes turned red. However, it did not attack immediately. Instead, it brought Ling Xiao and Shui Wei out of the burial ground like a blazing lightning bolt. At this moment, the 4 battle spirits had caught up with them. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent as they reached out to grab Ling Xiao and Shui Wei. Rumble, Fatty Xiao Hei's body exploded with terrifying divine light and exuded a powerful devouring power. He activated all the strength in his body and stood behind the white dragon horse to block the attack of the 4 battle spirits. Terrifying divine light flared, and the void exploded. Wisps of chaotic mist flowed. Fatty Blackie let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. With the help of the terrifying attack power of the 4 great spirits, he was also sent flying out of the burial ground. However, at this moment, Fatty Blackie looked incomparably miserable. His chest had caved in and there were several deep bloodstains that had been left behind by the snake and eagle battle spirits. "Fatty Blackie, are you alright?" Fatty Xiao Hei's miserable appearance gave the white dragon horse a fright. It asked with great concern. "I'm fine. These 4 damn zombies. Wait until I master my skills, I'll definitely slaughter them," Xiao Hei said gloomily. The essence of the world gushed out from his body. Chaotic chi surged, healing his wounds at a visible rate. The Kuan Peng's skin was thick, and its vitality was very strong. Naturally, its recovery ability was also very strong. Although it was attacked by the 4 fighting spirits, it was not fatal. They had finally escaped from the burial ground. However, before they could heave a sigh of relief, the surrounding crowd immediately surrounded them. Their eyes were filled with greed. "Everyone, he is Long Out Yen. The treasure in this area must have been snatched by him. Otherwise, the 4 battle spirits would not have chased after them." Hua Tianqiong sneered. "That's right. We can't let them go. Everyone, let's kill Long Out Yen and that treasure will be ours." Yang Wen also began to fan the flames. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed and killing intent. They locked onto Ling Xiao and the other 3 in the center. "Long Out Yen, hand over the treasure you obtained. Otherwise, no one can save you." "That's right. The treasure in this area belongs to everyone. If you don't hand it over, you'll die without a burial ground." "Hee hee, the Hall Master of the War God Temple? That's all there is to it. Hand over the flipping sky seal too. And the whereabouts of Ji Feishuan." Everyone shouted at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were cold and arrogant. Moreover, killing intent filled their bodies as if they were going to attack Ling Xiao at any time. Although Ling Xiao was the Hall Master of the War God Temple and wielded the flipping sky seal, it was said that his combat strength was unparalleled and was not weaker than the ancient sky prides. However, everyone was confused by the fake treasure at this moment. In the center of the burial ground, the reincarnation jade annulus shot out a 9-colored divine light that was ancient and mysterious. Its aura was incomparably majestic, causing everyone outside the burial ground to be shocked. They were certain that it was the birth of a supreme treasure. Therefore, their greed at this moment even overshadowed their fear of Ling Xiao. Long Out Yin, if you surrender and hand over the treasure, we might spare your life. Hua Xiang said indifferently as he looked down at Ling Xiao with a condescending attitude. Bah! You want us to surrender? Do you think you're worthy? The white dragon horse sneered. Hua Xiang, if you surrender and become my mount, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll definitely die today. Fatty Xiaohei glared at Hua Xiang and said fiercely. His eyes were filled with hatred. This guy was extremely vengeful. Previously, Hua Xiang, the son of darkness, and the young monk had attacked him and even used the great emperor's decree to make him their mount. Fatty Xiaohei had long remembered Hua Xiang. Fatty Blackie was even thinking of capturing Hua Ziyang as his mount to vent the anger in his heart. You're courting death. Since you're courting death, don't blame us. Hua Ziyang's eyes turned cold as he said coldly. Rumble, there were more than 1,000 experts surrounding Ling Xiao and the other three. Most of them were sage-to-be experts and were extremely powerful. At this moment, they had different expressions on their faces and their auras were surging. Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen sneered. They had already regarded Ling Xiao as a dead man. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, how could he be a match for more than 1,000 experts? Shui Wei, are you afraid? Ling Xiao did not even look at the surrounding people as if he only had eyes for Shui Wei. He turned a deaf ear to the surrounding killing intent and asked softly. Brother Ling Xiao, I'm not afraid with you around. Shui Wei smiled gently. Although her face was pale, she had a soul-stirring beauty that could move heaven and earth and make flowers pale in comparison. Shui Wei, sit here obediently and wait for brother Ling Xiao to avenge you. Ling Xiao placed Shui Wei on the back of the white dragon horse and patted her head. Okay. Shui Wei's lips curled into a smile as she spoke seriously. Dragon horse, protect Shui Wei. Ling Xiao said and then slowly stood up. His gaze fell on Hua Xiang, Hua Tianqiong, Yang Wen, and the rest. How, do you want to die? A thunderous voice exploded in the void. It contained a bone-chilling coldness as if it came from hell. How arrogant. He's really courting death. Does he really think he can fight against 1,000 people? Since he's courting death, let's grant his wish. Everyone scolded. Their eyes were extremely cold. The divine light on their bodies surged like the sea and spread out in a mighty manner. It gathered into a vast force and pressed down on Ling Xiao. Among the thousands of powerful figures, there were many experts at the peak of the 9th Revolution half-saint realm. There was even Hua Xiang who was comparable to a saint. With so many experts working together, it was enough to kill a saint. If it was an ordinary person, he would have collapsed under such strong pressure. Boom, Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He responded with a fist. His eyes were extremely cold, and his body was exuding a monstrous killing intent. The golden blood around him was boiling, and his battle intent was high. It was as if there were bolts of lightning lingering around him. Accompanied by an ancient and vast dragon's roar, the golden fist pressed down on the crowd. Kill him. Hua Xiang said coldly. He took the lead to attack Ling Xiao. The purple flames around him contained the great Tao. It was like a sea of fire rushing towards Ling Xiao. His attack was incomparably fierce. The runes in his palm flickered. It was as if a purple fire qilin had jumped out in an instant. Its killing intent was monstrous, ancient and mysterious. This was the purple fire qilin saint technique. It was a supreme power that Hua Xiang had mastered. It was extremely terrifying. Following Hua Xiang, Hua Tianqiong, Yang Wenhe, and the others also charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Beams of divine light intertwined in the void, and saint treasures fell one after another. The momentum of thousands of experts attacking together was extremely terrifying. Gotcha, Ling Xiao's eyes were cold. It was as if he didn't care about the purple flames in the void at all. He crashed into it head-on. The golden fist contained terrifying power and suddenly exploded. The purple fire qilin and Ling Xiao's fist collided. Suddenly, the void shook and exploded with a loud bang. It triggered a huge wave of divine light. The aura was extremely terrifying. Roar, Hua Xiang took a step forward. It was as if he had let out an ancient roar. The purple fire qilin instantly split into thousands and rushed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Kill. Ling Xiao shouted coldly. The qi and blood around him became more and more majestic. It was as if there were millions of beams of divine light shooting out. Streams of chaotic qi intertwined with each other, and the supreme fist will of the extreme yang erupted. It was as if there were 3,000 macro worlds surrounding him. The heavenly emperor's fist had exploded. Ling Xiao battled with the 9 emperors in the thunder tribulation. He condensed this powerful punch with his supreme comprehension and strong fighting spirit. It was born from the fist of Sky Sovereign, but there were slight differences. It had completely turned into Ling Xiao's fist, allowing him to explode with terrifying power as he wished. However, the heavenly emperor's fist was too terrifying. Even with Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he could not unleash more than a few punches. It had become one of his strongest trump cards. The heavenly sovereign's fist swept across the sky, causing Hua Ziyang's expression to change. Although he was already an expert at the 3rd level of heaven treading, Ling Xiao's heavenly sovereign's fist made him feel extremely threatened. Blazing runes rose from his palm. Thousands and thousands of purple fire qilins rushed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. At the same time, Hua Tianqiong soared into the sky, and the purple flame divine pearl appeared in his palm. Cloud runes flickered on it, causing the void to tremble violently. Then, the purple flame divine pearl shot towards Ling Xiao's vitals. Crack, the heavenly emperor's fist was unparalleled. It could crush and destroy everything. The purple fire qilins in the void were directly shattered by Ling Xiao's fist. Then, they flew towards the purple fire divine bead. Bang, the purple fire divine bead was extremely mysterious. Although it blocked Ling Xiao's fist, it was still sent flying by Ling Xiao's fist. Ling Xiao's palm was like a blade. In an instant, he slashed out tens of thousands of blade lights. They intertwined into a huge net of blade lights. All the cloud runes were destroyed. Roar, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Suddenly, a terrifying dragon roar burst out from his mouth. It shook the 9 heavens. Behind him, there seemed to be a golden dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. The dragon's might was vast, as if the ancient dragon emperor had come back to life. It swept across the sky and shattered the divine light that filled the sky. Powerful holy treasures shook violently and then flew out. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and appeared tens of thousands of feet away. In an instant, he threw out hundreds of punches. Each of his punches was like a blazing sun. They were extremely fierce and domineering. The hundreds of figures in front of him all shook violently and were sent flying. They spat out blood. Crack, Ling Xiao pushed out his palms. The momentum around him erupted. It was as if he was pushing the sun, the moon, and the stars. 2 palm blades intertwined and slashed across the sky, turning into millions of feet-long blade lights. Everyone trembled violently and felt their scalps go numb. They hurriedly retreated. However, there were still some people who couldn't dodge in time. They were cut in half by the 2 blade lights. Blood rained down from the sky. Ling Xiao used 2 millions of feet-long blade lights to forcefully plow out 2 paths in the crowd. You all deserve to die. Ling Xiao's blood qi was monstrous. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were cold. Vast dragon's might gushed out. His aura was ancient and majestic. He was like a supreme dragon emperor. He charged and killed within the crowd, moving about unhindered, killing until everyone was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Practically no one was a match for him. In the end, his gaze fell on Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen. His killing intent was so substantial that it made Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen tremble. Their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. How can he be so strong? Hua Tianqiong's face was extremely ugly. His voice was trembling. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? He must die. If he doesn't die, we will die in his hands sooner or later. Yang Wen's eyes were filled with hatred. He roared in his heart. Boom, a stream of light flashed under Ling Xiao's feet. He directly used a teleportation secret technique. The void became a little blurry. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. It was as if there was no aura left. Both Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen shuddered as they sensed a deadly threat. They immediately understood that Ling Xiao was coming for them. They didn't even think about it. They directly used their most powerful strength. Blazing divine light rose from their bodies. Their saint gang intertwined and erupted with their strongest defense. Gotcha! Just as they were prepared, the void behind them suddenly shattered. Ling Xiao appeared behind them out of thin air like a ghost. Then, he blasted out 2 punches. The defensive divine light around Hua Tianqiong and Yangwen exploded with a loud bang, and the void rumbled. The invincible fist broke through all defenses, as if it was nothing, and directly landed on the backs of Hua Tianqiong and Yangwen. Puff! Puff! Boom! Both Hua Tianqiong and Yangwen were sent flying. Their bodies were badly mutilated, and they were defeated by Ling Xiao without even being able to withstand a single blow. 3 years ago, Hua Tianqiong and Yangwen were also defeated by Ling Xiao in the War God Temple. However, they admitted that they were only slightly weaker than Ling Xiao. More importantly, Ling Xiao had the flipping sky seal. However, in these 3 years, not only had Ling Xiao's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, but his combat strength had also become more terrifying. Both of them felt a strong sense of defeat and despair in their hearts. Long Out Yen, you're courting death. Killing intent surged in Hua Ziyang's eyes as he rushed towards Ling Xiao. Blazing divine light rose from his palm as if it had turned into a world of flames, enveloping Ling Xiao. He was shocked and angry. Thousands of experts had besieged Ling Xiao at the same time, but he had not expected the result to be like this. Ling Xiao rushed through the crowd as if he had entered a no-man's land. Wherever he went, people would be thrown off their feet, setting off a bloody storm. There were broken limbs everywhere. Those people had been scared out of their wits by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had the secret art of teleportation. As his cultivation improved, his attainment in the secret art of teleportation also became stronger. His figure was very strange, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It was impossible for people to focus their attacks on him. Instead, they were defeated by him one by one. Now, even Hua Tianqiong and Yangwen had been defeated by Ling Xiao in a single blow. If Hua Ziyang did not intervene, Hua Tianqiong and Yangwen might die in Ling Xiao's hands. Rumble, the world of flames was vast and incomparably vast, as if it was a real world. There were magnificent mountains, rivers, and surging seas. The endless flames formed the scenery of mountains, rivers, grass, trees, the sun, the moon, and stars. It contained the true meaning of the great Tao, profound and ancient. The world of flames came crashing down toward Ling Xiao like a mountain that weighed millions of tons, wanting to crush everything into dust. Bang! A sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He instantly kicked out, causing the space to explode violently. His kick landed on the world of flames. It was as if he was an ancient great emperor who had created the heavens and earth, containing an unparalleled might. The world of flames trembled violently. Flames spurted out, spreading along Ling Xiao's foot and enveloping his whole body. Refine! Hua Ziyang shouted coldly. Endless flames burst out and enveloped Ling Xiao in the center. He was even dragged into the world of flames. An ancient furnace vaguely appeared in the void. Purple flames filled the air, intertwining with the power of the great path laws. Chaotic mist surged in the surroundings, transforming into purple runes that sealed up the surrounding void. Hua Ziyang was actually preparing to refine Ling Xiao. His purple sun Taoist fire was incomparably mysterious. It was formed from the origin of the great Tao. Even a saint could directly refine it. Even a saint treasure would instantly turn into molten iron. It was incomparably overbearing. Roar! The flames rose, causing the void to tremble violently. Amidst the endless sea of flames, there seemed to be the roar of a dragon. It was getting louder and louder, ancient and mysterious. Rumble! In an instant, an incomparably mysterious devouring vortex appeared within the endless flames and began to devour the surrounding purple sun Taoist flames. One could faintly see a figure at the center of the devouring vortex. After the endless purple sun Taoist flames were devoured, they were integrated into the figure, causing the figure's aura to become more and more terrifying. Long Out Yen. Hua Ziyang's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he gritted his teeth and said. He had never thought that his purple sun Taoist flames, which could even refine a saint, would not cause any harm to Ling Xiao. Instead, Ling Xiao had directly swallowed it into his stomach and turned it into a part of his nourishment. Purple Sun Daoist flames? Unfortunately, it's still too little, Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was very calm. However, when Hua Ziyang heard his voice, his face turned even uglier. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to have materialized. Long Outyen, you forced me to do this. Hua Ziyang gritted his teeth and said. Terrifying saint aura filled the air around him. In an instant, it majestically soared into the sky and condensed into a terrifying storm behind him. Crack, a black lightning flashed and a golden scroll appeared in Hua Ziyang's palm. It slowly unfolded, revealing an ancient and mysterious seal character. Kill, the word kill was written on the scroll. Once the scroll was opened, the weather changed. The sun and the moon lost their light. Even the primal chaos mist trembled violently. A powerful killing intent locked onto everyone, causing them to tremble. Even the depths of their souls were filled with fear. Great Emperor's decree? Not good. Shui Wei, the white dragon horse and Fatty Blackie's faces changed. They could not help but exclaim. They had never thought that Hua Ziyang would have a second Great Emperor's decree. Moreover, it looked far more terrifying than the previous one. It was a pure killing decree that contained the supreme killing intent of a great emperor. When Ling Xiao was locked onto by the word kill in the void, he instantly felt his heart palpitate and his scalp tingle. The threat of death surged into his heart. This was the peerless killing intent of a great emperor of the ancients. Who could resist it? The kill decree of a great emperor of the ancients was like a soul-reaping rope. Even a saint would not be able to resist it. He could only stretch out his neck and wait for his death. At this moment, the void trembled and thick lightning intertwined in the void. The great Tao flashed and mysterious lines surged, sealing off Ling Xiao's escape route. It was as if the great Tao of the heavens and earth was rejecting Ling Xiao, causing him to fall into a disadvantageous situation. Crack, the word kill in the void flew towards Ling Xiao. The great emperor's decree seemed to have enveloped the heavens and earth, turning it into an endless darkness. The dense killing intent seemed to want to completely wipe out all life. Open! Ling Xiao's qi and blood surged to the sky. His eyes were filled with incomparable madness as he suddenly roared. Rumble, flames rose around his body, and mysterious symbols interweaved. A vast and ancient aura erupted, and an ancient three-legged cauldron with two handles appeared in front of him. It looked sparkling and translucent, and it spewed out endless blazing flames. Emperor Yen Cauldron. Ling Xiao used the battling heaven skill to derive the true meaning of the Emperor Yen Cauldron. In an instant, an extremely mighty emperor's aura gushed out from the Emperor Yen Cauldron. The Emperor Yen Cauldron spun and soared into the sky, emitting endless blazing flames. It was as if it was the origin of all flames. The aura it exuded was extremely terrifying. Crack, a blazing divine light erupted as the Emperor Yen Cauldron and the Great Emperor's decree collided. Rumble, space shattered with a loud bang, as if millions of volcanoes had exploded at the same time. Blazing divine light gushed out like a boiling sea, and huge waves surged into the sky, dyeing the world into a vast expanse of whiteness. The Flame Emperor Cauldron was emitting blazing flames that seemed to be able to burn the heavens and earth. A terrifying emperor's aura filled the air. The Flame Emperor Cauldron and the Emperor's decree collided violently in the air. Lightning flashed and the runes collided violently. The shockwaves that erupted caused everyone to tremble and their faces to turn pale. This was a collision between two extreme emperors' auras. It was the supreme power of a great emperor and it was beyond everyone's imagination. Although the Flame Emperor Cauldron was a supreme superpower that Ling Xiao had created using the heaven battling secret skill, it contained the true intent of the Flame Emperor Cauldron. It contained the Emperor's aura and it was not at a disadvantage when it collided with the Emperor's decree. Crack, in the end, the Flame Emperor Cauldron and the Emperor's decree shattered at the same time and were destroyed. As for Ling Xiao and Hua Ziyang, their bodies shook violently as they flew backwards. Damn it! Is this the legendary Battle Heaven skill? Hua Ziyang's face was pale and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had heard that the Battle Heaven skill of the War God Hall was the #1 secret combat skill in the universe. It could evolve all the skills in the universe and it was extremely terrifying. However, he had not expected Ling Xiao to be able to evolve the Battle Heaven's skill to such an extent that he could unleash the power of an extreme emperor weapon and break his emperor's decree. Ling Xiao's face was also slightly pale. Although he had blocked the emperor's decree's fatal blow, the Flame Emperor cauldron had been broken. This meant that his Battle Heaven's skill had been broken by the emperor's decree and he had suffered some backlash. However, his eyes were extremely bright and resplendent. They seemed to contain a vast starry sky and were formed by billions of sword qi. They were extremely sharp. "Huazi Yang, is this all you've got?" said Ling Xiao coldly. Divine light shot out from his eyes. His battle intent rose and he threw a punch at Huazi Yang. The chaotic energy in the sky seemed to explode all of a sudden. The dragon's roar shook the sky. Ling Xiao carried the power of heaven and earth. It was as if there were billions of thunderbolts exploding around him. In the end, it turned into an invincible fist that rumbled across the sky. Ling Xiao's speed was unbelievably fast, and his fist imprints were unstoppable. Once again, he unleashed the Heavenly Sovereign's fist, which seemed capable of shattering the heavens. Even Huazi Yang couldn't help but turn pale. The power of the Heavenly Emperor's fist was too terrifying. Even though Huaziang had broken through to the third level of heaven treading, he still felt greatly threatened. In addition, Ling Xiao's physical body was extremely strong. After going through the primal chaos body refinement, the blood and qi in his body gushed out, almost tearing the sky apart. "Ling Xiao, don't be too arrogant," roared Huazi Yang. A purple divine sun seemed to fly out from his palm, emitting a dazzling divine light. It rumbled towards Ling Xiao. The surrounding people also had a ruthless look on their faces. They all knew that Ling Xiao's strength was incomparably terrifying. One by one, they unleashed their strongest strength, performing powerful saint techniques and supreme saint treasures, all of them blasting towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, in the void, streaks of blazing light gushed out like a boiling sea, covering the sky and covering the earth as they pressed down on Ling Xiao. The more people feared Ling Xiao, the more the killing intent in their hearts burned. Their eyes were extremely cold, and they couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao immediately. Crack, a violent sound exploded in the void. Heaven and earth shook, and chaotic energy scattered in all directions. Ling Xiao's fist collided with Huazi Yang's, and a blazing divine light wave erupted. Huazi Yang was directly sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. At this moment, the terrifying attacks of the crowd enveloped Ling Xiao in an instant, as if they were going to blast him into smithereens. Hundreds of experts attacked at the same time, and the power was extremely terrifying. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to dodge at all. He bore the full brunt of the divine light storm and was directly engulfed. Endless divine light raged, lightning exploded, and the void shattered. It was as if all life had been completely annihilated. Even a saint would be severely injured if he didn't die from such a terrifying attack. "Is that bastard Lan Outyin dead?" Hua Tianqiong's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with incomparable hatred. "He should be dead, right? Such a terrifying attack isn't something that a sage-to-be expert can withstand." Yang Wen said uncertainly, and there was a trace of hesitation in his eyes. The pressure that Ling Xiao gave him was simply too great. He was not sure if Ling Xiao could survive such a terrifying attack. After all, Ling Xiao had created too many miracles. Rumble, suddenly, an incomparably terrifying vortex appeared in the divine light storm. It spewed out endless divine light, and its aura was vast and unparalleled. Everyone's attacks, and even their supreme sage treasures, were all swallowed by the terrifying vortex at the same time. Crack, a blazing lightning flashed, and Ling Xiao leaped out of the void. The chaotic aura around him rose, and he punched the air with his fists. His aura was extremely sharp. He blasted out tens of thousands of fist prints almost instantly. Each fist print was extremely terrifying, and they accurately landed on the bodies of the hundreds of experts. Boom, it was as if a blazing divine light had erupted, containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The numerous experts around Ling Xiao trembled violently, and then they were abruptly sent flying. They coughed up blood incessantly, and their eyes were filled with incomparable terror. "You despicable bastards, it's fine if you bully us with numbers, but how dare you launch a sneak attack?" A cold voice sounded, and it exploded in the void like a thunderclap. Rumble, Fatty Hay was furious, and his face was filled with incomparable coldness. He instantly leaped into the sky, opened his mouth, and swallowed the hundreds of experts. White Dragon Horse and Fatty Hay were protecting Shui Wei, so they didn't attack. Judging from Ling Zhao's incomparably fierce attack, perhaps they didn't even need to attack to deal with these people. However, the sudden sneak attack of the hundreds of people just now shocked and angered Fatty Hay and White Dragon Horse. At this moment, they immediately went berserk. Black divine light rose from Fatty Hay's body. When he opened his mouth, it was as if a huge devouring vortex had appeared in the sky, enveloping the experts. Suddenly, the terrifying devouring power erupted, and dozens of experts who were sent flying by Ling Xiao were directly swallowed into Fatty Hay's stomach. He's Kuanping? Previously, Fatty Black had turned into his human form and concealed his aura. Even Hua Xiang did not notice Fatty Black's true form. But now, Fatty Black had unleashed the Kuanping's terrifying divine ability. Hua Xiang immediately recognized Fatty Black. Hua Xiang hadn't expected that the terrifying rock would actually be on Ling Zhao's side and had even attacked for Ling Zhao's sake. Bang! Space shook violently as a few dozen experts were directly swallowed by the rock. Blood rained down while a monstrous baleful aura emanated from it, causing everyone to tremble. The fatty shook his body and instantly transformed into the rock's true form. Even though he was only over 30 kilometers long, his entire body was pitch black like a strange fish with a pair of wings on his back, and his aura was terrifying to the extreme. Everyone stared at the rock with disbelief in their eyes. How could this be possible? Their hearts trembled because the rock that could fight Hua Xiang, the dark child, and the young monk was actually on Ling Zhao's side. Ling Zhao's strength was already extremely terrifying, and he was practically on par with Hua Xiang. It was even to the extent that he wasn't injured at all under the joint forces of everyone. Now, an extremely formidable rock had joined the battle, so how could they fight this battle? In an instant, many people had the intention to retreat. As for the temptation of treasures, they'd tossed it to the back of their minds. At this moment, they only wanted to protect their lives. A group of trash that bullies the weak and fears the strong. Come, let your Lord Rock teach you how to behave. The rock laughed coldly. His gaze was extremely deep, and he seemed extremely unruly while the baleful aura around him surged. He instantly soared into the sky while the vast devour Grand Tao erupted from him. He was swift like a bolt of lightning as he directly appeared behind the half-saints and swallowed all of them. Not only was the rock an ancient overlord with an extremely terrifying bloodline, his cultivation had even attained the 3rd level of the heaven-trampling realm. So, it wasn't difficult at all for him to deal with this group of half-saints, and it was practically like chopping vegetables. In next to no time, he'd swallowed a few dozen more experts. Ah, don't eat me. I was wrong. Lord Rock, I won't dare go against all of you again. Everyone, flee. The void suddenly became extremely chaotic. Everyone's eyes were filled with terror. They began to scream and flee frantically into the distance. They no longer had any fighting spirit in their hearts. At this moment, they only wanted to escape as far as possible. They had been completely frightened by the Kuanping. Long Out Yin, you're courting death. Hua Ziyang was enraged. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. His hatred for Ling Xiao had reached its peak. He glared at Ling Xiao and leaped up in an instant. Violent divine light burst out from his body. Streaks of purple chi rose, and the great path precepts permeated the air. Finally, they turned into an extremely blazing saber and slashed toward Ling Xiao. The essence and blood around Hua Ziyang's body suddenly bloomed. A purple light filled the air, looking incomparably mysterious. It was like a whale swallowing the sea, being swallowed by the saber light. After that, the saber light became even more demonic, and with a loud bang, it slashed down towards Ling Xiao. This is the heavenly Tao blood violet saber. Hua Tianqiong's body trembled, and he could not help but exclaim. The heavenly Tao blood violet saber was a supreme divine ability of the Hua clan. It was a forbidden move. One's essence and blood would be used to summon the heavenly Tao blood violet saber. The saber would not be withdrawn until one's primordial spirit was completely destroyed. At this moment, Hua Ziyang actually burned half of his essence and blood at all costs to use the heavenly Tao blood violet saber. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The heavenly Dao blood violet saber has appeared. Ling Xiao will definitely die, Yang Wen said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Like Hua Tianqiong, he was the one who wanted Ling Xiao to die the most. This was because Ling Xiao had become their inner demon. If Ling Xiao did not die, their cultivation would not improve at all. The heavenly Dao blood violet saber's unparalleled power gave Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen hope. Heavenly Dao reincarnation, reverse karma. Ling Xiao's eyes were deep and mysterious, as if there were mysterious runes hidden in them. They were as bright as the stars in the starry sky. He called out softly. His voice was incomparably ethereal, containing the power of law. At this moment, the secret arts of reincarnation and secret arts of karma seemed to have merged with Ling Xiao. A mysterious ripple radiated from Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao formed a seal with his hands and seemed to turn into a series of afterimages. Facing the incoming heavenly Dao blood violet saber, he did not seem to care at all. His expression was incomparably calm. His hands moved faster and faster. The secret arts of reincarnation and secret arts of karma seemed to appear in his palms. In the end, they slowly merged together. When the heavenly Dao blood violet saber was about to reach Ling Xiao suddenly pushed his palms out. Runes spread out from his palms and gently patted the heavenly Dao blood violet saber. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the space trembled. The heavenly Dao blood violet saber shone with dazzling light and produced a melodious and crisp sound. It instantly disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. Asterisk poo. Asterisk in the next moment, there was a flash of blood-red light. The heavenly Dao blood violet saber actually appeared from Yang Wen and Hua Tianqiong's bodies, cutting them in half at the waist. The blood-red light bloomed in the sky, illuminating everyone's gaze. Even Hua Ziyang's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not help but tremble all over. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Ling Xiao's eyes were incomparably cold. Killing intent surged around him. With a punch, a golden fist landed on Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen's bodies, directly blasting them apart. Two peerless geniuses on the level of holy sons had died at Ling Xiao's hands just like that. Long Out Yin, why you can actually divert the heavenly Dao blood violet saber's power of karma? Hua Ziyang's voice trembled. A trace of deep fear appeared in his eyes. The reason why the heavenly Dao blood violet saber was so terrifying was because it contained a trace of the power of karma. The heavenly Dao blood violet saber was the karmic cause, and killing was the karmic effect. The saber would not stop until it saw blood. Therefore, when the heavenly Dao blood violet saber appeared, it would definitely take away a life. Originally, Hua Ziyang had come for Ling Xiao. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to use some kind of secret art to divert the power of karma from the heavenly Dao blood violet saber to Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen. In the end, Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen were cut into pieces by the heavenly Dao blood violet saber and then killed by Ling Xiao with a single punch. They completely disappeared from this world. They did not even know how they died. They were extremely sullen. Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen were killed by Hua Ziyang's heavenly Dao blood violet saber. Blood rained down from the sky, filling the air with a thick stench of blood. Their Yuan spirits had been completely destroyed. It could be said that their souls had dispersed. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. Hua Ziyang's heavenly Dao blood violet saber was a supreme forbidden technique of the Chinese. It contained the power of karma. It was rumored that a supreme expert of the Chinese had comprehended the karma of the heavenly Dao and the endless cycle of reincarnation after observing the karma of the Myriad Buddha temple. It could be said that even if Hua Ziyang's opponent was a true saint, he would still die without a doubt. However, Ling Xiao had survived. Moreover, he had used some unknown method to transfer the heavenly Dao blood violet saber to Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen, completely killing them. Hua Ziyang, hand over the heavenly Dao blood violet saber, and I can spare your life. Ling Xiao stared at Hua Ziyang and said. His eyes were blazing, and his blood was boiling. Ling Xiao's heart was in turmoil. Although it seemed that he had used some strange method to transfer the heavenly Dao blood violet saber to Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen, the combination of karma and reincarnation had almost drained him of all his energy. Moreover, Ling Xiao suddenly discovered that the heavenly Dao blood violet saber contained the true meaning of the karma secret technique. Ling Xiao had already obtained an incomplete version of the Karma Secret technique. If he could obtain the cultivation method of the Heavenly Tao Blood Violet Saber and extract the Karma Secret technique from it, he might be able to complete the Karma Secret technique. To Ling Xiao, this was an irresistible temptation. You want the Heavenly Tao Blood Violet Saber? Long Out Yin, you're courting death. Hua Xiang was furious, and his eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. The Heavenly Tao Blood Violet Saber was a secret technique of the Chinese. Even though he was a leading figure of the younger generation of the Chinese, he had only been bestowed the Heavenly Tao Blood Violet Saber after making countless contributions. Ling Xiao had undoubtedly touched his reverse scale. You're not willing to hand it over? Then you can die. Ling Xiao's eyes were like lightning as he emitted a terrifying aura that could devour the heavens and earth. The surrounding chaotic energy surged into his body. After Ling Xiao's body had been tempered by primal chaos, he could now devour primal chaos energy. His energy, which was about to be depleted, was quickly replenished. Crack, the flipping sky seal flew out from Ling Xiao's hand. With the power of wind and thunder, the void shook violently. The flipping sky seal was like an ancient sacred mountain, pressing down on Hua Xiang. Thunder Spirit King sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by dazzling thunderbolts. Containing the aura of Thunder Principal Origin, he looked more and more majestic. He had completely integrated with the flipping sky seal. Even if Second Holy Master, the original device spirit of the flipping sky seal, came back, he would not be able to take control of it. Therefore, to Ling Xiao, the flipping sky seal was like a treasure that he could use at will. He did not need to consume his own strength to use the flipping sky seal to kill his enemies. Damn it! Hua Xiang's expression changed. He suddenly felt a great pressure from the flipping sky seal. His face darkened. He immediately jumped up and tried to escape. However, the flipping sky seal had completely locked him in place. Bolts of dazzling thunderbolts fell down, like divine chains of order, and sealed Hua Xiang's whole body. Purple Sun Pearl, break it! Hua Xiang clenched his teeth and shouted. The purple bead in his hand shone brightly. In an instant, it split into 9 beads in the void. They were like 9 purple suns hanging high in the void. Then, they collided with the flipping sky seal with a loud bang. Since he could not escape, he could only fight head-on. Crack, the void rumbled and the earth shook. The collision between the flipping sky seal and the purple sun pearl gave off dazzling divine light. At the same time, Ling Xiao came down from the sky, swallowing the chaotic qi around him. Once again, he fell into the mysterious realm of chaotic body refining. He held the invincible fist print, surrounded by the 3,000 worlds, and rushed toward Hua Xiang. Boom! 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 The fist print was unparalleled. Chaotic fist shadows were everywhere in the void, as if they could split the sky and the earth. They contained supreme power. Hua Xiang felt his scalp go numb. Every fist print caused his body to shake violently. He felt as if he was going to disintegrate. Both of them fought to the point of madness. Their auras were extremely terrifying, causing the entire region to crumble. The stars in the surrounding Milky Way had already been completely destroyed, leaving behind a desolate starry sky that was filled with chaotic qi. However, both the flipping sky seal and Ling Xiao's Heavenly Emperor's fist made Hua Xiang feel extremely pressured. He was completely at a disadvantage, and he felt extremely aggrieved. His strongest move, the Heavenly Bloodline Blade, did not cause any harm to Ling Xiao. Instead, it killed Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen, making him helpless when facing Ling Xiao. Long Out Yin, you forced me to do this. The killing intent in Hua Ziyang's eyes surged like the ocean. He abruptly roared, and an incomparably terrifying aura exuded from his body, shattering Ling Xiao's fist imprint. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He felt that Hua Ziyang's aura had become extremely terrifying in an instant. Vast divine light gushed out. Mysterious runes flashed around Hua Ziyang's body. Chaotic qi filled the air above his head, and a flower of Tao slowly bloomed. In an instant, it was as if all the worlds in the universe were illuminated. A mysterious aura filled the air. The flower of Tao was extremely dazzling. It was enshrouded with auspicious qi and blazing light. A small purple person sat cross-legged on it. Although the person's face looked blurry, it was very similar to Hua Ziyang. After the purple person appeared, Ling Xiao immediately felt that all the hair on his body was about to explode. A fatal sense of danger surged in his heart. This is a human sovereign? Ling Xiao's heart trembled. He finally understood the source of the danger. When an expert in the 3 levels of heaven treading broke through the limit and understood himself, he would form the 3 sovereigns of heaven, earth, and earth. The difference between each level was like the difference between heaven and earth. The reason why an expert in the 3 levels of heaven treading could have battle strength comparable to a saint was because of the 3 sovereigns of heaven, earth, and earth. The human sovereign could kill, the earth sovereign could destroy, and the celestial sovereign was invincible. Hua Ziyang's essence, qi, and spirit merged together. He had broken through the limit and formed the human sovereign. It could cut off one's vitality, destroy one's primordial spirit, and destroy one's Tao. It was extremely terrifying. However, he could not use the human sovereign easily. Once it was damaged, he would also suffer a great backlash. He might even fall to the half-saint realm, unable to advance any further. Hua Ziyang was also forced to the extreme by Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would not have directly manifested the human sovereign. Crack. Boom, the purple venerable human sovereign was majestic and mysterious. Chaotic chi swirled around him, and his eyes seemed to contain 3,000 worlds. The 2 beams of purple light pierced through the void and shot toward Ling Xiao's forehead. At the same time, the purple venerable human sovereign flew up from the flower of the way and flew toward Ling Xiao. The void trembled as if the heavens and earth were trying to suppress Ling Xiao. The vast power of the heavens and earth descended, shaking everything into dust. Break! Ling Xiao's eyes were cold. The flipping sky seal instantly blocked in front of him. At the same time, divine light rose around him, and his qi and blood filled the air. He used the sky-swallowing secret skill to devour the 2 beams of light. Buzz, however, the void trembled slightly. The 2 beams of light didn't seem to exist in this space. They easily pierced through the flipping sky seal. Even the sky-swallowing secret skill had no effect on them. They were extremely fast and shot directly between Ling Xiao's eyebrows. Puff, there was a flash of blood. Ling Xiao's forehead actually split open. The 2 beams of light entered Ling Xiao's consciousness and slashed toward his primordial spirit. Ling Xiao could feel that if his primordial spirit was hit by the 2 beams of light, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. At this moment, the wordless heavenly book buzzed and a mysterious power descended. It was gentle and mysterious. It protected Ling Xiao's primordial spirit and formed a rune boundary. The 2 beams of light crashed into the wordless heavenly book and disappeared without a trace. Bang, however, before Ling Xiao could heave a sigh of relief, the purple human sovereign charged towards him and kicked him in the air. At the same time, he threw out a punch, causing the void to explode. Endless divine light gushed out. Although the purple venerable human sovereign looked small, his aura was extremely fierce. He was like a supreme emperor, crushing everything and invincible. Crack, Ling Xiao punched out and collided with the purple venerable human sovereign. However, he felt a chill in his arm. It was as if a heavy force had entered his body through his arm. His body shook violently and he was instantly sent flying. It was an extremely strange force. It seemed to ignore defense and could crush and shatter everything. Boom! 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 The purple venerable human sovereign threw out over 100 punches in an instant. His strength was terrifying. Ling Xiao felt a great threat. His body shook violently as he coughed out blood. His face turned pale. Samsara! Ling Xiao bellowed. Terrifying divine light surged around him, forming a mysterious light of reincarnation behind him. It was like a passageway to hell. It immediately enveloped the Renhuang in purple, trying to drag him into hell. This was an unparalleled mystic skill that Ling Xiao had comprehended from the secret skill of reincarnation. Even though he had to pay a huge price for it, he could only give it his all in the face of the horrifying purple human master. Weng, the light of reincarnation enveloped the purple human sovereign. Rings of mysterious light rippled and began to strip away the purple human sovereign's power. Instantly, the purple human sovereign's light dimmed. Puff, Hua Ziyang shuddered, his eyes filled with disbelief as he coughed up blood. he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He hastily called back the purple human. If purple human sovereign was injured, he would have to pay a terrible price. Huaziyang, I'll send you to the afterlife. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Even though his face was pale, he did not let go of this opportunity. The light of reincarnation surrounded him as he charged towards Huaziyang. Rumble. Although Huaziyang's purple human sovereign posed a great threat to Ling Xiao, it was neutralized by Ling Xiao in the end. This made Huaziyang feel a sense of despair. How could he continue to fight? After taking a few blows, Huaziyang was at a disadvantage. It seemed like he would be defeated by Ling Xiao at any time. At this moment, the giant Peng's aura was vast and unparalleled, exuding the ferocious aura of an ancient overlord. Apart from a small number who managed to escape, the majority of the thousands of experts were devoured by him, becoming his meal. Outside the burial ground, blood rained down and the smell of blood was extremely thick. It was like a battlefield of azura. Huaziyang had lost his will to fight. Seeing that the giant Peng was about to join forces with Ling Xiao after devouring so many experts, Huaziyang immediately wanted to retreat. Long Outyen, the Chinese, and the Heavenly Curse sect will remember this debt of blood. When the Heavenly Chosen Convention begins, it will be the day you die. Huaziyang said ruthlessly to Ling Xiao. The killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. After taking a blow from Ling Xiao, he turned around and was about to escape. His speed was extremely fast. Like a purple flame, he appeared tens of thousands of feet away in an instant. Huaziyang had completely given up. He wanted to escape without a fight. You want to leave? Leave the purple blood blade behind. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Naturally, he would not let Huaziyang go so easily. Together with the giant Peng, he charged towards Huaziyang. Little brat, come, have a taste of your grandfather's Pegasus meteor fist. The white dragon horse neighed and blocked Huaziyang's path like a flash of white lightning. It bared its white teeth and kicked towards Huaziyang's face with its huge hooves. Huaziyang was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. It was fine that he could not defeat Ling Xiao, but he did not expect Ling Xiao's mount to be so arrogant. How dare it kick his face with its hooves? This was simply a blatant humiliation. Die. Huaziyang did not slow down. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The purple sun heavenly pearl smashed towards the white dragon horse's head. At the same time, his fingertips glowed. Once again, he unleashed the heavenly emperor's finger and shot it towards Shuewei. He could see that Shuewei was very important to Ling Xiao. If he could kill Shuewei, he would be able to vent his anger. Huaziyang, how dare you? Ling Zhao's face changed. The flipping sky seal flew across the sky and suppressed Huaziyang. At the same time, he threw out a punch to block the heavenly emperor's finger. Brother Ling Xiao, don't worry. He can't hurt me. Shuewei, who was sitting cross-legged on the white dragon horse, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked indifferent and revealed a faint smile. Boom, a mysterious reincarnation light bloomed around Shuewei. The aura around her was incomparably mysterious. Even the void was distorted. When the heavenly emperor's finger touched the reincarnation light, it instantly shattered. Rumble, the reincarnation sword essence was extremely terrifying. It contained the power to annihilate everything. It shot towards Huaziyang's vital points as if it wanted to turn him into a porcupine. Although Huaziyang's emperor's finger was extremely sharp, it was instantly annihilated after colliding with the reincarnation sword essence. Streaks of reincarnation sword radiance fell, forcing Huaziyang to dodge in a sorry state. Bang! At this moment, the white dragon horse's hoof kicked Huaziyang's face. It was as if he was hit by a meteor. Huaziyang could not help but cry out in pain as he was sent flying. His handsome face was flattened by the white dragon horse's kick. His face was badly mutilated and he looked extremely miserable. Hee hee, you think you can escape from my Pegasus meteor punch? Dream on. The white dragon horse retreated after its attack and said proudly. I'm going to kill you. Huaziyang roared. Blood chi filled his body and purple divine light surged. Although the injuries on his face were healed in an instant, he was extremely furious. It was as if he had been greatly humiliated. He leaped forward and threw a punch at the white dragon horse. However, Ling Xiao had already arrived and kicked out in the air. There was an explosion in the void. Crack, the void trembled as Ling Xiao kicked Hua Ziyang away. At the same time, the Kuan Peng also arrived. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Hua Ziyang. Hua Ziyang was at a disadvantage. He was so angry that he shouted, "Long Out Yen, I'll remember you. One day, I'll tear you into pieces." Hua Ziyang roared. Purple runes rose from his body and an ancient talisman appeared in his palm. In an instant, the talisman burned in the void and then enveloped his body. He was about to escape this place. He was extremely fearful of Ling Xiao and did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately took out a powerful talisman and teleported to escape. Rumble, however, at this moment, the void suddenly trembled violently and divine light gushed out. Something seemed to have shattered at the center of the burial ground, spewing out vast amounts of chaotic qi. A primordial and ancient aura spread out as if it was the beginning of the world. It contained a supreme power that filled the world. Is that the reincarnation Jade Annulus? Ling Zhao's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. He saw the reincarnation Jade Annulus rise and shatter in the void. It was filled with endless chaotic qi, as if an ancient and vast world had appeared. It was a passageway leading to a mysterious world. Hua Ziyang, who was about to teleport away, suffered a tragic fate. The surrounding space turbulence surged, and that mysterious power directly sucked him into that mysterious world, instantly disappearing without a trace. Ling Xiao, is that the passageway to the primal chaos ancient land? The white dragon horse was extremely excited. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the passageway to the primal chaos ancient land. I really didn't expect that Hua Ziyang would be so lucky to be sucked into the primal chaos ancient land. The Kuan Peng's body flashed, and he turned back into the image of little black fatty. With the appearance of the primal chaos ancient land, the Heavenly Choice Convention is about to officially begin. This is destined to be a grand event that will sweep across the heavens and myriad worlds. Hundreds of millions of skyprides will compete for supremacy. Who will be the true heavenly choice? Ling Zhao's eyes were burning as he stared at the chaotic qi. At this moment, he no longer had the time to care about Hua Ziyang. It didn't matter whether Hua Ziyang was dead or alive after entering the primal chaos ancient land. Compared to the Heavenly Choice Convention, Hua Ziyang's life and death were no longer important. Brother Ling Xiao, I still feel that the heavenly choice will be you. Shuewei smiled. Her eyes were incomparably clear and pure. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and her temperament was pure and pure, giving off a pure and beautiful feeling. Shuewei, this guy isn't as handsome as me, and his cultivation isn't as high as mine. The heavenly choice should be me, okay? The white dragon horse snorted in dissatisfaction. But you can't beat brother Ling Xiao. Shuewei covered her mouth and laughed. Her words made the white dragon horse roll its eyes. The passageway to the primal chaos ancient land hasn't been completely formed yet, but it should be in the next 2 to 3 days. When the passageway is completely stabilized, the Heavenly Choice Convention will officially begin. Little Black Fatty stared at the center of the burial ground and said. The void there trembled, and the chi of primal chaos filled the air. A vast world vaguely appeared, but it also emitted a mysterious spacetime fluctuation, as if it was separated by endless space. Even Little Black Fatty was a little jealous of Hua Ziyang. This guy's luck was really too good. He had used the transfer holy talisman to escape, and just happened to encounter the passageway of the primal chaos ancient land. He was directly sucked into the primal chaos ancient land. If Ling Xiao and the rest wanted to enter the primal chaos ancient land, they would have to wait until the passageway was completely stabilized. With the appearance of the passageway of the primal chaos ancient land, the universe will soon become a land of trouble. Let's go. Let's find a place to rest for a while. When the passageway is stabilized, we will immediately kill our way into the primal chaos ancient land. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply as he said slowly. Shuewei, the white dragon horse, and Little Black Fatty nodded and followed Ling Xiao, flying into the depths of the universe. The news of the passageway of the primal chaos ancient land appearing in the burial ground did not spread like wildfire in the divine world as Ling Xiao had expected. After all, most of the experts in the burial ground were swallowed by the Kuan-Pung during the battle between Ling Xiao and Hua Ziyang. A small number of experts were scared out of their wits and fled. However, the news of Ling Xiao killing Hua Ziyang, Hua Tianqiong, and Yang Wen was spread out, causing the entire divine world to be shaken. The Hua race and Heavenly Curse sect were even more furious. They even issued a kill order and sent out Saint Realm experts. They did not hesitate to risk their lives and entered the depths of the universe to search for Ling Xiao's whereabouts. What? Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen were defeated by Long Outyin. It's fine even if they were killed by Long Outyin, but how could Hua Ziyang be killed by Ling Xiao? That's right. Hua Ziyang is the #1 genius of the Hua race. Rumor has it that he's already at the 3rd stage of heaven treading. He's comparable to those ancient prodigies. I'm afraid this news isn't true, right? I also think it's impossible. No matter how monstrous Long Outyin is, can he be stronger than an ancient prodigy? Something big is going to happen. Whether Hua Ziyang died in Long Outyin's hands or not, the Hua race will definitely not let Long Outyin off for their dignity. I just don't know how the War God Temple will deal with this. What else can they do? The War God Temple has been on the decline for the past few years. Even if they oppose it, they won't be able to stop the Hua race and Heavenly Curse sect. The divine world was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Some were gloating, some were sympathetic, and some were indifferent. The battle in the universe had caused Ling Xiao's reputation to soar. He actually had a reputation that was not inferior to the sun of the celestial emperor. It shook the entire divine world. After all, even the emperor had not killed a 3rd stage of heaven treading. Both the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect were enraged. The Daluo territory was the largest core region in the divine world. It was the residence of many monarch clans and ancient clans. The Chinese were the first to react. They immediately sent several saints and old ancestors to the Heavenly River. Anyone who can kill Long Outyin will be rewarded with 10,000 origin pills. Anyone who can kill Long Outyin will be able to exchange his head for a peerless monarch technique of the Chinese. Among the Chinese, an old man with purple hair and cold eyes issued a bounty. His chi was so terrifying that the surrounding void was trembling violently, as if there were stars falling from the sky one after another. He was Hua Xiong, the great elder of the Chinese. He had already reached the peak of the great saint realm. Hua Tianqiong was his grandson, and Hua Ziyang was the son of the patriarch. The Chinese had confirmed that Hua Tianqiong's soul lamp was extinguished. He had died in Ling Xiao's hands. As for Hua Ziyang, his soul lamp was flickering. Even the Chinese could not confirm whether he was dead or alive. However, Hua Ziyang was the successor of the Chinese. He had the bloodline of the great emperor. He was the leader of the younger generation of the Chinese. Hua Tianqiong was second only to Hua Ziyang. How could the Chinese not be furious when one of them died and the other went missing because of Ling Xiao? Long Outyin deserves to die. Anyone who can provide us with Long Outyin's whereabouts will be rewarded with a Supreme Saint technique. Anyone who can kill Long Outyin will be rewarded with a Supreme Saint treasure. A powerful expert of the Heavenly Curse sect also spoke. He was a skinny middle-aged man in a black robe. There seemed to be a black vortex in his eyes. Runes filled his eyes and exuded a powerful curse power. He was Chen Kuan, the deputy sect leader of the Heavenly Curse sect. He was also a great saint expert. Yang Wen was not only the saint of the Heavenly Curse sect, but also his true disciple. He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate his successor. However, he had died in Ling Xiao's hands. He was furious and issued a bounty as well. Supreme Monarch technique? Supreme Saint treasure? Long Outyin is worth so much? Countless experts in the divine world trembled with excitement after learning about the bounty offered by the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect. Their eyes were blazing with passion, and they couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao and claim the bounty. No one had expected the Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect to be so generous. The Supreme Emperor art was a peerless divine ability created by the great emperor. It contained the secrets of the heavenly Tao and possessed supreme killing power. If one could cultivate the Supreme Emperor art, it could even allow one to challenge those at a higher level. Although supreme quality saint treasures were not as good as extreme way emperor weapons, they were still supreme treasures. For example, Hua Xiang Pearl and Ling Zhao Cyclic Sky Seal were both supreme quality saint treasures, second only to Extreme Wei Emperor weapons. They were treasures that only saint rulers were qualified to use. It's one thing for you to have supreme emperor techniques and supreme saint treasures, but do you really think you can kill Long Outyen? After all, even Hua Xiang, who was at the third level of heaven trampling, died at his hands. Even if we can't kill Long Aotian, if we can find his whereabouts, we can get 10,000 origin pills and a supreme holy technique. It's enough for us to cultivate to the 9th revolution half-saint realm. That's right. It's Long Outyen's fault for offending someone he shouldn't have offended. I heard that the Hua clan's great elder Hua Xiong and the Heavenly Curse Sect's deputy master Chen Kuan have come out of seclusion and led experts to hunt Long Outyen down. This time, Long Outyen is dead for sure. Everyone discussed animatedly and began to rush to the Heavenly River, hoping to get a share of the loot. Even if they couldn't kill Ling Xiao, it would be a great gain if they could find his whereabouts. At the same time, the War God Temple also made a statement. The white-clothed War God directly announced to the entire divine world that anyone who dared to attack Long Outyen would be the War God Temple's mortal enemy. No one had expected the War God Temple to be so tough. Even in the face of the Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect, they still showed an attitude of protecting Long Outyen. Some people were afraid of the War God Temple and began to hesitate, but most people were still attracted by the conditions offered by the Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect. They all rushed to the Heavenly River. The entire divine world began to be turbulent. At this time, Ling Xiao, Shui Wei, Fatty Blackie, and the White Dragon Horse were outside the boneyard. They dug a cave residence in a broken star and cultivated while waiting for the Chaos Ancient Land to open. Ling Xiao and Shui Wei cultivated in the cave residence while Fatty Blackie and the White Dragon Horse were responsible for keeping watch and protecting their hair. They also checked the situation in the Heavenly River. 3 days passed. The boneyard was practically completely enveloped by the mist of chaos, and it emanated a mysterious glow. Auspicious energy rose into the air, and the mysterious world grew clearer and clearer. Moreover, the passageway that led to the ancient chaotic grounds grew more and more stable. Ling Xiao, the situation is not good. These days, more and more people have arrived in the Heavenly River as if they are searching for something. I'm afraid it won't be long before they arrive at the boneyard. Once they arrive, the news about the Chaos Ancient Land will be exposed. After 3 days, Fatty Blackie and the White Dragon Horse returned from patrolling outside. The White Dragon Horse said worriedly, "You guessed right. We caught a guy and interrogated him. We learned that the Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect have indeed issued a bounty for you. They want all the experts in the divine world to hunt you down." Fatty Blackie said, "The Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect? You're really like a haunting ghost. Don't worry about them for now. The passage to the Chaos Ancient Land is about to be stabilized. When the time comes, we will enter the Chaos Ancient Land directly. No matter how strong the Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect are, they won't be able to chase after us." Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said slowly, "I'm afraid that they will find this place before the Chaos Ancient Land opens. When the time comes, it will be a small matter if the news about the Chaos Ancient Land is exposed. However, if they set up a trap at the entrance of the passage, we will be in big trouble." The White Dragon Horse was still very worried. Whether it was the Hua clan or the Heavenly Curse sect, their foundations were extremely terrifying. They had unimaginable means. If they wanted to kill someone, even a sage would not be able to survive. "If that's the case, we can only kill our way in," Ling Xiao said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Shui Wei had consumed the regeneration elixir. After a few days of cultivation, her injuries had already healed. She pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, maybe I have a way to enter the Chaos Ancient Land." "Oh? What is it?" Ling Xiao and the White Dragon Horse's eyes lit up as they asked hurriedly. After all, the Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect had a strong foundation. It would be best if they did not face them head-on. Moreover, Ling Xiao was confident that he would obtain enough fortune and opportunity in the Chosen One meeting. Once he proved his Tao and became a sage, he would not have to be so restrained even when facing the Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect. The way is the reincarnation secret technique. The secret reincarnation technique? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with surprise. That's right. It's the secret reincarnation technique. Big brother Ling Xiao, the heavenly Tao is the cycle of reincarnation. Everything has its own path of reincarnation. The secret reincarnation technique is the ultimate truth behind this. The Chaos Ancient Land also has its own reincarnation cycle. It opens once every epoch and holds a Heaven's Choice convention, so every opening counts as a reincarnation cycle. The passage to the Chaos Ancient Land has existed before. As long as I use the secret reincarnation technique to find the pattern and obtain the coordinates of the Chaos Ancient Land, we can directly travel through the void and enter the Chaos Ancient Land. Shui Wei explained. Using the secret reincarnation technique to open the Chaos Ancient Land? Doesn't that mean the Chaos Ancient Land will open in advance and the Heaven's Choice Convention will officially begin? Such an act that defies the heavenly Tao, I'm afraid there will be a great backlash, right? Fatty Xiaohei said slowly. There will be some backlash. However, with my means, I can still endure it. At most, I'll lose some of my lifespan and life origin. Shui Wei smiled faintly. No. This will affect you too much. I don't need you to open the Chaos Ancient Land in advance. The passage should be completely stabilized in the next 2 days. At that time, we'll kill our way in. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply as he spoke decisively. He understood the meaning behind Shui Wei's words. It was indeed possible to use the Samsara secret technique to open the chaotic ancient land, but Shui Wei would definitely suffer an unimaginable backlash and heavy injuries. This was not something Ling Xiao wanted to see. Big brother Ling Xiao, believe me, I'll be fine. Shui Wei persuaded patiently. No. Shui Wei, it's not that I don't believe you, but the implications of this matter are too great. The Heaven's Choice Convention represents the reincarnation cycle of an epoch. You're going to withstand the backlash of an epoch's reincarnation with your own strength. I don't agree. Ling Xiao said directly. Shui Wei's eyes revealed a trace of emotion. She knew Ling Xiao was doing this for her own good, but the more it was so, the more she wanted to do something for him. However, seeing how stubborn Ling Xiao was, Shui Wei could only smile wryly and nod. However, a strange light flashed in her eyes, as if she had made a decision. Ha ha ha. I've finally found it. This land of bones was the battlefield of that battle. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from outside. What is that? Could it be, the passage to the primal chaos ancient land? A cry of surprise rang out, and even his breathing became incomparably rapid. 2 black-robed young men appeared outside the burial ground. Both of them were at the peak of the 9th Revolution half-saint realm. Their auras were extremely powerful. At this moment, their faces were filled with excitement. However, when they saw the bone burial ground, the blazing chaotic mist, and the mysterious and vast world, their hearts were instantly filled with shock. They had never imagined that the passageway to the primal chaos ancient land would actually appear in the heavenly river. Not good. Someone still found this place and killed them. Fatty Xiaohei and the white dragon horse's faces darkened. Cold killing intent flashed in their eyes. The boneyard was incomparably mysterious. It was shrouded in chaotic laws and isolated from the chaotic aura. Even if someone had escaped from here before, it would be very difficult to find the boneyard again. Otherwise, 3 days would be enough for many people to come here. However, what Ling Xiao and the rest did not expect was that someone would still come to the boneyard. This meant that the passageway to the primal chaos ancient land was about to be exposed. Boom! Fatty Xiaohei and the white dragon horse turned into 2 streaks of black and white lightning. In an instant, they soared into the sky and charged towards the 2 black-robed young men. The 2 of them were extremely decisive. Although they knew that this place might have been exposed, they still wanted to buy as much time as possible so that they could completely kill the 2 black-robed young men. Ling Xiao did not stop them. After all, these 2 black-robed young men must have come to find him. Ling Xiao naturally would not have any sympathy for such people who were hostile towards him. Who are you? When Fatty Xiaohei and the white dragon horse charged out, the 2 black-robed young men immediately noticed them. Their faces changed, and they revealed an extremely solemn expression. The people who will send you to see Hua Tianqiong. The white dragon horse let out a strange cry and kicked one of the black-robed young men with its hoof. Its aura was extremely terrifying, and it was like a mountain crashing into the sky. Fatty Xiaohei did not say a word. He opened his big mouth, and chaotic aura rose from his mouth. A vast devouring vortex erupted, and directly swallowed the black-robed young man. Oh no! They are Long Outyan's companions. Long Outyan is really here. Run, we must spread the news. The two black-robed young men's faces changed drastically. They immediately recognized the white dragon horse and Fatty Xiaohei. They turned around and wanted to escape. Crack, the speed of the white dragon horse was extremely fast. Almost as soon as the black-robed young man flew up, the horse's hoof directly kicked his head. Suddenly, the black-robed young man's vision turned black, and he almost fell from the void. Whoosh, a golden divine light shot out from the white dragon horse. Its speed was extremely fast, and it directly penetrated the black-robed young man's forehead, shooting him down from the void. The other black-robed young man screamed miserably. There was no way for him to escape from Fatty Xiaohei's terrifying devouring power. In an instant, he was swallowed by Fatty Xiaohei. Boom, after Fatty Xiaohei swallowed the black-robed young man, he threw a punch out from the void. The black-robed young man who had been pierced by the white dragon horse directly exploded with a punch. Blood mist filled the void, and then Fatty Xiaohei swallowed it all into his stomach. Almost in the blink of an eye, 2-9 Revolution half-saint experts died at the hands of Fatty Xiaohei and white dragon horse. However, although the two black-robed young men were killed, Fatty Xiaohei and white dragon horse did not have a trace of excitement on their faces. Instead, they looked quite dignified. Ling Xiao, before these two died, they still managed to spread the news about this place. Although the burial ground is difficult to find, since they were able to enter, they probably won't be able to escape for long. Quickly make a decision. The white dragon horse's face revealed a rare serious expression. If they did not think of a way, when many experts came, including the sages of the Chinese and Heavenly Curse sect, they would not be able to escape even if they had wings. Boom, at this moment, a mysterious light bloomed in the void. Suddenly, rays of 9-colored divine light shot up into the sky, forming a 9-colored divine ring that contained an incomparably mysterious samsara fluctuation. Shui Wei, why are you doing this? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. His eyes showed that he was deeply moved. Shui Wei had chosen to use the secret reincarnation technique to open the passageway to the chaotic ancient land. Although she did not ask for Ling Xiao's permission, he had no reason to blame her. Everything Shui Wei had done was for his sake. Rumble, blazing light rose. Shui Wei's white dress fluttered in the wind. She had an extraordinary temperament as she sat cross-legged in the void. She was surrounded by auspicious qi and a 9-colored divine ring. She looked extremely noble. She formed a seal with her hands, and a mysterious light of reincarnation radiated from her back. 2 golden runes flew out from her palms. They looked very complicated, and each stroke outlined the mysteries of the world. They shone brightly in the void. Shui Wei pushed her arms and the 9-colored divine ring and the 2 golden runes flew towards the burial ground. Kacha, the burial ground emitted a vast and mysterious spatial fluctuation. The mysterious world seemed to become more and more real. The passageway, which was originally illusory, started to solidify at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cough cough, in the void, Shui Wei's body suddenly trembled and her face became extremely pale. It was as if a vast and mysterious power was depriving her of her vitality and lifespan, causing her to age. Ling Xiao could not help but feel his heart ache when he saw this. His eyes were filled with worry. However, he could not interrupt Shui Wei in her current state. Even though he knew that Shui Wei was suffering from a great backlash, he could only watch silently. Ling Xiao, a beauty's love is important. This girl has suffered too much for you. Don't let her down. The white dragon horse sighed softly. Hee hee, the mixed-haired horse has finally said something reliable. I also feel that this girl is not bad. You have to cherish her. Fatty Blackie chuckled. For the first time, he did not oppose the white dragon horse. Instead, he agreed. Ling Xiao was silent. His heart trembled slightly. Kacha, bolts of lightning intertwined in the void as a boundless heavenly might spread out. It was as though the heavenly Tao was enraged by Shui Wei's actions of forcefully opening up the primal chaos ancient land. Shui Wei's face grew paler and paler, her body trembling slightly. Her life source and lifespan were rapidly being stripped away, and she began to emit an old and lethargic aura. However, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. She stared at the sky and pursed her lips. Her stubbornness made one's heart ache. Reincarnation of the heavenly Tao, return to the origin. Open. The nine-colored divine halo around Shui Wei instantly flew towards the mysterious passageway of the burial ground like a flood. A faint and mysterious voice came from her mouth. It was like a chant, grand and resounding. Boom, the bone burial ground shook violently. The vast world in the center seemed to slowly emerge, spewing out vast and blazing nine-colored divine light. It was as if the heavens and the earth had split apart. Endless celestial flowers of the great path bloomed. Golden lotuses filled the void. An ancient and mysterious aura filled the air. The vast chaotic aura formed an incomparably huge passageway. Brother Ling Xiao, the passageway to the chaotic ancient land has opened. Let's go. Shui Wei's voice became extremely weak. Even her floating figure was swaying slightly, as if she was going to fall at any moment. Ling Xiao's heart ached. He hurriedly rushed over to pick Shui Wei up. Shui Wei's face was extremely pale. Her originally black hair had become dull and had lost its luster. Her aura was extremely weak. She was surrounded by an aura of death. She was like an old woman who was nearing the end of her lifespan. However, the smile on her face was still very beautiful. Shui Wei, don't worry. Even if I have to search the entire chaotic ancient land, I will find a supreme treasure that can replenish your life source for you. Ling Xiao said with heartache. Shui Wei smiled and nodded. Let's go. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply. He flew towards the vast chaotic passageway. Fatty Hay and the white dragon horse followed closely behind him. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, a murderous voice exploded in the void. Rumble, the chaotic aura around the burial ground dispersed. A huge hand that covered the sky stretched across the void and grabbed at Ling Xiao. Vaguely, an old man with a head of purple hair seemed to appear in the chaos. His eyes were cold and his aura was terrifying. At the same time, a black divine light spread out majestically like a black river. A skinny middle-aged man in a black robe stood on it. Runes fell towards Ling Xiao, containing a mysterious curse power. Ling Xiao suddenly felt his body sink. It was as if his limbs had turned stiff. The mysterious curse power drilled into his body. The sages of the Chinese tribe and the heavenly curse sect? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He recognized the two people almost instantly. These two people were not only sages, but also great sage realm experts. Their forces were terrifying and monstrous. They were far from being comparable to sages. Even Ling Xiao felt a deep sense of powerlessness in front of him. They had heard the news and came looking for him. The moment they saw that Ling Xiao wanted to enter the chaotic ancient land, they decisively attacked. Open up! Ling Xiao roared angrily. The sky-devouring secret skill exploded. It was as if a vast sea had appeared around him, trying to devour all the curse power that had entered his body. At the same time, the flipping sky seal bloomed with a blazing light. It was like a black immemorial sacred mountain. It flew towards the huge hand in the void. Rumble, the sky-devouring divine sea exploded. It could devour all kinds of strange energy in the world. Even the curse power was quickly devoured by the sky-devouring divine sea. Ling Xiao, Fatty Blackie, and the white dragon horse felt their bodies lighten. They had been released from the restraints. These two old things are too shameless. The white dragon horse was so angry that it cried out. It glared at the two figures with hatred. Instantly, it carried Ling Xiao and Crepe Myrtle and flew into the chaotic ancient land. Boom, the flipping sky seal and the huge hand exploded behind them. There was an explosion of blazing divine light. The momentum was shocking. The huge hand slapped the flipping sky seal away. It was still reaching out to grab Ling Xiao. Fatty Blackie's body was surrounded by a black divine light. In an instant, he revealed his original body. A terrifying devouring vortex spread out around him. He suddenly tried to devour the huge hand. Crack, the devouring vortex exploded at the same time. Endless divine light rose in the void. It swept away all the chaotic gas in the surroundings, turning it into a vast expanse of white. The fatty transformed into his Kuan-pung form. The fish scales on his body were like dragon scales, exuding a vast pressure. His wings were like the clouds in the sky, and his body was millions of feet long. He was like a floating continent, extremely terrifying. However, the power of that palm was too terrifying. It could almost suppress the heavens and sweep the universe. It contained a wave that could destroy everything. It directly shattered the devouring great path around the Kuan-pang's body and sent him flying. Oh no, these two old things are both supreme saints. We are no match for them at all. Run. The fatty spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and shouted. Although his cultivation had reached the third level of the heaven-treading realm and had broken the limit once, his combat strength was only comparable to an ordinary saint. He couldn't compete with a supreme saint at all. Rumble, in the void, endless divine light rose. The two figures with monstrous auras appeared in the burial ground. One was an old man with purple hair and the other was a skinny middle-aged man in a black robe. Their eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. It was Huaxiong and Chen Kuan. Kuan-pung? I'm lacking a mount. You're the one. Huaxiong stared at the Kuan-pung and said in an extremely domineering voice. Bah. I'm the Kuan-pung Great Emperor who dominated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How dare you ask me to be your mount? You're not even worthy of being my mount. The fatty cursed. This guy had been with the white dragon horse for a few days and had some of its temperament. He only felt that cursing like this was exceptionally satisfying. The corner of Ling Zhao's mouth twitched slightly. In time, this fatty would probably be the second white dragon horse. He couldn't help but glare at the white dragon horse. Why are you glaring at me? I didn't teach him. This kid is self-taught and has some of my style. Not bad, not bad. The white dragon horse had an innocent look on its face as it laughed proudly. What time is it now? You still have time to talk here? You guys go first. I'll stop them. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He instantly leaped up and the flipping sky seal exploded with an unparalleled sharpness. It was like a blazing sun that blasted towards Huaxiong and Chen Kuan. You're long out, Yan? You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Murderous intent flashed in Huaxiong's eyes. He could feel that Ling Zhao was extremely powerful. Furthermore, he felt as if he had merged with the flipping sky seal. This kind of power was enough to kill an ordinary saint. With such a person in the war god temple, he was a great threat to the Chinese and the heavenly curse sect. They had to kill him before he grew. Boom, Huaxiong threw a punch at Ling Zhao. His punch was imbued with the will of the great path of destruction. It was as if his punch was capable of destroying all spells. All spells would have been destroyed by his punch. On the other hand, black light flashed around Chen Kuan's body, and he was about to shift 10,000 feet into the void in an instant. Black divine chains of order flew out from his palm, surrounded by mysterious runes, and entangled toward Shui Wei, the white dragon horse, and fatty Blackie. Open! Ling Zhao roared, and the violent power around him exploded completely, as if a vast ocean had been set off. He used the heavenly battle skill, and the blazing flames rose. The Yan Emperor cauldron rose in front of him, blocking in front of Chen Kuan. He actually wanted to stop 2 great saint powerhouses with his own strength. This guy is too arrogant. Don't worry, if you die, I'll avenge you. Fatty Blackie shouted, and then plunged into the passageway of the chaotic ancient land without looking back. Damn Fatty, you're too disloyal. Kid, I'm really leaving. I'll protect Shui Wei well, but you better not die. The white dragon horse cursed, and then quickly said to Ling Zhao. Then, it also plunged into the passageway of the chaotic ancient land with Shui Wei. That's the passageway of the chaotic ancient land? At this moment, Huaxiong and Chen Kuan also noticed the chaotic ancient land, and their faces were filled with astonishment. We can't let him enter the chaotic ancient land. Huaxiong and Chen Kuan's eyes were cold, and they were filled with murderous intent. They exploded with terrifying power. Rumble, the flipping sky seal was sent flying by Huaxiong's punch, and the Flame Emperor cauldron that Ling Xiao had conjured with the fighting heavenly skill was also bound by Chen Kuan's divine chains of order. Runes invaded the cauldron, and it instantly shattered. Ling Xiao felt two terrifying forces coming at him, and he couldn't help but tremble. He coughed out blood and staggered back. However, when he saw that the white dragon horse, Shui Wei, and Fatty Blackie had all entered the chaotic ancient land, Ling Xiao was relieved. "Old man, as long as I'm alive, I'll destroy the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect." Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. Swoosh, he instantly used the shifting secret skill and wanted to enter the passageway. After all, even the flipping sky seal and the fighting heavenly skill combined were no match for Hua Xiong and Chen Kuan. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely die. "You're courting death." Hua Xiong and Chen Kuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and their desire to kill Ling Xiao grew stronger. They could vaguely feel that if they let Ling Xiao go today, there would be endless trouble in the future. Kacha, a purplish-red saber radiance filled Hua Xiong's palm, and it contained a power that could shatter everything. It instantly slashed towards Ling Xiao, as though the world had been split in half. Heavenly Dao Purple Blood Saber, Hua Xiong cultivated the Destruction Great Dao, and using the Destruction Great Dao to activate the Heavenly Dao Purple Blood Saber was 100 times stronger than Hua Xiang's. He was determined to kill Ling Xiao. Heavenly Curse Destruction, Infinite Rebirth, Boundary formed. Chen Kuan chanted softly, and runes flew out from his body. The void shook violently, and instantly formed a vast boundary around the passageway of the chaotic ancient land, enveloping Ling Xiao. Heavenly Curse Boundary Destruction, the supreme curse of the Heavenly Curse sect contained supreme power, and it formed a boundary with the curse. In order to prevent Ling Xiao from entering the chaotic ancient land, Chen Kuan directly used the Heavenly Curse Boundary Destruction. In an instant, Ling Xiao was in an extremely dangerous situation. Karma. Reincarnation. Ling Xiao suddenly closed his eyes, and he fell into an extremely mysterious state. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer his heart was, and the more he could see a glimmer of hope in the endless murderous intent. He raised his hands, and the Karma secret skill and Reincarnation secret skill slowly flowed. In the end, he slowly closed his palms, and the Karma force and Reincarnation force fused together, forming a misty ripple in front of him. Kacha, the Heavenly Dao Purple Blood Saber slashed down from the sky, directly striking the ripple. Rumble, the water rippled, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. The violet blade of light was extremely sharp, blooming before Ling Xiao's eyes, clashing with the ripples of water. The fusion of Karma and Samsara force was extremely tough. Even though the Heavenly Way Blood Violet blade was extremely sharp, it was still unable to shatter it. The two seemed to form an extremely delicate balance. What a powerful Heavenly Way Blood Violet blade! Ling Xiao was shocked. Only now did he realize that Hua Xiang was nowhere near as powerful as the Heavenly Way Blood Violet blade. If it were not for the fact that he had fused the secret techniques of Karma and Samsara, he probably would not have been able to dodge the attack at all. A gleam of light flashed through Hua Xiong's eyes. He could actually sense the dense power of Karma from Ling Xiao. He could not help but feel shocked. How did Long Outyin know the secret techniques of Karma from the Myriad Buddha Temple? Breakthrough! Hua Xiong bellowed out furiously. Violent destructive force erupted around him, causing the Heavenly Way Blood Violet blade's presence to swell by several times. Like the straw that broke the camel's back, it directly destroyed the ripples of water. Spurt, with a flash of blood-red light, Ling Xiao's forehead immediately split open. The violet blade of light became extremely resplendent, directly slashing towards the soul in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao could sense that his soul had been frozen. He was unable to move at all. All he could do was watch as the violet blade of light drew closer and closer. At this moment, the wordless heavenly scripture trembled slightly and immediately shone brightly. An ancient and mysterious devouring vortex appeared, directly devouring the Heavenly Way Blood Violet blade. However, even though Ling Xiao had managed to escape the fatal strike, he was still heavily injured. His body trembled violently, as if he was about to collapse at any moment. What's that treasure? A gleam of light flashed through Hua Xiong's eyes. He became slightly surprised. He had unleashed the greatest power of the Heavenly Way Blood Violet blade, but he had Never thought that it would still be devoured by some strange treasure in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. Long out Yin, surrender yourself, or don't blame us for killing you. Chen Kuan said with a cold look in his eyes. A monstrous baleful aura spread out from his body and locked onto Ling Xiao. The All-Heavens curse boundary he had cast had already imprisoned Ling Xiao. With Ling Zhao's current cultivation and battle prowess, it was impossible for him to break through the All-Heavens curse boundary. You two old dogs, I'll remember you. But with just this little trick, you want me to surrender without a fight? In your dreams. Ling Zhao's eyes were incomparably cold, and an incomparably terrifying aura instantly erupted from his body. Crack, a moon-white disk appeared in his hand, giving off a translucent light. It was like a bright full moon, overflowing with light and radiating with a mysterious fluctuation of laws. Open! Ling Xiao roared. The disk in his hand cut open his palm and began to devour his essence and blood. In an instant, it turned into a blood moon and shot towards the passage of the primal chaos ancient land. This was the good fortune jade disk, the supreme treasure of the great void emperor. Ling Xiao only had a fragment of it, and this was the first time he had used it. Uncle Su had once told him that the good fortune jade disk contained supreme power and was the embodiment of the heavenly way. He could not use it unless his cultivation had reached the saint realm. Moreover, he had to use his essence and blood as a guide and consume his vitality. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao, who was in a desperate situation, still chose to use the fragment of the good fortune jade disk. Crack, the good fortune jade disk soared into the void, giving off a blazing light that seemed to be able to devour everything. When it came into contact with the All-Heavens curse boundary, the incomparably powerful curse boundary shattered instantly. Ling Xiao was like a blazing bolt of lightning as he used the teleportation secret technique and shot towards the primal chaos ancient land. You're courting death. Hua Xiong and Chen Kuan were both shocked and furious. They did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to counterattack and break through the All-Heavens curse boundary. Boom, both of them leaped up and launched their most terrifying attacks at Ling Xiao. They were like two blazing bolts of lightning as they shot towards Ling Xiao. The full force attack of the two supreme sages after they were enraged was extremely terrifying. The blazing divine light exploded the void, and endless chaotic turbulence surged as if everything would be completely annihilated. Boom, Ling Zhao's face was extremely pale, but his eyes were unprecedentedly bright. He knew that as long as he could block this fatal attack, he would be able to escape into the primal chaos ancient land. Otherwise, he would definitely die. A violent aura erupted from his body as the 9 Heaven Dao primal chaos tablets flew out and formed a vast primal chaos boundary, blocking behind him. At the same time, the flipping sky seal shone brightly as it soared into the sky like a mountain, forming a second line of defense behind him. Blazing flames rose between his arms as the Yen Emperor Cauldron evolved from the battle heavenly skill rose up and formed a third line of defense. In the end, Ling Xiao still felt that it was not safe. He used the heaven-devouring secret technique and formed a vast heaven-devouring divine sea around him, devouring Zhou Tian's chaotic energy to form a fourth line of defense. After all, Hua Xiong and Chen Kuan were two supreme sages. Ling Xiao did not dare to let his guard down. As he moved rapidly towards the passage of the primal chaos ancient land, he set up 4 powerful defensive measures to resist the attacks of the two supreme sages. Crack, 2 blazing divine light blasted on the heavenly way primal chaos tablets. Instantly, lightning flashed and chaotic energy exploded. Although the 9 heavenly way primal chaos tablets were very strong, they were still instantly blown away by the two supreme sages. Hua Xiong and Chen Kuan did not slow down and clashed with the flipping sky seal again. Although the flipping sky seal was a supreme holy treasure and was activated by the Thunder Spirit King, it still could not stop the two supreme sages. After a moment of stalemate, it was blown away again. Then, the Yen Emperor Cauldron exploded as well. The 2 blazing divine light blasted on the heaven-devouring divine sea around Ling Xiao. Crack, the heaven-devouring divine sea exploded. Ling Zhao's body shook violently and cracks appeared all over his body. Although his physical body was very strong, he was still on the verge of collapse in the face of the attacks of the two supreme sages. Puff, Ling Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body exploded. His body turned into a bloody mist as he entered the passageway leading to the ancient land of primal chaos. Then, he disappeared without a trace. Is he really dead? Looking at the primal chaos ancient land in front of him, Hua Xiong's face was filled with uncertainty. It's hard to say. But even if he is not dead, I'm afraid he is only left with his primordial spirit. He is nothing to worry about. Moreover, the primal chaos ancient land is full of dangers. He may soon become a meal in the stomach of the other races. Chen Kuan said slowly. Let's hope so. Hua Xiong nodded. The passageway to the chaotic ancient land had appeared. News came from the heavenly river that the passageway to the chaotic ancient land had been found in the depths of the heavenly river. The passageway had been completely stabilized, and one could enter the chaotic ancient land at any time. This also meant that the heavenly choice meeting had officially begun. The entire divine world was in an uproar. Countless experts cheered, eager to give it a try. They were incomparably excited and rushed towards the heavenly river. The heavenly choice meeting was the #1 event in the heavens. Legend had it that it contained the secrets to becoming an emperor, and there were countless great opportunities. At the end of every era, the heavens and earth would be in turmoil, and the heavenly Tao would be in chaos. The chaotic ancient land would appear in the heavens and myriad worlds, and a showdown between peerless geniuses would unfold. It was rumored that the chosen one of each heavenly choice meeting had already proven his Tao and become an emperor, dominating the heavens and creating an era. Even if he hadn't proven his Tao and become an emperor, he had become an overlord, and could create a sacred ground or an immortal divine kingdom. In the heavens and myriad worlds, billions of geniuses would compete with each other for the title of the chosen one. It was an azure battlefield, and also a graveyard. Any genius who had the ambition to reach the peak of martial arts and had the ambition to be invincible would not give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Have you heard? Lord Tianzi once fought 3 saint-level pirates on the coast of the East Sea, and finally killed them all. What? Those were saint-level pirates. Even in the immortal sacred grounds, they were important figures. They died just like that? That's right. Lord Tianzi's brilliance is too great. I feel that the chosen one this time is Lord Tianzi. Don't you see that the names are very similar? He, among the geniuses of the heavens and myriad worlds, I also believe that Lord Tianzi is the chosen one. After all, Lord Tianzi is the son of the heavenly emperor. In addition to Lord Tianzi, Zhou Panlong, Jiang Luer, and other ancient geniuses are also extremely powerful. TSK, I used to feel that the saints of the various sacred grounds were the strongest geniuses, but now it seems that there is still a huge gap between them and these ancient geniuses. During this period of time, because of the appearance of the chaotic ancient land in the heavenly river, countless people were in heated discussions. Countless experts crossed the heaven domain and took the void teleportation array to the Daluo territory and entered the universe Milky Way. In addition to the geniuses of the 12 immortal sacred grounds, some of the hidden geniuses of the ancient clans and even the geniuses of the monarch clans appeared in the divine world and rushed towards the universe Milky Way. At the same time, the Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect announced to the divine world that Ling Xiao had been killed by the Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect. They also announced that anyone who dared to provoke the Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect would suffer the same fate as Ling Xiao. Long Outyen was killed by the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect? What a pity! Long Outyen was extremely talented, and might even be on par with those ancient geniuses. But now, he has fallen before he could even mature. He's too arrogant. Do you think the Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect are so easy to mess with? He killed Hua Tianqiong, Yang Wen, and Hua Ziyang. Of course, the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect won't let him go. I heard that Hua Xiong and Chen Kuan, 2 great sages, attacked together and killed Ling Xiao. I wonder how the War God Temple will react. After all, Long Outyen is the #1 genius of the War God Temple. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him their spiritual leader. Everyone discussed animatedly. Some felt that it was a pity, some were gloating, and some were indifferent. However, they only discussed for a short while before they shifted their attention back to the Heaven's Choice meeting. War God Temple. It's impossible for little junior brother to die in the hands of the Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect. The soul lamp he left behind hasn't extinguished yet. Everyone was in low spirits. Lu Wenjing glanced at everyone and said decisively, "Don't worry." But Little Martial Uncle's soul lamp has become extremely weak. It seems like it will extinguish at any moment. I'm afraid that even if little junior brother Long isn't dead, he's not in a good condition right now. The master of Een Hall sighed softly. We also believe that little junior brother won't die. He's a person with great luck. Moreover, he's also the hope and spiritual leader of our war god temple. He's destined to reach the peak. The Void Peer Stage and Chong He were also full of confidence in Ling Xiao. Everyone, there's no need to guess anymore. I can feel that little junior brother is indeed not dead. Moreover, he has already entered the chaotic ancient land. The Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect are lying to themselves. They want to suppress the morale of the war god temple. Everyone, don't fall into their trap. Lu Bai, who was sitting at the head of the table, said calmly as he looked at everyone. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Lu Bai's words. If that was really the case, then the war god temple was indeed blessed by the heavens. Ha ha ha. I knew that little junior brother would be fine. I believe that little junior brother will definitely become the chosen one in this Heaven's Choice meeting. Lu Wenjing laughed heartily. He was full of confidence in Ling Xiao. Now that little Martial Uncle has entered the chaotic ancient land, our war god temple should also send disciples to the chaotic ancient land. Firstly, it's to inquire about little Martial Uncle's whereabouts. Secondly, it's to obtain opportunities and fortune in the Heaven's Choice meeting. Lu Bai said indifferently. I agree. Although little Martial Uncle has entered the chaotic ancient land, he's alone and needs reinforcements. This time, I think we should send Anai Shang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang. With the three of them working together, they should be able to protect themselves even against some ancient prodigies. Lu Wenjing nodded and said. The Heaven's Choice meeting was fraught with danger. If too many people entered, it wouldn't be a good thing. If they died in the Heaven's Choice meeting, even the immortal sacred grounds would suffer great losses. Therefore, the War God Temple only needed to send a few genius experts to reduce the number of casualties and obtain as many resources and fortune as possible. Lu Bai and the other temple masters agreed to Lu Wenjing's suggestion. A great sage supreme elder of the War God Temple would personally lead the team to the Heavenly River and enter the chaotic ancient land to participate in the Heaven's Choice meeting. In the Heavenly River, blazing divine light rose and the great Tao immortal flowers bloomed. A vast and ancient world vaguely appeared in front of everyone. That was the chaotic ancient land. One by one, the geniuses were transported from various parts of the divine world into the Heavenly River. Like a dense mass of meteors, they shot into the chaotic ancient land one after another. Outside the chaotic ancient land, there were more than a dozen figures with terrifying auras. Each of them sat cross-legged in the void, guarding the passageway to prevent anyone from destroying it. These figures were from the 12 immortal sacred grounds. They were all supreme experts of the Sage Realm and even the Great Sage Realm. Their strength was incomparably terrifying. Their divine senses intertwined and constantly scanned the figures flying into the Heavenly River, monitoring their every move. The remnants of the demon race were incomparably cunning and crafty. If the remnants of the demon race destroyed the passageway to the chaotic ancient land, it would be a huge joke. Therefore, these figures didn't relax in the slightest and their auras were extremely sharp. Devil World. In a forbidden space of the Dark Devil sect, the void was shaking. Severed limbs were everywhere, and a rain of blood was falling down. A thick smell of blood filled the air, as if this place was an azure hell. Submit or die. An incomparably cold voice resounded. It contained a monstrous killing intent and killing intent. A black-robed youth with black hair wildly fluttered in the wind. His body seemed to be soaked in blood. A monstrous killing intent filled the air. He stood between the heavens and earth. His entire body was filled with a terrifying strength. He was like a supreme devil emperor that controlled the 8 desolates and swept through the heavens. He grabbed a woman's throat with one hand and lifted her up forcefully. The woman was wearing a red dress. Her appearance was peerlessly beautiful. Her snow-white skin was exposed. She looked incomparably alluring. Her entire body emitted a myriad of flirtatious feelings. The woman in the red dress exuded a kind of charm. It was a kind of temperament that could make men go crazy. At this moment, her face was flushed and her eyes were filled with tears, making people feel pity for her. However, the black-robed youth's face was incomparably cold. It was as if he wasn't affected at all. I submit. The woman in red could feel the indifference and killing intent in the black-robed youth's eyes. He didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. It was as if he would immediately tear her apart if she dared to say no. The ground was littered with severed limbs. She could already foresee her fate. Very good. You have made the right choice. The black-robed youth's eyes were still cold. The boundless killing intent around his body slowly converged. He put down the woman in red. Ling Xiao, I really don't know what kind of person you are. You are only an 8th revolution half-saint. You can sweep away all the saints and saintesses of my dark devil sect. Is the dark saint body really so terrifying? The woman in the red dress looked at Ling Xiao and heaved a sigh of relief. Her eyes revealed a look of respect and fear. The black-robed youth was Dark Ling Xiao. He was the current saint son of the dark devil sect. Dark Ling Xiao had been accepted as a personal disciple of Soul Empyrean Great Sage. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds in the dark devil sect in a short span of 10 years. He had broken through to the 8th revolution half-sage realm. Moreover, he had become the holy son of the dark devil sect. This time, in order to select a junior sect master, the dark demon sect had placed all the saints' sons and saintesses in this forbidden land of darkness to fight. It was like raising bugs. Only the final victor had the qualifications to become the junior sect master. The red-dressed woman was Yu Meng-er, the daughter of the dark devil sect's hierarch Yu Luosha. She was also an ambitious person. As the eldest senior sister of the dark devil sect, her cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th revolution half-saint. She was even about to break through the first limit and break through to the 3rd level of heaven treading. She was extremely powerful. She naturally wanted to become the young cult master. However, dozens of holy sons and holy daughters with cultivation of 7th revolution half-saint and above had been torn apart by Dark Ling Xiao. Even she had been defeated by Dark Ling Xiao. Her heart was full of frustration. Who am I? Of course I'm a man. As for whether I'm powerful or not, do you want to try? Ling Xiao stretched out 2 fingers, raised Yu Meng-er's chin, and smiled coldly. Ling Xiao, I'm the hierarch's daughter. Do you dare? Yu Meng-er's long eyelashes flickered. Her big watery eyes were like silk, revealing a myriad of amorous feelings. Her chest rose and fell, which seemed to be somewhat turbulent. She looked at Dark Ling Xiao provocatively and said, Why wouldn't I dare? Even if the hierarch is in front of me, I dare to do it. Yu Meng-er, since you've delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for being rude. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. A black flame spread out from his fingertip. It instantly circled around Yu Meng-er's body, burning all her clothes to ashes. Yu Meng-er's flawless body appeared in front of Ling Xiao, full of temptation and charm that could make people crazy. Ah, you're shameless! Yu Meng-er screamed. Her face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly covered her body and stared at Dark Ling Xiao angrily. Although she usually showed a myriad of amorous feelings and seductive feelings, it was just her means. It was the first time she exposed her body in front of a man. The shameless ones are still below. Dark Ling Xiao smiled coldly. He tore off his clothes, revealing a strong and vigorous body. His bronze body was full of explosive power. He suddenly pushed Yu Meng-er to the ground. Soon, the sound of panting and moaning intertwined. In this forbidden area filled with the smell of blood, the 2 bodies intertwined, filling the air with boundless lust. After a day and a night, Dark Ling Xiao stood up refreshed and let Yu Meng-er dress him, tie his hair, and buckle his belt. Yu Meng-er's face was flushed. Her skin was white and rosy, and her eyes were full of satisfaction and shyness. Ha ha ha, good, very good. My good disciple, I didn't expect you to be so simple and crude. You don't know how to be tender to a woman at all. But I like it. From now on, you'll be the young hierarch of my dark devil sect. At this moment, a hearty and bold laughter rang out in the void. Crack, the void suddenly exploded, and 2 figures appeared in the void. A burly man in black armor with his hair fluttering wildly laughed. His aura was so terrifying that it caused the surrounding sky to tremble violently. It was extremely wild. Beside him stood a mature woman in a long black dress. Her face was incomparably beautiful, without a single flaw. Her temperament was dignified and generous, graceful and luxurious. However, her figure was incomparably hot, revealing a myriad of flirtatious expressions that would make any man go crazy just by looking at her. The two temperaments on her body merged into one, making her look even more mysterious. Her face was somewhat similar to Yu Meng'er's. "Old man, can you be more shameless? Your disciple is doing business here, and you're secretly watching from the side?" Dark Ling Xiao's forehead was filled with black lines. He glared at the burly man unhappily. The burly man was naturally Dark Ling Xiao's master. He was the great Saint Hun Tian from back then, and the current Saint King Hun Tian. As Hun Tian's cultivation broke through to the Saint King realm, Dark Ling Xiao's status in the Dark Devil sect naturally rose. "Mother!" When Yu Meng'er saw the woman in the black dress, she hugged Dark Ling Xiao's arm and called out shyly. The woman in the black dress was the hierarch of the Dark Devil sect, Yu Luosha. Yu Luosha stared at Dark Ling Xiao. Her expression was calm as if no one could read her thoughts. However, her gaze made Dark Ling Xiao's hair stand. "Hierarch, I didn't force Meng'er. She insisted on that." Darkness Ling Xiao felt a little guilty. He didn't know if Yu Luosha heard what he just said. It had to be known that Yu Luosha had the title of a poisonous scorpion beauty in the devil world. She was vicious and merciless. Who knew how many people had died in her hands? Although Darkness Ling Xiao was not afraid of anything, he still had a guilty conscience after doing her daughter in front of her. "Ling Xiao, you have the saint physique of darkness. You are the hope of my Dark Devil sect. But I still have to remind you that before you are strong enough, don't say or do anything you shouldn't do," Yu Luosha said calmly. Her voice was pleasant and melodious. Dark Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. He could tell that Yu Luosha was trying to teach him a lesson. The pride in his heart was instantly aroused. He stared at Yu Luosha and said with a blazing gaze, "Thank you for your teachings, sect master. I will remember this. But if I'm strong enough, does it mean that I can make the sect leader my woman without any problems?" Yu Meng'er and Hun Tian's expressions changed when they heard Darkness Ling Xiao's words. Yu Meng'er stared at Ling Xiao with resentment. She gritted her teeth in anger. She extended 2 fingers to pinch the flesh on Ling Xiao's waist. But she found that Ling Xiao's body was as hard as iron. She was so tired that her fingers hurt, but she couldn't pinch it. Hun Tian knew Yu Luosha's nature very well. Those who dared to speak to Yu Luosha like this in the past had all died. Even their souls had been roasted by the 9 underworld's fire for billions of years. He was afraid that Yu Luosha would get angry and kill his proud disciple. "Sect master, Ling Xiao is young and frivolous." He spoke without thinking and offended Sect master. "Please don't blame him." Hun Tian smiled bitterly. Then, he glared at Ling Xiao. This brat was too bold. He even dared to tease Yu Luosha. Yu Luosha didn't get angry. Her eyes became deeper and deeper. She was expressionless. No one could tell what she was thinking. She stared at Darkness Ling Xiao for a moment and said indifferently, "My devil world respects the strong. As long as you are stronger than me, what's wrong with making me your woman? If you can become a supreme great emperor who dominates the heavens, you can choose any woman you want from the heavens. I don't want the women of the myriad worlds. I only want the sect leader." Dark Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He did not hide the blazing look in his eyes. He appeared extremely arrogant and unruly. "Then we'll talk about it after you become a divine king." Yu Luosha glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently. Her body glowed brightly as she slowly disappeared into the void. The soul-sacred king involuntarily sighed in relief when he saw Yu Luosha leave. He looked at Ling Xiao unhappily and said, "You bastard, you only know how to cause trouble for me. Don't think that just because you have the sacred body of darkness, the leader can't do anything to you. If the leader goes crazy, no one can stop him. Hee, don't the old man have you? You are wise and powerful, and your battle prowess is unparalleled. I am just relying on you." Dark Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Get lost. Let me tell you, don't think that you can live peacefully after becoming the young sect leader. I have received news that the passageway to the primal chaos ancient land has appeared. Hundreds of millions of heavenly prides of the devil race are preparing to head to the primal chaos ancient land to participate in the heavenly selection meeting. The princes of the devil world are the leaders of the devil race. They are gathering at the Mulberry Sky Mountain. You will lead the disciples of the dark devil sect and follow me to the Mulberry Sky Mountain. The Soul Sacred King said with a serious expression. Primal chaos ancient land? Heavenly selection meeting? Dark Xianxia could not help but be shocked. A strange look appeared in his eyes. Speaking of which, he and Xianxia had not seen each other for more than 10 years. However, both of them could sense each other's situation. Xiao's cultivation was also at the 8th Revolution Half-Saint realm. Perhaps they could meet again in the Primal Chaos Ancient Land. The Primal Chaos Ancient Land was not only a place of fortune, but also an azure battlefield. Hundreds of millions of heavenly prides would fight for supremacy. It would be incomparably tragic. If one wanted to obtain a great opportunity, great fortune, or even become the heaven's chosen child, one would have to go through endless trials and tribulations. Old man, why do I have to follow the princes and follow their orders? If those princes provoke me, can I kill them? Dark Xianxia sneered. He was the one who could not stand being restrained the most. In the Dark Devil sect, even before the final trial, countless disciples of the Dark Devil sect had acted pretentious in front of him and were taught a lesson by him. Now, he was naturally unwilling to listen to the orders of the princes. There were great emperors in the devil world. Those imperial princes were extremely noble and powerful. Moreover, they were proficient in supreme emperor techniques and even had emperor's possessions to protect themselves. They were far from what ordinary people could contend with. Naturally, they were also extremely powerful and stood by their words. This is the order of the Devil Emperor. Our Dark Devil sect has no choice but to obey. However, if those princes provoke you, feel free to attack. Our Dark Devil sect can withstand this pressure. If you encounter those little bastards of the Radiant Devil sect, feel free to kill them. It's best if you kill them all. The Soul Sacred King sneered. A trace of ferocious light flashed in his eyes. Hee, don't worry. I still remember the enmity of that old man from the Radiant Devil sect. This time, I will first collect some interest from the disciples of the Radiant Devil sect. Dark Xianxia said with a cold expression. Xianxia, you are so powerful. This time, I will also participate in the heavenly selection meeting. When the time comes, you have to protect me well. Yu Meng'er's face was full of admiration. She kept hugging Xiao's shoulders and rubbing against his chest. Yu Meng'er, don't be coquettish here. You are my woman. Naturally, no one dares to touch you. Dark Xianxia smiled proudly and hugged Yu Meng'er in his arms. Yu Meng'er seemed to have been completely subdued by Xianxia. Her face was full of happiness. Little bastard, stop being so lovey-dovey here. Let's go. The Soul Sacred King shook his head. He felt a headache coming on and urged Xianxia. Soon, under the leadership of the Soul Sacred King, Dark Xianxia, Yu Meng'er, Zhu Ganglai and a few disciples of the Dark Devil sect flew towards the Mulberry Sky Mountain. The appearance of the chaotic ancient land had caused the entire devil world to boil, in addition to the devil world, the demon world, the sorcerer world, the spiritual world, the alchemy world, the nether world. In all the worlds, traces of the chaotic ancient land appeared one after another. It was as if a vast heavenly might had descended, causing the heavenly law to become even more chaotic. The supreme talents of each world came out one after another. Each of them was full of fighting spirit. They were extremely excited and expectant. They entered the chaotic ancient land one after another, wanting to compete for the supreme title of the heavenly selection child. In the chaotic ancient land, only experts below the sage realm could enter. Some of the old monsters were even willing to cut off their own cultivation so that their cultivation would fall below the sage realm in order to enter the chaotic ancient land. When the heavenly selection meeting began, a storm of aura shrouded all the worlds. This was a mysterious and vast sea region. The surface of the sea looked very calm. The waves rippled with chaotic colors, and the surroundings were shrouded in a thick chaotic fog. From time to time, huge strange birds would sweep across the chaotic fog and fly into the sky. The sky was dark, and there was a blurry sun hanging high in the sky, shedding extremely weak light. In this world, it was as if chaos was the eternal light. There was no color, and it was extremely monotonous. At this moment, a young figure drifted over from the surface of the sea that was shrouded in chaotic mist. He was dressed in white, and his figure was slender and heroic. However, his face was extremely pale right now. His entire body was covered in web-like cracks, as if he would shatter at any moment. Streaks of chaotic light radiated from his body, and the weak energy kept his body from collapsing. However, his aura was very weak, and he was like a living dead. He was about to lose all signs of life. Countless white bones floated around him. They were the bones of all kinds of living beings. They were so densely packed that they seemed to cover half of the sea. It made one's scalp tingle. It was extremely eerie. Boom! Suddenly, the calm surface of the sea exploded. A huge shark hundreds of feet long, with extremely sharp scales and blood-red eyes, suddenly opened its mouth and tried to swallow the young man in white. The shark's aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if it was the overlord of this sea region. It could sense that this young man in white had something very important to it. Therefore, even though the surroundings were covered in white bones, it still chose to attack. Crack! Just as the shark was about to reach the young man in white, a blazing bolt of lightning shot up. The young man in white was surrounded by chaotic aura. Chaotic lightning intertwined and instantly enveloped the shark. The shark did not seem to be able to fight back at all. In an instant, its life force was devoured by the endless chaotic aura. It turned into a set of crystalline white bones and landed around the young man in white, becoming a part of the endless white bones. Just like that, the young man in white floated in the chaotic Star Island domain for an unknown period of time. In the sky and in the sea, countless beasts wanted to eat him, but in the end, their vitality was wiped out by the chaotic light around him. They were completely devoured by him. The young man in white's aura became more and more stable. Streaks of chaotic light spread out and enveloped him. The chaotic energy was being devoured by his body, and the speed at which it was being devoured was getting faster and faster. The young man in white was like a bottomless pit, and he did not reject any chaotic energy that came his way. The cracks on his body gradually disappeared, and his life force gradually stabilized. Moreover, it was slowly strengthening. Finally, one day, his body began to undergo an incomparably bizarre change. Crack! Bolts of lightning intertwined with each other. The lightning radiance was incomparably gorgeous. Chaotic energy continuously surged into his body, causing his aura to skyrocket. His body was sparkling and translucent. One could vaguely see his bones that were shining with golden light, his meridians that were like dragons, and his blood that was as vast as the ocean. His black hair danced in the wind and was suffused with a mysterious light. A mysterious nine-colored light emerged from his body and rippled out in circles, pushing away the surrounding seawater and forming a vacuum boundary. Wind and thunder rumbled around his body, and blazing flames rose. Amidst the mist of chaos, 3,000 great worlds were vaguely revealed. His forehead began to shine as if a mysterious soul was about to charge out, and it rippled with the light of samsara. The divine sea in his dantian surged as the vast power of laws rose up. It vaguely fused with the way of the heavens, and it contained an illusory concept of destiny. In the end, black and white light rose up around him, and it seemed to form the image of a Tai Chi diagram. It hovered above him, making him seem like the embodiment of the way of the heavens. At that moment, the young man in white's aura became extremely obscure, as if he had severed all karma. As he breathed, he spat out chaotic energy. At the same time, an extremely mysterious scene appeared behind him. At that moment, it was as if the four auras of chaos, samsara, destiny, and karma had formed an extremely perfect balance on the young man in white. Crack! Above the chaotic sea, a cold wind suddenly howled and thunder rumbled. Blazing lightning fell from the heavens, containing a ripple of power that could destroy everything. Huge waves surged and crashed into the sky, causing the originally calm sea surface to become turbulent in an instant. If someone were above the sea right now, they would be able to see that there seemed to be a tornado in the center of the sea that connected the heavens and the earth. It was wrapped in mysterious nine-colored light, wreaking havoc in the sea. It was extremely violent. The young man in white was in the center of the tornado. Rumble! The young man in white suddenly opened his eyes, and a mysterious light shot out from his eyes. It was extremely scorching, dignified, and mysterious. The mysterious aura on his body disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it could not sense the source of the aura. The raging lightning in the void dissipated unwillingly. The sea immediately returned to its calm state. I'm not dead. This is the chaotic ancient land. The young man in white slowly sat up. The light in his eyes slowly receded, becoming extremely calm and deep. The young man in white was Ling Xiao. In the battle against Hua Xiong and Chen Kuan, Ling Xiao had used everything he had, even going as far as to use the fortune jade disc to devour most of his essence blood. However, he had still forcefully endured a full-powered attack from Hua Xiong and Chen Kuan before entering the passageway. Ling Xiao's injuries were extremely severe, so severe that he had fainted the moment he entered the passageway. He had only woken up now. Although he was heavily injured, he had still managed to make it to the chaotic ancient land. My injuries are still too severe. If it weren't for the epiphany earlier, it probably wouldn't have been so easy to wake up. After Ling Xiao checked his condition, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. His physical injuries had already healed, but his soul was dim. He had used up all his saint force, and his foundation had been heavily damaged. Even his mental strength had been greatly depleted. Ling Xiao had taken the full blow of Hua Xiong and Chen Kuan. Even if he was extremely powerful, he was on the verge of collapse. The self-healing ability of his body and the worsening injuries in his body had reached a balance, causing him to fall into a coma. Chaos as my body, destiny as my Tao, karma as my heart, and reincarnation as my soul. Is this my future Tao? Ling Xiao's eyes were bright and resplendent as he thought to himself as he came to a realization. When he had fainted earlier, Ling Xiao had vaguely sensed that the Primal Chaos secret technique, the Fate secret technique, the Karma secret technique, and the Samsara secret technique had fused together in an instant. They had formed a perfect balance in his body, reversing his state of life and death. That fusion had even caused a huge change in the chaotic Star Island domain. It was as if the heavenly Tao was furious and wanted to completely wipe out that fusion power. However, that momentary fusion had allowed Ling Xiao's body to completely recover. He even felt that if he could maintain it for a little longer, his injuries might be completely healed. However, this short period of fusion was an unparalleled opportunity for Ling Xiao. It allowed him to see the path ahead of him and the foundation of his Tao. Using the Chaos secret technique to refine my body, using the Destiny secret technique to refine my Qi, using the Karma secret technique to refine my heart, and using the Reincarnation secret technique to refine my soul. It turns out that these 4 secret techniques are the foundation of the heavens and the origin of creation. They are also the most suitable path for me. That momentary fusion was probably because I was in a moment of life and death. I don't know why the 4 secret techniques fused together, however, I only have the complete Reincarnation secret technique, but the Destiny and Karma secret techniques are incomplete. Although I didn't obtain the Chaos secret technique, I comprehended the Chaos body refining technique from the celestial Thearchus fist. Therefore, the 4 secret techniques only fused for an instant. If I can obtain the complete set of the 4 secret techniques, I might be able to use these 4 secret techniques as my foundation and reach the unprecedented 4 sages realm. Ling Xiao's eyes were burning as if he had seen through the fog and saw the true path. Chaos, Destiny, Karma, and Reincarnation, these 4 secret techniques were the strongest secret techniques in the wordless book. The Chaos Heavenly Sect obtained the Chaos secret technique and suppressed the divine world for billions of years, becoming the leader of all sections. The Destiny Shrine obtained the Destiny secret technique and divined the heavens and observed all the worlds. The Myriad Buddha Temple obtained the Karma secret technique and formed a supreme sect with billions of believers. The Reincarnation Shrine obtained the Reincarnation secret technique and solved the mystery of life and death, allowing them to reincarnate and be reborn. Among the 12 immortal holy lands, the 4 immortal holy lands were publicly acknowledged as the strongest holy lands. As for the other 8 holy lands, they were slightly weaker. In the end, it was because of the 4 great secret techniques. The ancient lands of primal chaos are incomparably mysterious. The so-called Heaven's Choice Assembly is nothing more than a legend. The ancient texts can no longer be examined. As for how to obtain the Heaven's Choice, we still need to carefully explore it. The most important thing now is to heal and restore my strength. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The primal chaos ancient land was filled with danger, and no one knew what dangers lay ahead. Ling Xiao had been separated from the white dragon horse, Shui Wei, and Fatty Blackie. However, they had all entered the primal chaos ancient land through the passageway to the primal chaos ancient land. Whoosh, the chaotic light around Ling Xiao's body trembled, and the vast expanse of white bones suddenly exploded into fine powder with a loud rumble. Then, it was swept away by the endless waves, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, leaped into the sky and sped off into the distance. He had already sensed that there was an island in the distance. There were fluctuations and auras of living beings there. Perhaps he could obtain some information about the ancient land of primal chaos from there. Ling Xiao was like a bolt of lightning. Soon, he had traversed tens of thousands of miles of sea area, and saw a lush island. The island had a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Half of the island was a mountain range, while the other half was a plain. The mountain range was undulating, and the peaks were towering into the sky. On the plain, there was a stone city. There was a group of incomparably simple and unadorned buildings, and there was an aura of living beings inside. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He saw that the stone city was enveloped by a resplendent boundary array. A group of experts wearing animal skins stood on top of the stone city, and each of them held a saber, spear, and staff in their hands. Each of them looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. There were several extraordinary young men floating in front of the stone city. Each of them had an incomparably powerful aura, and all of them had a cultivation of 7th revolution half-saint or above. Their eyes were incomparably cold, and they had an aloof attitude. The leader was a young man wearing a purple python robe. His face was handsome, and the corners of his mouth were curled up in a smile. However, his eyes were very cold. His cultivation was also the highest among them, and he had already reached the 9th revolution half-saint realm. Xianxia, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the real dragon blood Ganoderma. Otherwise, don't blame me for raising your rock spirit tribe to the ground. The young man wearing the purple python robe said indifferently, and gave the ultimatum. Holy Sun, our rock spirit tribe really doesn't have the real dragon blood Ganoderma. If you really want to be so aggressive, our rock spirit tribe will not hesitate to fight. On top of the stone city, a burly man wearing animal skins and holding a mountain-splitting axe said with a wry smile. However, his expression was incomparably resolute. His blood and chi were monstrous, and his muscles were as hard as mountain rocks. His whole body exuded a kind of iron-blooded evil spirit. Although his cultivation was not high, and was only at the 7th revolution half-saint realm, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Hee, you're about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn? If I didn't get the exact information, how could I come to your rock spirit tribe? The real dragon blood Ganoderma is in the rock spirit mountain behind you, right? Since you don't want to give up, wait for me to raise your rock spirit tribe, and then dig up the rock spirit mountain to find it slowly. The young man wearing the purple python robe sneered. His eyes were full of evil spirit, and his body began to erupt with an incomparably terrifying power fluctuation. Holy Sun, I really don't know what you mean. We really don't have the real dragon blood Ganoderma. The burly man, Xianxia, still said with incomparable determination. Then wait for me to destroy your rock spirit tribe. Let's see if you'll still say that. The young man wearing the purple python robe had a flash of evil spirit in his eyes. A purple gold war spear appeared in his hand, and he pierced it towards Xianxia on top of the stone city. Rumble, the purple war spear was wrapped in the power of wind and thunder. The lightning was blazing and contained a sharp edge that could penetrate everything. The rune-bounded domain on top of the stone city began to tremble violently. Rock spirit tribe is resisting stubbornly. Die. Many genius experts behind the young man in the purple python robe sneered, and one after another, they used their powerful means to kill. Eh? Something strange. Ling Xiao stood in the sky and concealed his aura, but at this moment, he felt that something was wrong. Although those people on top of the stone city looked full of fear, Ling Xiao felt that the fear on their faces was fake, as if they had something to rely on. Boom, the purple gold battle spear flew through the sky with a blazing light. It was like a pillar of lightning as it crashed into the stone city. The barrier on the stone city trembled violently. Runes exploded one after another as if it had been hit by a meteor. Instantly, cracks appeared as if it would shatter at any time. Retreat. Xianxia's eyes flashed and he raised his hand. Immediately, the experts of the Shirling tribe on the Stone City retreated rapidly. Want to escape? Where can you escape to? Break. The young man in the purple robe sneered. His eyes were blazing. The purple gold battle spear in his hand pierced through the air again. Suddenly, the barrier on the Stone City exploded. With the young man in the purple robe as the leader, everyone immediately charged into the Stone City and was about to start a bloody massacre. Crack. At this moment, the void shook violently. Around the Stone City, endless blood light instantly filled the air. It was vast like a sea of blood, enveloping the young man in the purple robe and the others. Rumble. In the Stone City, blood light filled the air. It was filled with evil and bloodthirsty fluctuations. In an instant, an extremely terrifying figure emerged from the sea of blood. Ancestor, another wave of sacrifices has arrived. Xianxia respectfully bowed to the blood-red figure. Hee. Xianxia, you're very good. These sacrifices have strong blood chi and extraordinary bones. I'm very satisfied. Ha ha ha. The blood-red figure let out an old and cruel laugh. The terrifying sound waves caused the surrounding space to tremble. The young man in the purple robe's expression changed instantly. You're the blood demon ancestor? Damn it, why are you in the stone spirit tribe? The young man's expression changed drastically. His eyes were full of shock and anger. A rune appeared in his palm and was crushed by him. Don't waste your time. In my infinite blood realm, not only can you not escape, you can't even send a message. You'd better obediently become my blood food. Ha ha ha. The blood-red figure laughed loudly. In an instant, the surrounding space shook and blood-red demonic figures emerged from the sea of blood. They then pounced towards the young man and the others. Crack, like blood-red lightning, the void was instantly filled with blood-red demonic shadows. They were extremely fast and filled with strange and evil power. Several blood-red demonic shadows pounced on a 7th Revolution half-saint youth. The youth looked terrified. Although he attacked madly, his attacks didn't hit the blood-red demonic shadows. Furthermore, the Saint Path True Kong around him was unable to stop the blood-colored demonic shadow at all. The demonic shadow pounced on him in an instant, and his life force weakened at a rate visible to the naked eye. His essence and blood were sucked dry by the blood-colored demonic shadow. A 7th Revolution half-saint had died in an instant. Get out of my way. Senior brother, save me. In the void, miserable screams rang out one after another. Apart from the young man in the python robe, the other geniuses simply had no way to resist the crimson demonic shadows. Very quickly, they were all devoured and completely turned into nourishment for the blood sea. Blood demon ancestor, you deserve to die. My young master won't let you go. The young man in the python robe's eyes were spitting fire, but he had no time to care about other things at this moment. Hundreds of blood-red demonic shadows pounced on him. Although he tried his best to resist with blazing lightning around him, he soon fell into a disadvantageous position. Are you talking about Feng Qingyang? When I recover my cultivation, the first thing I'll do is to kill him. The blood-red figure's eyes revealed a trace of resentment. The killing intent around him was monstrous. He suddenly pounced on the young man in the python robe. Rumble, the blood-red light was dazzling, causing the surrounding sky to tremble. The blood-red figure was 10,000 feet tall, like a blood demon supreme saint. Although the young man in the python robe was a 9th Revolution half-saint, he was no match for the blood-red figure. The lightning around him was destroyed. Streaks of blood-red light formed blazing saber auras. They were extremely sharp and slashed towards the young man in the python robe. Crack, every saber aura was extremely terrifying. When it slashed the young man in the python robe, it immediately devoured some of his blood essence. However, the young man in the python robe had no way to stop it. Soon, more than half of his blood essence was devoured. His eyes revealed an incomparable look of despair. Blood demon ancestor, my young master will definitely avenge me. The young man roared, but his voice came to an abrupt end. He had been swallowed up by the blood-red figure. All that was left of him was a set of white bones that fell into the sea of blood. He vanished without a trace in an instant. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen powerful half-saints were devoured by the sea of blood. Rumble, the blood-red light filled the air and a powerful vitality gushed out. The blood-red figure began to solidify. Its aura rose and its face gradually became clear. Finally, it turned into a skinny young man in a blood-red robe. His face was extremely malicious, and his eyes were filled with a cruel and cunning light. Congratulations on recovering from your injuries and making great progress in your cultivation, ancestor. Xianxia and the other members of the rock spirit tribe knelt before the blood demon ancestor respectfully. Their eyes were filled with awe. You guys are very good. A trace of satisfaction appeared in the blood demon ancestor's eyes. In an instant, hundreds of rays of blood-red light escaped from his body and merged into Xianxia and the others' bodies with incomparable accuracy. Rumble, immediately, blood-red light filled the bodies of Xianxia and the others. Their eyes were also dyed with blood-red light. Their auras began to rise violently. All of them revealed expressions of incomparable enjoyment. Some of them even moaned in comfort. Their cultivation also began to rise, filled with blood-red divine light. The blood demon ancestor? An expert at the third level of the heaven-treading realm? For some reason, he was heavily injured and hid in this small rock spirit tribe. He turned these members of the rock spirit tribe into his descendants. Looks like this blood demon ancestor's status in the blood clan isn't low. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. One of the worlds in the universe was the blood world. The blood clan was the ruler of the blood world. They were extremely powerful. Countless eras ago, they had entered the god world and became the epic lord. Their foundation was extremely deep. Ling Xiao guessed that the blood demon ancestor was probably a powerful member of the blood clan. Friend in the sky, you've been watching the show for so long. You should have seen enough, right? Why don't you come down and have a chat with me? At this moment, the blood demon ancestor's eyes flashed as he stared at Ling Xiao in the sky and spoke slowly. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He was sure that the blood demon ancestor had discovered him, but he had used the heaven-shrouding secret technique to hide himself in the void. He didn't expect the blood demon ancestor to see through the heaven-shrouding secret technique. I'm not tricking you. Since you don't want to come out, I can only ask you to come out. The blood demon ancestor's eyes revealed a touch of blood. In an instant, blood light filled his palm. Lightning blazed and directly turned into a blood-colored lightning bolt that shot towards Ling Xiao. Crack, the blood-colored lightning bolt exploded in the void, instantly creating ripples. Ling Zhao's figure appeared. In an instant, he dodged the attack of the blood-colored lightning bolt like a golden lightning bolt and fell from the sky like a meteor. How did you discover me? Ling Zhao's expression was calm as he looked at the blood demon ancestor indifferently. You're only an 8th revolution half-saint, and you're seriously injured? This is the first time I've seen such a mysterious aura concealing technique. Kid, who are you? The blood demon ancestor looked at Ling Xiao with some surprise. The reason the blood demon ancestor could sense Ling Zhao's presence was because he cultivated the blood Dao. He was extremely sensitive to the power of blood and the aura of life. He had sensed Ling Zhao's majestic aura of life above the void. Although Ling Xiao had used the heaven-shrouding secret technique, he had not recovered from his serious injuries. Therefore, there were some flaws. The blood demon ancestor originally thought that the person hiding in the dark should be in the same group as the young man in the python robe and should be at least a 3rd-stage heaven-treading expert. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to feel such a strong aura of life. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to only be an 8th revolution half-saint, and he had not recovered from his serious injuries. I'm just a passerby. Your matter has nothing to do with me. I just want to ask where this place is. Do you have a map of the chaotic ancient land? Ling Zhao's expression was still very calm as he spoke slowly. Outsider? The expressions of Xianxia and the others changed. They instantly looked at Ling Xiao with deep hostility. This is the Stone Spirit tribe of the Stone Spirit Island. Kid, you're probably a human trial taker from the God realm, right? You are indeed not with them. Although I have the map of the primal chaos ancient land, why should I give it to you? Furthermore, you've ruined my plans. Tell me, what should I do? The blood demon ancestor's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. What do you think we should do then? Xiao asked calmly. Why don't you become my food, and I'll let your soul enter the cycle of reincarnation? The blood demon ancestor licked his lips. His aura appeared extremely evil, and his eyes were filled with a scarlet color. Murderous intent permeated the air around him. He had already decided to kill Xiao. Most of the people in this area were geniuses of the human race. He had unintentionally snuck in here. If Xiao were to reveal his secret, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, the moment he saw Xiao, he decided to kill Xiao once and for all. I think I have a second option. Xiao said calmly. What path? The blood demon ancestor asked curiously. Blood-colored divine light rose around him, and a sea of blood surged. It contained a power fluctuation that could devour everything. It completely enveloped Xiao within it. In his opinion, Xiao was already a turtle in a jar that he could easily crush to death. Moreover, the blood demon ancestor could feel that Xiao's physical body was extremely strong. It contained a majestic power of flesh and blood. Xiao's life aura was extremely pure, and it was extremely attractive to him. It was as if as long as he could devour Xiao, his injuries would be completely healed. I'll kill you and take the map of the primal chaos ancient land from you. Xiao said calmly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Rumble, almost as soon as he finished speaking, he attacked the blood demon ancestor. Xiao's entire body was enveloped by a golden divine light. The divine light was incomparably scorching, and bolts of lightning intertwined, containing the energy fluctuations of extreme yang. He punched out, and the fist imprint was unparalleled. It contained a fluctuation that could destroy everything, and its speed was extremely fast. Even the blood demon ancestor did not expect Xiao to attack so decisively. You're courting death. Murderous intent flashed in the blood demon ancestor's eyes. He did not expect that Xiao, who was merely an 8th transformation half-saint, would dare to take the initiative to attack him. He immediately felt as if he had been greatly provoked, and he immediately became furious. Boom, the sea of blood around him boiled and surged. Blood-colored lightning bolts crisscrossed, densely packed, and formed a large net of blood-colored lightning that enveloped Xiao. At the same time, blood-colored flames seemed to burn in the sea of blood. In an instant, the sea of blood turned into a sea of fire. It was as if everything in the world would be turned into ashes. Xiao's fist was like a dragon, and he erupted with the strongest power of his physical body. The chaotic fist seal swept over and instantly exploded in the endless sea of blood. The blood-colored lightning that intertwined in the surroundings suddenly shattered. The blood-colored flames enveloped Xiao, but they did not cause any harm to Xiao. Xiao was bathed in blood-colored flames. The divine light around him blazed, and his black hair fluttered. He threw a punch at the blood demon ancestor. Kill! The blood-colored light around the blood demon ancestor was blazing. Runes filled the air, and every ray of blood-colored light contained a power fluctuation that could devour everything. They were like blood-colored pythons that wrapped around Xiao. Gotcha! Xiao's chaotic fist seal was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the blood-colored light that filled the sky exploded. Then, it collided with the blood demon ancestor fiercely and directly sent him flying. The blood-colored pythons intertwined and opened their bloody mouths as if they wanted to devour Xiao completely. However, Xiao's eyes burned fiercely. The golden divine light around him condensed and turned into a huge golden vortex that exploded with a loud bang. Devour! Xiao shouted softly. In an instant, his body exuded an extremely terrifying devouring power. The devouring divine sea appeared behind him, and a vast blood-colored light surged into his body. The energy of the sea of blood, which was feared by others, seemed to have become Xiao's nourishment. It was completely devoured by Xiao's devouring secret technique. The divine light around Xiao's body was blazing and dazzling. His life aura was incomparably rich, and his aura began to soar. The sea of blood was not only the blood demon ancestor's powerful attack method, but it was also the source of his power. The blood demon ancestor had devoured countless powerful creatures and turned their flesh and blood essence into a part of himself. This is the the legendary sky-devouring secret technique? The blood demon ancestor's entire body trembled. His eyes revealed a look of shock and anger, and there was even a hint of hidden greed. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a great opportunity. It seems that I've really underestimated you. Immortal blood demon, great void / kill him. The blood demon ancestor roared furiously. Blood light gathered around him, and the boiling sea of blood instantly soared into the sky. It turned into an incomparably blazing blade light in the sky. Then, it cut through the sky and slashed down toward Ling Xiao. The blood-red saber light emitted a demonic aura, as if it was a saber light formed by the heavenly Tao. It contained an immortal and eternal power fluctuation, wanting to completely cut everything apart. Even the void shattered with a loud bang. The great void / a saber light condensed from the supreme blood Tao, was extremely terrifying. Even Ling Xiao felt a great threat. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and the devouring heaven sword appeared in his hand. Streams of primal chaos mist filled the air, and the sword trembled slightly. Then, it gently slashed forward, the sword light illuminated the world in all directions, breaking open the chaotic void. It was as if it had become the only eternal and only thing between heaven and earth in an instant. Gotcha, the saber light and the sword light collided with a loud bang, and a huge crack that was hundreds of millions of feet long appeared in the void. A terrifying destructive power spread out, and the people in the rock spirit tribe all looked terrified. They screamed one after another, and in an instant they were drowned by the crack, turning into a bloody mist. Other than Qing and a few people who escaped quickly, most of the experts in the rock spirit tribe died under this attack. To the blood demon ancestor, the rock spirit tribe was his tool. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, not to mention exterminating one rock spirit tribe, even if he had to exterminate hundreds or thousands of rock spirit tribes, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. Kill. Fighting spirit rose in Ling Xiao's eyes, and the blood-red light around him seemed to boil. His fists were like dragons, ferocious and domineering. Although he could only use the power of his physical body had once again been tempered by the chaos and had become even more terrifying. Moreover, his attacks were wrapped in the power of wind and thunder, which could destroy all evil power. Rumble, the sea of blood boiled violently, and the blood demon ancestor roared repeatedly. He kept colliding with Ling Xiao, but there was no way he could break Ling Xiao's defense. Furthermore, his blood Tao superpower was restrained by Ling Xiao's sky-devouring secret technique, and he could only use a small portion of his strength. As Ling Xiao devoured the blood demon ancestor's energy, his aura became somewhat weakened. Damn it. Brat, I'll remember you. The blood demon ancestor thought of retreating. He knew that he could not keep Ling Xiao here. His heart was filled with reluctance as he decided to flee. His eyes were blood-red as he glared at Ling Xiao. The blood-red light around him rose and enveloped him in an instant. He turned into a blood-red bolt of lightning and was about to shoot off into the distance. You want to leave? Murderous intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and the flipping sky seal in his palm flew up into the sky. It was like an ancient divine mountain, vast and unparalleled, and suppressed the blood demon ancestor. At the same time, the flipping sky seal was also enveloped in blazing lightning, containing the power of Thunder Tao origin. It was fierce and domineering, as if it was going to cleanse all evil power. Rumble, although the blood demon ancestor was extremely fast, he was still not as fast as the flipping sky seal. A bolt of lightning exploded, and the flipping sky seal instantly blasted the blood demon ancestor's body. Endless lightning exploded, and the blood-red energy began to be annihilated. The blood demon ancestor let out a blood-curdling scream, and in an instant, he fell from the sky. The flipping sky seal was so fast that the blood demon ancestor did not even have time to react. This was a supreme great holy treasure, in addition to the Thunder Tao origin of the Thunder Tao origin. The blood demon ancestor was unable to resist it, and he was instantly injured. Refine. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and the divine light around his body was dazzling. Golden flames rose, and an ancient three-legged, two-eared cauldron appeared in front of him. It was Zhao Ritian's Flame Emperor cauldron. It spun in the void and directly sucked the blood demon ancestor into the cauldron. Rumble, mysterious runes flashed, and blazing flames rose. Ling Xiao used the sky-devouring secret skill and evolved the Flame Emperor cauldron. with the battling heaven's skill, forcibly refining the blood demon ancestor. At the beginning, the blood demon ancestor's screams, curses, and pleas for mercy could still be heard from the Flame Emperor cauldron. But soon, it stopped abruptly, and his soul was destroyed by Ling Xiao. Rumble, the majestic blood Dao essence merged into Ling Xiao's body like a blood-red sun. The aura around Ling Xiao began to soar. His qi and blood rose, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like lightning and incomparably blazing. It was as if he had eaten a great tonic, causing his strength to become stronger and stronger. Even his severely injured primordial spirit and meridians were slowly recovering. Speaking of which, the blood demon ancestor had underestimated his opponent too much and was unlucky. Although the blood demon ancestor was already a third-level heaven-treading expert, he had yet to recover from his serious injuries, so he couldn't completely unleash the battle prowess of a third-level heaven-treading expert. In addition, his blood Dao divine ability was restrained by the sky-devouring secret skill. In the end, he could only be refined by Ling Xiao in an incomparably aggrieved manner. Instead, he became Ling Xiao's nourishment. Did I say you could leave? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He realized that Shi and the others wanted to sneak away while he was refining the blood demon ancestor. He couldn't help but sneer. His voice was as dazzling as thunder, rumbling in the void. In an instant, Shi and the others stiffened. They couldn't help but slowly turn around, and their expressions became extremely ugly. Outsider, you've already killed the blood demon ancestor. What else do you want? Shi shouted, trying to put up a strong front. Their faces were somewhat pale, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Even the blood demon ancestor had died in Ling Xiao's hands. They had no intention of resisting at all. Although the blood demon ancestor is dead, if you want to live, hand over the true dragon blood Ganoderma. Ling Xiao said coldly. The true dragon blood Ganoderma was a supreme origin sacred medicine. It was extremely precious and had already been lost in the god realm. It contained an incomparably vast amount of life essence, and it was a treasure that Ling Xiao needed. He needed many heavenly treasures that contained life essence to heal his injuries. He naturally wouldn't let go of the true dragon blood Ganoderma. The true dragon blood Ganoderma is in the rock spirit mountain. Shi originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw Ling Xiao's cold and deep eyes, his body instantly trembled. He directly swallowed the words he wanted to say and smiled bitterly. Bring me there. If you can find the dragon blood Ganoderma, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll send you to meet the blood demon ancestor. Ling Xiao said coldly. Don't worry, sir. I'm the only one who knows the whereabouts of the dragon blood Ganoderma. I'll bring you there now. The moment he heard that there was hope, Shi's spirits were lifted a little. He hurriedly said to Ling Xiao. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under Shi's lead, Ling Xiao and Shi leaped into the air and flew towards the stone spirit mountain. The spiritual stone mountain was behind the spiritual stone tribe. It was a few thousand feet tall and was covered by ancient trees. It was lush and filled with chaotic mist. It looked peaceful and mysterious. According to Shi, a dragon sage fell from the sky countless years ago and died in the mountain range. His blood essence gathered in the depths of the spiritual stone mountain. After countless years, the dragon blood Ganoderma was nurtured. Of course, this was just a rumor from a long time ago. Its origin could not be verified. A dragon sage fell from the sky? Could it be an expert from the previous era? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Ling Xiao's secret skill of the ancestral dragon had reached the complete divine dragon body. In order to break through to the ancestral dragon body, other than a certain level of enlightenment and opportunity, the most important thing was the ancestral dragon's blood essence. However, the Archean ancestral dragon had disappeared for countless years. If he wanted to find the ancestral dragon's blood essence, he might be able to find it in the ancestral land of the dragon tribe in the monster realm. However, if it was a dragon sage from the previous era, he might have the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was a little tempted. Shi brought Ling Xiao to the depths of the spiritual stone mountain. There were clouds lingering and chaotic energy was extremely dense. There were even cracks in the void. It was full of danger. If he was not careful, he would be swallowed by the cracks in the void. Shi was very careful. He concealed his aura and finally stopped in front of a hidden cave. "Sir, the dragon blood Ganoderma is in the cave. Can you let me go now?" Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao and said. "Go in. When I see the dragon blood Ganoderma, I'll let you go," Ling Xiao said plainly. He did not intend to let Xianxia go now. A bitter smile appeared on Xianxia's face, but he could only obediently enter the cave and lead Ling Xiao into the depths. This cave seemed to be winding all the way to the belly of the mountain. Moreover, there was a mysterious concealment rune array at the entrance of the cave. Ordinary people would not be able to find this place. Finally, in the belly of the mountain, Ling Xiao saw the true dragon blood Lingji. Boom! It was a crimson stone pool that was surrounded by blazing magma flames. There were some ancient and mysterious patterns on the stone pool that looked like crimson blood vessels or tiny divine dragons. There were dark brown bloodstains in the middle of the stone pool. There was a blood-red Lingji mushroom growing there. It was as big as a millstone. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent. It looked like a coiled blood-red divine dragon. It was lifelike and incomparably mysterious. At the dragon's head, there was actually a mysterious flower bud. This was the true dragon blood Lingji. The true dragon blood Ganoderma was enveloped in a blazing glow. Mysterious runes rose one after another, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Ling Xiao could feel that the true dragon blood Ganoderma was exuding an incomparably powerful dragon's aura. The true dragon blood Ganoderma actually bloomed? Xianxia's body suddenly trembled. His eyes revealed an incomparably ecstatic expression. On top of the true dragon blood Lingji, the mysterious flower bud slightly trembled. In the end, it actually slowly bloomed. The petals looked gorgeous and dazzling, sparkling and translucent. They were as thin as a cicada's wing. The misty chaotic radiance dyed the entire cave as bright as day. The true dragon blood Ganoderma was a supreme origin sacred medicine. However, it was extremely difficult for a Lingji to bloom. Once it bloomed, it would bestow some kind of spirituality to the Lingji. Just like a living creature, it broke the restrictions of its race and possessed unlimited possibilities. Whoosh, the true dragon blood Ganoderma trembled slightly and actually turned into a golden divine dragon in an instant. It moved towards the void like lightning. In an instant, the void trembled. Lightning flashed and a mysterious phenomenon appeared in midair. It was as though an immemorial divine dragon had awakened. The dragon's aura was vast and unparalleled. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The transformation of the true dragon blood Ganoderma in front of him was also out of his expectations. However, he reacted instantly. In his palm, 9 Heaven Dao primal chaos tablets flew out and landed around the true dragon blood Ganoderma. Rays of mysterious light intertwined and enveloped it completely. Boom, the true dragon blood Ganoderma possessed an extremely strong spirituality. It suddenly charged towards the Heaven Dao primal chaos tablets in an attempt to escape. The Heaven Dao primal chaos tablets trembled violently. That golden divine dragon seemed to contain an incomparably strong energy, causing the 9 Heaven Dao primal chaos tablets to rumble loudly. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. In an instant, the 9 Heaven Dao primal chaos tablets intertwined with each other. Like a mysterious chaotic boundary, it trapped the true dragon blood Ganoderma within. After that, it flew into Ling Xiao's palm. The true dragon blood Ganoderma was still struggling within the chaotic boundary. However, no matter what, it couldn't escape. "Let me go, you big baddie." The true dragon blood Ganoderma actually let out a childlike voice. Its childlike voice was filled with anger. "Stop struggling. You won't be able to escape from my Heaven Dao primal chaos tablets. If you don't wish to die, you'd better behave. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying your Dao spirit first." Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said coldly. This true dragon blood Ganoderma had bloomed and nurtured a Dao spirit. It could fly and even cultivate on its own. It was incomparably strong. Such a true dragon blood Ganoderma had indescribable benefits to Ling Xiao. As though Ling Xiao's threat was effective, the true dragon blood Ganoderma was still very angry. However, it didn't dare to continue struggling. Ling Xiao carefully kept the true dragon blood Ganoderma. He didn't intend to consume the true dragon blood Ganoderma just like that. that was simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. If he could use the true dragon blood Ganoderma as the main ingredient to concoct pills, he might be able to recover completely from his injuries. Sir, you've already found the true dragon blood Ganoderma. Can you let me go now? Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao with some apprehension. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would go back on his words and kill him. You should feel lucky that you didn't play any tricks. You can go now. Ling Xiao glanced at Xianxia indifferently. Xianxia was just a small fry. Ling Xiao did not put him in his eyes at all. Killing or releasing him was not a big problem. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Xianxia felt as though he had been pardoned. He thanked Ling Xiao profusely before turning around and running out of the cave. Gotcha! Suddenly, a blazing divine light shot through the sky and turned into a silver spear. It directly pierced through Xianxia's chest and nailed him to the mountain wall. Puff! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with terror. That silver spear was extremely overbearing and contained a power that could seal everything. It nailed him to the mountain wall, rendering him unable to move. Several young men with sharp eyes walked in from outside the cave. Their auras were extremely powerful. All of them were at the peak of the 9 Revolution half-saint realm. Their faces were filled with arrogance. The leader was a slender young man in silver armor. He seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old. However, his face was handsome and his eyes were sharp. His entire body was filled with an air of superiority. There was a faint silver rune flickering in his palm. At this moment, he was staring at Ling Xiao with a sense of scrutiny. Ling Xiao could tell that the silver spear was shot out by him. Xianxia, how dare you? Not only did you disobey my order, but you also killed my subordinate. How should I punish you? The young man in silver armor stared at Xianxia and said with a trace of blazing killing intent in his eyes. Young Master Fengqingyang? How did you find this place? Xianxia's face was filled with terror. He looked at the young man in front of him and said in disbelief. Fengqingyang was known as Young Master Qingyang. He was the master of Qingyang City and also the master of the Rock Spirit tribe. He was extremely powerful. He was a peerless genius who had broken through the limit and entered the 3rd level of heaven treading. Seeing Fengqingyang at this moment, Xianxia was naturally terrified and nervous. How did I get here? Of course, I killed all the people of the Rock Spirit tribe and extracted their souls to find this place. I didn't expect that this place could nurture the true dragon blood Ganoderma. Unfortunately, Xianxia, you're courting death. No one can save you today. Fengqingyang said coldly. Crack. Xianxia's face changed greatly. He wanted to say something, but Fengqingyang didn't give him the chance. He stretched out his hand and the silver spear flew into his palm. Then, it turned into a silver lightning and penetrated Xianxia's forehead in an instant, killing him completely. Xianxia's eyes widened as he let out a ha-ha sound from his mouth. His voice was filled with unwillingness and fear as he fell to the ground with a loud bang, completely dead. You killed him? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Although he did not have a good impression of Xianxia, he had promised to spare his life. He was originally my subordinate, and the consequence of betrayal is death. This friend, I presume that the true dragon blood Lingji is in your hands? Hand over the true dragon blood Lingji, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Fengqingyang said as he looked at Ling Xiao. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said with a faint smile. He could tell that Fengqingyang's strength was extraordinary. He had already broken through the limit once and advanced to the 3rd level of heaven treading. To have such fortune at such a young age, he indeed had the right to be proud. However, this Fengqingyang was too arrogant. You took my true dragon blood Ganoderma, and the deaths of my subordinates must have something to do with you, right? I don't care so much, hand over the true dragon blood Lingji, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you'll be refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Fengqingyang's expression was incomparably cold as he looked at Ling Xiao condescendingly. The powerful young geniuses behind him sneered. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent as they slowly surrounded Ling Xiao. Or I'll give you a choice. What do you think? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Give me a choice? Are you worthy? Fengqingyang said with disdain. Submit to me and be my slave, and I'll spare your life. What do you think? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Boy, how dare you be rude to the young master? You're courting death. A young man in a black robe next to Feng Qingyang sneered. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and the saber intent around him was extremely pure. He slashed at Ling Xiao with his saber, and the saber light was sharp and terrifying. Get lost. Ling Xiao's gaze turned cold as he threw out a punch. A golden fist mark suddenly exploded, spreading out in a mighty manner like a rising sun, blooming millions of rays of light. Boom, the saber light in the void was shattered by Ling Xiao, and the golden fist mark blasted on the black saber. The black-robed young man's expression changed drastically as he felt his body trembling. It was as if he had hit an erupting volcano, and the saber in his hand flew out. Ling Xiao's punch did not lose its momentum, and directly blasted on the black-robed young man's chest. A crisp sound was heard, and the black-robed young man's sternum was broken, and his chest caved in. He spurted out blood, flew out for hundreds of feet, and heavily smashed into the mountain wall in the distance. Hey, boy, you're really something to be able to get the real dragon blood Ganoderma from Shiqing. But since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. There was a hint of surprise in Feng Qingyang's eyes. He sneered and instantly made his move. Rumble, the void vibrated, and the silver spear in Feng Qingyang's hand was extremely sharp. Its speed was extremely fast, and it pierced towards Ling Xiao's glabella like a bolt of lightning. His body exuded a vast power of the law of great path, and his attack contained a vast heaven's might. His aura was actually not weaker than that of an ordinary saint. This was the battle strength of the third realm of heaven treading. If it was an ordinary half-saint expert, it would be impossible for him to survive even one move from Feng Qingyang. Is that so? I also want to see if you're qualified to be my servant. Ling Xiao sneered, and the aura around him instantly became extremely sharp. Streaks of chaotic mist filled the air, and the surrounding void vibrated slightly. He blasted a punch towards Feng Qingyang. Crack, golden lightning exploded in the void, and accompanied by a vast dragon roar, Ling Xiao instantly blasted out hundreds of punches. Fist shadows filled the void, and aimed at the vital parts of Feng Qingyang's body. You have a sharp tongue. The light in Feng Qingyang's eyes grew colder and colder. The silver spear in his hand contained an incomparably terrifying power. It seemed to have formed a blazing silver storm around him as he continued to attack, piercing through the fist imprints one after another. Finally, it converged into a silver torrent and headed straight for Ling Xiao's forehead. Feng Qingyang's attack was extremely sharp and ruthless. An ordinary ninth revolution half-saint expert would not be able to dodge the power of his attack. Boom, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and in an instant, blazing divine light rose from his body. His fist was like a dragon, and transformed into a blazing golden lightning dragon in the void, and suddenly collided with the silver spear. It was as if a resplendent sun had exploded, setting off a terrifying storm of divine light that engulfed Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang's face was as cold as iron. He had never thought that Ling Xiao would dare to look down on him. Ling Xiao stepped on his face, which made him feel a strong provocation and humiliation. Suddenly, his qi and blood rose vigorously like the sea. The silver spear in his hand was stained with golden blood. Evil qi filled the sky as it pierced towards Ling Xiao, intending to pierce through him. Rumble, the blood on the silver spear was dazzling with golden light and contained a majestic energy fluctuation. It was the blood of a saint, which contained the power of the Great Way Law. Feng Qingyang had once killed a saint. At this moment, the supreme power of the blood made Feng Qingyang's power even more terrifying. Boom, above the void, a huge footprint fell as if a celestial emperor had descended from the ninth heaven. It collided with the silver spear with a loud bang. Ling Xiao's white robe fluttered in the wind, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a celestial being, but the energy around him was incomparably violent. He stepped on the silver spear, and the spear suddenly bent like a longbow. Streaks of blood burst out from the spear, and Feng Qingyang was sent flying away. Your strength is not bad. However, you're still a little inexperienced. I'm afraid you've just entered the third stage of heaven treading, right? Ling Xiao said indifferently. His eyes were calm and deep like the vast sea. He stepped on the void, and the blazing chi and blood around him rose to the sky. It made him look incomparably overbearing, as if he could suppress the heavens with a raise of his hand. How can your body be so strong? Are you a member of the demon race? No, you're an expert of the human race. Feng Qingyang's expression became somewhat solemn. He stared at Ling Xiao and said doubtfully. The young man in front of him was merely an 8th Revolution half-saint. He seemed to be seriously injured, but his body was abnormally strong. It gave him an illusion that he could not contend with him. Just now, Ling Xiao was surrounded by a vast dragon power. He thought that Ling Xiao was a heaven's pride of the demon race. However, he could feel that Ling Xiao's aura was incomparably pure. He was an expert of the human race. Of course I'm from the human race. Which sacred ground are you from? Among the 12 immortal sacred grounds of the divine realm, the name Feng Qingyang is somewhat unfamiliar. Ling Xiao stared at Feng Qingyang and asked. Feng Qingyang didn't look like an ancient prodigy. Moreover, he had just broken through to the 3rd level of heaven treading not long ago. He should be a prodigy of the divinity world. However, he had heard of almost all the saints and prodigies of the various sacred grounds and monarch clans in the divinity world, but he had never heard of the name Feng Qingyang. You want to know my background? Then you'll have to defeat my spear first. Feng Qingyang said coldly. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The silver armor on his body shone and runes rose from the silver spear, turning into a blazing silver flame that distorted the void. Crack, in an instant, the sea of flames behind Feng Qingyang rose up and 9 dazzling suns floated out, causing Feng Qingyang's aura to skyrocket. Solar Sky Art, kill. Feng Qingyang's eyes were sharp. The silver spear shot towards Ling Xiao with monstrous flames. Moreover, the 9 suns pressed down on Ling Xiao at the same time. In an instant, the cave shook violently. Although the rock spirit mountain was incomparably sturdy, it couldn't withstand Feng Qingyang's terrifying power in the end and exploded with a loud bang. Solar Sky Art? You're from the Taishangdao Palace? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. He finally understood Feng Qingyang's background. The Solar Sky Art was the supreme technique of the Taishangdao Palace. Legend had it that it was created by a supreme sacred king in the ancient times. It had the power to burn the sky and destroy the earth. The 9 suns behind Feng Qingyang were formed by the great Tao law. It meant that Feng Qingyang had cultivated this supreme technique to the realm of greater mastery. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a strange light. This kid was actually from the Heart sect? But he had never heard of this kid's name before. Ling Xiao didn't have time to think. The silver spear had already pierced through the sky. His heart was also stimulated by the supreme battle intent. He crossed the sky and charged towards Feng Qingyang. Runes rose between his palms and blazing flames rose. In an instant, an ancient alchemy cauldron was formed and faced the silver spear. Ling Zhao's competitive spirit was also stimulated. He used the supreme Yen Emperor cauldron with the battle heavenly art. His body was covered in blazing flames as if an ancient great emperor had been reborn. His aura was terrifying as if it could pierce through this part of the world. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang exchanged blows. Their aura was monstrous. Thousands of rays of divine light shot out and shook the void tens of thousands of miles. In the void, the 2 blazing figures intertwined and collided. Every blow was as if the world was falling apart. We're fine. Ling Zhao's eyes were like lightning. The Yen Emperor cauldron rose into the sky as if it contained a vast world. The mouth of the cauldron spewed out rays of light and released an incomparably terrifying devouring power towards Feng Qingyang. The 9 suns around Feng Qingyang were trembling as if they were about to be completely devoured and refined by the Yen Emperor cauldron. Feng Qingyang's eyelids twitched. He had not expected Ling Xiao to be so ferocious. If the 9 suns were taken away, although he would not be seriously injured, the 9 suns were formed by his supreme young origin. His vitality would be greatly damaged. Swoosh! Feng Qingyang's eyes were sharp. The silver spear pierced through the vast void as if it was breaking open the vast sea. It fell directly towards the Yen Emperor cauldron, wanting to shatter it. Gotcha! Blazing flames rose as the silver spear pierced the Yen Emperor cauldron. The Yen Emperor cauldron trembled violently as cracks appeared. The flames were extremely violent and it seemed as if it would collapse at any time. Break! Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. The silver spear became even sharper as he poured all his terrifying energy into the spear. He wanted to completely break the Yan Emperor cauldron. Boom! In the end, the Yan Emperor cauldron could not withstand the power of Feng Qingyang's silver spear and exploded. It turned into a blazing flame that swept across the void. However, Feng Qingyang suddenly saw that Ling Zhao's expression was normal and there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Feng Qingyang's heart raced as he knew that things were not going well. Boom! The flames around him did not dissipate. Instead, they formed streaks of dazzling golden runes that were gathered together by the divine chains of order. They surged in the void and turned into a flame emperor cauldron that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Feng Qingyang happened to be inside the Yan Emperor cauldron. Ling Xiao pushed his arms out as if he was pushing away billions of stars in the sky. Unparalleled divine power blasted on the Yan Emperor cauldron, causing it to tremble violently. Terrifying sound waves erupted and spread out in all directions. Rumble! The sea around the spiritual stone island exploded as billions of water pillars shot up into the sky. Many demonic beasts in the sea exploded and the sea was dyed red. Do you admit defeat? Ling Xiao said indifferently, his voice rumbling like thunder in the Flame Emperor cauldron. No. Feng Qingyang roared, his voice filled with grief, indignation, and unwillingness. Runes rose from his body as the silver spear in his hand tried to pierce through the Flame Emperor cauldron. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? The geniuses who came with Feng Qingyang were stunned as well. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they watched the scene unfold before them. Initially, they thought that Feng Qingyang would be able to suppress Ling Xiao easily. However, they did not expect that the result would be like this. Feng Qingyang was almost suppressed by Ling Xiao. Save young Master Qingyang. Kill! Someone shouted, and the geniuses immediately attacked Ling Xiao, erupting with powerful energy in an attempt to interfere with Ling Zhao's battle heavenly art and rescue Feng Qingyang from the Flame Emperor cauldron. You're all loyal, but unfortunately, you're still too weak. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd with some surprise. His blood and qi surged to the sky as he threw a punch at the crowd. Gotcha! Chaotic qi rose, and the void all around trembled. Ling Xiao performed the fist of the Heavenly Emperor, and the chaotic fist swept through the void for hundreds of millions of miles, shattering everyone's attacks. Then, without losing any momentum, the chaotic fist landed on their bodies. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on them. The young experts all trembled violently as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. One by one, they were sent flying back. If you don't admit defeat, then I'll beat you until you do. Ling Zhao's eyes were sharp as the Flame Emperor cauldron trembled violently. He punched again, and hundreds of punches landed on the Flame Emperor cauldron, causing it to vibrate strangely and erupt with terrifying sound waves that seemed capable of reducing everything to dust. Rumble! Feng Qingyang was suppressed in the Flame Emperor cauldron. He roared and circulated the heavenly sun art, causing suns to rise around him as he tried to break out of the Flame Emperor cauldron. However, when the boundless sound wave erupted, it even contained a vast dragon's might, causing Feng Qingyang's body to tremble violently. Traces of blood seeped out of his pores. His internal organs were severely injured, and he coughed up blood continuously. I don't admit defeat. I refuse to accept this. Feng Qingyang roared. His eyes were filled with defiance. In an instant, terrifying divine light rose around him. Above his head, lightning blazed. A celestial flower of the great path appeared and slowly bloomed. In an instant, it spewed out infinite divine light. The Grand Tao immortal flower emitted a mysterious light as the vast laws of the Grand Tao supported Feng Qingyang, causing his aura to skyrocket. He looked like a supreme saint, dignified and mysterious. The injuries on Feng Qingyang's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His silver battle armor emitted a dazzling radiance. His eyes were filled with monstrous fighting intent and anger. Crack! The silver spear was imbued with an immeasurable amount of divine power. It stabbed into the Yan Emperor cauldron, causing it to tremble violently. Beams of divine light shot out, and in the end, the cauldron exploded. I'll kill you. Feng Qingyang had suffered such a great loss in the hands of Ling Xiao. He was young and impetuous, and could not bear such a setback. He stabbed the silver spear in his hand at Ling Xiao. At this moment, Feng Qingyang seemed to have become a supreme saint, possessing the power to destroy the world. Stepping into the celestial being realm? But you haven't even reached the human sovereign realm. You're still too weak. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a strange look. He could see that the grand Tao immortal flower above Feng Qingyang's head was filled with chaotic qi. It seemed like a mysterious shadow had appeared, but it had not completely condensed. This meant that Feng Qingyang had not reached the human sovereign realm, and his strength was still weaker than Hua Ziyang's. Boom! Ling Xiao directly punched out, and the incomparably violent energy around him completely exploded. Accompanied by the majestic roar of a dragon, chaotic qi permeated the air, and 3,000 worlds rose. This punch was like the hand of the heavens, wanting to destroy everything. His eyes were sharp, and his aura was monstrous. After being tempered by chaos several times, Ling Xiao's physical body had become unbelievably strong. Boom! The silver spear in Feng Qingyang's hand vibrated violently, and an unparalleled divine power erupted, causing the silver spear to fly out of his hand. Feng Qingyang's body was also trembling violently, and he was sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. In the face of absolute power, everything was just an illusion. Although Feng Qingyang had unleashed his celestial ascension realm cultivation, and possessed the strength of a saint, he was still completely defeated by Ling Xiao's heavenly sovereign fist. Boom! Light flowed under Ling Xiao's feet as he used the secret teleportation technique, and instantly teleported hundreds of millions of feet away. He appeared in front of Feng Qingyang, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him up. You are. Long Out Yen of the War God Temple? Feng Qingyang's face was flushed, and he could not hide the shock in his eyes as he stared at Ling Xiao. You recognize me? You dare to attack me after recognizing me? Are you courting death? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Feng Qingyang was about to curse in his heart. I just recognized you as that freak Long Out Yen, okay? If I had known you earlier, who would have dared to attack you? Feng Qingyang was full of complaints, but he still said coldly, even if you are Long Out Yen, don't expect me to submit to you. I, Feng Qingyang, would rather die than submit to you. You really don't want to submit? Then I can only kill you. Ling Xiao said indifferently, and there was a trace of cold killing intent in his eyes. Looking at Ling Xiao's cold eyes, Feng Qingyang could not help but shudder. He quickly said, Long. Palace Master Long, the Supreme Doctrine Palace and the War God Temple have been good friends for generations, and we are allies. If you kill me, aren't you afraid of destroying the relationship between our two sects? At most, I will apologize to you. Feng Qingyang's face was flushed, and he was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would beg for mercy. It was simply too embarrassing. Submit to me, and I will spare your life. Ling Xiao withdrew the killing intent in his eyes and said with a faint smile. Palace Master Long, you are so powerful. What's the use of me submitting to you? Why don't you let me go, and I will use treasures to apologize to you. How about it? Feng Qingyang was still very unwilling to accept this. Don't bargain with me. If you submit to me, all your treasures will naturally be mine. You want to use my treasures to apologize to me? Do you believe that I will kill you right now? Ling Xiao said as he stared at Feng Qingyang with an unfriendly expression. Feng Qingyang was speechless, and he suddenly cursed in his heart. He was convinced by such a strange reason. Long Out Yen, if you want me to submit to you, I can do it, but only in the chaotic ancient land. You have to let me go after the Heavenly Choice Convention. Otherwise, you will have to kill me. Feng Qingyang finally submitted and said with grief and indignation. No problem, I like people like you who know how to adapt to circumstances. Work hard for me in the future, and I will not mistreat you. Ling Xiao smiled as he patted Feng Qingyang's head. In fact, he did not intend to kill Feng Qingyang. After all, the Supreme Doctrine Palace and the War God Temple had a good relationship. He just wanted to scare Feng Qingyang and kill his arrogance. He did not expect that this kid would be so sensible and submit to him. Ling Xiao naturally accepted such a follower without any hesitation. Feng Qingyang turned his head to the side in grief and indignation. He felt that the following days were dark, and there was no way he could stand out. Young Master Qingyang, how can you submit to him? He's just an 8th revolution half-saint. This is a disgrace to your wisdom. The young geniuses found it hard to accept. They looked at Ling Xiao in awe and whispered to Feng Qingyang. Do you know who he is? Feng Qingyang asked the young geniuses. These people were not disciples of the Supreme Tao Palace, but people who followed Feng Qingyang in the chaotic ancient land. Who is he? Could he be an ancient sky pride? A black-robed young man said unwillingly. He's not an ancient sky pride, but he has killed an ancient sky pride before. Feng Qingyang said in a serious tone. His eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. What? Killed an ancient sky pride? Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Who were ancient sky prides? They were supreme experts in the ancient times, and they had even swept through an era. The reason why they had sealed themselves until today was for the Heaven's Choice Convention. Those ancient sky prides had broken through the limit at least once, and their strength was terrifying. Feng Qingyang said that Ling Xiao had killed an ancient sky pride, which was hard for everyone to accept. Have you heard of Hua Ziang? He's a sky pride of the Chinese. Even Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen of the Heavenly Curse sect died in his hands. Although he's just an 8th revolution half-saint, he has the strength to kill a saint. Feng Qingyang sighed and glanced at Ling Xiao. He found that Ling Xiao was very calm, as if there was no expression on his face. Feng Qingyang was also guessing that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 8th revolution half-saint realm and he was severely injured. He was afraid that it was the means of the two great saint experts of the Hua clan and the Heavenly Curse sect. The more Feng Qingyang thought about it, the more shocked he was that Ling Xiao could escape from the two great saints. In the divine world, many people thought that Ling Xiao had died in the hands of the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect, but they did not expect him to survive and enter the chaotic ancient land. He's Long Outyen? Everyone's body trembled as a name appeared in their minds. Their faces were filled with incomparable shock. Naturally, they had also heard of Long Outyen's name. In the divine world, Long Outyen's name resounded like thunder. He had once fought against Elder Huang Tai of the 9-layered imperial obelisk, forced the saints of the Hua clan and Heavenly Curse sect to lower their heads, and killed Hua Ziang, Hua Tianqiong, and Yang Wen. Every one of these achievements was enough to shock the entire divine world. After the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect announced that Long Outyen had been killed, they thought that Long Outyen was really dead. However, they did not expect to see Long Outyen in the chaotic ancient land. After knowing Ling Xiao's true identity, the conflict in their hearts lessened significantly. This was a peerless expert comparable to the prides of heaven of ancient times. An 8th revolution half-saint was able to kill an expert of the 3rd level of heaven treading. Once he broke through the limit and broke through to the 3rd level of heaven treading, how terrifying would he be? At that time, he might even be able to fight against the legendary Son of Heaven. When Feng Qingyang saw the shocked expression on everyone's face, he felt a little better. It seemed like Long Outyen's name had thoroughly frightened them. Feng Qingyang, tell me about the situation in the chaotic ancient land first. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Qingyang and said indifferently. He had just arrived at the chaotic ancient land and was only in this boundless chaotic star island. He was not clear about the situation in the chaotic ancient land and was eager to know about the situation in the chaotic ancient land and the Heaven's Choice Convention. Palace Master Long, the chaotic ancient land has been open for 3 years. In these 3 years, countless prides of heaven from all over the universe have entered the chaotic ancient land and cultivated with the help of the incomparably pure origin energy in the chaotic ancient land. Their cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds. Most of them have become high-level half-saints and are extremely powerful. There are a total of 108 holy cities in the chaotic ancient land, and the sea region we are in is within the territory of the human race's holy cities. Feng Qingyang nodded and began to introduce the situation in the chaotic ancient land to Ling Xiao. You don't have to call me Palace Master Long in the future. Just call me Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said indifferently, a strange light flashing in his eyes. It was time for the name Ling Xiao to come back. Ling Xiao had a hunch that his identity could not be hidden for long. Moreover, he was confident that after the Heaven's Choice Convention, he would be able to affirm his Tao and become a saint. He would have enough strength to protect himself and would not need to hide his identity anymore. Feng Qingyang did not know Ling Xiao's thoughts and was secretly criticizing him. He thought that Ling Xiao must have a guilty conscience and was afraid that the Chinese and Heavenly Curse sect would seek revenge on him. Therefore, he used the alias Ling Xiao. However, he did not think too much about it and nodded before continuing to speak. The chaotic ancient land was a mysterious existence. No one knew where the chaotic ancient land was. The chaotic ancient land would only appear in the Heaven's Choice Convention that was held once every epoch. The primal chaos ancient land was incomparably vast. No one knew exactly how big it was. It contained countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, mysterious treasures, and even the abodes of saints and great emperors. There were thousands of opportunities, thousands of fortunes. Among them, there were 108 holy cities, which were left behind by experts in the antiquity times. Rumor had it that these holy cities belonged to the 108 strongest races in the universe. Their specific origins were unknown. These 108 holy cities were used for many geniuses to trade treasures, rest, and discuss Tao. There were law enforcers in the holy cities. Killing was prohibited in the holy cities and violators would be beheaded by the law enforcers. The chaotic ancient land had been opened for 3 years. Although there were passages to enter the chaotic ancient land from all over the universe, they were randomly teleported. Everyone would be teleported to a different region. Some people would even be teleported to the holy cities of the devil race. Naturally, that would not bode well for them. In the past 3 years, many heavens' prides had obtained a lot of fortunes and opportunities in the chaotic ancient land. Their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds and they had begun to explore this mysterious region. What is the specific content of the Heaven's Choice Convention? Do you know how to become the Heaven's Choice child? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Qingyang and asked. I'm afraid no one knows about this. Feng Qingyang smiled wryly and said, after entering the chaotic ancient land, the Heaven's Choice Convention is considered to have begun. As for how to become the Heaven's Choice child, no one knows. But everyone is working hard to cultivate, strengthen themselves, and then explore the secrets of the chaotic ancient land. They want to find the method to become the Heaven's Choice child. Ling Xiao nodded. It seemed that the Heaven's Choice Convention was not the same as he had imagined. Moreover, the interval between each Heaven's Choice Convention was too long. The great calamity of the epoch had buried everything. The past could not be used as a reference and one could only rely on oneself. However, Ling Xiao did not expect that he would be in a coma for 3 years. In other words, he had fallen into a state of suspended animation. If he had not comprehended the secrets of chaos, fate, karma, and samsara, it would not have been so easy for him to wake up. Do you know where Fairy Jints of the Supreme Tao Palace is? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Qingyang and asked with a hint of expectation. Jin Se should be in the chaotic ancient land. Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao strangely. He didn't know why Ling Xiao would suddenly ask about Jin Se, but he still answered, Jin, your sister Jin Se has indeed entered the ancient chaotic land, but I don't know where she is now. Perhaps she is in the holy city of the human race, or perhaps she is in another holy city. I see. Have you seen these 3 people before? Ling Xiao was slightly disappointed. It seemed that Jin Se and Feng Qingyang were not teleported together. However, as long as Jin Se was in the chaotic ancient land, he would be able to find her. Ling Xiao's palm flashed and Shui Wei, the white dragon horse, and Fatty He appeared in the void. However, Ling Xiao did not have much hope. No, I haven't. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said. However, one of Feng Qingyang's followers suddenly said, Lord Ling Xiao, I think I have seen this dragon horse. Where is it? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he looked at the black-robed youth and asked. In the Monster Saint City. I have seen this dragon horse in the Monsters Saint City. However, it was very wretched. It ate one of the origin source sacred herbs from the heavenly demon young master and was hunted down by the heavenly demon young master. The black-robed youth thought for a while and said. Monster Saint City? I see. Thank you. Ling Xiao nodded and said. He was going to make a trip to the Monsters Saint City after he recovered from his injuries to find Shui Wei and the other 2. Ling Xiao was not too worried about their safety. After all, Fatty He's original form was a Kuanping, which was already a 3rd-stage heaven-treading expert. Moreover, the white dragon horse had extreme speed and should be able to protect Shui Wei. Moreover, in the chaotic ancient land, each saint city was hundreds of millions of miles apart. It was not easy to travel across a saint city. Lord Ling Xiao, you are too kind. The black-robed youth was flattered. Ling Xiao, you are not going to the monster saint city now, are you? The monster's prodigies are not to be trifled with. Some of them are very hostile to the human race. There are many monsters experts in the monster saint city and they often have conflicts with the human race. However, the demon clan is very lucky. They can find all kinds of heavenly treasures and occupy many blessed paradises. Feng Qingyang said unhappily. It seemed like there was some enmity between him and the experts of the demon race. Feng Qingyang, do you know where I can find heavenly treasures that contain boundless life energy? I need to concoct pills to heal my injuries. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. A natural treasure that contains life energy? Of course there was. Hee, I know of a genius of the demon race who has many such treasures. But that guy is very strong. I can't beat him. Do you dare to go? Feng Qingyang rolled his eyes and said with a smile that harbored evil intentions. A prodigy of the demon clan? What is his cultivation level? Ling Xiao asked. He has already reached the human sovereign realm. That guy is very brutal. He is on good terms with a holy son of the heavenly curse sect and has killed many of our experts. He has the longevity grass. Feng Qingyang said slowly. Befriend the holy son of the heavenly curse sect? Then he's unlucky. Take me there. We can't miss out on the longevity grass. If what you said is true, I'll give you a divine elixir pill to help you reach the human sovereign realm. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. When Ling Xiao was besieged by Hua Xiong and Chen Kuan, he had sworn to destroy the Chinese and the heavenly curse sect. Now that he heard that this genius of the demon clan was on good terms with the holy son of the heavenly curse sect, he was ready to kill him. Reach the human sovereign realm? Don't worry. That guy calls himself the sky-piercing demon saint. He seems to have a talent for finding treasures. Not only does he have the longevity grass, but he also has various origin divine elixirs. He won't let you down. Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up immediately. He had gone through a lot of trouble to break the limit for the first time. However, he didn't have enough accumulation. He didn't know when he would reach the human sovereign realm. Ling Zhao's words made him excited and he started to take it seriously. Let's go. Ling Xiao said faintly. Feng Qingyang immediately soared into the sky and flew away with Ling Xiao and the rest. Everyone was shocked as well. They had all heard of how brutal the sky-reaching demon saint was, and that his hands were stained with the blood of many geniuses. Now that Ling Xiao was going to make an example out of him, they were both shocked and excited. To be able to witness a peerless genius, their hearts were filled with anticipation. Swoosh! 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 Feng Qingyang led Ling Xiao and the rest out of the spiritual stone island. The chaotic star island was extremely vast. There was a huge continent in the center, which was the human clan's holy city. Feng Qingyang was going to bring Ling Xiao to a huge island called the Sky-Piercing Island. The Sky-Piercing Demon Saint had named it himself. The chaotic star island was filled with danger. Not only were there powerful beasts in the sky, but there were also ferocious sea beasts in the sea. Those were ancient ferocious beasts. No one knew how long they had been cultivating. Some were even stronger than sages. Other than that, chaotic storms would appear at irregular intervals in the chaotic star island. The chaotic storms could shatter all laws and energy and disintegrate all living beings into chaotic particles. It was extremely terrifying. Even sages did not dare to face the chaotic storms and could only avoid them. Therefore, unless they were looking for treasures, very few people would come to the chaotic star island. Feng Qingyang, Ling Xiao, and the rest were extremely fast. Along the way, the chaotic star island was very peaceful. They did not encounter any powerful ferocious beasts or chaotic storms. They arrived at the sky-piercing island without any mishaps. The sky-piercing island was extremely vast. It was actually hundreds of times the size of the spiritual stone island. The island had undulating mountain ranges and towering ancient trees. It was filled with chaotic mist and contained boundless energy essence. It was a paradise. Ling Xiao could sense the aura of many powerful beings on the sky-piercing island. Each of them was extremely powerful. This is the sky-piercing island. The sky-piercing demon saint has built the heavenly palace in the most central mountain range. He has gathered many powerful demons and even enslaved many primitive humans to serve him. This fellow is extremely vicious and cunning. He is a malignant tumor. Feng Qingyang's eyes were filled with disgust at the mention of the sky-piercing demon saint. Let's go. It is your fortune to build the heavenly palace for the sky-piercing demon saint. If you dare to slow down, I will throw all of you into the divine dragon cave. Suddenly, a cold reprimand came from below. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang saw that in the mountain range below, there were many humans in ragged clothes. Their cultivation levels had been sealed, and they were working hard to break the mountain rocks and extract stones. Sir, can you make an exception? My grandson is still young. He can't carry such a heavy stone. Can I carry it for him? A white-haired old man with a face full of wrinkles was carrying a huge rock. He was hunched over and begged a black-robed man. Beside him stood a 7- or 8-year-old child. He looked very cute, but at this moment, his face was flushed red. He was carrying a piece of stone that was as tall as a person. He walked unsteadily, as if he would fall at any moment. The stones were extremely heavy. They were the essence of the stone mine and contained chaotic energy. Therefore, even if these human experts had strong bodies, they could not bear it. You're helping him carry the stone? Old thing, since your grandson can't even carry the stone, why don't I eat him? The black-robed man held a steel whip and looked at the child maliciously. He licked his scarlet tongue and his eyes were filled with cruelty. Sir, please have mercy. My grandson is still young. Please let him go. The old man's expression changed drastically. He put down the stone on his back and knelt in front of the black-robed man. His heart was filled with regret. Old thing, you dare to disobey my orders? Get lost. I'm going to eat your grandson today. The black-robed man kicked the old man to the ground and then whipped the old man with the steel whip. The old man's flesh was torn open and his body was badly mutilated. He screamed in pain. Sir, I was wrong. My grandson can carry the stone. Please let him go. Or you can eat me. I'm willing to exchange my life for yours. Although the old man was badly mutilated and his face was extremely pale, he still begged bitterly. Grandfather, you don't have to beg them. They're a bunch of inhumane people. Rueer would rather die than let you beg them. The child's face was filled with anger. He helped the old man up and glared at the black-robed man. Eh? You've got some backbone. But I like to eat children with backbone like you. Soft skin and tender flesh, but hard bones and chewy. If you're roasted over a fire, it'll be delicious. Come here, you'll be the 3622nd child I'll eat. The black-robed man licked his lips. His eyes were filled with a cruel light. He reached out and grabbed the child. His whole body was filled with a thick murderous aura. The surrounding black-robed men looked on coldly as if they were watching a show. Their eyes were filled with cruelty. The surrounding humans were as silent as cicadas in the winter. Their eyes were filled with sympathy for the loss of their companions. Bastard! I, Xiao Rui, am not afraid of you. One day, the prodigies of the human race will kill all of you, to avenge me. The 7- or 8-year-old child's face was flushed red. It was difficult for him to speak because he was choked, but his eyes were incomparably bright as he stared at the black-robed man. Rueer. My Rueer. Grandpa has let you down. The elder's voice was hoarse and tears flowed down his face. He was filled with regret and anger. He had only hoped that the black-robed man would make an exception, but he had never thought that the black-robed man would want to eat his own grandson. If he had known earlier, he would rather not have begged. That way, Xiao Rui could still survive. Xiao Rui? You're really childish. What is this place? This is the sky-piercing demon overlord's cave abode, the peerless sky palace. Even many of your human race's geniuses have died at the hands of the sky-piercing demon overlord. You still want them to save you? Hee, I'll swallow you alive today. I'd like to see who dares to save you. The black-robed man's eyes were incomparably cruel. He swept his gaze across the many human experts present. Immediately, everyone couldn't help but tremble. They didn't dare to look at the black-robed man and lowered their heads. Their hearts were filled with despair. When would these dark days come to an end? The black-robed man sneered with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Then, he opened his bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Xiaorui alive. A giant black wolf seemed to appear behind him, emitting a monstrous demonic aura. It was a black wolf spirit. It was cruel and cunning. But looking at the black-robed man's actions, whether it was Xiaorui's grandfather or the other human experts, there was no possibility of resisting at all. Their eyes were filled with despair. Especially Xiaorui's grandfather. His entire body trembled and almost fainted. Rumble, suddenly, a blazing fist print fell from the sky. It contained a vast power of lightning. The golden light was dazzling, causing the void to explode violently. It directly pressed down on the black-robed man's head. Who is it? The black-robed man's face changed. He roared and wanted to move away without thinking. He could feel the terrifying power contained in the fist print. It wasn't something he could resist at all. If he took it head-on, he would probably be seriously injured even if he didn't die. A group of evil creatures. How dare you bully my human race? The cold voice was like thunder, rumbling in the void. It was like a brilliant heavenly might, causing everyone to tremble. The fist was extremely fast and extremely powerful. The black-robed man couldn't dodge at all. He could only roar and raise the long whip in his hand to whip at the void. Rumble, the vast fist print exploded, and the long whip suddenly exploded into powder. Even the black-robed man below didn't seem to have any power to resist at all. He was directly blown apart by the fist, blood mist permeated the void. This shocking scene left everyone dumbfounded. Xiaorui was unscathed and was caught by a figure that descended from the void. It was a young man in white. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like lightning, and his face was extraordinarily handsome. The blood chi around him was monstrous, causing the void to tremble. It was as if a heavenly emperor was patrolling. He had an invincible aura that could sweep. Across the world, Ling Xiao had arrived. The actions of the demon race were cruel and had no bottom line. This made Ling Xiao completely furious. Although he knew that this was likely to alert the enemy, he still attacked without hesitation. Swoosh! 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 In the void, a blazing light rose. Streaks of sword rain fell like meteors. The terrifying attacks were indiscriminately aimed at the black-robed men of the demon race. Feng Qingyang and his followers also arrived shortly after. They were all experts of the human race. When they saw how the demon race treated the human race, their bloodthirst and killing intent were ignited in their hearts. Therefore, they didn't even need Ling Xiao to speak and attacked. Kill. In the blink of an eye, all the experts of the demon clan in the mine were killed. After all, these black-robed men of the demon race were only managers of the mine. Their cultivation wasn't high. Most of them were low-level half-saints. The most powerful 9 Revolution half-saint couldn't even escape and was directly killed. A prodigy of the human clan has come to save us? Ha ha ha. The heavens have eyes. Someone has finally come to save us. Thank you for saving us, my lord. I will never forget your kindness. Everyone regained their senses from the shock and revealed an expression of incomparable ecstasy. Their gazes towards Ling Xiao and the others were filled with deep gratitude. Especially Ling Xiao, who was treated as their savior. Big brother, you're so powerful. Thank you for saving me. When I grow up, I want to be like you, slay demons and uphold justice on behalf of the heavens. Xiaorui was in Ling Xiao's arms. He stared at Ling Xiao with his big clear eyes and said seriously. You're very obedient and have a backbone. Cultivate well. You'll definitely be able to slay demons in the future. Ling Xiao smiled and patted Xiaorui's little head. He had seen Xiaorui's behavior and liked this stubborn young man very much. Ling Xiao handed Xiaorui to his grandfather. The old man thanked him profusely, his voice choked with emotion. If Ling Xiao hadn't intervened, Xiaorui would have been eaten by that black wolf demon. Feng Qingyang and the others came up and removed the seals in the bodies of the human clan experts. Suddenly, a powerful aura soared into the sky, causing the void to tremble slightly. Everyone revealed a joyful expression after surviving a disaster. However, their cultivation wasn't strong. Most of them were in the god realm. Only Xiao Rui's grandfather, Xiaoshan, had the highest cultivation. He had reached the 9th revolution half-saint realm. Thank you for saving us, my savior. However, you've killed so many black-robed demons and destroyed the piercing demon saint's mine. I'm afraid the piercing demon saint already knows about the situation here. Please leave this place quickly. If you're late, your life will be in danger. Xiao Shan's face was full of gratitude, but there was also a trace of worry in his eyes. The piercing demon saint was so famous that the natives of the chaotic ancient land were incomparably afraid of him. Even the prodigies of the human clan had been defeated by the piercing demon saint. He naturally didn't believe that Ling Xiao was a match for the piercing demon saint. Yes, my savior, please leave Piercing Island quickly. The piercing demon saint will definitely vent his anger on you. The piercing demon saint's strength is terrifying and incomparably cruel. My savior, please leave quickly. Everyone tried to persuade him. When they heard the sky-piercing demon saint's name, they couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear on their faces. Clearly, the fear that the sky-piercing demon saint instilled in them was deeply rooted. I'm here to kill the sky-reaching beast saint. Do you know if the sky-reaching demon saint is in the cave? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, his expression incomparably calm. He had originally planned to snatch the sky-piercing demon sage's treasures and perhaps spare his life. However, after seeing the sky-piercing demon sage's actions, he was completely enraged. What? Kill the sky-reaching demon saint? After hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone was stunned. Benefactor, you are indeed very strong. However, the sky-reaching demon saint had already broken through the limit once and reached heaven-reaching level 3. His strength was extremely terrifying. I'm afraid. Xiaoshan said worriedly. Although he did not finish his sentence, his meaning was clear. He did not believe that Ling Xiao was a match for Skyreach Demon Saint. You only need to tell me the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon Saint. I have my own arrangements for the rest. Ling Xiao said calmly. Benefactor, the sky-reaching demon saint is on the highest mountain of heaven-reaching island. The heavenly palace there is where he secludes himself. However, since you've killed so many of his subordinates, even if you don't go looking for him, I'm afraid he will soon come looking for you. Xiaoshan laughed bitterly in his heart when he saw how stubborn Ling Xiao was, but he still spoke seriously. The heavenly palace? Good. Many thanks. Everyone, please leave heaven-reaching island quickly. I'm afraid this place will soon become a land of trouble. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Then, he instantly soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of heaven-reaching island with Feng Qingyang and the others. Benefactor is really going to kill the sky-reaching demon saint? But it seems like Benefactor is only an 8th revolution half-saint. How can he possibly be a match for the sky-reaching demon saint? Then what should we do? If the sky-reaching demon saint kills Benefactor, I'm afraid he won't let us off. After Ling Xiao left, many experts of the human race asked in bewilderment. Perhaps Benefactor really has a chance of killing the sky-reaching demon saint. Xiaoshan suddenly said, a trace of light flashing in his eyes. What do you mean, Elder Xiao? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly ask. Xiaoshan's prestige was very high among them. Although they were very puzzled by his words, they couldn't help but believe him. Benefactor is indeed an 8th revolution half-saint, but do you see that silver-armored youth behind Benefactor? If I'm not wrong, that silver-armored youth is a 3rd-level Heaven Treader super expert. Xiaoshan said solemnly. What? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Super experts at the 3rd-level Heaven Treader level were all geniuses. They could dominate an area in the ancient Chaos Lands. Like the sky-reaching demon saint, they possessed countless great opportunities. Xiaoshan said that the silver-armored youth was a 3rd-level Heaven Treader super expert and had followed Ling Xiao. This made them feel like it was unreal. Benefactor, to have a 3rd-level Heaven Treader super expert following you, I'm afraid you're not as simple as you seem on the surface. I'm going to take a look at the Heavenly Palace. If Benefactor can kill the sky-reaching demon saint, it'll be a great fortune for the human race. Xiaoshan said seriously. What if he can't kill the sky-reaching demon saint? Someone asked. If that's the case, we'll just die. If the sky-reaching demon saint isn't dead, we won't be able to escape his pursuit no matter where we run. In that case, why don't we trust Benefactor this time? Xiaoshan said seriously. Alright. I'll go take a look too. Me too. When a man dies, his bird faces the sky. Damn it, I also believe in Benefactor. Everyone was a little excited. Xiaoshan was right. If Ling Xiao could kill the sky-reaching demon saint, it would be a great fortune for all of them. If he couldn't kill the sky-reaching demon saint, they would undoubtedly die regardless of whether they fled or not. Whoosh! 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 Under Xiaoshan's lead, everyone flew toward the depths of Ingress Island. They wanted to witness a great battle with their own eyes. At the center of Ingress Island was a huge mountain more than 100,000 feet tall. It towered into the chaotic mist, majestic, ancient, mysterious, and extraordinary. The mountain was covered by countless towering ancient trees that contained incomparably pure energy waves. It seemed to be full of exotic flowers and plants, waterfalls, and springs. It was like a paradise. At the top of the mountain was an incomparably majestic palace. It looked as beautiful as the heavenly palace. A huge flag was planted beside it, with 4 flamboyant words fluttering between heaven and earth. Qingyang, you go and challenge them. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he stared at the heavenly palace. He could sense many powerful auras within the Heavenspan Palace, as well as towering demonic auras. Even outside the Heavenspan Palace, there were numerous demon folk experts standing guard, their eyes cold and murderous. Ling Xiao and the others didn't hide their auras and appeared above the heavenly palace. Who dares to trespass into the heavenly palace? A cold voice rang out. In an instant, the void trembled. 4 powerful auras shot out from the Tongtian Palace, enveloped in monstrous demonic qi, blocking Ling Xiao and the others. They were 4 burly men. They wore black armor and held different weapons. Their eyes were cold and their auras were monstrous. They were like experts who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They were filled with killing intent. Their cultivation was at the peak of the 9th revolution half-saint realm. Feng Qingyang sneered and said, ask the sky-piercing demon saint to come out. You 4 pieces of trash dare to stop me? Feng Qingyang's silver armor emitted a dazzling light. His hair was thick and lustrous. His eyes were blazing like lightning. He held a silver spear in his hand and emitted a terrifying aura. The 4 burly men couldn't help but change their expressions. You are Feng Qingyang? The 4 men were the 4 great generals under the command of the sky-reaching demon saint. At this moment, they also recognized Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang, you are just a defeated opponent of our Lord. Our Lord spared your life back then. Today, you dare to provoke us? Do you want to die? A burly man with a tiger pattern on his forehead said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Cut the crap. I came here today to destroy your heavenly palace. If the 4 of you know what's good for you, kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, I will destroy your souls. Feng Qingyang sneered and pointed his spear at the 4 generals. A powerful aura burst out from his body. Although he wasn't Ling Zhao's match, he wasn't the slightest bit afraid when facing 4 9 revolution half-saints as an extreme powerhouse of the 3rd level of heaven treading. Destroy my heavenly palace? You really have a big mouth. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us. Brothers, capture this brat, skin him alive, and throw him into the divine dragon cave. The burly man with the tiger stripes on his forehead revealed a trace of killing intent in his eyes as he instantly roared. Rumble, a huge black tiger appeared behind him. It was shrouded in blazing divine light and emanated a baleful aura, causing the void to tremble violently. The other 3 burly men also roared furiously. Their voices shook the clouds, and the phantoms of black leopards, black jackals, and black wolves appeared behind them. The sound waves of their roars spread out, shaking the world. The 4 great generals rushed towards Feng Qingyang at the same time. They knew that Feng Qingyang was powerful, so they used their strongest attacks. Moreover, there was an incomparably mysterious connection between them. Runes spread out and intertwined, causing their power to stack and multiply. the power of a battle formation? Even if you have a battle formation, you still have to die. Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed like lightning. The silver spear in his hand instantly shot across the sky. A mighty saint aura erupted, forming tens of thousands of spear shadows in the void. Each strike had the power to pierce through the void. Rumble, divine light exploded in the sky, and demonic aura filled the air. A fierce battle between the four great generals and Feng Qingyang began. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the four great generals. Although they were strong, they weren't worthy of his attention. Ling Xiao's gaze was fixed on the heavenly palace. He could feel that there was an expert with a monstrous demonic aura in the heavenly palace. He was far stronger than the four great generals. He was like a blazing sun, blooming with majestic pressure. That should be the sky-piercing demon saint. However, for some reason, the sky-piercing demon saint didn't come out from the heavenly palace. His aura wasn't as strong as Ling Xiao imagined. He was only slightly stronger than Feng Qingyang, and even weaker than Hua Ziang. Since you don't want to come out, I'll invite you out. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. In an instant, the qi and blood in his body condensed. Runes filled his palm, and the flipping sky seal flew across the void like an Archean sacred mountain. It emitted a monstrous aura and suppressed the heavenly palace. How dare you? How dare you disrespect the heavenly palace? Kill him without mercy. The experts of the demon clan were furious when they saw that Ling Xiao dared to attack the heavenly palace. Their aura rose, and they rushed toward the flipping sky seal. Suppress. Ling Xiao uttered a word. In an instant, the aura of the flipping sky seal became extremely terrifying. It was like hundreds of millions of stars were falling, and the experts of the demon clan in front of it were blasted into a mist of blood. It seemed that no one could stop the flipping sky seal. Finally, the flipping sky seal fell on the heavenly palace. Kacha, the void trembled violently, and endless divine light burst out, shaking the entire sky. The heavenly palace emitted a dazzling light, and the runes lit up. They intertwined to form a vast array, blocking the flipping sky seal from falling. However, the power of the flipping sky seal was too terrifying. In the end, the array could not withstand the flipping sky seal's attack. The runes exploded, and the array was broken. Half of the heavenly palace was destroyed. Ling Xiao saw the scene in the heavenly palace. A black-robed young man with a protruding mouth, monkey-like cheeks, and shifty-eyed eyes looked cruel and bloodthirsty. However, his face was covered with frost and murderous intent. His anger seemed to be able to burn the heavens and destroy the earth. His body emitted blazing qi and blood, which turned into intertwining flames of the great path. There was an ancient alchemy furnace in front of him, and countless mysterious scenes appeared on it. Traces of medicinal fragrance seeped out from it, accompanied by a mysterious chant of the great path. It was as if a supreme elixir was about to be formed. Ling Xiao was sure at a glance that the black-robed young man was the sky-reaching demon saint. What he didn't expect was that the sky-piercing demon saint was actually hiding in the sky-piercing palace to refine pills. Moreover, when he saw the mysterious pill runes appear in the furnace and transform into 7 mysterious rays of light, Ling Xiao instantly understood that the sky-piercing demon saint was refining a 7th-grade sacred pill. You're disturbing me while I'm refining elixirs. You deserve to die. The sky-reaching demon saint's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He glared at Ling Xiao, and then the divine light around him blazed. Demonic qi rose, and an extremely terrifying aura burst out. Ling Xiao's eyes were also filled with a strong fighting spirit. He also wanted to experience just how strong the ultimate powerhouse of the demon clan was. Whoosh, the sky-reaching demon saint instantly put away the alchemy furnace in front of him, and then stared at Ling Xiao as if he wanted to remember him. Then, he turned and fled into the distance. He actually fled without a fight. Ling Xiao didn't expect the infamous sky-piercing demon saint to be so cowardly. He turned around and fled after saying those words. Where do you think you're going? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed like lightning. Blazing divine light rose around him as he used a secret teleportation technique. Light flashed beneath his feet and he instantly appeared tens of thousands of feet away. He blocked the sky-piercing demon saint's path and punched out. Crack, his qi and blood surged into the sky as lightning blazed. Ling Xiao's punch was unparalleled, like a supreme star in the 9 heavens. It contained unparalleled divine might. Bastard, you're courting death. The sky-piercing demon saint was enraged. A cruel and bloodthirsty light shot out from his pea-sized eyes. His fingers were like sharp eagle claws, containing the power to pierce through everything. He clawed at Ling Zhao's chest. Boom, the void trembled violently as Ling Zhao's fist landed on the sky-piercing demon saint's claws. The sky shook and the earth quaked. Terrifying sound waves spread out as the sky-piercing demon saint was sent flying by Ling Zhao's punch. What? The sky-piercing demon saint's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. He felt an earth-shattering force coming at him, making him feel like he couldn't fight back. Rumble, after Ling Xiao sent the Tongtian demon saint flying with a single punch, the blazing qi and blood around him rose like lightning. Fist after fist landed on the Tongtian demon saint, filling the sky with afterimages. It was as if he wanted to smash the Tongtian demon saint into dust. Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? The sky-piercing demon saint's eyes were extremely cold. Demonic qi rose around him as vast saint aura filled the air. A ferocious aura was awakened from his body. Crack, he leaped into the sky, his claws shining with golden light. His aura skyrocketed as he clawed at Ling Xiao. There was a loud rumble in the void as the fist after fist exploded. The sky-piercing demon saint's murderous aura filled the sky. His attacks were extremely ruthless as he targeted Ling Zhao's vital points. Boom, suddenly, beams of blazing light shot toward Ling Xiao from the divine light that filled the sky. They were extremely fast, like sharp swords that could pierce through everything. The golden light was like some kind of hair, but also like golden needles, making it difficult for Ling Xiao to dodge. In an instant, he was shot on his body. Puff. 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 Ling Zhao's divine body shield was directly pierced, and then he was shot like a hedgehog. Die. The killing intent in sky-reaching demon saint's eyes was almost tangible. A sharp scimitar appeared in his hand and he chopped down at Ling Zhao's head. Rumble, however, when the demon saint approached Ling Xiao, a sliver of mockery appeared in Ling Zhao's eyes. Blazing light erupted around him, causing the golden light to tremble violently before shooting back towards the demon saint with even greater speed. Ling Xiao held the flipping sky seal in his hand and smashed it towards the demon saint's head. It turned out that although the golden light had shot into Ling Zhao's body, Ling Zhao's physical body was extremely strong. He caught the golden light with his muscles and at the same time, he beat the demon saint at his own game and deflected it back. This attack was beyond the demon saint's expectations, especially the terrifying sharpness of the flipping sky seal. It made his scalp tingle. Rumble, the sky-reaching demon saint shone with blazing light. Runes rose up and blocked all the golden light. Then, the golden light trembled slightly and instantly fused into the sky-reaching demon saint's body. The scimitar in the demon saint's hand was obviously a supreme treasure. It collided with the flipping sky seal, causing the void to tremble violently as divine light shot out in all directions. The sky-reaching demon saint was sent flying. His body trembled violently and his eyes were filled with shock. This is a supreme holy treasure? The demon saint's voice trembled as he revealed an extremely greedy expression. The power of a supreme holy treasure was extremely terrifying. If a half-saint could unleash the power of a supreme holy treasure, he could even kill a saint with it. If the flipping sky seal fell into the demon saint's hands, his strength would definitely increase greatly. You're about to die, yet you still dare to covet my treasure? You're really courting death. Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Rumble, he pushed out his arms. Blazing flames rose and the great Tao precepts descended like divine chains of order. In an instant, they bound the demon saint. A blazing Yen Emperor cauldron appeared in the void and began to refine the demon saint. Roar, a vast dragon's roar erupted. It contained an extremely powerful sound wave divine power. In an instant, the demon saint in the Yen Emperor cauldron blacked out and his entire body trembled. The flames of the great path wrapped around him as if they wanted to burn him to ashes. Open for me! The demon saint roared. In an instant, the surrounding void trembled violently. A milky white jade slip appeared in his hand. It looked crystal clear as if it contained the mysteries of the heavens. Crack, the jade slip flew out. It contained a power fluctuation that could destroy everything. The Yan Emperor cauldron that Ling Xiao had transformed from the fighting heaven's skill exploded when it touched the jade slip. It was as if it had been directly cut open by a sharp blade. The crack was very smooth. Then, runes rose and turned into a bright light. When Ling Xiao saw that piece of jade, he couldn't help but tremble all of a sudden. This is a fragment of the good fortune jade disc? Ling Xiao's gaze instantly became incomparably sharp. He had never thought that he would actually come across a fragment of the jade disc of fortune in the hands of a demon saint. Ling Xiao possessed a fragment of the jade disc of fortune. Although he was still unable to use the jade disc of fortune with his current cultivation, the jade disc of fortune had saved his life at a critical moment. Ling Xiao knew how powerful and terrifying the good fortune jade disc was. Therefore, he had been searching for the fragments of the good fortune jade disc all these years. However, he had not been able to find it. Now that he saw the fragment of the good fortune jade disc in the demon saint's hands, Ling Xiao was both shocked and excited. He had to get the fragment of the good fortune jade disc no matter what. Ling Xiao made up his mind instantly. Rumble, translator, Transin editor, Transin the flipping sky seal emitted a blazing divine light and pressed down on the demon saint. Chaotic chi rose around Ling Xiao and his mighty fist intent exploded once again. He punched out and it was as if he could open up 3,000 worlds and dominate the starry sky. He was invincible. Get lost. Whoosh, at that moment, a mysterious aura emanated from Ling Xiao's body. A full moon rose from Ling Xiao's palm, intertwined with Tao and truth, containing the power of the laws. It was bright and dazzling as it flew toward Tongtian Demon Saint. Tongtian Demon Saint continued to attack with the fragment of the good fortune jade disc. However, his expression changed when he saw the fragment vibrate violently. In the next moment, it flew out of Tongtian Demon Saint's hand and merged with the full moon. Rumble, the full moon emitted a blazing light. Endless chaotic fog filled the air. And the sky shook. In the next moment, it flew back into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao immediately took out the good fortune jade disc and forcibly took back the fragment in Tongtian Demon Saint's hand. Rumble, at the same time, Ling Xiao's invincible heavenly emperor fist descended. It was as if a vast fist imprint came from all directions. Tongtian Demon Saint had no way of resisting and could only take it head-on. The fist was invincible. It directly penetrated Tongtian Demon Saint's chest, leaving a trail of blood in the void. Damn it! What kind of treasure is that? Boy, I won't let you off. Tongtian Demon Saint's eyes were filled with shock. He never thought that the fragment of the good fortune jade disc in his hand would be taken back by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's attack was so fierce that he had no way of dodging it. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao's eyes were cold. He didn't answer Tongtian Demon Saint. His fist imprints were unparalleled. Every strike had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The heavenly emperor fist was ferocious and domineering. Ling Xiao's supreme physical strength was unleashed to the extreme. Boom! Although Tongtian Demon Saint tried his best to defend himself, he couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack. In the end, his body trembled violently and he exploded into a bloody mist. Buzz, an ancient pill furnace flew out of Tongtian Demon Saint's body. It spun and contained an extremely mysterious aura. Ling Xiao instantly caught it in his hand. Lord Demon Saint is dead? The experts of the demon clan in the heavenly palace were stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the 4 generals, Tiger, Leopard, Jackal, and Wolf, trembled when they saw this scene. They were extremely shocked and furious. This caused a flaw to appear in the battle formation between the 4 of them. Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. He grasped this flaw. He immediately, the silver spear in his hand, piercing General Black Wolf's forehead. He Qingyang's primordial spirit. The eyes of the other 3 generals instantly turned red, but no matter how much power they unleashed, the gap between them and Feng Qingyang was too big. Moreover, without the cooperation of General He Lang, the 3 of them quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. In the end, none of them managed to escape and were all killed by Feng Qingyang. Throughout the entire Heavenspan Palace, many demon clan experts lost their will to fight and surrendered. There. Benefactor really killed the sky-piercing demon saint? Our savior is invincible. He'll become the chosen one. I believe in our savior too. If he can kill Tong Tian Demon Saint, he'll be able to defeat all the geniuses when he reaches the third level of heaven treading. Xiao Shan and the others who came with Ling Xiao were also very excited. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The image of Ling Xiao killing Tong Tian Demon Saint was deeply imprinted in their hearts. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. At this moment, their gratitude and admiration for Ling Xiao had reached a point where it could not be any higher. This is only a clone of Tong Tian Demon Saint? What a mysterious doppelganger technique. Even I was almost fooled by it. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He didn't sense any damage to Tong Tian Demon Saint's primordial spirit. He immediately realized that the Tong Tian Demon Saint he killed was only a clone. No wonder he felt it was so easy to kill Tong Tian Demon Saint. It was even easier than defeating Hua Xiang. It turned out that it wasn't the real Tong Tian Demon Saint in front of him. He's using a clone to refine pills? No wonder he fled as soon as he saw me. This cauldron of pills is probably anything but simple. Tong Tian Demon Saint must have lost his mind from anger now that it's ended up in my hands. Ling Xiao smiled as he talked to himself. His eyes were filled with a strange look. Boom, he gently opened the cauldron. Immediately, flames surged out from the cauldron. 3 resplendent, mysterious pills charged out. They possessed extremely powerful spirituality as if they were about to charge out. Ling Xiao was already prepared. A huge palm descended from the sky and directly grabbed the 3 pills in its hand. The 3 elixirs were dazzling with golden light, as if they were cast from gold. There were ancient and mysterious patterns on the surface of the elixirs, and a mysterious medicinal fragrance permeated the air, causing the surrounding demon clan experts to involuntarily shudder. They swallowed their saliva, and their eyes were filled with incomparable desire. Ling Xiao, what treasure have you found? Feng Qingyang also rushed over excitedly and asked curiously. If I've guessed correctly, this is probably the legendary golden pill of longevity. Ling Xiao said seriously. His eyes were filled with shock. Golden pill of longevity? Is it the golden elixir of longevity that was said in ancient times to be able to control one's own fate after swallowing a golden elixir, and to immediately become a saint? Feng Qingyang was also shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. That's right. It's exactly the golden pill of longevity that you've imagined. However, the golden pill of longevity has been lost since ancient times. After all, the longevity grass is too rare. I didn't expect the Tong Tian Demon Saint to be proficient in alchemy. He really did use the longevity grass to refine these 3 golden pills of longevity. However, his level is not up to par. He should be able to refine a 9th grade divine pill, but he could barely refine a 7th grade divine pill. Ling Xiao said slowly. No wonder he ran away as soon as he saw us. He wanted to protect the golden pill of longevity. It wasn't easy for the Tong Tian Demon Saint to refine the golden pill of longevity. Now, it's ours. If he knows about it, he'll definitely vomit blood. Feng Qingyang chuckled. His face was filled with joy. I'll give you one of the 3 golden pills of longevity. I'll use the rest to heal my injuries. I'm afraid the Tong Tian Demon Saint's true body won't let this go. I really want to see how strong his true body is if his doppelganger is already so strong. The longevity golden elixir was an ancient sacred elixir that used the longevity grass as its main ingredient. It could even be refined into a grade 9 sacred elixir that could extend one's life by 1,000,000 years. Although the Tong Tian Demon Saint had only refined a grade 7 sacred elixir, it was still very precious. Ling Xiao could feel that 2 longevity golden elixirs were enough to completely restore his cultivation base. If Feng Qingyang wanted to condense into a human sovereign, he would also need a large amount of life essence. This longevity golden elixir could save Feng Qingyang a few decades of hard work. Let's leave Tong Tian Island first. You killed the Tong Tian Demon Saint's clone and stole his longevity golden elixir. I'm afraid he'll be back soon. Feng Qingyang said slowly to Ling Xiao. You guys go back to the human race's holy city first. I need to find a place to cultivate and use the longevity golden elixir to heal. I'll return to the human race's holy city after I come out of seclusion. Before that, don't get into a conflict with the Tong Tian Demon Saint. Ling Xiao said. Okay. Be careful. The human race's holy city is not far from here. This is the human race token. You can find me at the Qingyang Pavilion when you arrive. Feng Qingyang nodded and handed Ling Xiao a token that was filled with chaotic colors. The word human was engraved on it in ancient seal script. Okay. Ling Xiao put away the human race token and flew into the distance. Let's go too. I have a feeling that the situation in the human race's holy city will change when Ling Xiao comes out of seclusion. Feng Qingyang said slowly as he stared at Ling Xiao's back. There was a hint of emotion in his eyes. The situation in the human race's holy city will change? I'm afraid that's impossible. The strength of the skyprides of each race is extremely terrifying. They are all super experts in the three heavens treading realm, especially our heavenly prince. It's even rumored that he has reached the three heavens realm. Moreover, he doesn't seem to have a good impression of Ling Xiao. One of Feng Qingyang's followers said in disbelief. Hee, let's wait and see. Feng Qingyang didn't explain. He just smiled. Feng Qingyang left Tongtian Island with a few of his followers and headed towards the human race's saint city. After obtaining a golden elixir of longevity, Feng Qingyang planned to cultivate in seclusion and strive to reach the human sovereign realm. The holy city of the human race. The Heavenly Curse Palace was the residence of the Heavenly Curse sect's disciples. It was majestic and majestic. It was heavily guarded with powerful rune formations. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to approach it. In the Heavenly Curse Palace, a black-robed young man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks and a young man with double pupils sat opposite each other, chatting happily. Suddenly, the black-robed youth with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks stood up. The aura around him was extremely violent, and his eyes revealed monstrous fury and killing intent. You killed my doppelganger and stole my golden elixir of immortality. I will kill you. The black-robed young man roared furiously. His killing intent seemed to have materialized. Brother Tongtian, who is so bold as to kill your clone and steal your golden elixir of longevity? The young man with double pupils in his eyes wore a white robe. He looked extraordinary and handsome. Mysterious symbols filled his eyes, and Tao and truth intertwined around him. He looked extremely mysterious. The young man with double pupils was the holy son of the Heavenly Curse sect, Mu Yuan. At this moment, Mu Yuan's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The Tongtian demon saint's strength was extremely terrifying. He had already condensed into a human sovereign, and was not far from the second earth realm. Although his doppelganger wasn't as strong as his original body, one would need to be at least at the third earth realm to kill his doppelganger. His name is Ling Xiao. He's with that bastard Feng Qingyang. He's only an 8th revolution half-saint. The Tongtian demon saint said coldly. The killing intent around him surged and bloomed with dazzling light. What? An 8th revolution half-saint? Mu Yuan's eyes flashed. He was completely shocked. Mu Yuan found it unbelievable that an 8th revolution half-saint could kill the Tongtian demon saint's doppelganger. He was very curious about this person called Ling Xiao. Although he's called Ling Xiao, I can recognize him. He used the heavenly battle skill, and the treasure in his hand is the flipping sky seal. He should be Long Out Yen. The Tongtian demon saint said coldly. Long Out Yen? It seems like he's not dead. Although Saint Hua Xiong and Martial Uncle Chen announced it to the public, they also guessed that Long Out Yen was still alive. He should have entered the chaotic ancient land. In that case, I'll deal with this kid personally. Mu Yuan said indifferently. There was a trace of strange sharpness in his eyes. The double pupils in his eyes were as dazzling as the stars. They were hazy with chaotic light, and contained a power that could see through people's hearts. The Tongtian demon saint showed a trace of fear in his eyes. He knew how powerful Mu Yuan was. The double pupils in his eyes were a peerless superpower that he had cultivated. Once activated, it had the power to destroy the world. Mu Yuan and the Tongtian demon saint had the same cultivation, but no one had seen his real combat strength. Alright. Brother Mu, this Long Out Yen is dead for sure. Moreover, I suspect that Long Out Yen has many fortunes on him. After we kill him, we'll split the fortunes on him. The Tongtian demon saint said coldly. Chaotic Star Island. In a huge mountain range at the bottom of the sea, Xianxia opened up a cave abode and hid inside to heal his injuries. His primordial spirit, heart force, and Tao origin were all severely injured. He didn't know how long it would take for him to fully recover. However, these 2 golden longevity pills gave Xianxia hope. I hope the golden longevity pills won't disappoint me. Xianxia sat cross-legged in the cave abode. The golden longevity pills in his palm were buzzing and trembling. They were dazzling and intertwined with the mysterious power of laws. They were full of spirituality, as if they wanted to escape from Xiao's palm. Xiao's eyes were filled with anticipation. Then, he swallowed the golden longevity pills. Rumble, the golden longevity pills melted the moment they entered his mouth. Like a vast flood, they instantly surged toward Xiao's limbs and bones and exploded. That was the purest life essence. It contained the power of the origin of life. It surged like a vast ocean and started to heal Xiao's injuries. Xiao's body was surrounded by a dazzling light. His aura started to strengthen slowly, and all kinds of mysterious avatars formed behind him. Boom, Xiao's aura became more and more mysterious. The runes around his body intertwined like divine chains of order. The vast laws of heaven and earth descended, making him seem like the embodiment of the great Tao. Mysterious chanting sounded around Xiao, like the prayers of the ancient people. It contained ancient and majestic energy fluctuations. The mysterious chanting seemed to form a resonance with Xiao's breathing, causing endless life essence to merge into his body. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao's primordial spirit was incomparably dim. There were even cracks on his primordial spirit. It had been severely injured. However, as the life essence merged into his primordial spirit, the cracks gradually disappeared. His primordial spirit also began to become sparkling and clear. Xiao's primordial spirit sat cross-legged in his sea of consciousness. The life essence around him condensed into blazing stars, forming a vast galaxy. His primordial spirit inhaled and exhaled the essence of heaven and earth. The galaxy around him flickered as if it had converged into a divine light storm, merging all the life energy into his primordial spirit. Xiao's bones were sparkling as if they were cast in gold. Runes similar to dragon scales appeared on them, exuding a majestic dragon's aura. His flesh and blood exuded a faint fragrance. His meridians were like dragons. When they trembled slightly, it was like a dragon's roar. His blood surged like a great river. Under the effect of the longevity golden elixir, Xiao's injuries rapidly healed. His aura also became more vigorous and majestic. Gotcha! Suddenly, Xiao felt as if there was a barrier in his body that made a crisp sound. His cultivation was already at the 8th revolution semi-sage realm. But, he had recovered from his serious injuries this time. And, this had allowed his cultivation to reach the critical point of a breakthrough. As the saying goes, destruction is followed by re-establishment. Xiao felt the aura of the barrier loosening. His body began to emit a blazing light, rumble, mysterious lightning crackled in the surrounding space. Cracks began to appear on Xiao's perfect body. Thick strands of tribulation chi seeped out of his body. The 9th nirvana tribulation had descended. With the help of the longevity golden pellet, not only did Xiao's cultivation recover, it even allowed him to break through the peak of the 8th revolution half-saint realm and reach the 9th revolution half-saint realm. The rebirth tribulation was a type of tribulation that came from the inside out, and it was a test of the Grand Tao. Through rebirth, one would be able to fuse even more with the Grand Tao and eliminate the flaws in one's body before finally attaining a perfect state. The terrifying nirvana tribulation descended, and Xiao's physical body began to crumble. His primordial spirit began to shatter, and the saint energy in his body began to dissipate. Even his heart force gradually collapsed. The 9th nirvana tribulation was incomparably ferocious, as if it was even more terrifying than the previous 8 nirvana tribulations that Xiao had experienced. To Xiao, it was a kind of comprehensive nirvana and rebirth. Xiao could feel the danger of this nirvana tribulation. Before his physical body was completely destroyed, he instantly swallowed the 2nd golden elixir of longevity. Rumble, blazing light rose from his body, and the void shook. His physical body was like a broken porcelain, with cracks appearing on it. Resplendent light gushed out, and in the end, his body suddenly exploded. Not only his physical body, but also his primordial spirit and the grand Tao origin in his body exploded, turning into the most fundamental particles. However, they did not completely disperse, and still maintained the appearance of a human, looking incomparably mysterious. The tribulation aura filled the air, and the vast power of the grand Tao descended, as if it wanted to completely obliterate all the vitality in Ling Xiao's body. It contained an incomparably terrifying destructive power. Ling Xiao's body trembled, as if he was enduring endless pain. Light surged around his body, and his vitality gradually weakened, like a candle flame in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. Ling Xiao guarded his mind, and while he was undergoing the nirvana tribulation, he absorbed the majestic energy of the golden elixir of longevity at the same time. The golden elixir of longevity was like a small sun, blooming with resplendent light at the location of Ling Xiao's heart. As the essence of life poured into the particles of Ling Xiao's aura also slowly condensed. It was like a change from the inside out, and the void shook. Lightning blazed around Ling Xiao's body, and the grand Tao intertwined, and divine light shone brightly. He seemed to have walked out of the void, and his physical body began to reform. Rumble, mysterious lightning intertwined, and Ling Xiao's physical body and primordial spirit reformed. The void around him shook, and an incomparably majestic aura fluctuated around him. His entire aura reached its peak in an instant. Is this the 9th revolution half-saint realm? Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and two divine lights pierced through the void as he muttered to himself. Ling Xiao could feel that there was an incomparably mysterious shackle in his body. As long as he broke that shackle and passed the divine tribulation, he would be able to prove his Tao and become a saint. A 9th revolution half-saint was already considered to be standing at the peak of the half-saint realm. He could prove his Tao and become a saint at any time. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan to prove his Tao and become a saint just like that. He had an ambition. He wanted to break the limit 3 times and reach the peak of the 3 heaven-treading realms. Then, he would prove his Tao and become an invincible saint. Ling Xiao had absolute confidence that he wouldn't be weaker than anyone. Whether it was the saints of the immortal sacred grounds, the geniuses of the monarch clans, or even the ancient heavens' prides, Ling Xiao was confident that he could surpass them one by one. Ling Xiao's body was sparkling like jade, and a vast dragon's aura emanated from his body. He was like a humanoid divine dragon. The blood in his body surged, and it was vast and boundless, containing an incomparably majestic power. Golden light seeped out of his body, making him appear incomparably mysterious. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his white robes were whiter than snow. His eyes were bright and mysterious, and a chaotic aura rose around him. He was like a young great emperor, possessing an invincible aura. It was as if every move he made had the power to suppress the world. Boom, Ling Xiao punched out, and a series of explosive sounds came from the void. The incomparably hard boulder in front of him suddenly exploded. Ling Xiao exuded an incomparably vast aura. He took a step forward, and the boundless water around him exploded. He instantly appeared in the chaotic Star Island domain. The 2 golden longevity pills had not only completely healed Ling Xiao's injuries, but they had also allowed his cultivation to advance to the 9th revolution half-saint realm. Let's go to the humans' holy city first. Then, I'll go to the fiends' holy city. I need Shui Wei, the white dragon horse, and the Kuan Peng. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he stared into the distance and muttered to himself. Whoosh! It was surrounded by ancient and resplendent stars. Chaotic fog filled the air, and divine light seemed to be blooming in the void. Auspicious air rose, making this mysterious region appear extremely peaceful. A giant city that was over 1,000,000 feet tall floated in the starry sky. It was over 1,000,000 miles wide, like an ancient continent. It was grand and majestic. The city walls were glowing. They were cast from bronze and were branded with extremely mysterious runes. Although they looked a little mottled and were filled with the vicissitudes of time, no one could deny their status. The human race's holy city was also one of the 108 holy cities in the entire chaotic ancient land. Ling Xiao stood in front of the human race's holy city and stared at it. His eyes were filled with emotions. Anyone who saw the human race's holy city would feel grand and majestic, and they would feel insignificant. He wondered what kind of existence could create such a grand and majestic human race's holy city. Ling Xiao had traveled over 1,000,000 miles from the chaotic Star Island domain to reach the human race's holy city. Although he had expected this, the scene before him still shocked him. The gates of the human race's holy city were currently open. Many experts were lining up to enter the city. Compared to the huge human race's holy city, they were like ants. A group of soldiers in tattered armor and holding broken weapons stood on both sides of the gate. Every single one of them had a powerful aura and a surging baleful aura. Their eyes were filled with cold and sharp gazes as they scanned the people entering the city. These people were the enforcers of the human race's holy city. These enforcers were the experts who had remained in the chaotic ancient land. They had reproduced in the chaotic ancient land and called themselves a tribe. They were also known as the natives of the chaotic ancient land. For example, the rock spirit tribe that Xianxia had encountered previously were the natives of the chaotic ancient land. Xianxia joined the queue and prepared to enter the city. Hiss, hiss, suddenly, the sound of horses neighing could be heard in the void. The void trembled, and the sound of thousands of horses galloping could be heard. It caused the sky to shake and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Xianxia saw 9 steeds flying through the air. On the backs of the horses sat 9 powerful warriors in black armor. Their faces were covered by the armor, and their strength was unparalleled. Their eyes were cold and sharp, and their bodies were surrounded by a murderous aura. Those 9 steeds were ancient variant breeds, and they looked extremely handsome. Their entire bodies were snow white without a trace of impurities, and their bodies were suffused with mysterious spatial fluctuations as if they could travel through space. The 9 warriors rode on white horses, and each of them had prey behind them. It was as if they had gone through a fierce battle, causing their auras to become incomparably violent. This is the Pegasus of the Pegasus race? No, it's not a purebred Pegasus, it's just an ancient variant with the Pegasus bloodline. Xianxia thought to himself as he stared at the mounts of the 9 warriors. The 9 divine cavalry is back. Looks like they've had a great harvest this time. I wonder what treasures they've found this time. Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with awe and respect. 9 divine cavalry? Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he only understood when he heard the discussion around him. It turned out that the 9 divine cavalry were formed from the experts of 9 different clans. Even the weakest amongst them possessed a cultivation at the peak of the 9th revolution half-saint realm. It was even to the extent that some people said that the eldest and second eldest of the 9 divine cavalry were already extraordinary experts at the 3rd level of heaven trampling. The 9 divine cavalry were usually extremely domineering. Although it had only been 3 years since they entered the chaotic ancient land, the 9 divine cavalry were already very famous. Who knew how many experts had died at their hands? Moreover, the 9 divine cavalry were extremely adventurous, and they often left the human race's holy city to explore secret realms and dangerous places. They obtained fortune and opportunities from there, which allowed their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. The 9 divine cavalry could be considered to be very famous in the human race's holy city, so everyone recognized them instantly. Rumble, the 9 divine horsemen came together. The 9 heavenly horses were extremely divine, and their fur was incomparably pure white. The 9 of them were all wearing black armor that covered their entire bodies, only revealing pairs of incomparably cold eyes. The murderous aura around them was monstrous. As soon as they arrived at the gate, everyone immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, as if they could not breathe. At this moment, the 9 divine cavalry suddenly stopped beside Xianxia. You have the aura of a Pegasus on you. Who are you? One of the experts among the 9 divine cavalry stared at Xianxia and said condescendingly. I don't know what you mean by Pegasus. If you want to leave, go to the back and line up. If you don't want to leave, then leave. Xianxia said indifferently, and his expression was very calm. His heart skipped a beat. He did not expect the 9 divine cavalry to be so mysterious. They actually felt the aura of a white dragon horse on him. Xianxia was sure that the aura of a Pegasus mentioned by the 9 divine cavalry must be the aura of a white dragon horse. Kid, you're very arrogant. If you're arrogant without strength, you won't live long. The expert sneered, and his eyes overflowed with a trace of coldness. I'm living very well. You don't have to worry about me. I'll say it again. If you want to enter the city, go to the back and line up. Xianxia said indifferently. Although everyone was very afraid of the 9 divine cavalry and made way for them to enter the city first, Xiao did not give them any face. Good boy, how dare you speak to the 9 divine cavalry like this? Do you want to die? The expert's eyes were cold. The other 8 experts looked at Xiao coldly. Powerful evil spirits and aura surged, suppressing Xiao as if they wanted to force him to retreat. However, Xiao's expression was as calm as usual. He sneered and said, I've never heard of the 9 divine cavalry. Don't be noisy in front of me. If you want to die, then come at me. He could feel that the 9 divine cavalry looked at him with a trace of malice. Needless to say, it was for the aura left by the white dragon horse. Although the Pegasus of the 9 divine cavalry was an ancient variant, its bloodline was not pure. They probably felt the pure aura on Xiao and wanted to get the white dragon horse. You're courting death. The expert's eyes were filled with killing intent. A terrifying aura burst out from his body as if he was about to attack Xiao. Although Xiao looked very calm on the surface, the blood in his body was surging. He was ready to attack at any time. If the 9 divine cavalry were really reckless, he did not mind using the so-called 9 divine cavalry to establish his authority. What do you want to do? This is the holy city of the human clan. If you dare to attack here, you'll be killed without mercy. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. More than a dozen law enforcers' eyes were like lightning. The aura around them rose, and they were holding ancient and broken weapons. They surrounded Xiao and the 9 divine cavalry. Law enforcers, you should have seen that they provoked us first. I don't care who is provoking you. You are not allowed to fight in the human race's holy city. Violators will be killed without mercy. Do you want to live or die? A captain of the enforcers sneered at Xiao, his eyes cold and indifferent. His eyes were full of warning. Brother Liu, don't worry. We follow the rules. However, this person's background is unknown. I'm afraid he doesn't even have the human race's holy token. Brother Liu, you have to check carefully. The expert among the 9 divine knights sneered. I understand. Kid, if you want to enter the city, take out the human race's holy token. Otherwise, you are a spy of the demon race and will be killed without mercy. The captain of the enforcers said coldly. The surrounding enforcers were filled with murderous intent as they locked onto Xiao. Oh no, oh no. This kid dares to offend the 9 divine knights? Looks like it will be difficult for him to escape. That's right. I heard that the 9 divine knights have a good relationship with the enforcers. They often offer precious treasures. This kid could offend anyone but the 9 divine knights? Isn't that so? The human race's holy token is very precious. It is not something that ordinary people can get. Only the geniuses of the immortal sacred grounds and the emperor race are qualified to get the human race's holy token. Ordinary people can only get an ordinary identity token at most. The crowd discussed fervently as they looked at Xiao sympathetically. Xiao's eyes turned cold as he stared at the captain of the enforcers and said, Are you openly siding with them? Why don't you check their human race's holy token? The captain of the enforcers sneered and said, I am familiar with the 9 divine knights. There is no need to prove it. However, I am very suspicious of your identity because of your unknown background. If you can't take out your identity token, don't blame me for capturing you directly. You want the human race's holy token? Then open your dog eyes and see what this is. Xiao's eyes were filled with coldness. There was no expression on his face as a token that emitted a chaotic color appeared in his palm. It was the human race's holy token that Feng Qingyang gave him. This is the human race's holy token of the Taishang Palace? You are from the Taishang Palace? The captain of the enforcers' expression changed as he said with an ugly expression. He originally thought that Xiao was just a lone cultivator, but he didn't expect Xiao to have the human clan's sacred medallion from the supreme holy Ji Palace. The 12 immortal sacred grounds of the God realm were famous, and even in the human clan's sacred city, they had great power. Even the enforcers were inextricably linked to the 12 immortal holy lands. Someone from the supreme Dao Palace? No wonder he was so arrogant. However, even Feng Qingyang of the Supreme Dao Palace has to be respectful in front of us. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Brat, don't let me catch you outside. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to return to the holy city alive. Ha ha ha. The expert among the 9 divine knights was named Xianxia. At that moment, he did not hide the disdain in his eyes. Even though he knew that Ling Xiao was from the Taishang Holy Ji Palace, he still did not have the slightest bit of fear. He even directly threatened him, extremely arrogant and overbearing. You're right. Don't let me meet you outside. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the 9 divine cavalry will be removed from the list. Ling Xiao also said indifferently. His eyes were incomparably sharp and filled with traces of coldness. I'll be waiting. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Then, the 9 divine knights instantly plunged into the holy city of the human tribe like a torrent. Don't create trouble in the holy city of the human tribe. Otherwise, even if you're a disciple of the Supreme Tao Palace, you won't be saved. The leader of the enforcers warned Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao did not even look at him and ignored him directly. Then, he entered the holy city of the human tribe. The leader of the enforcers' eyes flashed coldly. He stared at Ling Xiao's back for a while and snorted coldly. He remembered Ling Xiao in his heart. The enforcers were the descendants of the indigenous people. Due to certain restrictions, they could not move freely like Ling Xiao and the other trial testers. The various treasures that they needed for cultivation required the trial testers to show filial piety and pay tribute. He had received many benefits from the 9 divine cavalry, but Ling Xiao was so arrogant that it caused a trace of resentment to grow in his heart. However, Ling Xiao ignored him. A mere leader of the enforcers was nothing in his eyes. After Ling Xiao entered the holy city of the human tribe, he prepared to look for Feng Qingyang. The holy city of the human tribe was incomparably huge. It was a huge chaotic ancient city. The buildings were majestic. At this moment, the huge and wide streets were bustling with people. There were even small stalls hawking their wares. Earth dragon meat is on sale cheap. Only 10 origin pills per kilogram. It contains boundless life origin and can increase the strength of the physical body, 9-leaf Bodhi grass. It clears the heart and brightens the eyes. It can dispel inner demons. It can be refined into Bodhi pills. Only 20 origin pills. Single-horned rhinoceros buns. The skin is thin and the stuffing is big. 1 origin pill for 10, Supreme Holy Sword personally refined by Master Wang. Only 1,000 origin pills. Today, it's a gift to the fated person. Everyone, come and take a look. Ling Xiao stood in the holy city of the human race. Looking at the bustling streets and the cries of hawkers, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was as if he had entered a market in the mortal world. He couldn't get used to it for a moment. I didn't expect the Chosen One convention to attract so many people. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He could feel that these people were all trial takers like him. The aura of trial takers and aborigines were different. Ling Xiao could easily distinguish them. After all, the Chosen One convention swept across the heavens and myriad worlds. Countless heavens' prides would enter and compete with each other. As long as one's cultivation was below the Saint Realm, they could enter the chaotic ancient land. Besides heaven's prides, there were also some Supreme Tao Masters who wanted to try their luck. Therefore, the vast chaotic ancient land was filled with all kinds of figures. Ling Xiao was about to find someone to inquire about the whereabouts of the Azure Sun Pavilion. Ling Xiao passed through the bustling streets and was about to find someone to ask about the direction of the Azure Sun Pavilion when his gaze was suddenly attracted by a familiar aura. Ling Xiao saw that among the hawkers, there was a middle-aged man in a shabby robe. He looked shifty and had a goatee. His eyes flashed with a cunning light. In front of him were many bottles and jars. Some were stained with mud and filled with an ancient aura. It was as if they had just been dug out from the ground. At this moment, the middle-aged man was trying his best to attract customers, making his stall seem very popular. The aura that attracted Ling Xiao came from the middle-aged man's stall. That's the aura of the good fortune jade disc? Ling Xiao walked towards the stall. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Daoist Huang He. I'm sure all the geniuses in the human saint city have heard of my name. In my hands, there are all kinds of treasures that I found in various forbidden areas and cave mansions. Some time ago, a young man bought an ancient book from me, and the result was that he comprehended a supreme heavenly art from it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a supreme heavenly skill that contains the power of the great Tao origin. It leads directly to the extreme Tao Emperor realm. Think about how great of an opportunity this is. The middle-aged man with the goatee was blowing his own trumpet, causing many people's faces to reveal a tempted expression. The forbidden land of the supreme emperors? Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with shock. The supreme emperor's forbidden land was incomparably mysterious. It was a place where all life was forbidden. Legend had it that a supreme emperor had fallen there, and the Emperor Tao Law had evolved into a mysterious place. Any living being that entered would be tainted with misfortune and die silently. Therefore, although many experts were training in the ancient Chaos Land, no one dared to enter the Supreme Emperor's forbidden land. Hearing that Taoist Huang He had brought the jar out from the Supreme Emperor's forbidden land, everyone was immediately energized. Taoist Huang He, what's in this jar? How much are you going to sell it for? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, pointing at the grayish-brown jar. You mean this heaven-piercing jar? Hee, you have good taste. This is my biggest gain from this trip to the Supreme Emperor's forbidden land. I found this heaven-piercing jar in one of the cavern dwellings. When I found it, it contained the extreme Tao Emperor aura, causing me to lose a powerful saint treasure. I'm guessing that there must be a supreme god's artifact in this heaven-piercing jar. However, I haven't opened the seal on it, so I don't know what it is. Taoist Huang He's eyes rolled as he chuckled. A supreme god's artifact? Taoist Huang He, how much are you going to sell this treasure? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately, their breathing became a little hurried. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, as the saying goes, treasures are given to the fated ones. I haven't opened the seal, not because I can't, but because I want to give it to everyone. Feel free to bid. As long as I'm satisfied and moved, I'll exchange the heaven-reaching jar with it. Taoist Huang He said with a faint smile. Although his clothes were shabby, he had the temperament of an otherworldly expert. Is this an auction? Everyone was slightly taken aback. You can treat it as an auction. However, it's not limited to the origin source pill. You can bid for all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I'm sure that there must be a supreme god's item in this heaven's passage jar. If you don't believe me, just take a look. Taoist Huang He said with a smile. Suddenly, he slammed his palm towards the heavenly jar. His palm spewed out a sharp light as if it could crush a mountain into dust. Boom, the jar trembled slightly, and in an instant, a vast and majestic aura erupted from it. It contained a supreme aura that could suppress all worlds, causing everyone to tremble involuntarily. It was as if a supreme emperor had awakened before them. Their faces paled as they felt extremely fearful. This is indeed an extreme emperor's might. The heaven-piercing jar is indeed worthy of being called the heaven-piercing jar. There must be a supreme god's artifact in it. Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with excitement. Extreme emperor's might? Ling Xiao looked at everyone's excited expression and couldn't help but reveal a strange look in his eyes. Ling Xiao could feel that although the vast majesty was very similar to the extreme emperor's might, it wasn't the real extreme emperor's might. It was the aura contained in the good fortune jade disc, which made him even more certain that the fragment of the good fortune jade disc was hidden in the jar. Taoist Huang He, I'll pay 1,000 origin pills. Sell this jar to me. Finally, someone couldn't help but start to bid, his eyes filled with incomparable passion. You want to buy a supreme emperor's item with 1,000 origin pills? I'll pay 3,000 origin pills. What are 3,000 origin pills worth? I'll pay 10,000 origin pills. I don't have any origin pills, but I have a mid-grade saint artifact. I'll pay 50,000 origin pills for this jar. How about that? Everyone couldn't help but start to raise the price. The scene was fiery. It was like an auction. Everyone was determined to get this jar. Ling Xiao was a little speechless. He originally wanted to pick up a bargain and buy this jar, but he didn't expect Taoist Huang He to be so shrewd. After stirring up everyone's emotions, he directly held an auction. In terms of origin pills, Ling Xiao only had 10,000 origin pills on him. Now it seemed that it was far from enough to buy this jar. However, Ling Xiao also had some flawless saint artifacts and even supreme saint techniques that he could take out to exchange, but he wasn't in a hurry to bid. I'll pay a Myriad Tribulation golden pill. Daoist Huang He, your cultivation base has been stuck in the 9th Revolution half-saint realm for a long time, right? This Myriad Tribulation golden pill can increase your chances of breaking through the limit and let you enter the 3 realms of heaven treading. Sell this jar to me, how about it? Suddenly, a voice sounded in the void. It was indifferent and faintly discernible. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He saw the noisy crowd in the distance split apart, and a handsome young man in a white robe walked out. He was tall and slender, and his skin was like jade. He strolled over from afar, with an aloof and otherworldly temperament. The most unique thing about him was his eyes. He actually had double pupils, like 2 intertwining suns, containing an incomparably mysterious energy fluctuation. No one dared to look him in the eye, and they all involuntarily lowered their heads. Walking side by side with him was a young man in a black robe. He looked like a monkey with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks. His eyes were filled with cold and bloodthirsty killing intent. His aura was incomparably powerful, and the murderous aura around him made people involuntarily step back. It's Saint Mu Yuan and sky-reaching demon saint of the Heavenly Curse sect? Someone said, his voice filled with incomparable awe. Saint Mu Yuan of the Heavenly Curse sect was also well known in the human race's saint city. He was extremely powerful, having already entered the 3 realms of heaven treading and formed the human sovereign. He could be ranked among the top of the peerless geniuses in the entire human race's saint city. Sky-reaching demon saint's infamy in the human race's saint city was incomparably resplendent, causing people to pale at the mention of his name. At this moment, seeing the 2 of them walking side by side, the crowd involuntarily opened up a path for them. A Myriad Tribulation golden pill? Holy Sun Mu Yuan was really generous. I have to say, I'm a little tempted. Daoist Huang He's eyes flashed, and he smiled faintly. As soon as the words innumerable calamity golden elixir came out, Yi Futian was moved. The innumerable calamity golden elixir was a 7th grade divine elixir that contained the way will of eternity. It could help people break through their limits and see their true selves. Ling Xiao had a strange look in his eyes. He did not expect to see sky-reaching demon saint's real body here. However, Ling Xiao had concealed his aura when he entered the holy city of the human race, so sky-reaching demon saint did not recognize him. Is there anyone else who wants to make a higher bid? If not, this Supreme Emperor's possession will be sold to Saint Mu Yuan. Taoist Huang He looked at the crowd and smiled, emphasizing the words Supreme Emperor's possession. However, the crowd did not continue to bid. After all, a calamity golden pill was extremely valuable. It was not something an ordinary person could afford. Furthermore, Saint Mu Yuan's status was extremely high. Coupled with sky-reaching demon saint's fierce reputation, no one dared to compete with them. Old man Huang He, stop dilly-dallying. I don't think anyone dares to continue bidding. Hand over the heavenly jar. Sky-reaching demon saint's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he sneered. All right. Since no one wants to continue bidding, then. Daoist Huang He's face showed a hint of anger, but he didn't dare to say anything. He didn't dare to offend the sky-reaching demon saint. Moreover, a Myriad Tribulation golden pill was enough to satisfy him. Just as Taoist Huang He was about to announce that the heavenly jar belonged to Saint Mu Yuan, a cold voice suddenly interrupted him. A supreme golden pill. I want the heavenly jar. The cold voice contained a trace of anger that could not be suppressed. It came from afar. That's Saint Qingyang? Someone exclaimed in surprise. The crowd slowly parted as a young man wearing silver armor and holding a long spear walked over from afar. His face was like a crown of jade, and his heroic spirit was threatening. His figure was extremely slender, and his black hair fluttered behind him. His entire body was emitting a powerful aura. However, his face was extremely gloomy and his eyes were filled with anger. He walked over from the crowd and glared at sky-reaching demon saint. Feng Qingyang? You coward, you finally dare to show yourself. Sky-reaching demon saint raised his eyebrows and sneered. Sky-reaching demon saint, you killed 3 of my followers and 12 of my Supreme Tao Palace disciples. I can only take your life to repay this debt of blood. If I don't kill you, I, Feng Qingyang, am not human. Feng Qingyang's aura was extremely violent, and he did not conceal the blood-red color and killing intent in his eyes. After Feng Qingyang received the golden elixir of longevity from Ling Xiao, he returned to the sacred city of the human race and had been in seclusion in the Qingyang pavilion. However, when he came out today, he heard that his 3 followers and 12 disciples of the Taishang Dao Palace had all been killed by the Skirich demon saint while they were out training. Feng Qingyang was furious when he heard the news. He wanted nothing more than to grind the sky-reaching demon saint's bones to dust. He rushed over with his spear, his killing intent soaring to the sky. If it weren't for the fact that fighting was prohibited in the holy city of the human race, he would have attacked the sky-reaching demon saint long ago. Hee, Feng Qingyang, how dare you threaten me? You haven't even formed a human sovereign yet. I can crush you with one hand. Killing those ants is just a small interest. You and that bastard Ling Xiao killed my doppelganger and stole my golden elixir of immortality. You two deserve to die. The sky-reaching demon saint sneered. His eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent as he gave off an extremely terrifying baleful aura. Don't be presumptuous in the holy city of the human race. Suddenly, a voice exploded in the void. It contained a vast saint aura. Feng Qingyang and the sky-reaching demon saint both trembled. The aura they were fighting seemed to have been shattered by the voice. Is that the voice of the Lord Guardian? Someone exclaimed, his eyes filled with awe. The guardian of the holy city of the human race was a supreme saint. His strength was unparalleled. Even those who had reached the 3rd level of the heaven-treading realm were killed by the guardian in one blow if they dared to behave atrociously in the holy city of the human race. Therefore, although these ancient sky prides were powerful and unruly, no one dared to break the iron law of the holy city of the human race. They were very wary of the guardian. Feng Qingyang, don't you want revenge? Come out of the city with me if you can. The sky-reaching demon saint sneered. I was just about to take your life. Feng Qingyang said coldly. His voice was loud. Very well. Today, I'll kill you and destroy the orthodoxy of the Taishang Dao Palace. What bullshit Taishang Dao Palace? They're just a bunch of ants. Ha ha ha. The sky-reaching demon saint laughed wildly. His already ugly face became even more ferocious and terrifying. The Qingyang Holy Sun wants to fight the sky-reaching demon saint? Isn't that too impulsive? Isn't that so? Although the Qingyang Holy Sun has reached the 3rd level of the heaven-treading realm, he hasn't reached the human sovereign realm yet. The sky-reaching demon saint's strength is extremely terrifying. It's said that he's about to break through to the earth realm. Sigh. Is the Taishang Dao Palace's sky prides going to die? Everyone was shocked as they discussed in low voices. Although Feng Qingyang was very powerful, the sky-reaching demon saint was notorious. He was an existence that could stop children from crying at night in the holy city of the human race. No one thought that Feng Qingyang would be a match for the sky-reaching demon saint. They all felt that this battle boded ill rather than well. However, the battle between the two sky prides still made everyone extremely excited. They were filled with anticipation. Qingyang Holy Sun, you said that you're going to use a Taishang golden pill to buy my sky-reaching jar. Is that true? Daoist Huang, he suddenly said in a weak voice. Everyone was stunned. Then, they looked at Daoist Huang He as if he had a death wish. Wasn't this guy too reckless? Was he still thinking about selling the sky-reaching jar at a time like this? The sky-reaching demon saint and Muyuan Holy Sun also looked at Daoist Huang He. He immediately felt the pressure double. He could even feel the coldness and killing intent in the sky-reaching demon saint's eyes. However, Daoist Huang He still gritted his teeth and said, Qingyang Holy Sun, this is the sky-reaching jar. As long as you take out a Taishang golden pill, this sky-reaching jar will be yours. The reason Daoist Huang He proposed to sell the sky-reaching jar to Feng Qingyang was because he was really tempted. The Taishang golden pill was the supreme divine pill of the Taishang Dao Palace. Although it was also a 7th-grade divine pill like the Oneness golden pill, it was much more precious than the Oneness golden pill. The Taishang golden pill contained supreme truths and could allow one to enter a state of enlightenment. If the Oneness golden pill only had a chance of allowing Daoist Huang He to break through his limits, then the Taisheng Golden Pill would definitely allow him to break through his limits and ascend to the 3 levels of heaven treading. If Daoist Huang he could ascend to the 3 levels of heaven treading, he would immediately become a skypride-like figure. Not only would his status increase greatly, but he would even have a glimmer of hope to fight for the supreme position of the Chosen One. End of chapter 2094. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.